When Lin Feng woke up, he found himself as the vicious rich second-generation male supporting role in the urban novel, Dragon Overlord, who had a miserable end. He is also bound to the vicious male supporting role system, which requires him to strictly follow the original plot. But the system did not tell him that it was actually a succubus system. As long as the heroine of the novel gets close to Lin Feng, she will be involuntarily attracted to Lin Feng. So when he continued to act according to the script, this scene appeared. Cold CEO Su Qingxue, brother Lin Feng, the way you bullied me just now was so handsome. Pure and lustful school beauty Bai Yuyan, brother Lin Feng, the more you bully me, the more I like you. The queen of the underworld Shen Zhaoshui, whoever dares to touch Lin Feng, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Feng was petrified on the spot. Hey, I'm just a vicious male supporting role, you guys are the female lead. This script is wrong. Chapter 1 Succubus Physique. The severe pain tore through his consciousness, and Lin Feng suddenly sat up from the bed. Strange luxury room. A strange handsome face in the mirror. An extra memory in his mind told him an absurd fact. He traveled through time. Traveled to a cool urban novel, Dragon Overlord. He became the top vicious male supporting character in the book who had a miserable end, Lin Feng. A cold mechanical sound suddenly exploded. Ding! Succubus Physique. The prompt tone stopped abruptly, leaving only a series of crackling sounds of electricity. Lin Feng frowned slightly, thinking it was an illusion. Then, a clearer, colder reminder sound rang out. Bite. The vicious male supporting role system has been successfully activated. Current plot point, charity dinner. Current Lin Feng plot. He and the first female protagonist Su Qingxue openly snatched the Star Sea Tear necklace and successfully angered the other party. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched, and 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. Giving away heads at the start. System, is it okay if I don't accept this mission? I just want to be an ordinary person and live safely until the end. Lin Feng tried to communicate in his mind. The system responded without emotion. If the host refuses to execute, the plot will not deviate and he will still be eliminated by the protagonist of this book in the end. Lin Feng's heart sank to the bottom. If the host strictly completes the mission according to the original plot and accumulates villain points, there is still a glimmer of hope, and it may even change his own destiny. A glimmer of hope. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. What's the difference between this and putting your head under the guillotine and betting that it will get stuck? He had no choice. Die, or play the villainous male supporting role in humiliation but with the possibility of survival. He chose the latter. The Lin Feng family has funds of hundreds of billions, and the value of the group is incalculable. It is considered one of the top ones in Zhongcheng. But in the novel, Dragon Overlord, there is always someone better than you, and the protagonist Lu Chen is the real son of destiny in this world. The night is as dark as ink, dotted with stars. Outside the banquet hall of Zhongcheng Sofitel Hotel, luxury cars gathered and celebrities shuttled around. Lin Feng adjusted the collar of his expensive suit, took a deep breath, and walked into this fateful charity auction dinner. As soon as I stepped into the magnificent banquet hall, a familiar voice was heard. Fengxi, this way. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw the flashy young man waving at him. Zhao Kai, Lin Feng's childhood friend. In the original novel of Dragon Overlord, he stood up for this vicious male supporting role, and was eventually bullied by the protagonist Lu Chen, causing his family to be destroyed. The Lin and Zhao families are old friends. He and Zhao Kai grew up together and have a deep relationship. Lin Feng, who had awakened the memories of his previous life, felt a pain in his heart when he thought of Zhao Kai's ending. He looked at Zhao Kai who was still grinning foolishly not far away, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. I can't hurt you. He walked over quickly, forcing a dandy smile on his face. Casey, why are you here so late? Zhao Kai put his arm around Lin Feng's shoulders and winked. Wait for you, young Master Lin, to come together. What's wrong? You seem to be a little worried today. Who has offended you? Lin Feng felt warm in his heart, but then he thought that he must not implicate Zhao Kai. Nothing, I didn't sleep well last night. Lin Feng said perfunctorily. He calmly distanced himself from Zhao Kai. He secretly made up his mind that after tonight, he must find a way to keep Zhao Kai away from this disaster star. Zhao Kai looked at him suspiciously but didn't think much about it. At this moment, there was a slight commotion at the entrance of the banquet hall. The crowd looked over. A beautiful figure walked in slowly. The person who came was Su Qingxue, the famous iceberg female president in Zhongcheng's business community. The first female lead in Dragon Overlord. She was wearing a moon-white strapless long dress that outlined her exquisite curves, her skin was whiter than snow, and her face was absolutely beautiful. Her temperament was as cool and pure as a fairy from the Moon Palace, attracting the burning gazes of countless men present. Lin Feng's heartbeat quickened. It was not because of the beauty, but because he knew that the death disaster was coming tonight. Su Qingxue's eyes were like a cold searchlight, slowly sweeping across the banquet hall. Her eyes accidentally met Lin Feng's. Those phoenix eyes, which had always been calm, suddenly froze imperceptibly. Lin Feng's heart was filled with alarm bells. Here it comes, the core conflict point of the plot. He suppressed his panic, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a contemptuous arc that he thought was the most asking for a beating, his eyes full of provocation and disdain. He looked straight at Su Qingxue. Act hard for me. Su Qingxue's delicate body trembled slightly. An indescribable strange feeling scratches my heart like a feather. The anger and disgust that should have arisen were replaced by a strange tingling sensation. This Lin Feng seems a little different today. He still looks that dandy and arrogant. Deep in those eyes, there seemed to be a vortex that made her heart skip a beat. After staring at each other for just a few seconds, Su Qingxue felt her cheeks inexplicably getting hot. She almost subconsciously looked away in a hurry. Two abnormal blushes quietly appeared on her cold and beautiful face. Damn it, what's wrong with me? Seeing this, Lin Feng said to himself, that was a close call. He still maintained the expression of, I am the most handsome man in the world, everyone has to fall in love with me. He continued to look at Su Qingxue with disdainful eyes. In fact, a thin layer of sweat had already seeped out of his back. Who knows the pressure of looking into the eyes of such a beautiful woman and having to put on a bad expression. If it wasn't for completing the damn villain mission, he would have slipped away long ago. His self-proclaimed, affectionate, and provocative look caught the attention of other rich second generations in the banquet hall. Hey, look at that kid Lin Feng, he really dares to stare at President Su. Tisk tisk, a toad wants to eat swan flesh, but he doesn't even take a piss to look at himself. President Su is the coldest man in Zhongcheng. What kind of person is Lin Feng? Look at him. A few low, sarcastic sneers were heard, but Lin Feng didn't take it seriously. Go ahead and curse me, the harder you curse, the more it proves that I played the villain well. Melodious music sounded and lights gathered on the stage. The charity auction officially begins. The MC announced the opening in an exciting tone. Lin Feng and Zhao Kai found a seat relatively close to the front and sat down. Su Qingxue's seat was originally not far from them. She even had the urge for a moment to sit closer to Lin Feng. That inexplicable attraction, like an invisible thread, pulled her mind. However, as she took a slight step, a steady male voice sounded behind her. Miss Su, I have heard of your name for a long time. I wonder if I would have the honor to sit with you. Su Qingxue frowned slightly and turned around. A young man with a tall stature, a resolute face, eyes as sharp as a hawk, and a perfect smile. The person who came was Lu Chen, the protagonist of the novel, Dragon Tyrant. Su Qingxue felt a little startled in her heart. This person had a calm aura and a deep gaze. He was definitely not an ordinary person. When did such a person appear in Zhongcheng? She keenly realized that Lu Chen's appearance might bring new changes to the situation in Zhongcheng. For the future of the Su family, she cannot easily offend this person with an unknown background but a strong aura. Although there was an inexplicable concern in his heart for Lin Feng. Reason told her that it would be a safer option to make friends with, or at least avoid becoming enemies with, Lu Chen at this moment. She nodded slightly, her voice still cold and distant. You're welcome, sir. After saying that, he sat down slowly in the direction Lu Chen indicated. The corner of his eye vaguely glanced at where Lin Feng was. A complex emotion flashed across the depths of her eyes that she herself was not aware of. Lu Chen looked at Su Qingxue's elegant back as she sat down, a confident smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. 18 years ago, his family suffered a disaster and he was forced to flee overseas. Now that he has returned with tremendous power, he is determined to find out the truth and make his enemies pay with blood. Zhongcheng is just the starting point of his road to revenge. A woman like Su Qingxue, no matter her appearance, ability or family background, is enough to become the most dazzling pearl in his future territory. By conquering her, not only can he obtain a stunning beauty, but he can also use the power of the Su family to gain a firm foothold in Zhongcheng. He seemed to have already seen the moving appearance of this icy female president surrendering to him in the future. What happened in Chapter 2? In the banquet hall, Su Qingxue sat side by side with the strange man Lu Chen. Whispers spread instantly. Is that President Su? Who is the man next to her? I don't know her, but I can have a good chat with Su Qingxue, so we must have a close relationship. Could it be President Su's secret boyfriend? Is Zhongcheng going to change? Inquiring, shocked, and gossipy eyes were all focused on the man and woman. Lin Feng had anticipated this. In the original novel, Lu Chen appeared like this and quickly established a connection with Su Qingxue. He was more concerned about the next highlight, the auction of the Starry Sea Tears necklace. This is the center stage for his evil supporting actor role tonight. The MC banged the gavel and everyone's eyes focused. After a few lots, the focus came on. The next lot was created by a legendary jewelry master with 10 years of hard work, Tears of the Sea of Stars. A platinum necklace lies quietly on the dark blue tray. The pendant is a large, deep sapphire, surrounded by countless diamonds. Under the light, there is a dreamy luster, as if the entire starry sky is integrated into it. There was a suppressed exclamation in the field. Lin Feng was cheered up and came. He remembered the plot of the original novel. Su Qingxue was interested in the necklace. He, Lin Feng, as the vicious male supporting role, would jump out to bid maliciously, raise the price, and severely suppress Su Qingxue. Then, the protagonist Lu Chen will come to the rescue and use his overwhelming financial resources to snatch the necklace from him and give it to Su Qingxue. The heart of the icy beauty will begin to melt. In the end, he, Lin Feng, became a stepping stone and was killed by the gang not long after. Tears of the Starry Sea, starting price, 50 million, the MC announced loudly. Su Qingxue raised her hand and held up the number plate. 60 million. The voice was not loud, but it shocked everyone. The wealthy and famous ladies around who were eager to try, when they saw Su Qingxue take action, tactfully suppressed their thoughts. No one wants to offend the queen of Zhongcheng's business world unnecessarily. Lin Feng exhaled and raised his sign. The corners of his mouth curled up arrogantly. 70 million. Su Qingxue glanced over. The expected anger and coldness did not appear. She just looked at Lin Feng quietly for 2 seconds, then put down the license plate. Not fighting anymore. Lin Feng was happy, but also a little confused. In the script, she should have just symbolically raised her hands and then been humiliated by herself. Could it be that I was too domineering and scared her away? Well, that must be the case. This vicious villain is played so well. Su Qingxue really didn't intend to fight anymore. She looked at Lin Feng's "come and mess with me" expression, and a barely perceptible smile flashed in her eyes. He seems to really need this necklace. It seems like a good idea to buy it for him. Just when Lin Feng thought that the first step was successful, and was ready to face Lu Chen's slap in the face, Lu Chen really made his move. He looked at Su Qingxue, his voice gentle but powerful. Miss Su seems to like this necklace very much. In that case, 80 million. This is a gesture of goodwill towards Su Qingxue and also a display of financial strength. Lin Feng felt relieved. Yes, that's the rhythm. Next, he struggled symbolically, but was crushed by Lu Chen and completed the task perfectly. He had already made up his mind that once Lu Chen took the picture of the necklace, he would make some sarcastic remarks and carry out the image of the vicious male supporting role to the end. However, just when Lin Feng was about to quit while he was ahead, a cold female voice sounded again, disrupting all his plans. 90 million. Su Qingxue raised the number plate again. Lin Feng turned his head suddenly, his face full of disbelief. Hey, hey, hey. Big sister, what are you doing? That's not how the script was written. Shouldn't you be enraged by me and give up, waiting for Lu Chen to come and save the damsel in distress? Why did you end up like this again? Lu Chen was also stunned. He didn't expect Su Qingxue to snatch it from him. He looked at Su Qingxue and frowned slightly. Miss Su, what are you doing? He thought, I just wanted to take a picture of it and give it to you. Why are you trying to snatch it from me? Su Qingxue didn't look at him, but glanced at Lin Feng vaguely, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. I just suddenly want it again. There was a flash of displeasure in Lu Chen's eyes, but more of it was the desire to conquer. He said loudly, 100 million. He couldn't believe that he, a talented young man who had just returned from overseas, couldn't win against a woman. 110 million. Su Qingxue said calmly without hesitation. 120 million. 200 million. 250 million. Everyone in the banquet hall was stunned. How could these two people, who were previously thought to be a loving couple, suddenly turn against each other and spend money like crazy just for a necklace? This style of painting is wrong. Zhao Kai, who was not far away, opened his mouth wide and poked Lin Feng's arm. Feng, what's going on? Aren't Su Qingxue and that kid in the same group? Why are they fighting each other? Lin Feng was completely petrified. His mind was blank, his mouth slightly open, and he stared blankly at the rising prices on the stage and the two men and women in the audience who did not play by the rules. What happened? Isn't the plot that Su Qingxue gives up? Lu Chen comes out to show off and slap me in the face, and finally he gets the girl. Why did Su Qingxue and Lu Chen start fighting first? Was this part in the original novel? He tried hard to recall, but the memory of this episode in his mind became blurry. Could it be that he remembered it wrongly? No, impossible. In order to survive, he memorized the original plot by heart. This script is definitely wrong. In Lin Feng's heart, 10,000 grass mud horses roared past. He watched Su Qingxue raise the sign again, and the faint smile at the corner of his lips seemed to deepen. 300 million, Su Qingxue bid. Lu Chen's face turned pale. You must fight with me, right? He raised the sign fiercely. 500 million. Su Qingxue raised the sign again slowly. 550 million, she said softly. Chapter 3, the relationship between the hero and the heroine is sublimated. The air in the banquet hall froze. Exclamations and gasps of shock exploded one after another in an instant. 550 million. Just a necklace. This has gone beyond the scope of normal bidding and is more like a naked battle of egos among wealthy families. Lu Chen's face turned pale. He maintained a calm appearance, but the twitching corners of his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Su Qingxue remained cold and indifferent, as if it was not her who shouted out the sky-high price. Only the auctioneer was grinning from ear to ear, his voice becoming increasingly excited. Lin Feng's heart was in turmoil at this moment. Out of control. The plot is completely out of control. Are these two crazy? In the original book, the transaction price of this necklace was at most 800 or 900 million, but now it's 500 million. Could it be that his appearance triggered an unpredictable butterfly effect? Beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead, and Lin Feng forced himself to maintain the look of a young villain who had everything under control. 510 million. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and held up the sign, his voice trembling slightly. This is almost the limit of the liquidity he can currently use. He stared at Su Qingxue, his eyes filled with confusion and a hint of anger. Su Qingxue didn't even raise her eyelids. The red lips parted slightly, and the cold voice resounded throughout the venue again. 550 million. It's nothing, just talking about an insignificant number. Unbelievable frustration and unwillingness finally flashed across Lu Chen's eyes. He slowly put down the number plate in his hand. Zhao Kai was already dumbfounded, and he leaned over to Lin Feng's ear and whispered, Feng, why do I feel like Su Qingxue, this woman, seems to be deliberately picking a fight with that boy? Besides, did she do this for you? The way she glanced at you just now, tisk, there's something wrong. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. For me? What a joke. This woman was obviously infuriated by his previous provocation. She was so angry that she disrupted her plans and was now sulking with Lu Chen. Yes, that must be it. She wanted to make Lu Chen bleed heavily, but Lu Chen ended up getting scared. She couldn't save face and could only grit her teeth and hold on. My performance as a villain is textbook level. When? The auction gavel fell heavily. 550 million. Congratulations to Miss Su Qingxue for successfully bidding for Tears of the Starry Sea. The MC's voice was full of excitement. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Su Qingxue's cold and proud figure. And the unpredictable and subtle atmosphere between her, Lin Feng and Lu Chen. Lu Chen clenched his fists, his face turned ashen, and he looked at Su Qingxue with eyes full of confusion and deep frustration. At this moment, the cold mechanical voice sounded again in Lin Feng's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for perfectly performing the key plot, Battle for the Tears of the Star Sea, successfully sublimating the relationship between the heroine and the original protagonist, and the villain's image has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Villain value gained, 100 points. Lin Feng should have been overjoyed and laughed out loud when he saw the newly released 100-point villain value. At this moment, his brows were twisted into an unsolvable knot, and his face was full of big question marks. A creepy and strange feeling, like an invisible vine, tightly wrapped around my heart. Successfully elevated the relationship between Su Qingxue and Lu Chen. Lin Feng muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He recalled the scene just now. Those two people were obviously competing with themselves, raising the price crazily as if they were fighting with each other. Especially Su Qingxue, she looked like she wanted to buy the entire auction house. What the hell is this called? The villain image is extremely successfully created and deeply rooted in people's hearts. In the end, Su Qingxue paid an astronomical sum of money herself and bought that damn necklace. Lin Feng seriously suspected that this so-called evil male supporting role system had a huge bug in its core judgment logic. It's like a lousy director with poor eyesight, directing an absurd play where the actors have complete freedom to perform and the plot goes completely off track. He was still slapping his thighs excitedly behind the monitor, saying over and over again, "This is a veteran actor, this is a veteran actor." Lin Feng took a deep breath of the cold air, and tried hard to suppress these chaotic thoughts that were enough to make Newton jump out of the coffin and hit someone back into the depths of his mind. Never mind. What else can he do? No matter how bizarre and tortuous the process is, or how confusing it is. The result is always good. 100 villain points, really got. This means that he has taken another solid yet strange small step towards the great goal of escaping the fate of cannon fodder and living to the end in style. Although, he raised his head again and looked silently into the void. This system doesn't seem to be very smart. Maybe even a serious illness. The noise of the auction gradually died down and the exquisite dinner was prepared in the banquet hall. Lin Feng was holding a glass of champagne, wandering absent-mindedly around the buffet table. According to the original plot, the next thing should be that Lu Chen takes the photo of Tears of the Star Sea and goes to talk to Su Qingxue. Then he, the vicious male supporting role, made a brilliant appearance, poured a glass of red wine on Lu Chen's face, and taunted him to the utmost, ending the job perfectly. But now, Lu Chen failed to take a picture of the necklace and got angry with Su Qingxue. Will he go find Su Qingxue? Unless he got kicked in the head by a donkey. Lin Feng frowned. How can this plot continue? Just as he was having a headache, the cold mechanical voice in his mind sounded again. Bite. Subsequent plot mission released. Humiliate Lu Chen. Task tips. In front of Su Qingxue, pour red wine on Lu Chen's face and taunt him. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. System, are you serious? There's no way Lu Chen could go find Su Qingxue right now. Where can I find a chance to splash him? This system is seriously ill. The judgment logic is completely messed up. Host, please actively look for opportunities to complete the task. There will be surprises if you complete the task. The system sound remained calm. Lin Feng took a deep breath and suppressed the MMP in his heart. Okay, you're awesome. Can't I just look for it? Let me see what surprises there are. He looked around, looking for Lu Chen. Chapter 4 I am the villain. Lin Feng held the wine glass and looked around the banquet hall. He was like an eagle searching for prey, but was unable to lock onto its target. Lu Chen stood in the corner with a gloomy face, obviously still worried about the auction. Su Qingxue was surrounded by several socialites. She had a cold expression and showed no emotion. The distance between the two was so far that Lin Feng felt that his brain cells were almost burned out. He was thinking about how to create an opportunity. Forcing himself to throw the wine would only make him a madman. Lin Feng scratched his hair and almost gave up the mission. Out of the corner of his eye, a figure entered his sight. Su Qingxue shook off the conversations of the socialites and walked straight towards him. Lin Feng's heart tightened. What did she come to him for? Should I question him about snatching the necklace at the auction just now? No, in the end he didn't get it. Su Qingxue came closer and closer. At this moment, there was a hint of complex emotions in her cold phoenix eyes that Lin Feng could not understand. The look that fell on Lin Feng made him inexplicably nervous. What made him even more nervous was that when Su Qingxue was only a few steps away from him, a figure rushed out from the side. Lu Chen stood in front of Su Qingxue. Lu Chen put on a smile and thought he was gentle. Ms. Su, there may be some misunderstanding about the auction just now. I have no ill will towards Miss Su, it's just that I'm new to the Zhongcheng business community. I hope Miss Su can take care of me in the future. Lu Chen kept a very low profile. The Su family's influence in Zhongcheng is still an important help to him. Su Qingxue frowned slightly and glanced across Lu Chen's face. Her gaze did not linger and she looked at Lin Feng not far away again. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of displeasure. Lu Chen's appearance seemed to disturb her. Lin Feng was stunned watching from the side. The next second, he felt like he was struck by an electric current. Chance. God-given opportunity. The system never deceives me. This can all be resolved. Lu Chen and Su Qingxue are so close. A hint of vicious light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He picked up the glass of bright red wine on the table beside him. Lin Feng took a deep breath and put on an arrogant and annoying expression. Zhao Kai was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Su Qingxue was slightly surprised, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Lin Feng took a quick step forward. Crash! A full glass of red wine poured accurately over Lu Chen's head. The wine slid down Lu Chen's cheek. The expensive white suit was stained red, and Lu Chen looked disheveled. Lin Feng admired the expression on Lu Chen's face, which turned pale and blue. He was ecstatic in his heart, but his face maintained a vicious smile. Lin Feng cleared his throat and deliberately lengthened his tone, full of sarcasm. His voice was not loud, but it was chilling. Everyone around can hear it clearly. Some people just can't learn from their mistakes. Lin Feng tilted his head slightly, his eyes full of disdain and provocation. He looked at Lu Chen as if he were an ant who didn't know his own limitations. Weren't you very arrogant when you were snatching things from me? Why, now that I've rewarded you with a glass of wine, you dare not say a word? Lin Feng stretched out his finger and gently tapped Lu Chen's chest, which was soaked with wine. His tone was frivolous. Master, I just like the way you look now, wanting to be angry but not daring to be angry. Lines, perfect. Expression, on point. Lin Feng gave himself a perfect score in his heart. He was waiting for the system's reward and Lu Chen's anger. Lu Chen's mind buzzed and went blank. When did he start snatching things from Lin Feng? Hadn't he been competing with Su Qingxue just now? Lin Feng must be a psychopath. When did he provoke this mad dog? The air froze instantly. Lu Chen froze. He wiped the wine off his face, feeling the sticky liquid. The deathly silence around him weighed on him. An uncontrollable rage exploded from the bottom of his heart. Lin Feng. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. His eyes were fierce, as if he wanted to eat someone. Lin Feng was ecstatic in his heart, but his face still had that arrogant look. This is exactly the effect he wants. However, when his eyes swept over Su Qingxue, the reaction of this icy female president seemed to be getting more and more wrong. The expected disgust and contempt were not there at all. Su Qingxue just looked at Lin Feng quietly. At this moment, a cluster of faint flames ignited in her cold phoenix eyes, which was astonishingly bright. Her cheeks, without her knowing, were quietly stained with a fascinating blush. She looked at Lin Feng's arrogant appearance. She looked at Lu Chen's miserable state. A strange, tingling and trembling feeling once again surged from the bottom of my heart. The feeling quickly spread to every part of my body. Su Qingxue thought, this man. The way he poured the wine just now. Now, he was willing to do anything for her and was making trouble in public. He is so manly. Su Qingxue let out an indecent scream in her heart. She subconsciously took a tiny, imperceptible step forward. She wanted to be closer to Lin Feng. At this tense moment, or rather, at the moment when Lin Feng unilaterally believed that the situation was tense. A clear, slightly lazy, yet unquestionably majestic female voice suddenly came from not far away. Hey, who is causing trouble in my place? The sound was not loud, but it instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. A woman in a fiery red tube-top dress was walking slowly towards them. Her skin is as white as snow and her lips are as red as fire. A pair of slightly upturned almond-shaped eyes reveal a bit of wild charm in her gaze. She has an overwhelming aura. Different from Su Qingxue's cold and moon-like temperament. This woman is like a burning flame, passionate and dangerous. The eldest daughter of the Shen family, Shen Zhaoshui. The real owner of this charity auction tonight. Lin Feng's heart moved slightly. Here comes another key female character in the plot. In the original novel, the eldest daughter of the Shen family is a person who is good at both black and white. The influence of the Shen family in Zhongcheng is no less than that of the Lin family. He even acted more flamboyantly because he had the support of the Peng family in Beijing. He remembered that in the plot, Shen Zhaoshui was also taken into Lu Chen's harem. It can be said that Shen Zhaoshui and Su Qingxue, one a literary and one a martial artist, played a great role in Lu Chen's development in Zhongcheng. Chapter 5 Shen Zhaoshui has also changed. When Lu Chen saw Shen Zhaoshui, his eyes suddenly brightened. He had already investigated and found out that Shen Zhaoshui and Lin Feng had always been at odds with each other. This is a godsend. Ms. Shen, Lu Chen suppressed his grievances and anger and spoke hoarsely. He turned to Shen Zhaoshui and said in an accusing voice, "You came just in time. Look, at the Shen family banquet, there is actually a person like Lin Feng, committing violence in public and humiliating the guests for no reason." He deliberately emphasized the words, Lin Feng, and the banquet hosted by the Shen family, in an attempt to arouse Shen Zhaoshui's resentment and anger. "Miss Shen, please do justice for me and all the guests." Lu Chen bowed slightly, keeping a humble attitude, but his eyes were filled with resentment towards Lin Feng. He expected Shen Zhaoshui to punish him. The guests around held their breath, ready to watch a good show in which a rich young man was disciplined by a strong-willed daughter. Everyone in Zhongcheng knows about Lin Feng's arrogance. Everyone knows Shen Zhaoshui's decisiveness. Shen Zhaoshui walked lightly with lotus steps, her red skirt trailing on the ground. She did not look at Lin Feng immediately, but instead looked at the embarrassed Lu Chen with amusement. Lu Chen felt somewhat uncomfortable being stared at by her, but he still held on, waiting for her justice judgment. An inexplicable expectation surged in Lin Feng's heart. According to the original plot, the eldest daughter of the Shen family has always disliked him as the most dissolute playboy in the capital. Now, he was causing trouble in public, pouring wine all over Lu Chen, and was simply offering his face to her to be slapped. Great. As long as Shen Zhaoshui dealt with him according to the script, and drove him out, he could temporarily escape from this weird Shira field. Lin Feng was fed up with Su Qingxue's inexplicable look. He just wanted to quickly complete today's villain process, and then hide away to study the system. Finally, Shen Zhaoshui slowly turned his gaze to Lin Feng. The moment their eyes met, an indescribable throbbing ran through Shen Zhaoshui's heart. This Lin Feng still looks like that carefree and dandy guy. But the way he poured the wine just now, and that arrogant look on his face, were actually damn, kind of cool. Shen Zhaoshui's inherent disgust towards Lin Feng was quietly covered by a strange and strong feeling. The anger that should have risen in her turned into a hint of excitement and curiosity. Especially when seeing Lu Chen's pitiful and cowardly look, and then comparing it with Lin Feng's arrogance of, "I just did it, what can you do about it?" A strange desire to conquer and possess quietly grew in her heart. This man was more interesting than she had imagined. Shen Zhaoshui's lips curled slightly, and a cunning flashed in her eyes. She finally spoke, her voice lazily and majestic, "Mr. Lu." Lu Chen nodded quickly, "Yes, Miss Shen. You said that Lin Feng humiliated you for no reason. The snow is falling and the sound is slightly raised, it makes no sense." "Absolutely true," Lu Chen said firmly. Lin Feng watched from the sidelines and started to make plans in his mind. If Shen Zhaoshui really wanted to drive him out according to the original novel, how should he leave to appear more vicious, and gain more villain value? However, Shen Zhaoshui's next words stunned everyone present, including Lin Feng and Lu Chen. She chuckled, her laughter clear but dangerous. "Oh. But it seems to me that you were the one who blocked President Su's way first, and now you are chattering here, making our young master Lin unhappy." Shen Zhaoshui glanced at Su Qingxue, who had a strange expression on her face, and then fell back on Lu Chen, his eyes suddenly turning cold. "You must have done something particularly annoying to make Lin Feng unable to resist taking action, right?" She paused, and glanced playfully between Lin Feng and Lu Chen. Finally, his eyes fixed on Lin Feng, and his tone was slightly indulgent. "After all, our young master Lin has a bit of a bad temper, but he doesn't want to take action on just any cat or dog, right?" As soon as Shen Zhaoshui said this, the whole place fell into silence. Lu Chen's face turned pale, as if he had been struck by lightning, and he was completely stunned. According to the information he obtained, there has always been friction between the Shen family and the Lin family, and Shen Zhaoshui is famous for looking down on playboys like Lin Feng. Lin Feng's head was buzzing. Plot, how the hell did the plot become like this? Shen Zhaoshui, the woman in the original novel who hated him so much that she wanted to avoid him. Was she just speaking for him? Lin Feng's eyes twitched violently and he could hardly believe his ears. The sun rises from the west. Or is this world just a fantasy? At the same time, Lu Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at him. That look was cold and resentful, filled with extreme confusion and anger that was about to explode. Lin Feng's scalp tingled and cold sweat broke out on his back. It's over, it's over. This grudge is getting bigger and bigger. He subconsciously wanted to look away and pretend nothing happened. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Lin Feng roared madly in his heart. He just wanted to safely finish the role of the vicious supporting actor. Why was it so difficult? However, his instinct for survival, or rather, that damn, villain self-cultivation, allowed him to suppress the turmoil in his heart. No, he is Lin Feng, the most dissolute man in Zhongcheng, the epitome of a vicious male supporting role. How could he show his weakness in front of his old enemy? Mission. Yes, there is a mission. He took a deep breath and forced himself to meet Lu Chen's murderous gaze. Lin Feng barely raised the corner of his mouth in a sarcastic arc, his eyes full of arrogance. Yes, that's it. Act hard for me. Even if the script has gone too far astray, he will force it back on track. Lin Feng raised his chin towards Lu Chen. The corners of his mouth, trying hard, little by little, raised up what he considered to be the most standard, sarcastic, and most annoying arc. His eyes were filled with arrogance of, "What can you do to me?" and pride of, "I have a strong backing." Chapter 6. The plot collapsed. Lu Chen's mind was in a mess. He suppressed the turbulent waves and took a deep breath. Shen Zhaoshui must not know his true identity. As long as she understood Lu Chen's background and potential, a shrewd woman like Shen Zhaoshui would definitely reconsider. She will choose to stand on her side. Lu Chen seemed to have grasped a glimmer of hope and was about to hint at his extraordinary origins. Shen Zhaoshui didn't give him a chance. She raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and spoke casually but clearly, "Mr. Lu, right? Your name doesn't seem to be on the guest list tonight. How did you get in?" The words Lu Chen was about to say were instantly choked in his throat. His face turned from white to blue, and then from blue to purple. It was a spectacular scene. He did sneak in. He originally wanted to gain the upper hand at the auction and then establish a connection with Su Qingxue, so that he would have a legitimate reason to enter. Now the plan has been messed up by the damn Lin Feng. In a state of desperation, Lu Chen looked at Su Qingxue. He forced a smile, his voice pleading, "I came here with Miss Su." Su Qingxue frowned. Lu Chen's face, stained with red wine, and the forced smile made her feel physically uncomfortable. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Lin Feng's lazy posture as he watched the show, and her desire to protect and her sense of pride grew stronger. Su Qingxue said in a cold and decisive voice, "No. I don't know him." Clean and crisp. Lu Chen's smile froze, like a funny sculpture. Shen Zhaoshui sneered, and undisguised contempt and impatience flashed in her almond-shaped eyes. She waved her jade hand lightly, and her voice suddenly rose, leaving no room for doubt. "Where is the security guard? How do you do things? How can anybody sneak into my party? Get him out of here. No, send it directly to the police station." Shen Zhaoshui glanced at Lu Chen's suit stained red by red wine, and said with a bad taste in her voice, "Just say that he disturbed public order, and check if he has a criminal record. It will also help him become famous in Zhongcheng." Before he finished speaking, several security guards rushed up. Amid the dead silence and countless sympathetic, mocking, and gloating glances, Lu Chen completely lost the ability to think. He originally wanted to become famous at the auction and win over Miss Su. The result turned out to be like this. He couldn't understand why he, a returning hidden dragon, should have been the center of attention and surrounded by beauties, but ended up in such an embarrassing state. Lin Feng. It's Lin Feng. The moment he was carried away by the security guards, the only things left in Lu Chen's mind were these two words and Lin Feng's extremely hateful and arrogant face. The humiliation of today will be returned 100-fold someday. Lin Feng's heart exploded when he saw Lu Chen's resentful eyes when he was dragged away. Completion. Barbecue. This villain won't live long. The farce in the banquet hall came to an end, and Lu Chen's resentful eyes were like a thorn piercing Lin Feng's heart. He just wanted to get away as soon as possible. Every second you stay, you feel closer to death. Lin Feng rushed out of the banquet hall almost as if escaping, just wanting to get into the car and get away from the trouble. I just walked to the parking lot and haven't even had time to catch my breath. Lin Feng. A cold yet hurried female voice came from behind him. Lin Feng's whole body stiffened and his scalp went numb. It's Su Qingxue. Why did she catch up? Could it be that he had a change of heart and felt that he had just teamed up with Shen Zhaoshui to trick Lu Chen, and now he wanted to settle the score with him? Lin Feng turned around stiffly, trying hard to put on a ferocious expression, ready to take the initiative. Su Qingxue's next action made all his prepared lines choke in his throat. Su Qingxue walked quickly up to him, her beautiful cheeks blushing strangely. She grabbed Lin Feng's hand without saying anything. A cold, hard object was forced into his palm. Lin Feng looked down. Oh shit. Tears of the Star Sea. The necklace that was bought for over 100 million. Su Qingxue stuffed the necklace into Lin Feng's hands, as if she had used up all her strength and was extremely shy. She looked at Lin Feng deeply, and her eyes were so complicated that Lin Feng was frightened. She said nothing, blushed, turned and ran. It moved as fast as a frightened deer and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng was stunned as he held the heavy tears of the sea of stars in his hands. My mind went blank and countless crows were circling overhead. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. After more than 10 seconds, he suddenly came to his senses. A chill rushed from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. Kill people and destroy their hearts. This Su Qingxue wants to kill people and destroy their hearts. Why did she give herself this necklace? This thing is a hot potato now. No, it's a death warrant. If Lu Chen knew that he wanted to give this to Su Qingxue, but Su Qingxue bought it at a high price, and it ended up in the hands of his rival. Wouldn't Lu Chen have turned evil on the spot and picked up a knife to chop himself? Su Qingxue. Stop right there. Lin Feng reacted and started chasing after him. Su Qingxue had already run away, so there was no way to catch up with her. Lin Feng stood there, holding the priceless weapon in his hand, feeling like crying but without tears. This scene happened to fall into the eyes of those rich second generations who were in the banquet hall. They were just whispering about Lin Feng's feat tonight, and wondering why Su Qingxue and Shen Zhaoshui both favored him. What did they see at this moment? Su Qingxue, the coldest female CEO in Zhongcheng, actually took the initiative to catch up with Lin Feng. She shyly stuffed something into Lin Feng's hand. Then, like a young girl in love, she ran away with a red face. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng chased after him with an anxious look on his face. Am I seeing things? The second-generation rich man rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. President Su gave Lin Feng a gift and ran away out of shyness. Fuck, when did Lin Feng take down Su Qingxue? Could it be that everything that happened at the auction just now was just a show put on by the young couple for us? Even Lin Feng's best friend Zhao Kai opened his mouth wide and his jaw almost dropped in shock. He rushed to Lin Feng in 2 or 3 steps, put his arm around his shoulders, and said in a tone full of shock and admiration, "Thanks. You can do it. It's so hidden. When did you manage to get President Su? Are you still playing this kind of game? It's not nice of you to eat so well behind your buddy's back." Lin Feng. He looked at Zhao Kai's obscene expression of, "I understand," and then looked at the envious and jealous eyes of the rich second generations around him. Then he looked down at the tear of the starry sea in his hand, which was enough to trigger a bloody crime. Lin Feng felt a black screen before his eyes and he almost vomited blood. I'm just an ordinary person. I really just want to be a quiet and vicious supporting actor. How bad will this plot have to go before it ends? Chapter 7 Succubus Strengthening. The night is dark. Lin family mansion. Lin Feng lay on his back on the big bed in the bedroom. His eyes were dull. My brain feels like a mess. Su Qingxue's abnormal bidding at the auction, Shen Zhaoshui's unexpected protection, and the tears of the Star Sea. Scene after scene, strangely replayed. System. Lin Feng exclaimed. Are you hiding something from me? The voice is tired. Ding. This system is dedicated to assisting the host to perfectly play the role of the vicious male supporting role. All information has been made public and there is absolutely no concealment. The mechanical sound is cold. Nothing to hide. Lin Feng was grinding his back teeth. This system is guaranteed by credibility. Rest assured. Lin Feng sat up with a somersault. He scratched his hair in annoyance. On the desk, the Tears of the Star Sea is dark blue and eerie. This thing is a time bomb. What happened to Su Qingxue? He recalled her strange eyes and abnormal blush. And there is Shen Zhaoshui, the woman who hated him in the original novel, but who actually helps him today. Lin Feng felt like he was trapped in a vortex of absurdity. But the system insisted that everything was normal. My temple was throbbing. If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. Things will work out when the time comes. He opened the system interface. Villain value, 150 points. This number made Lin Feng feel a little better. At the auction, he bid arrogantly and poured wine in public. He perfectly played the role of the vicious male supporting role. 150 villain points are proof of his hard work. He clicked on the system store. The expectation froze. The options for redemption in the store are pitifully few. The previous halo of bad luck is nowhere to be seen. There are only a few lonely attribute points. Each name is stranger than the last. Presence enhanced villain points required for redemption, 50 points. Mental toughness primary villain points required for exchange, 50 points. Physical harmony trace villain value required for redemption, 50 points. Lin Feng frowned. Strengthen your sense of presence. He muttered under his breath. Is it to make me more conspicuous in the crowd and more like a villain that stands out from the crowd? That sounds like it makes sense. Mental toughening. He can understand this. The villain must have strong psychological qualities and be able to withstand suppression. Physical harmony. Lin Feng curled his lips. Are you afraid that I, the villain, am too weak and will be killed by one punch from the protagonist? It's barely acceptable. Although the name is weird, the style of painting is different. But when he thought about it, it seemed to make sense. Perhaps, the system is strengthening him at a more fundamental level. Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling something was wrong. But I can't put it into words. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. System, presence enhancement, what are the specific effects? Increase the host's popularity among a specific group of people, and enhance the uniqueness and recognition of the host's personal aura. Lin Feng touched his chin. Specific groups of people. Unique and recognizable aura. Well, it sounds like it would make him more eye-catching, and easier to be noticed by the characters in the plot. No problem. What about mental toughening? Improve the host's mental stability and stress resistance, and slightly enhance resistance to external mental interference. This is easy to understand. It means that you are thicker-skinned and can withstand more beatings. What is physical harmony? Micro-optimizes the host's body functions, improves body coordination and basic vitality, and makes the host more energetic. Lin Feng curled his lips. Keep fit to avoid becoming weak and frail. Okay. These attributes don't sound very evil, and may even sound a bit positive. But he changed his mind. A powerful, energetic, mentally tough, and uniquely malevolent male supporting character. Wouldn't it create more trouble for the protagonist? Can you complete the plot more perfectly? Yes. It must be like this. The system is playing a big game. He suddenly understood. No more hesitation. Exchange. Exchange them all for me. A cold reminder sounded. A warm current slowly seeped into every part of my body. Gather at the center of the eyebrows and integrate into every corner of the body. The feeling is not strong. It feels like taking a warm bath, making your whole body feel relaxed. Lin Feng moved his hands and feet. My body seems lighter and my mind clearer. He walked over to the dressing mirror. The person in the mirror has the same face. It seems not much has changed. Is that all? Lin Feng touched his chin suspiciously. The attribute has a big name, but why is there so much noise but so little action? However, the system describes it as enhanced, primary, and trace. Perhaps it is a subtle improvement. Strengthening the sense of presence. Lin Feng faced the mirror and put on what he considered to be the most arrogant expression. The person in the mirror raised his eyebrows slightly, and the corners of his mouth curved into an evil arc. Well, it seems that he has more of a villain boss aura than before. At least, that's what he thought. Mental toughening. He recalled Lu Chen's resentful look. And there are the weird attitudes of Su Qingxue and Shen Zhaoshui. Lin Feng took a deep breath. In the future, scenes like this will only become more frequent. Mental toughening is indeed necessary. He needs to cultivate an indestructible heart. No matter how the plot collapses, I will remain unmoved. Adhere to the professional ethics of the villain. As for physical harmony, Lin Feng moved his neck, making a slight, cracking sound. This is the most practical. What if one day I really start a fight with Lu Chen? At least I can hold out a few more times. Not to be knocked out with one punch. Thinking about it this way, the 150 villain points are well spent. Although it is far from the cool and fancy villain skills. But it's always a good idea to lay a solid foundation. This wave of system operations may seem ordinary, but in fact they are far-sighted. It is contributing to his continued development as the evil supporting actor. Lin Feng once again praised his own cleverness. His admiration for this vicious male supporting role system deepened. Only, Lin Feng looked at the handsome face in the mirror. I always feel like something is wrong. Is it an illusion? It seems that the person in the mirror has eyes that are a little brighter than before. The skin also seems to be a little more delicate. He blinked hard and looked over again. It seems to be no different from before. It may be a lighting problem. Lin Feng muttered. Put this strange feeling behind you. The most important thing now is to have a good rest. Recharge your energy. As a hard-working, vicious male supporting role, he has new work waiting for him tomorrow. Chapter 8 Systematic Deception. He doesn't know. On a level he couldn't see. An invisible and intangible, yet deadly and alluring aura was slowly emanating from him. Those so-called attribute points that he exchanged. In a way that he couldn't understand at all. Fundamentally changing his essence. Enhanced presence not only increases his recognition among the crowd. It is his innate attraction to the opposite sex. Like a lighthouse in the darkness, it becomes brighter and brighter. Mental toughening enhances his ability to withstand pressure. It also made his eyes more profound and his will more resolute. This kind of restrained strength, on the contrary, gives rise to a unique charm that is captivating. As for physical harmony, that slight optimization made his posture more upright. The movements are more graceful. Every gesture and movement exudes an indescribable harmony and beauty. These are deliberately strengthened by the system. The attraction to the heroines of the original novels is particularly strong. Lin Feng knew nothing about all this. He was still immersed in the beautiful fantasy that his villain strength has improved a step further. Little did he know that he was doing so step by step. From a vicious male supporting role who was forced to work towards the direction of a true human hormone, girl killer, and heart arsonist. Run away and never come back. The night gradually deepens. Lin Feng fell into a deep sleep with a beautiful vision of the future. And some people's nights are destined to be sleepless. Lu Chen staggered out of the police station door. The color had drained from his face. A cold evening breeze blew. He just felt a chill running through his bones. The security guards at the banquet were really ruthless. He just wanted them to be a little more gentle. But what about them? Lu Chen gritted his teeth. You ants, I am injured, but you lose your life. If it weren't for me, Lu Chen, not killing unknown people, otherwise these security guards would be. He spat fiercely. Humiliation and anger surged in my chest. At this moment, a shadow appeared silently beside him. She was a tall foreign woman. She has blonde hair, blue eyes, deep facial features and a very charming look. She held a black coat in her hands. Gently draped it over Lu Chen. Owner. The woman's voice was exotically hoarse and unusually respectful. She is Shadow, the leader of a top killer organization trained by Lu Chen abroad. It is also his sharpest hidden blade. Lu Chen felt the warmth of the coat. The ice in my heart has not diminished at all. Lin Feng's arrogant and domineering face kept flashing in his mind. There is also Su Qingxue's indifference and Shen Zhaoshui's favoritism. And the mocking and pitying looks from the guests. Shadow. Lu Chen's voice was hoarse. Go, get rid of Lin Feng for me. I want him dead. All the misfortunes and humiliations suffered today are definitely related to Lin Feng. Yes, master. Shadow bowed slightly. Then she took out a sealed information bag from her arms. Hand it to Lu Chen. Master, this is what you ordered to investigate before. The latest clues about the tragic case of the Lu family massacre 18 years ago. Lu Chen took the information. Fingertips tremble. He opened the seal and pulled out a few sheets of paper. When he saw a special mark depicted on the information. Dust-covered memories come flooding back. It's them. That's them. Those executioners all had the same flame-shaped tattoo on their legs. Lu Chen's breathing suddenly became rapid. Owner. Shadow's voice sounded again, with a hint of uncertainty. The subordinate was in the banquet hall tonight, and it seemed at Lin Feng's ankle. I've also seen a glimpse of a similar tattoo. It was just a glimpse, I'm not entirely sure. What? Lu Chen looked up suddenly. Lin Feng. He also has that tattoo on his leg. Could it be that? A crazy idea flashed through his mind. The thought of killing Lin Feng was suppressed in an instant. If Lin Feng was really related to the tragic case of the entire family being massacred that year, then, just killing him directly would be too easy for him. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth curled up into a hideous and twisted arc. He looked at Shadow. Shadow, change of plans. You lurk beside Lin Feng at all costs. Find out the tattoo on his leg and the whole truth about him and what happened back then. Shadow was slightly startled. He immediately responded, yes, master. Lu Chen took a deep breath. He reached out and gently lifted Shadow's chin. Wait until this matter is over and find out the truth. I will allow you to become my woman. Then, we will jointly create our own great kingdom. It's not that Lu Chen hadn't thought about conquering that woman directly. Shadow is the sharpest knife in his hand. At the same time, it is also an attractive treasure worthy of collection. Rough possession and lack of interest. Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He enjoyed the pleasure of playing with his prey in the palm of his hand and then tasting it bit by bit. Especially a top-notch one like Shadow. After she has done everything for herself and cleared away all obstacles. At that time, I will take her completely into my pocket and enjoy her slowly. That taste is what can be called perfect. It also fits his identity as Lu Chen, the future Overlord. Lu Chen licked his lips unconsciously. But he didn't notice that Shadow's eyes had changed. A hint of complexity flashed across the depths of Shadow's blue eyes. Ever since she caught a glimpse of Lin Feng in the banquet hall, her heart has been drawn to a force. She wanted to be close to him, at any cost. She bowed again and said, I will definitely live up to your trust. Lu Chen looked up at the inky sky. Chapter 9 Your name. The night sky is deep. Lu Chen felt an unprecedented sense of control. Lin Feng, Su Qingxue, Shen Zhaoshui. All those who despise and humiliate him will crawl at his feet. He seemed to have seen himself killing his enemies, rebuilding the glory of the Lu family, and taking all the beautiful women into his arms. An irrepressible ecstasy exploded from his chest. He first laughed softly. The laughter was sudden in the night. Then the laughter grew louder and more outrageous. Lu Chen opened his arms and laughed wildly towards the endless night sky. He, Lu Chen, the returning dragon from hiding, lying dormant and patient, is now finally going to break through the clouds and see the light of day again. The next day, the morning sun shines on Lin Feng's face. He slowly opened his eyes, stretched, and felt refreshed. Lin Feng turned over and got out of bed. Yesterday, he used 150 villain points to exchange for the 3 magic skills of enhanced presence, toughened mentality and harmonized physical body, and he was a little proud of it. With these blessings, his villain career will surely reach a new level. He foresaw that in the future, he would perfectly play the role of the vicious male supporting role at various plot points, and be slapped in the face by Lu Chen. Complete the original story and gain villain value. Then use the villain value to slap Lu Chen in the face. Wouldn't that be awesome? Escaping the fate of being cannon fodder is just around the corner. Lin Feng was just about to get out of bed, wash up, and start his diligent, new day at work as the vicious male supporting role. There was a light knock on the door. A cold female voice came from outside the door. Master Lin, are you awake? Lin Feng was slightly startled. The voice is unfamiliar. His servants don't have that voice. He replied, you're awake, come in. He grabbed the coat on the bedside and put it on. The door opened gently. A tall and slender figure walked in slowly, carrying a tray. The moment he saw who was coming, Lin Feng felt like he was struck by lightning and his brain froze. Lin Feng's heart was shocked. The woman who came in was wearing a fitted black maid's skirt that showed off her amazing curves. Snow-white stockings wrapped around her slender legs, and her stiletto heels stepped on the soft carpet. She has blonde hair, blue eyes, deep facial features and is stunningly beautiful. She bowed slightly, with heat and respect in her eyes, and looked at Lin Feng. She moved her red lips, her voice was hoarse and unusually gentle. Master, I am the new servant, I will help you change your clothes. Lin Feng's head was buzzing. Shadow. In the original novel of Dragon Overlord, is she the top, most cold-blooded, and murderous ace female killer under Lu Chen's command. Why is she here? Still wearing a maid outfit. Still calling me master. Lin Feng's Adam's apple rolled. This woman is extremely beautiful, with exotic style and an ascetic maid outfit, which is a fatal attraction to men. A chill went straight to the top of my head. Lin Feng shuddered and cold sweat broke out on his back. He remembered the original plot. In order to investigate the flame tattoo on his ankle, Lu Chen sent a shadow to lurk beside Lin Feng. Shadow successfully became Lin Feng's servant. In the original novel, Lin Feng did not become suspicious but was happy instead. It seems I have to accept it all. I just hope this lady won't be like the previous heroines and cause trouble. He looked at the shadow that was approaching slowly, emitting a dangerous aura but posing as a docile maid. Lin Feng cursed in his heart. This guy is trying to kill me. How can I sleep well with a cold-blooded killer hanging around me every day? She wouldn't stab me with a knife while I'm sleeping, would she? Lin Feng's facial muscles twitched slightly. His heart was filled with alarm, but he had to pretend to be calm. He seriously doubted that the spiritual toughness elementary he exchanged yesterday would not be able to withstand such a shock. Lin Feng didn't dare to refuse. The person in front of you is the #1 female killer in the original novel of Dragon Overlord, who kills without blinking an eye. Refuse her service. Do you think your life is too long and want to go and have tea with the King of Hell as soon as possible? He nodded stiffly, trying to keep his voice calm. Then thank you for your help. There was a glimmer of amusement in Shadow's eyes. She stepped forward, walked to Lin Feng's bed, and picked up her shirt and trousers. A faint fragrance, mixed with a hint of danger, drifts into the nose. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the shadow and saw a slender white hand stretched out, which was enough to break a person's neck. She began to unbutton her pajamas. The cold fingertips occasionally touched his skin, and Lin Feng shuddered slightly. He didn't even dare to breathe. Shadow changed his clothes, looking focused and serious. Was he even delusional? He seemed to catch a hint of enjoyment from her deep eyes. Yes, enjoy. She seemed not to be completing a task, but to be carefully carving a rare treasure. Every movement was filled with piety and satisfaction. Lin Feng's scalp felt numb. This woman, doesn't she really have any special fetish? Just at this moment, in order to break the strange silence and relieve his own nervousness, Lin Feng subconsciously asked, what's your name? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Lin Feng wanted to slap himself in the face. Sure enough, Shadow's movements paused slightly. She looked up, and a trace of confusion and bewilderment flashed across her blue eyes. She seemed to be trying to think, and shook her head gently, with a hint of imperceptible loss in her voice. I don't know. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, he remembered. In the original novel, that bastard Lu Chen never gave the shadow a name. Because of Shadow's blind loyalty to Lu Chen, he never thought of giving himself a name and always called himself Shadow. Wouldn't this question of mine be touching her sore spot? Chapter 10 Lin He, your name. Lin Feng opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say to make up for it. The atmosphere once again fell into suffocating awkwardness. At this moment, Shadow had already put on his shirt and trousers for him. She slowly squatted down and her slender fingers began to fasten the belt on his pants. As she got closer, the scent mixed with subtle fragrance and danger became stronger. Lin Feng could even feel her slightly warm breath gently brushing across his lower abdomen. Lin Feng's heart began to beat violently, almost jumping out of his throat. Sudden, the shadow squatting in front of him trembled slightly. She also paused in fastening Lin Feng's belt. A hormonal scent that was even stronger than before and seemed to be able to bewitch people emanated from Lin Feng's body and instantly enveloped her. This aura is even stronger than the one I felt when I caught a glimpse of it in the banquet hall last night. Shadow's cheeks were quickly stained with an intoxicating blush. The fair skin now presents an attractive rosy color. Her breathing also became rapid and hot. She raised her head suddenly, and her emerald blue eyes seemed to be burning with two balls of blue flames, staring at Lin Feng intently. The voice, with uncontrollable trembling and desire, flowed from her slightly opened red lips. Master. Could you please give me a name? Lin Feng was completely stunned, his mind went blank. Looking at Shadow's fiery blue eyes that seemed to devour him, and her cheeks that were so red that blood was about to drip out. Lin Feng's heart was filled with alarm. Is she angry? Because I just asked her name and failed to give her a satisfactory answer, so she is angry now. That's right. How could a top killer not be angry when his scars were exposed? The blushing face shows that he is very angry. It's over. She's not going to lose her temper and chop herself to pieces right there and then, is she? Lin Feng lowered his eyes subconsciously. The female killer was half crouching in front of him at this moment. This angle allowed him to take in the breathtaking curves outlined by the maid outfit, as well as the vague scenery in the deeper areas. Hiss. Who can stand this? Wrong. Now is not the time to think about this. Lin Feng shuddered and his scalp exploded instantly. He was madly sounding the alarm in his heart. It's over. She was extremely angry. My unintentional question, "What's your name?" must have touched her sore spot. A top killer has no name, only a code name. How sad and humiliating it is. Now that her scars have been revealed in front of her by her master, it would be strange if she didn't go berserk and chop herself into meat paste on the spot. The blushing face clearly shows that he is angry. This look clearly shows a desire to kill. Master, please give me a name, okay? Shadow's voice carried a deadly temptation. Every word scratched Lin Feng's nerves like a feather, making him feel like a devil's sound filling his ears, like a death warrant. Lin Feng's mind went blank, sweat poured down like rain, and his tongue was almost tied. Name it. What name should it be? What if she is not satisfied with the name, wouldn't she die faster? He just wants to keep things quiet and live peacefully. Peace. Yes, peace. An idea suddenly occurred to Lin Feng, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He hopes for world peace, and even more he hopes that he can coexist peacefully with this female killer. You just take the surname Lin, and you will be a member of the Lin family from now on. Lin Feng forced himself to remain calm, trying to make his voice sound less trembling, trying to get closer to her so that she would show mercy. The name is Lin He. Ping Li Ya Zhang, meow, Lin Feng added frantically in his mind, but on his face he tried hard to put on what he considered the most gentle and most soothing smile. Lin He. Shadow chewed on these two words gently, and the blue flames in his blue eyes danced more violently. She slowly raised her pretty face, which was flushed with extreme excitement and happiness, and looked at Lin Feng infatuatedly. Master, he actually gave me his last name. Lin He. Does this mean that he and I should be one forever, without distinction? What an affectionate and domineering declaration. This man, he really. I cried to death. Shadow only felt an indescribable sense of happiness and thrill, which instantly ran through her limbs and bones like an electric current, making her whole body numb and soft, almost melting under Lin Feng's feet. She stretched out her slightly trembling hands, and carefully, with the utmost piety and respect, gently held the hands that Lin Feng had let fall by her side after he had fastened her belt. Yes, master. From now on, I am the master's Lin He. Her voice was hoarse with a hint of crying, filled with extreme happiness and satisfaction, as well as the undisguised, almost overflowing love and possessiveness. Lin Feng felt the soft touch on his hand and the scorching gaze of Shadow that almost melted him, but his heart was cold. She seems even more excited. This name should be okay, right? This should help her calm down a bit, right? Lin Feng pulled the corners of his mouth stiffly and prayed madly in his heart. Oh my god, I really just want to be a vicious supporting actor and live safely until the end. Lin He. Shadow repeated the name softly, the blue flames in her eyes flickered even more, and she slowly tightened her grip on Lin Feng's hand. Chapter 11 Centennial Celebration. Lin He's body began to tremble violently. Breathing is rapid and hot. My chest seemed to be on fire. The iron will honed over many years of career as a killer now encountered the most violent storm. An invisible but surging aura of succubus emanated from Lin Feng, madly attacking her last line of defense. Her will was groaning and wailing, on the verge of collapse. The most primitive desire from the depths of her soul roared to tear apart and devour her sanity. She felt like she was about to melt. An irrepressible, extremely charming moan escaped from her throat. The blue eyes that were staring at Lin Feng lost focus in an instant. His eyelids fluttered and his whole body fell limply towards Lin Feng. What the hell? Lin Feng was shocked and quickly caught her. It feels hot and soft when you touch it. He picked up Lin He and walked quickly towards the oversized luxurious bed. Auntie, I hope nothing happens to you, Lin Feng cried out in his heart, his face full of anxiety and confusion. Why did you suddenly feel dizzy for no reason? Bang, the bedroom door was pushed open. Zhao Kai's smirking face poked in. He said in a loud voice, "Feng Si. Why are you locking the door so early in the morning? Do you have a mistress hidden in your house, damn it?" When Zhao Kai saw the scene in the room clearly, his eyes widened instantly. The mouth is wide enough to fit an egg. Lin Feng was carefully placing a stunning beauty with blonde hair, blue eyes and a hot body, wearing a sexy maid outfit, on the bed. The woman's cheeks were flushed, and there seemed to be a hint of moisture in the corners of her eyes, as if she was ready to be picked. Zhao Kai's brain crashed for 3 seconds. Then, he showed an obscene smile that all men understand, and rushed in. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder heavily. "Feng Si, you're really good, kid." Zhao Kai winked, his tone full of shock and admiration, as well as a hint of envy and jealousy that he couldn't hide. "I was wondering why you've been so secretive lately. Turns out you've been hiding this top-notch foreign girl from me." He clicked his tongue twice. "This figure, this face, this maid outfit, you are the one who knows how to play. Besides, from what I can tell, this beauty has never been played with by anyone else." Zhao Kai moved closer and lowered his voice. "Tell me quickly, where did you get it? Do you have any more? Introduce one to me, brother." Lin Feng's face was darker than the bottom of a pot at this moment. He looked at Zhao Kai's, "I understand," expression, and a mouthful of blood got stuck in his chest and he almost vomited it out on the spot. "Keep your voice down." Lin Feng lowered his voice. "She passed out. I didn't do anything fucking." Fainted. Zhao Kai's smile became even more ambiguous when he heard that. "I understand. The battle was intense. Feng Si, you have great stamina. You managed to make such a beauty faint. That's awesome." Lin Feng was silent. He just wanted to sew Zhao Kai's mouth shut. Zhao Kai moved closer, ready to carefully observe the stunning beauty of the beauty on the bed. Suddenly, his feet slipped, his body staggered, and he almost fell flat on his face. "Oh my god." Zhao Kai steadied himself, looked down, and was stunned. "Huh?" Zhao Kai was puzzled and scratched his head. Lin Feng followed his gaze. The sudden wet mark on the carpet made him look confused. "Water," he frowned, his heart full of confusion. "Where does the water come from, and there is so much of it?" "By the way, Zhao Kai, what are you doing here?" Lin Feng asked. Zhao Kai was stunned and looked up at him. "Have you forgotten what day it is today?" "It's Zhongcheng University's centenary celebration," Zhao Kai said hurriedly. "Your goddess, Bai Xiaoyu, will attend the school anniversary ceremony as a special guest today and will also perform live." Lin Feng's spirits suddenly lifted. Bai Xiaoyu. He remembered. In the original story, Bai Xiaoyu debuted as a child star. With her stunning looks, heavenly voice and perfect acting skills, she has become a top star in the entertainment industry with sparks and lightning all the way. He later transformed himself into a director and became the top director on Blue Star. The Bai family behind her is a behemoth that monopolizes nearly half of China's entertainment industry. This Miss Bai is naturally an extremely important member of the harem of the original protagonist Lu Chen. According to the original novel, Lin Feng, the vicious male supporting role, will go to Zhongcheng University's anniversary celebration today and try to forcibly pursue Bai Xiaoyu. The natural result is that it becomes the perfect stepping stone for Lu Chen to save the beauty and win her heart. Lu Chen will take this opportunity to get in touch with Bai Xiaoyu, laying a solid foundation for him to use the power of the Bai family to act in movies, expand his influence, gain a foothold in the entertainment industry, and become famous. Right. That's the plot. Lin Feng was overjoyed, but he tried hard to pretend to be enlightened. Yes. Bai Xiaoyu. My dream lover. How could I forget about this, he said anxiously. Brother, hurry up. Let's go. Zhao Kai chuckled when he saw Lin Feng's lecherous look. She grabbed his shoulders and said, "Let's go." The two were about to go out when Lin Feng suddenly stopped. He turned around to look at Lin He, who was still, unconscious, on the bed, and his brows instantly twisted into a knot. What should Lin He do? In the original novel, there doesn't seem to be a scene where the female killer faints on his bed on the first day of lurking. This plot is starting to fly freely again. Lin Feng sighed in his heart and was completely convinced. Never mind. Let's try our best. Anyway, this broken system will always find a way to make the plot round, probably, possibly, maybe. But on second thought, if Lin He, the top female killer, woke up and found that I was no longer under her surveillance, would she get angry and embarrassed on the spot? Feeling insulted by your professionalism. A top killer lost his target. Wouldn't it be a huge joke if this news got out? Will she cut herself into pieces with a knife when the time comes? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more his scalp tingled. No, I have to leave her a letter. He thought quickly and found a pen and paper. He quickly wrote a line of words and placed it carefully on Lin He's bedside table. The note read, I'm going to Zhongcheng University to attend the school celebration. When you wake up, you can do whatever you want. That way, she would know her whereabouts when she woke up. Then, she can tell Lu Chen this information. I am such a qualified villainous male supporting role. Even something like delivering information to the protagonist was considered so carefully. Lin Feng gave himself a thumbs up in his heart, and felt a little relieved. He was pulled by Zhao Kai and rushed out of the bedroom in a hurry. Chapter 12 Weird Feeling. The engines of Lin Feng and Zhao Kai's sports cars roared as they drove farther and farther away. In the bedroom, on the luxurious big bed, Lin He's eyelashes trembled slightly. A moment later, the cell phone in Lin He's pocket suddenly vibrated and buzzed. Lin He slowly opened his eyes. An extremely strong scent of male hormones, which was almost enough to drown one, forcefully penetrated into her nostrils. This taste. It's the smell of the master. She sat up suddenly, her eyes fixed on the sheets beneath her. Here is the master's bed. The strange feeling that had blurred her consciousness came over her again. Lin He's cheeks flushed uncontrollably. She leaned down and buried her face deeply in the quilt that still smelled of the forest wind. He took several greedy, deep breaths. It seems as if it wants to engrave this unique taste that belongs to its owner into his bones and blood. The phone's vibration is still persistent. Lin He then slowly stood up, with a hint of displeasure at being disturbed in his eyes, and answered the phone. Lu Chen's slightly impatient voice came from the other end of the phone. Shadow, what's the situation? Have you found the tattoo on Lin Feng's ankle? Lin He's voice returned to its usual coldness and calmness, without any sign of abnormality. Master, there is no suitable opportunity at the moment. I can't get close to Lin Feng for now. I need to wait for the right opportunity. Lu Chen snorted coldly, useless. You can't even handle such a small matter. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him get away. Yes, master. Lin He responded. Lu Chen continued, I have to go to Zhongcheng University now. Bai Xiaoyu, the little star of the Bai family, will appear at the school celebration today. You should hurry over there immediately. I have other arrangements there. Clear. Lin He threw his phone aside and his eyes fell on the bed sheet again. The fingertips gently stroke it, like touching a treasure. The master bed. She imagined the posture Lin Feng was lying in last night. Her body trembled slightly and her cheeks turned redder. After a while, she woke up from her intoxication. Where did the master go? Only then did she notice the conspicuous note on the bedside table. She picked it up and scanned the writing. I'm going to Zhongcheng University to attend the school celebration. You can do whatever you want when you wake up. Zhongcheng University. If the master goes, then I want to go too. Zhongcheng University, Centenary Celebration. There was a constant stream of cars and people at the school gate, and bright red celebratory banners were hung everywhere. Zhao Kai drove the sports car and talked excitedly about Bai Xiaoyu all the way, his words full of yearning and admiration for this top actress. Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat and nodded perfunctorily. He was thinking about how to play the role of the vicious male supporting role, harass Bai Xiaoyu, and then be slapped in the face by Lu Chen. Lin Feng is already familiar with the specific operations. He would bring Zhao Kai and rush into the backstage in a show of force. Using the most dissolute tone, he blocked Bai Xiaoyu's way and forced her for a chance to be his girlfriend. Bai Xiaoyu would naturally act pitiful and panic-stricken. At this critical moment, the original protagonist Lu Chen will appear like a god from heaven and perform a heroic act to save the beauty. In the end, he, Lin Feng, and Zhao Kai would become the background board for Lu Chen's perfect show-off, and leave the stage in disgrace. Lu Chen won Bai Xiaoyu's favor through this righteous act. Lin Feng silently sorted out the plot points. Perfect. This script was tailor-made for him. As long as he plays the role of bully molesting a decent woman, well. Lu Chen's hero halo can bring in a lot of money. His villain value will definitely rise. As for that bastard Lu Chen's plan. Lin Feng sneered. Nausea. In the original novel, today's backstage accident was planned by Lu Chen. Through Lin he used special means to clear out the bodyguards and staff backstage. Originally, Lu Chen arranged for two hooligans to pretend to be gangsters so that he could play the role of a hero saving a beauty. As a result, Lin Feng, the genuine villain, came to his door, which saved Lu Chen a lot of trouble and he could just take advantage of the situation. A cold mechanical sound rang out. Ding. Main quest released. School anniversary turmoil. Complete plot. At the centennial celebration of Zhongcheng University, he harassed the special guest Bai Xiaoyu as a vicious male supporting role, angered the original protagonist Lu Chen, and urged him to be a hero and save the beauty. Mission reward. 150 villain points. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. 150 points. This is a huge sum of money. Time flies and soon it is afternoon. The school anniversary performance is about to begin. Zhao Kai took him for a stroll around the campus, under the pretext of scouting the area. Lin Feng was happy to cooperate. He also needs to be familiar with the environment, build up his emotions, and portray the image of an arrogant and domineering young villain to the fullest. But Lin Feng always felt something was wrong. The afternoon sun was warm, the campus was crowded with people, and everywhere were young smiling faces, creating a lively atmosphere. But wherever he went, he could always feel some strange looks. When those young and beautiful female college students see him, their eyes always drift over to him unconsciously. Some of them were a little shyly curious. Some of them looked her up and down boldly, their pretty faces slightly blushing, and whispering to each other. There were even a few brave ones who would wink playfully or chuckle with their hands covering their mouths when looking into his eyes. Chapter 13. My name is Lin Feng, be my girlfriend. Lin Feng felt uncomfortable being stared at. He frowned slightly. Is my aura as a young villain too strong? Or is it that my damn, uncontrollable charm is so overwhelming that even these ordinary female students can't resist it? Lin Feng touched his chin. A strange sense of enlightenment arose in my heart. Well, that must be it. The enhanced presence I redeemed yesterday was very effective. It's worthy of being a product of the system, it's awesome. He is now becoming more and more like a qualified, evil supporting actor. Even passers-by NPCs can feel his powerful villain aura. Thinking of this, Lin Feng straightened his chest. He raised his chin slightly and tried to look more ferocious. He wanted to make himself look more, not easy to mess with. However, his fierce look was matched by his extremely handsome face. And the elusive charm on her body. In the eyes of those female students, she was both pure and sexy. He is so handsome that it makes people weak in the knees, he is simply a walking hormone. Night had not yet completely fallen. Zhongcheng University is already busy. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He suppressed the slight excitement in his heart about the upcoming trouble. He pulled over Zhao Kai, who was still looking around. Let's go and get down to business. Zhao Kai staggered when he was pulled by him. Question marks were written all over his face. Fengxi, where are you going? Bai Xiaoyu's show is about to start, right? Lin Feng's mouth curled up into an evil arc. He lowered his voice and used the tone he thought was most like a villain. Of course I'm going to find Bai Xiaoyu to keep in touch. When Zhao Kai heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. Bai Xiaoyu. She is the national goddess. The top little queen in the entertainment industry. His brother Fengxi is really awesome. I understand. Zhao Kai showed a lewd smile on his face, which all men understand. He rubbed his hands excitedly. Go go go. Let's go. The two of them walked towards the show's exclusive backstage passage with familiarity. At the entrance, two burly bodyguards in black stood side by side. They had expressionless faces and blocked the way. No entry for outsiders. One of the bodyguards felt a sinking sensation in his throat. Sharp eyes. Seeing this, Zhao Kai didn't need Lin Feng's signal at all. He immediately became possessed by a sense of drama and took a step forward. The arrogance and domineering attitude instantly reached its peak. Bang! Bang! Two crisp sounds. Zhao Kai attacked from both sides and gave each of them a loud slap. His movements were quick, accurate and ruthless, and it was obvious that he was a repeat offender. You are such a dog that looks down on people. Zhao Kai pointed at his nose and then pointed at Lin Feng behind him. He was spitting all over the place. You are so blind. You don't even recognize Master Lin and Master Zhao. Get lost. The two bodyguards covered their faces. They saw clearly the face of Lin Feng, the evil young man that everyone in Zhongcheng knew. And Zhao Kai's typical dandy face. Their arrogance suddenly dropped by half. They just do it for money and don't want to offend these real rich kids. The two men dared not say anything but were angry and silently gave way. Lin Feng gave Zhao Kai a thumbs up in his heart. Yes, this villain roleplaying really wins my heart. He straightened his collar, held his head high, and walked in with Zhao Kai in a swagger. The corridor backstage was much quieter than expected. It can even be said that there is no one there. Lin Feng understood. The original protagonist Lu Chen's clearing plan has been perfectly implemented. This saved him a lot of trouble. The further he walked in, the faster Lin Feng felt his heartbeat speed up. It's not fear, but excitement and nervousness before going on stage to perform. He is a professional vicious male supporting role. Every expression and every line must be precise and accurate. No, I'm a little nervous. Lin Feng muttered secretly. He immediately said to himself, "System, give me some villain aura." He didn't know whether the system had this function. But every time he thought about it, he felt particularly adept at playing the villain. An inexplicable sense of confidence surged from the bottom of my heart. Lin Feng just felt his whole body lighten. The little tension I had before disappeared in an instant. Instead, there is an aura of a bad boy who looks down on everything and thinks he is the only one who is superior to others. The corners of his mouth habitually curled up into an evil and crazy smile. His eyes were full of disdain and amusement. Well, the feeling is coming. Just then, a beautiful figure slowly walked out from the corner ahead. She was a girl about 20 years old. She was wearing a simple white dress. Her face without makeup is more beautiful than any other beauties in the world. Her skin is whiter than snow and her eyes are picturesque. A pair of eyes as clear as a deer's, carrying a bit of innocence and timidity that is ignorant of the world. Her black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. It swayed gently as she walked. It was as if a fairy, otherworldly, had accidentally entered this mortal world. It is the focus of everyone's attention tonight by Xiaoyu. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Here we come. The heroine is here. He took a deep breath and gathered his emotions. He tried hard to put on the most annoying and arrogant expression on his face. He took a step forward and stood directly in front of Bai Xiaoyu. Bai Xiaoyu obviously didn't expect someone to suddenly block her way. She was startled. There was a flash of panic in those clear eyes. When she saw Lin Feng's handsome but somewhat evil face, my heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. An inexplicable, strange electric current surged from the bottom of my heart. Her pretty face turned slightly red and her breathing became a little faster. This man is so oppressive. But why do I feel a little inexplicably attracted? Bai Xiaoyu was shocked by her sudden thought. He quickly suppressed the strangeness in his heart. Lin Feng looked at Bai Xiaoyu's frightened little rabbit appearance. He was very proud. Yes, yes, yes. That's the expression. He cleared his throat. He used a tone that he thought was the most dandy and domineering. Bai Xiaoyu, right. His eyes looked at Bai Xiaoyu wantonly. The evil smile at the corner of his mouth became even more intense. She does look good. How about being my girlfriend? My name is Lin Feng. Chapter 14 Bai Xiaoyu's downfall. Lin Feng said, how about being my girlfriend? Bai Xiaoyu's eyes, as clear as a deer's, blinked blankly. She should have snapped or been alarmed. But at this moment, Lin Feng's handsome face came into view with a hint of evil and madness. Especially when those deep eyes that seemed to contain the sea of stars examined her unscrupulously. A tingling electric current suddenly surged from the bottom of my heart without any warning and quickly spread to my limbs. Bai Xiaoyu's cheeks suddenly turned an uncontrollable and charming red. Breathing also became a little rapid. This man is so domineering. But she didn't hate it, her heart even beat faster. Bai Xiaoyu screamed inwardly, which was very different from her usual image of a pure and innocent girl. There was a struggle between her conscience and her mind, and she was on the verge of being completely captured by Lin Feng's invisible, kingly aura. An angry shout exploded like thunder. Stop! A figure rushed over like lightning and stood in front of Bai Xiaoyu. The man who came had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and was full of righteousness. It was Lu Chen. Lu Chen's eyes were as fast as lightning as he stared at Lin Feng, ready to fight for justice. Lin Feng. It's broad daylight, Lu Chen shouted harshly. How dare you harass Miss Bai? You are lawless. His voice was loud and heroic. Lin Feng was ecstatic. Here it comes, the plot is finally on track. Yes, that's it, Lu Chen. Curse me harshly, and better yet, punch me twice. He has to successfully complete the evil male supporting role mission and get the villain value. Lin Feng maintained an arrogant look on his face and raised his chin provocatively. He didn't have time to taunt. Fuck you. Where did this bastard come from? How dare you snatch a woman from our brother Feng? A violent roar, shocking everything. Zhao Kai was furious and rolled up his sleeves, like an enraged bull. He rushed straight towards Lu Chen. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you act so pretentious in front of brother Feng? Bai Xiaoyu is the woman our brother Feng likes. Get out of here if you know what's best for you. Otherwise I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Zhao Kai cursed while preparing to take action. Lu Chen was stunned by this sudden change. In his script of being a hero saving a beautiful girl, there was no such a fool in it. As for Lin Feng, the arrogant expression on his face froze instantly, and was replaced by a pale look. Fuck. Zhao Kai. Stop it. Don't do it. That's the original protagonist. Don't hit him. My mission. My villain value. He was so frightened that he didn't care about his image. He rushed forward and hugged Zhao Kai's waist tightly. Casey. Calm down. Calm down. Lin Feng roared inwardly and almost cried. No. Brother. I beg you. Let him hit me. Let me complete the task. You are not helping me, you are destroying me. The air backstage seemed to freeze. Zhao Kai's roar echoed in the background, and his fist was about to hit Lu Chen's face. Lin Feng hugged Zhao Kai tightly and was so anxious that he had a myocardial infarction. Ancestor. Stop hitting me. The original protagonist. What will happen to my mission if I hit him? Lu Chen's face turned pale, his eyes filled with anger and murderous intent. He was just about to give an order to Lin He in the dark to get rid of Zhao Kai. Lin He was still hesitating just now. If she really wanted to take action, could she beat Lin Feng? But when she saw that it was Zhao Kai, she breathed a sigh of relief. It would be much easier to eliminate Zhao Kai. The situation was tense and on the verge of breaking out. A soft female voice sounded softly, well, it's okay. Bai Xiaoyu tilted her head slightly and stared at Lin Feng with her clear eyes. Her cheeks were lightly flushed and there was a shy smile on the corner of her mouth. Time stands still at this moment. Everyone froze. Zhao Kai kept rushing forward, his face still ferocious and his eyes dull. Lu Chen's command was stuck in his throat, as if he was under a spell, and his mind went blank. What did she say? Okay. Can I be Lin Feng's girlfriend? What's going on? They are bullying you. Shouldn't she be panic-stricken, with tears in her eyes, waiting for me to be the hero and save her and win her heart? Lu Chen's worldview collapsed and shattered into pieces. Is this woman crazy? That's Lin Feng, the most notorious dandy in Zhongcheng. The notorious gangster leader. Lin Feng was 100 times more confused than Lu Chen. The arm he was holding around Zhao Kai suddenly loosened and he was completely stunned. The pupils contracted violently due to shock. Okay. She agreed. Lin Feng's head buzzed, as if 100,000 excavators were working at the same time. No. This is absolutely wrong. The plot is not like this. She should scream, be terrified, angrily reject me, and wait for Lu Chen to save her. Why did you just agree? He looked into Bai Xiaoyu's watery eyes that were filled with affection and smile. And that shy blush. A chill rushed from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. It's over, it's over. Another abnormal one. What is wrong with this world? Run. We must leave this damn place immediately. Walk. Chapter 15. So that's it. Lin Feng came to his senses and no longer cared about his villain image. He growled, grabbed Zhao Kai and dragged him out. Fengxi, what's wrong? Zhao Kai staggered and looked confused. Don't ask. Let's go. Lin Feng just wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible and escape from these weird heroines. He had just stepped 1 foot out of the backstage door. A cold mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Bite. The original plot of the school anniversary incident is being judged. Lin Feng's heart was in his throat. Is it done? It probably didn't work, right? Bai Xiaoyu's reaction didn't seem like she was being successfully harassed. The heroine Bai Xiaoyu's emotions fluctuate, and her attention to Lu Chen increases. Mission completed. Reward villain value 150 points. Boom. Lin Feng staggered and almost fell. He was stunned, as if he was struck by lightning. What the hell? Bai Xiaoyu's emotions fluctuate, Lu Chen's attention increases. Mission accomplished. Lin Feng turned back suddenly. Bai Xiaoyu stood there, staring at his fleeing back with infatuated and resentful eyes. In those clear eyes, there seemed to be sparkling bits of crystal tears at this moment, as if one had suffered a great injustice. Lin Feng's brain was working rapidly. She clearly agreed to be his girlfriend. Look at his eyes, soft and affectionate. Why did Lu Chen's attention increase? Could it be that? Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. A thought flashed through my mind. He understood. I see. Bai Xiaoyu agreed to him, but she wasn't sincere at all. Her shy look was all fake. Her purpose was to paralyze him and make him let down his guard. Then, after he succeeds, she will have a legitimate reason to cry to Lu Chen and gain sympathy. This made Lu Chen have a strong desire to protect her. Right, it must be like this. His arrogant and domineering behavior just now frightened her. So she appeared obedient on the surface, but was actually filled with fear and disgust in her heart, and thus became more dependent on Lu Chen, the righteous hero. This is the correct way to play the vicious male supporting role. His evil deeds actually promoted the development of the relationship between the male and female protagonists. High. It's really high. The system didn't lie to him. These 150 villain points are well deserved. A sense of pride surged in Lin Feng's heart. He pulled Zhao Kai, quickened his pace, and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Only Lu Chen was left standing there in a mess, with a changing expression on his face, and Bai Xiaoyu's complicated gaze. She is resentful, but also full of expectations. He just left like that. Is he testing me? Bai Xiaoyu is a top star and is revered as a pure and innocent girl. She grew up in a strict and closed environment, and her family carefully protected her. The life trajectory is well planned and almost isolated from the outside world. Her world is as pure as a piece of undyed rice paper. The complex emotions of love were just words in books and stories on the screen to her. Never left a real ripple in her life. She is still in love, which is a true portrayal of her at the moment. Lin Feng's confession sounded earth-shattering to her. An unprecedented domineering aura instantly swept through her heart, which had never been touched before. A strange attraction that is invisible and intangible, yet so strong that it is suffocating. It flowed out from every movement and breath of Lin Feng and enveloped her. Her unloved heart blossomed at this moment. Bai Xiaoyu bit her lower lip lightly, her heart beating wildly. Lin Feng, she whispered, I hope we'll see each other again. Lu Chen stood there, his head buzzing and in chaos. Lin Feng left. What did Bai Xiaoyu mean by what he said just now? The school anniversary ceremony is about to begin, and Bai Xiaoyu will go on stage to sing. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Now is not the time to worry about Lin Feng. He must seize the opportunity and perform well in front of Bai Xiaoyu. He demonstrated a reliability and justice that was completely different from that of a playboy like Lin Feng. Lu Chen straightened his collar, put on what he thought was a gentle smile, and took a step forward. Miss Bai, I really scared you just now. His voice was gentle and concerned. Don't bother with that kind of scum. With me here, he won't have the chance to harass you again. Lu Chen's words were powerful and full of protector attitude. Bai Xiaoyu tilted her head slightly and glanced at him calmly with her clear eyes. The look was calm, with a barely perceptible hint of distance. Student, the show is about to start. Her voice was soft, but it contained a tone that brooked no room for argument. Please leave the backstage first and don't disturb the performance. That's weird, where did the makeup artist go? Bai Xiaoyu turned around and walked straight to the dressing table without looking at Lu Chen. Lu Chen's smile froze. The series of words of comfort, concern and charm that he had prepared were stuck in his throat and he couldn't utter a single word. Just that's it. Shouldn't she be grateful and look at him differently? Lu Chen was at a loss. He looked at Bai Xiaoyu's back as she sat in front of the mirror and put on makeup. I can only force myself to comfort myself in my heart. Bai Xiaoyu must have been too nervous about the performance. Yes, that's definitely the case. She doesn't have time to care about anything else now, so she is indifferent. But she must have seen and remembered his heroic act of saving the damsel in distress. Today, it was still successful. As Lu Chen thought about this, the feeling of loss in his heart eased a little. He glanced at Bai Xiaoyu's back, and with the illusion that everything is under control, he turned and left the backstage. Chapter 16 Bai Xiaoyu's feelings. In front of the dressing table, Bai Xiaoyu held a powder brush in her hand. She looked at herself in the mirror. At her request, the originally light base makeup gradually became thicker. The eyeliner is deliberately stretched upward. The writing style carries an imperceptible charm. The lip color changed from light pink to bright red. The person in the mirror has more delicate features. That kind of purity has faded, replaced by a blooming, almost weird beauty. She stared at the person in the mirror, with a strange light in her eyes. Be more beautiful. I want to be more beautiful. There was a voice in her heart screaming wildly. Not enough, not enough. If I were more beautiful, would he not leave? Will he look at me more? Bai Xiaoyu's fingertips gently stroked the mirror. Her usual pure and innocent appearance was completely gone at this moment. Deep in those clear eyes, there was an almost paranoid desire. She was like a little animal that had just tasted love. Clumsily trying to please your sweetheart. You can only use the most instinctive method. Try your best to show your best side to that person without reservation. Even this kind of beauty has deviated from the normal track in her cognition, which is distorted by the aura of the succubus. She just wanted Lin Feng's eyes to stay on her. Lin Feng pulled Zhao Kai and almost rushed to the school gate. Zhao Kai finally broke free, panting. Feng Si, why are you running? Bai Xiaoyu's show is about to begin. Lin Feng couldn't explain the inexplicable panic for a moment. He always felt that if he stayed any longer, things would develop in an even more outrageous direction. Zhao Kai's words calmed him down a little. Mission completed, 150 villain points awarded. Bai Xiaoyu has a secret crush on him, but the system determines that she is dependent on Lu Chen. This shows that his evil deeds successfully pushed her towards Lu Chen. Perfect. The corners of Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. Now, the relationship between the male and female protagonists can be said to have been driven forward by this vicious villain himself. In that case, it's worth staying and seeing the results. Appreciate the warming of relationship between the male and female protagonists that you have personally contributed to. You can also listen to the national goddess singing. What's not to like? At this moment, a thunderous cheer swept from the stadium. A melodious musical prelude sounded. It started. It started. Zhao Kai didn't bother to ask Lin Feng any more questions, his face was full of enthusiasm. He grabbed Lin Feng's arm with his backhand, even harder than Lin Feng had pulled him just now. Feng Si, hurry up. If you're late there won't be any good seats left. Listen. You must listen. Lin Feng was dragged by him and half pushed and half reluctantly rushed into the crowded gymnasium. He thought to himself that today's villain mission had been successfully completed. There shouldn't be any subsequent tasks. Listening to music and relaxing is a good way to combine work and rest. When the two arrived, the gymnasium was already packed with people and every seat was occupied. There is no need to think about the front row seats. They squeezed into the back aisle and stood on tiptoe to look at the stage. The stage lights suddenly lit up. A graceful figure slowly rose up under the gaze of everyone. In an instant, the air in the gymnasium froze. All eyes are firmly attracted. The next second, deafening exclamations and screams almost blew the roof off. Fuck, is that Bai Xiaoyu? Oh my god, why is she so beautiful today? This makeup, this aura, it's completely different from usual. Fairies descending to earth. This is the real fairy descending to earth. The discussions rose and fell like waves crashing against the shore. Bai Xiaoyu on the stage is no longer as pure and elegant as before. The exquisite makeup is bright and aggressive. The eyeliner is slightly raised. It outlines a kind of captivating charm. Like a rose blooming in the dark night. Dangerous and tempting. A strapless silver star-lit long dress highlights her exquisite figure. Sparkling. She stood there, in control. As his eyes moved, he exuded a fatal attraction. Zhao Kai was standing by and was stunned, his mouth wide open. Feng Si, is this still the Bai Xiaoyu I know? He murmured to himself, his voice trembling, this is too good. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. At this moment, Bai Xiaoyu was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. However, he soon felt relieved. After being harassed by him, she figured it out. She knew she had to be more beautiful to attract Lu Chen. Not bad, you are aware. This is all thanks to him. On the stage, Bai Xiaoyu holds the microphone. Those eyes, which were usually clear, were now dancing with dark blue flames. Her eyes inadvertently swept across the audience. When it touches a certain direction in the back row, it pauses slightly. So fast that it is imperceptible. She opened her red lips slightly, and her words had a strange magnetism. Hello everyone, I'm Bai Xiaoyu. This next song is dedicated to someone who is very special to me." As soon as he finished speaking, there was thunderous applause. A melodious and mysterious melody slowly sounded. Bai Xiaoyu closed her eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the emotion in them was so strong that it almost overflowed. She started singing. The singing voice is ethereal yet hoarse. There is paranoia hidden in the euphemism. The lyrics depict a sudden sense of fatalism. A kind of obsession and desire like a moth to a flame. Every note is infused with soul. Every word and sentence tugs at the listener's heartstrings. That strong, unmistakable emotion struck hard into the hearts of everyone present. Will he hear it? Will he understand my feelings? Bai Xiaoyu's heart was screaming. Chapter 17. All expenses paid by Mr. Zhao. Lu Chen was naturally also in the audience. When he heard Bai Xiaoyu say, "For someone very special to me," the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Needless to say, this person must be Lu Chen. In the heroic rescue, just now, who else but him could have made the great star Bai treat him so specially? He straightened his back and enjoyed the intoxicating singing. A grand blueprint emerges in my mind. With the help of the Bai family's strong capital and connections, he cooperated with the overseas forces he secretly cultivated. He co-produced a movie with Bai Xiaoyu, entered the entertainment industry, gained both fame and fortune, and achieved great success. Finally, he embraced this peerless beauty in his arms and reached the peak of his life. The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more proud he became, as if he could see a glorious future of himself with great success and beauty on every side. The song is over. The entire stadium erupted in thunderous cheers and applause that lasted for a long time. Lin Feng also admitted that the singing was moving. On the stage, Bai Xiaoyu spoke again, her voice spreading throughout the audience. "Thank you very much for your kindness. Next, I would like to randomly invite a classmate to come on stage and sing a song with me. What do you think?" Before he finished speaking, the whole audience was boiling. What an honor it is to have close contact with the national goddess and sing on the same stage with her. Everyone stretched their necks, their eyes flashing with desire, wishing they would be the one chosen. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. He firmly believed that this randomness would definitely happen to him. This is the treatment of the child of destiny. Only Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat when he heard these words. I said to myself, not good. He recalled the plot of the original novel and found that there was indeed such a scene. After Bai Xiaoyu develops a good impression of Lu Chen, she will invite Lu Chen to the stage to sing in the name of, randomly selecting a lucky audience member, to enhance their relationship and pave the way for subsequent plots. However, Lin Feng changed his mind and breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chen was invited to sing. Why was he so nervous? The system just prompted that Bai Xiaoyu has become dependent on Lu Chen. There shouldn't be any unexpected incidents in this plot. Although he comforted himself in this way, he still felt his eyelids twitching and had a bad feeling. No, it's not advisable to stay here for long, he has to get out of here quickly. However, he didn't know. The incredible effect of enhanced presence was activated the moment he stepped into the gymnasium. Bai Xiaoyu's eyes, seemingly casually scanning the entire audience, had accurately captured his figure. Bai Xiaoyu glanced over and saw Lin Feng trying to slip away. Her heart was tense and she was in a state of confusion. Almost subconsciously, before Lin Feng took a step forward, she hurriedly announced, well, my choice is. The spotlight swept through the crowd as the words came, and everyone's heart was in their throat. The next second, Bai Xiaoyu raised her jade finger and pointed to the corner of the back row. I want to invite that classmate to sing with me. Swish. In an instant, all eyes gathered like searchlights, shining directly in the direction where Lin Feng was. Lin Feng. Lin Feng only felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His whole body was numb. No way, sir. This won't choose me, right? He had his back to the stage and was facing the exit of the stadium, but he could clearly feel the thousands of gazes behind him piercing his back like red-hot steel needles. Lin Feng turned around stiffly and his movements were slow. Everywhere you look, you see countless faces, filled with shock, envy, jealousy, and gossip. In the center of the stage, Bai Xiaoyu is the center of everyone's attention. She smiled faintly, and Lin Feng was startled and made eye contact. Run. You must run now. This was the only thought left in Lin Feng's mind. If you don't run away now, who knows what outrageous things will happen. He tiptoed towards the exit, His muscles tensed, and was about to escape from this Shira field at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Just as his right foot was about to take that decisive step. Fuck. Brother Feng, you're the one chosen. A hand as big as an iron clamp grabbed his arm and pinned him to the ground. Zhao Kai's face, flushed red due to extreme excitement, suddenly came in front of him, spitting everywhere. Brother Feng, I knew it. The person chosen by Goddess Bai Xiaoyu must be you. Lin Feng. No, buddy, how could you tell that she chose me? I'm about to run away. Everyone, be quiet. Zhao Kai raised his arms and shouted, his voice echoing throughout the gymnasium. Goddess Bai Xiaoyu's choice is my good brother, Lin Feng. Let us congratulate Lin Feng with the warmest applause and cheers. Lin Feng's eyes went dark and he almost died on the spot. Zhao Kai, this person wants to trap me to death. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. No, buddy, you really have something to do. The audience, who were originally a little uncertain, were instantly shocked when they heard Zhao Kai's official certification declaration. Bai Xiaoyu on the stage did not deny it, her smile became softer and she lightly tapped her chin. The facts are completely confirmed. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng. The cheers were like a tsunami, and the sound waves shocked Lin Feng's nerves. Lin Feng was completely stunned. He froze in place, his hands and feet were cold, his mind was blank, as if his soul had left his body. Zhao Kai looked at Lin Feng, who was so excited that he was stunned, and the heroic spirit in his heart to stand by his brothers became more and more intense. Is Brother Feng too excited? Still think it's not enough? Got it. A gleam of light flashed in Zhao Kai's eyes, and he raised his voice again, shouting with all his strength. Brothers, Brother Feng is a little shy. Get some strong guys over here to lend a hand. Carry our lucky guy, Lin Feng, onto the stage. Tonight, Zhongyu Bar in Zhongcheng University. All the bills will be paid by me, young Master Zhao. I mean, everyone, as long as you go. All drinks are free, all meals are free. Congratulations to my brother Feng. Congratulations to the goddess. Zhao Kai's bold words were like pouring a bucket of cold water into a boiling oil pan. The entire stadium was in an uproar. Countless eyes flashed with light, and they all stared at Lin Feng. The next second, several burly boys nearby rushed over, shouting. Lin Feng shouted in his heart, no. Don't come over. Chapter 18 Chorus Love Song. Lin Feng's feet were off the ground, and he was supported by someone, flying towards the stage involuntarily. In his ears, Zhao Kai's cheering was deafening, even louder than his father's scolding. Lin Feng's head was buzzing and he had no idea how he landed. My hand felt cold and a hard microphone was stuffed into my hand. A microphone. Lin Feng raised his eyes and saw a sea of people behind the dazzling stage lights. Right below the stage, Zhao Kai was jumping up and down like a madman. Lin Feng looked away and caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the crowd. Lu Chen. The protagonist Lu Chen. Lu Chen's eyes were like poisoned knives, stabbing him viciously. Those eyes were filled with anger, jealousy, and a hint of murderous intent. It's him again. It's Lin Feng again. Lin Feng's heart sank, and he immediately accepted his fate. The original protagonist was indeed staring at him. He must be thinking that he, the vicious male supporting role, is stealing the limelight again. This wave of hatred is full, so good, so good. Lin Feng wanted to die. He turned stiffly to the culprit beside him. Bai Xiaoyu. Bai Xiaoyu tilted her head and looked at him with her big watery eyes without blinking. There was an indescribable look of anticipation on that beautiful little face. Her eyes were sparkling, as if they contained countless little stars, or like a hunter observing her prey. Lin Feng's scalp tingled and the hairs on his back stood on end. There's something wrong with this woman. How could her appearance look like a normal reaction to becoming dependent on Lu Chen after being harassed? It's obvious that they want to eat him alive. Lin Feng's head was buzzing. He felt like he had fallen into a huge whirlpool, and everything seemed unreal. What the fuck is going on? What's the purpose of her expression? Could it be this is a trap? An absurd thought flashed through my mind. He finally understood everything. Are they united to publicly execute him here? Were all the previous guesses wrong? This is not a vicious male supporting system at all, but a death live broadcast system. Bai Xiaoyu is the executioner, Lu Chen is the supervising officer, and Zhao Kai is the stupid teammate who was responsible for shouting, "Spare his life," but didn't make it in time. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more frightened he became, and his hands and feet became cold. It's over, it's over. Has he been set up by capital? They want to use his popularity to make a big news, and then sacrifice him to achieve their own glory. This plot is too damn dark. Bai Xiaoyu's voice was sweet, with a hint of subtle temptation, floating gently. Student Lin Feng, what song do you want to sing with me? She stared at Lin Feng, her eyes clear, sparkling with innocence and expectation. But in Lin Feng's eyes, this is not innocent. This is a death invitation from the abyss demon. Those long eyelashes fluttered like a death-taking sickle, scraping across his heart. What song to sing? Now he just wants to sing a song, Liang Liang, for himself. Lin Feng's mind went blank, and he opened and closed his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. At this moment, the atmosphere in the audience was ignited. Love song. Love song. Yes, yes, yes. It has to be a love song. The goddess has invited me, it would be unjust if I don't sing a love song. The booing continued one after another. Zhao Kai's loud voice exploded again. If you ask me, I'd sing that classic song, Little Dimples. How sweet. What a perfect match. Brother Feng. Go ahead. Capture the goddess. Dimples. Lin Feng's eyes went dark and he almost vomited blood. Zhao Kai. Fuck you. Do you want me to die faster? Give it back the fucking dimples. Do I know her well? What made him even more desperate was. Dimples is good. That's a great idea. That's it. That's it. The entire audience reached a strange consensus. Lin Feng just wanted to seal Zhao Kai's mouth with 500 layers of tape and then throw him into the Pacific Ocean to feed the sharks. Seeing Lin Feng silent, Bai Xiaoyu's smile became more gentle, even with a hint of shyness. She said softly again, Lin Feng, are you willing to sing, Dimples, with me? That voice and that look seemed to carry magic. Lin Feng swallowed hard. He could clearly feel that Lu Chen's gaze behind him, which was almost about to torture him to death, had become even hotter. Very good. Very good. Lu Chen's hatred value has definitely soared again. He is getting better and better at playing the role of the vicious supporting actor. Lin Feng was cheering himself up frantically in his heart, but his face showed a tragic expression of being in a difficult situation and being forced to do business. He knew that he had to sing this song today whether he wanted to or not. Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines in Zhongcheng will definitely be shocking. A certain evil young man surnamed Lin actually rejected the national goddess in public. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? By then, will he still have the image of the vicious supporting actor? How will the story continue? For villain value. For the great cause of villainy. He, Lin Feng, is going all out today. Isn't it just singing a song? Just die. Lin Feng took a deep breath and tried to force out a smile that was uglier than crying, facing the microphone. He said in a fearless tone, it is my honor to sing with Miss Bai Xiaoyu. He deliberately emphasized the word, Miss, in an attempt to distance himself from her and show that he had no improper thoughts about her. However, this sounded quite different to Bai Xiaoyu. He calls me Miss Bai Xiaoyu, is he shy? Or is this a taste that belongs only to him, with a hint of dominance and alienation? Bai Xiaoyu's cheeks turned even redder. She looked at Lin Feng, a hint of triumphant smile flashing in her eyes. Chapter 19 You Can't Escape. The musical prelude sounded. It's that damn song, Dimples. Lin Feng's temple was throbbing. He took a deep breath and his facial muscles twisted into an expression of disgust. Sing it then. Today I will use this song to tell you what a real evil young man is. I'm going to use my tone-deaf voice and that arrogant expression to disgust you to death. He secretly made up his mind to sing this sweet song to disastrous effect, to make Bai Xiaoyu regret it and to make Lu Chen laugh at him. However, the moment he opened his mouth, your dimples and long eyelashes are your most beautiful features. He deliberately lowered his voice, which was a little hoarse, without any of the fierceness of a bad boy, but instead exuded a lazy and magnetic quality. The disdain that he tried so hard to show became a careless affection in the eyes of everyone. The slightly upturned corners of his mouth, originally intended to be sarcastic, now turned into a smile of doting. Bai Xiaoyu's eyes lit up instantly. She looked straight at Lin Feng, as if he was the only one left in the world. He's singing a love song to me. His voice is so beautiful. The way he looks at me is so gentle. The succubus's aura was causing Bai Xiaoyu's heart to beat like a drum, almost bursting through her chest. She opened her lips and her voice was melodious and ethereal, interweaving with Lin Feng's careless voice, creating a strange harmony and ultimate sweetness. I can't sleep every day, I miss your smile. Their eyes occasionally met. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with, look how ferocious I am. Are you scared? Bai Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with, he looked at me. He really likes me. I love this overbearing possessiveness. The audience went completely crazy. Ah, too sweet. Let me drink this dog food first as a token of my respect. Lin Feng. It turns out that Lin Feng is such a good singer. And he's so affectionate. I've locked onto this couple. I've swallowed the key. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to look at my phone. Zhao Kai waved his arms in the audience, his throat hoarse, like a wild beast in heat. Brother Feng is awesome. Brother Feng is mighty. He won the goddess. He brought glory to the country. He took out his phone and started the live broadcast, with the title hanging high, Surprise. Zhongcheng Evil Youngster and the National Goddess sing a century duet, super sweet. Countless netizens instantly flooded into the live broadcast room, and the barrage was dense. Fuck. Is this Lin Feng? That playboy. The way he looks at Bai Xiaoyu is so doting. I'm so sorry. What a magical combination. AWSL. Am I the only one who noticed Lin Feng's expression of, I am the most handsome man in the world, but I am only gentle to you. You are so mean to me. The video clip went viral on TikTok and Weibo. Lin Feng Bai Xiaoyu dimple. Lin Feng's killing eyes. Entries such as Bai Xiaoyu has been in the forest wind for a long time skyrocketed like a rocket, instantly setting off the entire internet. Some corner of the crowd. Lu Chen's face turned ashen, then pale. His body was shaking, not with anger, but with confusion. Why? Why on earth is this happening? With his careful arrangements, Bai Xiaoyu should have become dependent on me. How could she be with Lin Feng? He looked at the two people, singing affectionately, and, interacting sweetly, on the stage, and felt that the world was collapsing inch by inch. He couldn't catch his breath, his vision went dark, and he almost fainted. In the end, he walked away, feeling humiliated, unwilling and confused. Zhao Kai caught a glimpse of Lu Chen's embarrassed back. He curled his lips and sneered in his heart. Humph, what kind of person is this? You dare to snatch a woman from our brother Feng. You deserve it. But soon, attention was attracted by the sweet singing on the stage. Oh my, Brother Feng and Goddess Bai Xiaoyu are such a perfect match. This song is so sweet. No, we must toast Brother Feng a few more times later to celebrate his winning the beauty. Lin Feng knew nothing about this. He just felt that Lu Chen's murderous gaze had disappeared, and he felt relieved. This song is so bad, Bai Xiaoyu must be disgusted with me, and the mission will be completed in excess. He thought about it, unaware that he had botched the performance perfectly once again. The song is over. There was thunderous applause from the audience and the cheers almost blew off the roof of the gymnasium. Lin Feng felt exhausted, as if he had just been pulled out of a frying pan. He glanced at Bai Xiaoyu beside him. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were blurry and her gaze was fiery. Lin Feng's heart was filled with alarm. There's something wrong with this woman. The way she looks at me is even scarier than before. It's over. This song is so bad, she must hate me to death. I'm pushing her one step further into Lu Chen's arms. Lu Chen must be so grateful to me now that he is ready to give me a banner. No, we can't stay here for long. Lin Feng dropped the microphone almost as a reflex, turned around and rushed to the audience. He rushed to the backstage entrance at an extremely fast speed. Hey, Brother Feng, why are you running? Seeing this, Zhao Kai didn't even bother to brag about his brother's glorious deeds to the beautiful college students around him, and immediately ran after him. On the stage, Bai Xiaoyu stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to say something. But Lin Feng had disappeared in the background. She frowned slightly, and a barely perceptible sense of loss flashed in her eyes. He just left like that. Does he really hate me? But he clearly asked me to be his girlfriend. Bai Xiaoyu bit her lip, her eyes gradually becoming firm. Lin Feng, you can't escape. Chapter 20 Zhao Kai's Secret. In the Zhongyu bar, there are bright lights, wine, and a lot of people. Lin Feng raised his glass and drank the liquor. He felt that he was not far from death. The heroines are more abnormal than each other. Sooner or later, his script of the evil supporting actor will be ruined by them. Will the system determine that the mission has failed and kill him directly? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and the more he drank. This bar was built by him and Zhao Kai in order to pursue Bai Xiaoyu. Now, it has become the most popular entertainment venue in Zhongcheng. Bai Xiaoyu never showed up. The original, strategic significance, has long since disappeared. This irony is just like his despair at the moment. Brother Feng, that's awesome, Zhao Kai shouted excitedly. You didn't see it. The way Goddess Bai Xiaoyu looked at you is full of affection. Brother, I'm telling you, it's done. You're really good at playing hard to get. Zhao Kai raised his glass and gestured to Lin Feng. Come on, Brother Feng, I'll toast you a glass. I wish you can find your beautiful lady soon. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Kai, his smile was so bright. Get the beauty. All he wanted now was to cry. He just wants to quietly be a vicious supporting actor and survive until the end. Lin Feng grabbed the bottle and took another big gulp. He mumbled vaguely, I just want to be a bad guy, why is it so difficult? Zhao Kai smiled even more. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Oh, Brother Feng, I understand, Zhao Kai said. Men have to be bad sometimes, women like them. You've been so mean today that you've really touched the heart of Goddess Bai Xiaoyu. Don't worry, brother, I support you. Keep it up, I'm counting on you. Lin Feng. He closed his eyes in despair. Tired, destroy it quickly. The light in the corner of the booth was dim. Several fashionably dressed girls had stopped talking long ago. They seemed to be playing with their mobile phones, but in fact all their attention was focused on the man drinking alone not far away. Oh my god, the living Lin Feng is 10,000 times more handsome than in the live broadcast. Look at the way he drinks, so wild, so lonely, like a fallen prince misunderstood by the whole world. This feeling of brokenness is so absolute. He sings really well. Should we go over and give him a toast? Finally, a bold girl in a short skirt came over with a wine glass in her hand, her voice so sweet that it was sickening. Handsome guy, drinking alone is so boring. You sing really well. Can you add me on WeChat? Lin Feng didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. What are these girls chattering about? What a broken feeling, what loneliness. And you still say he sings well. He deliberately sang out of tune. Are these people deaf or blind? It's so noisy. Now he just wants to wait for death quietly. Roll. A cold word squeezed out from between Lin Feng's teeth. The smile on the girl in the short skirt froze on her face instantly. But the next second, looking at Lin Feng's extremely cold and handsome face, her heart skipped a beat. This man has such a strong personality and is so cool. At this time, a waiter walked quickly to Zhao Kai and whispered. Zhao Kai's eyes widened and his face flushed. Good, 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 he slapped his thigh and roared. Call more brothers. Surround him. Don't let him fly away. We'll be there right away. Zhao Kai turned around suddenly and grabbed Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng was almost pulled off the sofa by him. Feng Si. Stop drinking, said Zhao Kai. His eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a treasure. Brother, I'm going to take you to see something good. It's absolutely exciting. Lin Feng felt dizzy, the alcohol started to take over, and a hint of curiosity emerged. Good stuff. What could be more exciting than him being nearly dead? He burped and asked vaguely, what is that? Hey, you'll know when you get there. Zhao Kai didn't say anything and pulled Lin Feng out of the bar. The night breeze was slightly cool, blowing away some of the drunkenness. The destination is a quiet alley near Zhongcheng University. The alley was dark, with only a dim glow from the street lamps in the distance. Lin Feng was pulled by Zhao Kai and moved forward unsteadily. He saw from afar a group of people gathered deep in the alley. There were more than a dozen tall figures, and it was obvious at first glance that they were not good people. Lin Feng recognized them as the thugs hired by Zhao Kai. They gathered around one person. The man was trapped in the corner and looked very thin. When Lin Feng saw the faces of the surrounded people clearly, he sobered up a lot. Fuck, Lu Chen. Lin Feng's first thought. Run. He turned around and took 2 steps, but suddenly stopped. No, Zhao Kai is still there. Although Zhao Kai is not very smart, he is his brother who grew up with him. If we leave him here alone, what if Lu Chen suddenly counterattacks and kills us? Lin Feng gritted his teeth and turned back. He rushed to Zhao Kai in a few steps and lowered his voice. Casey, are you crazy? Tell them to disperse. Go. Zhao Kai was crossing his arms across his chest, looking at Lu Chen with pride. He tilted his head and said impatiently, Feng Si, why are you so anxious? Zhao Kai sneered. You know what? This bastard has been trying to ruin our plans time and time again. At the gym, he was trying to snatch the goddess Bai Xiaoyu from you. Today, I finally got the chance. Zhao Kai looked fierce. He can't run away. Chapter 21 N Degrees of Confusion. The atmosphere in the alley was tense. Zhao Kai and his gang of burly thugs cornered Lu Chen like hungry wolves. Brothers, go ahead. Beat them to death. Zhao Kai gave an order, and the atmosphere was murderous. A dozen thugs rushed towards Lu Chen like tigers descending from the mountain. Wait a moment, Lin Feng shouted loudly. His mind was racing. This plot was not right. This plot did not exist in the original book. Lu Chen, who was surrounded in the center, suddenly curled up his lips into a cold and mocking smile. His eyes passed over the ferocious thugs and fell directly on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart sank. He got it instantly. This was Lu Chen's plan. This bastard deliberately lured Zhao Kai and the others here. In the original novel, Lu Chen had been training in overseas battlefields for many years and had great skills, so he was more than capable of dealing with these dozen thugs. Lin Feng was almost certain that the female killer Lin He must be lurking in the dark at this moment, ready to cooperate with Lu Chen at any time. Lin Feng felt that he had finally figured it out. Lu Chen wanted to vent his anger at Lin Feng for the past few days. He deliberately showed weakness to lure Zhao Kai and his gang into action, then he showed his might and severely beat up these blind guys, and at the same time demonstrated his strength in front of Lin He, who was in the dark. Yes, it must be like this. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that his inference was impeccable. Since Lu Chen wants to vent, why not just let him hit himself? I am the culprit of all this. As long as Lu Chen hits him, his anger will subside, and he can also achieve the pleasure of letting the protagonist show off. This is really killing two birds with one stone. Seeing Lin Feng standing there motionless, Zhao Kai shouted angrily, Feng Si, get out of the way. I'm going to destroy him today. Zhao Kai was about to rush forward himself. At the critical moment, Lin Feng suddenly grabbed Zhao Kai's arm with such great force that Zhao Kai was stunned. Kazi, Lin Feng said in a low voice. Do not move. Let me do it. Zhao Kai was stunned. Lin Feng shook off Zhao Kai's hand and took a step forward. He took a deep breath, put on an arrogant attitude, put his left hand in his pocket and raised his chin high. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng called out Lu Chen's name, Lu Chen. Today, I will let you see what happens when you offend me, Lin Feng. Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng suddenly took a step forward, clenched his right fist, and rushed straight towards Lu Chen's handsome face with a destroying the world momentum. Whoosh! The wind from his fists whistled. The moment before his fist was about to touch Lu Chen's face, Lin Feng suddenly closed his eyes. Come on, let the storm come even harder. Lu Chen, after you have vented your anger, please let me go, woo woo woo. Lin Feng could even clearly foresee himself being killed instantly by Lu Chen's move, and then falling to the ground in a mess, a scene that the protagonist was trying to show off. Bang! A dull thumping sound suddenly exploded in the dead silent alley. Then, Lu Chen let out an uncontrollable groan. The severe pain that Lin Feng expected did not come. He opened his eyes in confusion. Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. Lu Chen's handsome face was twisted at a strange angle at this moment. On the left cheek, a clear fist mark quickly became red and swollen. Lin Feng's fist was firmly imprinted in the center of the fist mark. What the hell? Why doesn't he hide? Where's my script? Where's my carefully planned counterattack? Lin Feng was completely stunned, his mind went blank. Lu Chen's heart was in turmoil, filled with sadness and disbelief. That's not right, this punch, why does it hurt so much? Logically speaking, with my force-relieving skills and reaction speed, even if I don't fight back, I should be able to neutralize most of the force of this punch. Why does it feel like I was hit head-on by a wild bull? Little did he know that Lin Feng's seemingly frivolous punch, under the silent coordination of the Succubus system, had a power beyond his imagination. Lin Feng was stunned and Lu Chen began to doubt his life. Fuck. Brother Feng is awesome. Great fight. When Zhao Kai, who was standing by, saw Lin Feng succeed in one strike, his blood boiled immediately. He screamed with excitement and shouted, "Don't move, brothers. Let me have some fun too." Zhao Kai's fist, as big as a sandbag, slammed into Lu Chen's severely injured face with a whistling sound. Bang! Another tooth-grinding sound. Lu Chen's shaky body was like a kite with a broken string. He was hit by this punch and staggered back. His back hit the cold wall heavily, and he groaned in pain. His right cheek swelled up rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming perfectly symmetrical with the left cheek. Lin Feng widened his eyes and watched Lu Chen being hit hard by Zhao Kai again. Oh my god, what should I do? Could it be that all my previous guesses were wrong? Isn't this bastard Lu Chen acting? Is he really that bad? This is totally out of control. The original protagonist was beaten into a pig's head. How can the plot go on? Lin Feng felt a chill running from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. His hands and feet were cold and he wanted to cry but had no tears. The atmosphere in the alley was weird, and Lin Feng and Lu Chen were both in confusion and despair. A cold female voice suddenly came from the alley, breaking the silence. Stop! What are you doing? Chapter 22, Shen Zhaoshui, the Hateful One. At the entrance of the alley, a figure stood abruptly. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Lin Feng froze and looked in the direction of the sound. The moonlight intertwined with the dim light of the street lamps in the distance, outlining her tall and graceful figure. The man was wearing a well-tailored black windbreaker, which made his skin look whiter than snow and his face look extraordinary. She glanced coldly at everyone in the alley, her eyes filled with scrutiny and displeasure. It was the eldest daughter of the Shen family, Shen Zhaoshui. Lin Feng's mind buzzed and he understood instantly. So this is Lu Chen's plan. Shen Zhaoshui has always hated evil and never tolerated bullying of the weak. That's why Lu Chen got beaten on purpose. Lin Feng gave Lu Chen a thumbs up in his heart. Lu Chen, damn, you are such a genius. Almost at the same time, Lu Chen, who was originally dizzy and dazed from the beating, saw who was coming and a gleam of light flashed from under his swollen eyelids. Lu Chen was ecstatic. That's exactly my plan. Previously, Lin He, inadvertently, revealed that Shen Zhaoshui was inquiring about Lin Feng's whereabouts and had an inexplicable concern for Lin Feng. Lu Chen came up with this plan at that time. He wanted to let Shen Zhaoshui witness Lin Feng, bullying the weak, with her own eyes, which would inevitably make her feel disgusted with him. At that time, Lu Chen will appear as a victim, again to gain sympathy, and he will be able to naturally reconnect with Shen Zhaoshui. I, Lu Chen, am a genius. Lu Chen endured the severe pain, trying to make himself look more miserable and helpless, and let out a suppressed cry of pain, staring at Lin Feng and Zhao Kai with weak and angry eyes. Act. I'll continue acting. Lin Feng, Zhao Kai, you two idiots, today you are the stepping stones for me, Lu Chen, to turn the tables. On the other side, when Zhao Kai saw Shen Zhaoshui, he was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up. Hey, isn't this Miss Shen? What brings you here? Zhao Kai had heard about Shen Zhaoshui's family background and did not dare to be too presumptuous. But he was in the mood to beat up Lu Chen, and with Lin Feng's support, there was a hint of pride in his tone. Miss Shen, you're here just in time. Zhao Kai pointed at Lu Chen with an arrogant look on his face. We are teaching this ignorant boy a lesson. Shen Zhaoshui swept a cold gaze over Zhao Kai, and her brows frowned slightly. She learned from Zhao Kai's live broadcast room that Lin Feng was at Zhongcheng University, and somehow she came here to find out. This man seemed to have a strange attraction that made her want to get closer. But the scene before my eyes. Lin Feng brought a group of people and surrounded a young man in a corner. The young man had obvious injuries on his face. Shen Zhaoshui's family is involved in the gray area, but they have their own set of behavioral principles and never bully the weak. She hated this kind of bullying the most in her life. The inexplicable attraction in Shen Zhaoshui's heart began to conflict violently with the principles she had established since childhood. She looked at Lin Feng, not knowing what to do for a moment. In the shadows not far away, Lin He had a panoramic view of it all. Her slender fingers tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, and a sickly blush quietly appeared on her beautiful cheeks. Shen Zhaoshui, did you see it? Master is so overbearing and arrogant. You must be very disappointed in him now. That would be best. As long as you give up the master will belong to me alone. Lin He's breathing was rapid, with a strong and twisted possessiveness and anticipation surging in his heart. She noticed Shen Zhaoshui's abnormal attention to Lin Feng. So she, inadvertently, revealed Shen Zhaoshui's movements to Lu Chen, and with a little guidance, made Lu Chen mistakenly believe that Shen Zhaoshui's appearance was his chance to be a hero and save the beauty. In fact, Lin He's real purpose was to use Shen Zhaoshui's disgust to completely cut off any possibility of Lin Feng's relationship with this potential rival. As long as Shen Zhaoshui sees Lin Feng's bad side, given her personality, she will definitely feel disgusted. Lin He's lips curled up into a barely perceptible smile of satisfaction. No, Miss Shen, why are you standing there motionless? Lin Feng was puzzled. Didn't we beat him so badly? Come over here and save the hero. Isn't that bad enough? A hint of determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked Lu Chen on the ground several more times. Bang, bang, the dull sound of hitting echoed in the alley. Zhao Kai next to him was stunned at first, and then his dull brain suddenly opened up. Brother Feng, you think I didn't hit you hard enough? Yes, he must be beaten to death. Only then will this kid learn his lesson. Zhao Kai roared and rushed forward, punching and kicking Lu Chen again. Ouch! Stop! Stop hitting me! Lu Chen's screams became more and more miserable, and he was filled with shock and anger. Why hasn't Shen Zhaoshui made a move yet? Could it be that this alley was too dark and she didn't see clearly that it was me, Lu Chen, who was beaten? In a hurry, Lu Chen used all his strength to roar towards the alley entrance. Lin Feng, Lu Chen, will never let you go. The voice was sad and angry, full of resentment. When Lin Feng heard this, he felt relieved. Yes, yes, yes. That's the taste. Lu Chen is a very cooperative kid. He immediately got into the role, trying his best to put on the most arrogant and domineering expression on his face, and pointed at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you better be careful. If you dare to snatch a woman from me next time, your fate will be even worse than today. At the corner of the alley, Shen Zhaoshui had a hint of confusion in her cold eyes. Lin Feng, Lu Chen, stealing a woman. When she heard the name, Lu Chen, clearly, she frowned slightly and walked slowly into the alley. As she got closer to Lin Feng step by step, an indescribable attraction quietly entangled her mind. The look she gave Lin Feng softened unconsciously, and even carried a hint of fascination and admiration that she herself had not noticed. This man is so domineering. Even threatening people is so powerful. She walked closer and saw clearly a figure with a bruised face and nose, curled up in a ball on the ground. Shen Zhaoshui's eyes froze instantly. Lu Chen. There was a barely perceptible coldness in her voice. Isn't he the guy who sneaked into our Shen family auction a few days ago? I remember that he was taken to the police station by security personnel at that time. Why are you here? Shen Zhaoshui's eyes moved between Lin Feng and Lu Chen. Then, a hint of realization and a deeper coldness flashed across his cold eyes. She looked at Lin Feng, with a hint of inexplicable bias and affirmation in her tone. He must have sneaked out of the police station during the chaos. This kind of person never changes despite repeated admonitions. Chapter 23 What's that sound? The next second, Shen Zhaoshui waved her jade hand, and her voice was crisp but carried an unquestionable command. Hit me. Her voice was clear, yet it carried unquestionable authority. After the fight, take him to the police station. We must find out if there are any accomplices behind him. Lin Feng. Lu Chen was lying on the ground, his eyes swollen and almost bulging out. He wailed hoarsely, Miss Shen. You are the most just. You hate bullying the weak the most. I am the victim. He was in disbelief and struggled to get justice. Zhao Kai rubbed his hands, moved closer to Shen Zhaoshui, and responded flatteringly. Okay, Miss Shen. His face was all smiles. Just wait and see. I promise to beat him until his mother won't admit it, and then send him to the police station. Zhao Kai turned around and ordered his thugs, brothers, beat them. Lu Chen's tough mouth turned into a low hum. The muffled sound of fists and feet made Lin Feng feel uneasy. He anxiously waited for Lu Chen to explode and for Lin He to show up to protect his master. Lin Feng's forehead was covered with sweat. He was not worried about Lu Chen's life or death. He was even more afraid that if Lu Chen really exploded, everyone would be doomed. Lu Chen cannot die, as there are important plots to follow. How could the destined protagonist perish here? Oh my god, someone, anyone, please make this stop. Lin Feng called the system, but the system remained cold and silent, with no response. The system failed at the critical moment, putting him in a completely passive position. Just as Lu Chen curled up on the ground with his consciousness blurred, Zhao Kai also felt that if he continued to fight, someone might die, so he prepared to stop temporarily. At the entrance of the alley, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared. Zhao Kai and his thugs froze and looked in the direction of the voice. Lin Feng turned his head suddenly. Under the street light, a familiar figure appeared, and Bai Xiaoyu raised her rose-gold cell phone. A fight scene is displayed on the screen. Record the entire process. Bai Xiaoyu, shouldn't she go home and rest? Why are you showing up in this deserted alley in the middle of the night? When did she come? How much more have you seen? Zhao Kai's brain crashed. He looked at Lu Chen, then at Bai Xiaoyu, and then at Lin Feng beside him. He stuttered, Ms. Bai. The arrogance suddenly dropped by half. Bai Xiaoyu ignored Zhao Kai. She looked at Lin Feng with strange eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile, strangely satisfied. That smile made Lin Feng feel cold all over. Alarm bells were ringing in his heart. What on earth is this woman trying to do? Zhao Kai finally reacted, pointed at Bai Xiaoyu, and let out an angry roar to his men behind him. Cell phone. Grab it. The thugs woke up as if from a dream and rushed towards Bai Xiaoyu, howling. However, Bai Xiaoyu just gave Lin Feng an even more meaningful smile. That smile seemed to silently declare, she has seen your other side and she likes it very much. She turned around, elegantly opened the door of the black nanny car, and got in. The nanny car's engine roared and disappeared in an instant. Only Zhao Kai and his men were left in the alley, looking at each other in bewilderment. Lin Feng was petrified. If the video is exposed by Bai Xiaoyu, how will he act out the subsequent plot? He was directly detained in the police station for a few days. It was dim inside the nanny car. Bai Xiaoyu's fingertips gently slid across the screen, her eyes obsessed. On the screen was the fierce fight in the alley that had just been recorded. Lin Feng's figure is particularly eye-catching. He punched fiercely and yelled domineeringly. The last few kicks were delivered with an unquestionable sense of control. Every frame made her heart flutter and her breathing quicken. Great, she murmured, her voice trembling with an oddity. This is the man she likes. No, it was the man she chose. Different from the one on the stage who was forced to work with a hint of alienation and helplessness. Lin Feng in the video has shed his disguise at this moment. He is more primitive, more wild, and more fascinating to her. The violent aesthetics of controlling everything deeply attracted her. Bai Xiaoyu switched the album and clicked on a few blurry photos. Lin Feng's handsome face is clear. There was a look of surprise on his face. Cute. He was so cute that she wanted to hide him away and only show him to herself. She frowned slightly, with a hint of annoyance. Damn the flash. I actually forgot to turn it off. Otherwise, she could capture more and more natural moments of him. Bai Xiaoyu held the phone against her chest. Lin Feng, I have a firm grasp on this side of you. You can't escape. The alley was deathly silent. There was only heavy breathing and Lu Chen's barely audible moans. Bai Xiaoyu's video was like a basin of cold water, poured over Lin Feng from head to toe. So chilling. Lin Feng's heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand and almost stopped beating. Cold sweat instantly soaked my back. Completion. It's all over. That woman Bai Xiaoyu actually recorded everything that just happened. If this gets out, he, Lin Feng, was the most evil young man in Zhongcheng. He was exposed for beating up others in the street. The saliva of public opinion can drown him. Why still play the role of a vicious male supporting role? Direct social death, the plot completely collapsed. It's broken. I have no villain points left, how can I exchange them for skills? Without any skills, how could he turn the tables and kill Lu Chen? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more frightened he became. His face turned pale and his lips trembled. Quick, go. Lin Feng suddenly came back to his senses and growled at Zhao Kai and the thugs who were still standing there in a daze with a trembling voice. What the hell are you all standing there for? Waiting to be caught. Zhao Kai and his men woke up as if from a dream. Lin Feng's serious and even terrified expression made them realize the seriousness of the matter. Feng brother Feng, that video, Zhao Kai asked stutteringly, the arrogance on his face long gone. I'll find a way. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his mind working rapidly. KZ, get out of here right now, right now. I'll book a plane ticket for you soon. You can go abroad and hide for a month. You are not allowed to come back until this matter is resolved. Lin Feng's tone left no room for doubt. Zhao Kai opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when he saw Lin Feng's almost murderous look, he swallowed his words back. He knew that Lin Feng was really anxious this time. Okay. Brother Feng, I'll listen to you. Zhao Kai nodded heavily, then waved his hand to his men. All of you, go the fuck away. Get out of here. The group of people scattered like birds and beasts and disappeared into the depths of the alley in an instant. Lin Feng didn't care about anything else and turned around and wanted to run. If I don't run away, what if Bai Xiaoyu sends the video and attracts the police? Then I'll be doomed. In the alley, all that was left in a blink of an eye were Lu Chen lying on the ground and Shen Zhaoshui standing there pretentiously. Lu Chen's consciousness was a little fuzzy at the moment, but he still wanted to win Shen Zhaoshui's sympathy. Ms. Shen. Lu Chen used all his strength to squeeze out a few words from his throat, his voice hoarse. Please take me to the hospital. He tried hard to act pitiful in order to win the sympathy of this young lady with a strong sense of justice. However, Shen Zhaoshui just glanced at him indifferently. The look was cold and indifferent, even with disgust. She originally wanted to catch up with Lin Feng. The man's domineering manner when commanding his men and his decisiveness when escaping made the strange throbbing in her heart even stronger. Unfortunately, he ran too fast. Shen Zhaoshui frowned slightly, her eyes falling on Lu Chen who was lying on the ground moaning faintly. What the hell is that? It's humming there, so noisy. She felt an inexplicable irritation rising in her heart. Tisk! Shen Zhaoshui let out a light click of his tongue in impatience. She turned around and left the alley filled with the smell of blood and despair without looking back. Go faster, go faster. Chapter 24. So that's how it is. Lu Chen watched Shen Zhaoshui's proud figure disappear at the alley, and the last glimmer of hope was completely shattered. He was desperate. Why? Why is this? The script is not like this. Shouldn't Shen Zhaoshui righteously condemn Lin Feng and then send this victim to the hospital so as to develop a good impression of him? Why did you just leave? Still looking disgusted. Lu Chen felt that his worldview had been trampled on and shattered tonight by Lin Feng, Zhao Kai, and this unconventional Miss Shen. I don't know how long it took, maybe a few minutes, maybe more than 10 minutes. With his willpower far beyond that of an ordinary person and the hatred for Lin Feng that ran deep into his bones, Lu Chen trembled and crawled up from the ground. Every time I moved, I felt excruciating pain all over my body. He held onto the cold wall and struggled to keep his balance. Shadow. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words. A dark shadow appeared behind him silently like a ghost. It was the female killer, Lin He. Why don't you take action? Lu Chen turned around abruptly, staring at Lin He with his swollen eyes, his tone filled with uncontrollable anger. Lin He lowered his head slightly, revealing a section of his snow-white neck. The voice was soft, with just the right amount of grievance and innocence. Master, I thought this was all your plan. I thought you wanted to take this opportunity to let Miss Shen see Lin Feng's true face more clearly, so as to win her sympathy. Her voice got lower and lower, as if she really felt guilty for misunderstanding Lu Chen's intentions. But deep in those lowered eyes, there was a glimmer of unnoticed, morbid joy and satisfaction. Lu Chen heard Lin He say this, closed his eyes silently. After more than 10 minutes of silence, he spoke. Take me to the hospital. Then with a bang, Lu Chen fell to the ground. Lin Feng returned home. Zhao Kai had already been sent away on a flight he booked. I hope Lu Chen won't chase him. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a familiar and slightly tired figure sitting on the sofa, holding a financial newspaper between his fingers and frowning slightly. Lin Feng. His father, who had been on the road for many years and was rarely seen, actually came back. Lin Feng's heart trembled violently. Although he only spent 2 days in this world, the original owner still remembers his father's love as deep as a mountain. And at the end of Dragon Overlord, Lin Feng's hair turned white overnight after learning of the death of Lin Feng. The tragic ending of dying alone and with hatred in his heart now comes to my mind very clearly. An inexplicable impulse, mixed with the remaining emotions of the original owner and a trace of his own touch, instantly occupied his brain. Lin Feng almost pounced over and hugged Lin Feng tightly from behind. Dad, his voice was choked with sobs. I missed you. Lin Feng's hand holding the newspaper froze slightly. He put the newspaper down. Feeling her son's sudden intimacy, her eyes behind the lenses were filled with surprise and a hint of barely perceptible relief. He turned his head and patted Lin Feng's arms, which were tightly hugging him. His voice was gentle but with a hint of inquiry. What happened to you today, kid? Did you have a good time outside these days? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly let go of his hand, His eyes widened, and he looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Dad, how do you know I'm doing well? Lin Feng looked at his son's shocked expression, and a faint smile of understanding appeared on his lips. He picked up the newspaper again, speaking casually. Nothing much. Recently, the group is discussing cooperation on several new projects with the Bai family, the Shen family, and the Su family. During the meal, they mentioned you and asked their children to take good care of you if they have the chance. After all, I'm not too sure about you being alone in Zhongcheng. Boom. Lin Feng's casual words were like thunder from the sky, exploding in Lin Feng's mind. The Bai family, the Shen family, the Su family, care. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted and his body trembled slightly due to extreme shock. The countless mysteries that had troubled him before, the countless strange phenomena that puzzled him, at this moment, seemed to be illuminated by a dazzling flash of lightning. So that's how it is. The root of everything turned out to be his father. It was his father who informed the families of these heroines in advance. That's why they look at him differently, cooperate with him in acting, and show those strange behaviors. This is the most reasonable explanation. A huge surge of ecstasy gushed out from the bottom of my heart and instantly swept through my limbs and bones. All his previous confusion disappeared at this moment. What system wipe, what plot collapse, to hell with it. Lin Feng is still the hard-working and vicious male supporting role. The heroines were just acting according to the circumstances under their father's instructions. No wonder the system judges his mission successful every time. Because judging from the results, his evil deeds did indirectly promote the plot development of the heroine and the original protagonist. Dad, Lin Feng's face flushed with excitement. He rushed forward again and gave Lin Feng a big kiss on that slightly surprised face. You really are my father. After saying that, he rushed upstairs like a rabbit, full of relief and ecstasy, and went straight to the room. He needs to think carefully about it and start tomorrow to continue his great career as the evil supporting actor. In the living room, Lin Feng touched the place where his son had kissed him, with a strange expression on his face. He looked at Lin Feng's back as he disappeared at the stairs, his brows slightly furrowed. This child. I told them to look after him because I hoped he wouldn't cause trouble outside and behave himself. Why is it that his reaction seems as if he understood it to mean something else? Lin Feng picked up the newspaper, but couldn't concentrate on reading it. He always felt that what he had just said seemed to be wrong. Lin Feng put down the newspaper and looked towards the stairs, thoughtfully. Chapter 25. A sudden inspiration. Lin Feng fell onto the bed. It was not until this moment that his heart, which had been suddenly enlightened by his father Lin Feng's words, finally calmed down. It turns out that the heroine is acting with this Zhongcheng evil young man, just for her father's sake. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's fear of the unknown disappeared. Instead, there was an unprecedented sense of ease and excitement. In this way, wouldn't his next villain mission be easier to handle? But what about Bai Xiaoyu? Lin Feng felt something strange. If Bai Xiaoyu was bribed, why did she record the video? If Bai Xiaoyu was not bribed, then what did her strange behavior mean? Oh, and record it. A brilliant idea suddenly flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He slapped his thigh hard. According to the original plot of Long Ba, this vicious male supporting role will break into Bai Xiaoyu's house out of anger and shame after failing to confess his love to Bai Xiaoyu at the school anniversary. There will be a second confession and a forced kiss scene. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. This is a key plot point. As long as he plays this evil deed to its fullest, Bai Xiaoyu's disgust towards him will absolutely go through the roof. Then, he cleverly planned to have Bai Xiaoyu accidentally hand over the video of the group fight against Lu Chen in the alley to the original protagonist Lu Chen at the right time. In the original novel, Lu Chen would go to Bai Xiaoyu's house to invite her to star in his movie. By then, Lu Chen, the messenger of justice, will make it public, and Lin Feng's crime of being a bad boy will be completely confirmed. Perfect. It's absolutely seamless. Not only can Lin Feng successfully complete the mission of vicious supporting actor, but he can also be judged by justice by Lu Chen and completely freed from this damn plot. The most important thing is that he doesn't have to be beaten to death by Lu Chen, and he can take his father's money and run away with his father. Go abroad to enjoy the sunshine, beaches and bikinis and live the lazy life you've always dreamed of. Isn't it beautiful? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. As long as the video reaches Lu Chen's hands. I don't care whether Bai Xiaoyu was bribed or not. Lin Feng called the system in his heart. System, what do you think of my plan? Can it allow me to finish my villain role early and retire? The system is silent. Lin Feng waited for a few seconds, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Got it. System default. Being recorded must be arranged by the system. It must have felt that his villain acting was too poor, so they let him finish filming early. Lin Feng jumped up with excitement. Lu Chen should also know about the video. He just had to lure her. How to lure? Got it. Isn't it enough to just tell Lin He? I am such a genius. Lin Feng wanted to find Lin He immediately and implement the perfect plan. He opened the door. Lin He stood at the door in a pretentious manner. She is like a loyal wife waiting for her husband, or a night elf waiting for instructions. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Depend on. The surveillance is so close. She is indeed a professional female killer, very dedicated. When Lin He saw Lin Feng, 2 intoxicating blushes instantly appeared on her flawless snow-white face. Those eyes, which were usually as cold as ice, now seemed to fall into the starlight, shimmering with a hint of timidity and more admiration. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Broken. I hope this little girl won't be like last time, blushing and her heart beating fast after just a few words, and then fainting. Then how will he carry out this clever plan of killing with a borrowed knife? No, we have to do it quickly. Lin Feng cleared his throat and tried to make himself look extremely anxious. He even had a hint of despair, feeling like he was at the end of his rope. Lin He, you're here at the right time. Lin Feng lowered his voice. There's a great thing, no, a great trouble. He said hurriedly. That woman Bai Xiaoyu, she actually has a video of me beating someone. Lin Feng observed Lin He's expression. It's what happened in the alley just now. He shouted wildly in his heart. Yes, yes, yes. That's it. Hurry, go tell Lu Chen. Let him execute me justice. My good days are coming. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and the fear on his face became even more intense. There was a slight tremor in his voice. If Lu Chen knew about this, I would be completely finished. He will definitely spread the video everywhere, and then even my dad won't be able to protect me. So, Lin He, listen to this. Lin Feng took a sudden step forward. He was almost close to Lin He. You must not let Lu Chen know about this. Don't reveal a single word. Do you understand? This concerns my life and property. He swallowed nervously. Lin He was so stimulated by Lin Feng's sudden approach and the subtle masculine aura on him that made her heart flutter that her whole body went limp. She could hardly stand, but after hearing Lin Feng's extremely solemn instructions, an unprecedented sense of mission and the ecstasy of being trusted instantly overwhelmed that bit of beauty. My master actually entrusted me with such an important matter. He trusted me so much. Lin He's pretty face became increasingly red, almost bleeding. She nodded heavily, her eyes filled with unprecedented determination and a hint of heart-pounding fanaticism. Don't worry, master. There was an imperceptible tremor in her voice. She was extremely serious. Lin He swears to heaven that unless I die, I will never let Lu Chen know any news that is unfavorable to the master. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment when he saw Lin He so serious. Will this little girl tell anyone? Lin Feng looked at Lin He's burning eyes. Forget it, forget it. As long as I play the villain well tomorrow, Bai Xiaoyu will probably join Lu Chen in dealing with him. Double insurance. Lin Feng closed the door contentedly. Today's store interface is surprisingly simple. There's only one lone stat hanging there, sanity. Lin Feng was stunned at first. Then, a light of sudden enlightenment flashed in his eyes. I understand. System, you really understand me. He shouted excitedly in his heart. This must be because the system knows that I will be performing my final scene tomorrow and it will be the end of the filming. That's why I only opened this one sanity attribute. This is to allow me to remain absolutely calm and rational when I carry out the suicide plan tomorrow, so that I can act more realistically and die more perfectly. That's right. It must be like this. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that his inference was impeccable. He almost applauded his own wisdom and the thoughtfulness of the system. With infinite longing for a beautiful, final future, Lin Feng did not hesitate to invest all the 150 villain points he had just obtained into the sanity value. Sanity plus 150. An inexplicable feeling of coolness seemed to pass through my mind. Lin Feng felt calmer than ever before and was more confident about tomorrow's plans. He doesn't know. This so-called sanity value does not increase his own rationality. Instead, it will significantly reduce the rationality of the heroines who have deep plot connections with him. It makes their behavior more and more bold, more and more unreasonable, and more sick. What he didn't know was that his villain story was far from over. Chapter 26 Lu Chen's Plan. In the VIP ward of Zhongcheng First Hospital, the air is filled with the smell of disinfectant. Lu Chen was lying on the hospital bed, wrapped in bandages. Every breath brought on a sharp pain like a broken rib. A slender black shadow quietly condensed beside the bed, and Lin He appeared like a ghost. "How's the investigation going?" Lu Chen asked. Lin He said softly, "Master, Lin Feng has been interacting with other families recently. As for the tattoo clues, we expect to have some preliminary clues in a few days." A few days. Lu Chen suddenly raised his voice, his eyes were filled with bloodshot under his swollen eyelids, and he was full of unwillingness. "I want it right now. Immediately." He hated this loss of control and hated that bastard Lin Feng who lingered around. "Where's Zhao Kai? Where did he escape to?" Lin He still lowered his eyebrows and spoke calmly. "Zhao Kai boarded the flight to Iceland 3 hours ago. Expected to arrive in Reykjavik in 20 hours. Iceland." Lu Chen was stunned at first, then he burst into an uncontrollable roar. "Does he think I can't do anything to him if he runs away to such a remote place? Madness. Whether it's Lin Feng or Zhao Kai, they must die." These two names have been included in Lu Chen's kill list. When the time is right, he will repay the humiliation suffered today 100-fold. And now is the best time to deal with Lin Feng. That video. Get ready. Once my injuries are healed, I'll go to the Bai family. I want to discuss film cooperation with Bai Xiaoyu. Buy the video too. Lin Feng, I want you to be ruined. There was a calculating gleam in his eyes. Bai Xiaoyu, you must co-star in a movie with me. I want to let the entire upper class of Zhongcheng see clearly my strength and skills. If all else fails, he said in a gloomy voice, use money to throw at her. I will spend everything I have to tie her to my chariot. He firmly believed that as long as he was deeply bound to Bai Xiaoyu, he would not only be able to save face, but also use it as a springboard to attract Su Qingxue's attention again. This is Lu Chen's real goal. If he can capture Su Qingxue, the entire Zhongcheng, and even Kyoto, will be in Lu Chen's pocket. And this temporary setback will end with Lin Feng's disgrace. Lin Feng woke up from his sleep. This is the 3rd day since he came into this world. Although the process was tortuous and dangerous, he felt that his path to becoming a villain was becoming brighter day by day. What his father Lin Feng said last night was like clearing the clouds for him, allowing him to completely understand. Those female protagonists were all acting and cooperating with him, the evil young man of Zhongcheng. The beautiful, final future is just around the corner. There was a slight noise outside the door, and Lin Feng was startled. It was Lin He. She came over with breakfast. Lin Feng quickly jumped up from the bed and rushed to the door in 2 steps. He didn't want to wait even a second longer and anger this top female killer. As soon as the door opened, Lin Feng felt a heat in his nose and almost vomited blood on the spot. Lin He stood at the door, wearing a brand new outfit. The previous maid outfits were relatively abstinent, but this one pushes exposure and sexiness to the extreme. The cloth barely covers the key parts, and the large area of snow-white skin makes people dizzy. The skirt was incredibly short, and as she moved slightly, the scenery deeper inside was vaguely visible. The slender legs wrapped in white lace stockings are even more breathtaking at this moment. Lin Feng swallowed hard. This is a female killer, don't do that, Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng calmed down thanks to his newly gained sanity. Lin He bowed, his voice hoarse and smooth. Master, this is today's breakfast. The fire in her eyes was more intense than ever. Without waiting for Lin Feng to react, Lin He walked straight in and placed the tray on the table. She turned around, her eyes burning with flames locked onto Lin Feng. Master, please let Lin He help you change your clothes. The tone was unquestionable, extremely positive, even impatient. Lin Feng's heart was filled with alarm. This woman comes again. He opened his mouth, but under Lin He's gaze that seemed to devour him, he couldn't utter a word. He nodded stiffly and watched Lin He approach with cat-like steps. When the cold fingertips touched his skin, Lin Feng trembled all over. He felt Lin He's breathing quicken, and his fair skin, starting from his neck, quickly turned an intoxicating crimson. Is this woman going to faint again? Lin Feng didn't dare to breathe, and let Lin He's slender hands, which were strong enough to break a person's neck, wander over his body and unbutton his pajamas. The movements were still so pious, and it was still the same kind of enjoyment that made Lin Feng's scalp tingle. Enough, Lin Feng spoke with difficulty, his voice dry. Lin He, you go out first. I need to wash up first, then eat. He thought quickly and came up with a lame excuse. Lin He paused, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashing across his blurry blue eyes. But soon, it was replaced by a stronger sense of obedience and obsession. She respectfully took 2 steps back, bowed deeply, turned around and walked out of the room slowly. The door closed gently. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief, feeling relieved. Outside the door, Lin He turned his back to the door and slowly raised his hand to touch his hot cheek. A sickly, satisfied smile curved her lips. Those blue eyes flickered with a heart-pounding possessiveness. Chapter 27 I'm home alone. Lin Feng finished his breakfast in the room. He pushed the door open and Lin He returned to normal, standing outside the door. Lin Feng walked forward quickly, lowered his voice, and looked solemn. Lin He, you must not tell Lu Chen about the video. Don't say a word about it. Do you understand? He added, this is a matter of life and death for me. Lin He's body trembled slightly when she heard this. In her mind, Lin Feng's, there is no silver here, warning was undoubtedly a deeper test, or even a secret order suggesting that she, properly deal with, Lu Chen. Don't worry, master. Lin He's voice had a slight tremor caused by excitement, but it was extremely firm. Lin Feng said no more and walked towards the garage. He got into the Lamborghini, stepped on the accelerator, and the sports car roared, rushed out of the Lin family manor and headed straight for the Bai family mansion. Bite. Villain mission has been refreshed. Original plot, the persistence of the evil young man. Task content, go to Bai's house, confess your love to Bai Xiaoyu for the 2nd time according to the original plot, and perform a forced kiss scene. Mission reward, 200 to 500 villain points will be awarded based on the completion of the plot and influence. Lin Feng looked at the message from the system. Here we come. This is a famous scene in the original book. Forcefully kiss Bai Xiaoyu. He wanted to portray the arrogance, anger and obsession of the evil young man to the fullest. He must make Bai Xiaoyu's disgust towards him reach the sky-high level. Only in this way could she, in her despair, completely turn to Lu Chen, and only in this way could she be more motivated to, accidentally, hand over the video of the group beating of Lu Chen to Lu Chen. Lin Feng is now a little impatient. At the same time, in the intensive care unit of Zhongcheng First Hospital, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. As the son of destiny, his recovery ability far exceeded that of ordinary people. In just one night, everything was back to normal. The Bai family, he whispered hoarsely, with a ferocious arc at the corner of his mouth. He is determined to get Bai Xiaoyu's film collaboration. He must also get his hands on the humiliating video in the alley. Lin Feng, I will bring disgrace upon you and make you pay with blood. Lin Feng drove to the Bai family mansion. He parked the Lamborghini outside the carved iron gate and rang the doorbell. Unexpectedly, the guard room was quiet and no one came out to question us. After a moment, a cold electronic voice came from the intercom. Who is this? Lin Feng was delighted. The plot began. He cleared his throat, switched to villain mode, and said in an arrogant tone, I, Lin Feng. Open the door. This young master wants to see Bai Xiaoyu. He could already sense that once today's mission was completed, a wonderful life of freedom would beckoning him. Squeak. The heavy iron door slowly opened, revealing a gap. Lin Feng straightened his collar and walked in with his head held high. However, the further he went in, the more strange the feeling in his heart became. In the huge courtyard, there were patrolling bodyguards everywhere on weekdays, but now there was not a single one to be seen. It was a little too quiet. There seemed to be a faint scent in the air, sweet yet a little restless. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. He suppressed his uneasiness and walked straight towards the familiar main building of the villa. The door of the villa was closed. Lin Feng took a deep breath, raised his hand, and knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. There was no response. Just as Lin Feng was about to knock on the door again, there was a slight noise from inside the door. Then, the door clicked and was opened from the inside. The person who opened the door was Bai Xiaoyu. The moment he saw Bai Xiaoyu's appearance clearly, Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank and his brain buzzed. The Bai Xiaoyu in front of him was completely different from the pure and innocent girl in his impression. She was wearing a silky light pink nightgown with loose straps that revealed her curves. Wet hair sticks to face, cheeks flushed. His chest was rising and falling rapidly, his breathing was disordered, and beads of sweat covered his forehead and nose. It feels like just coming out of the water, or like after strenuous exercise. Is she doing high-intensity cardio at home? Exercising so early? He is indeed a big star. Faced with the sudden visit of this notorious playboy, Bai Xiaoyu was not surprised or disgusted, or even wary. The look in her eyes. Lin Feng met her gaze and his heart skipped a beat. His eyes, which were usually as clear as water, were now filled with confusion and heat. The look was so aggressive that it made Lin Feng's scalp tingle. Lin Feng subconsciously took half a step back. Something is wrong. What's going on with Bai Xiaoyu? That's not how the script is written. Shouldn't she have turned him away with a look of disgust, or screamed at the bodyguards to kick him out? This look. Lin Feng almost didn't recognize Bai Xiaoyu anymore. But Lin Feng understood immediately. It must be because I beat the person too cruelly yesterday. Bai Xiaoyu was frightened. He suppressed his uneasiness and decided to follow the original plot and play the villain's domineering and paranoid character to the end. Where are your parents? Lin Feng deliberately raised his voice a few notches, with a hint of the frivolity and intimidation typical of a dandy young man. Are you home alone? Are you not afraid that I will do something to you? With each question he asked, he took a step forward, trying to create a suffocating feeling of oppression. When Bai Xiaoyu heard his voice, her misty eyes seemed to be injected with new brilliance, and she stared at his face even more intensely. Instead of retreating, she moved forward, her hot and humid breath almost spraying on Lin Feng's face. They went out. Bai Xiaoyu's voice was hoarse and trembling, as if he was suppressing something. Lin Feng hurry in. She suddenly stretched out her hand, grabbed Lin Feng's arm with her hot fingers, and dragged him into the villa without saying a word. Lin Feng was stunned by her sudden action. Is this woman so strong? Also, why is she so impatient? Did she know that he was going to make a second confession, and rehearse the scene of being bullied in advance so that he would leave quickly? It must be like this. Lin Feng understood and let Bai Xiaoyu pull him into the living room. The two of them sat down on the sofa, and Bai Xiaoyu sat almost next to him. She seemed to have no bones. Lin Feng frowned. Isn't this woman overacting? Even if you want to show your fear and disgust towards him, you don't have to be so involved, right? He has no experience in dealing with this kind of situation. Never mind, acting is important. Lin Feng took a deep breath, ignored Bai Xiaoyu's softness and heat, turned his head suddenly and glared at her fiercely. Bai Xiaoyu, he roared, his voice filled with anger and shame after being rejected. Why do you reject my confession? Why? Why am I, Lin Feng, not worthy of you? Today, you must be my girlfriend. Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng, according to the original plot, put his arm around Bai Xiaoyu's shoulders and kissed her hard. This kiss seemed to have ignited some kind of fuse. Bai Xiaoyu's whole body stiffened at first, then he struggled to break free. Then he let out a long suppressed scream mixed with pain and relief. The cry was sharp and high-pitched, filled with complex and incomprehensible emotions. Lin Feng was ecstatic. That's it. Yell. The louder the better. The more pain you feel and the more you resist, the more it proves that I have played the role of the evil boy well. Your disgust level towards me has definitely gone through the roof. Scream, even if your throat is hoarse, no one will come to save you. Lu Chen, just wait to receive this big gift. Then Lin Feng kissed her again forcefully. Bai Xiaoyu stopped struggling. Freedom to sink. Bai Xiaoyu in his arms had changed her tone at some point, now tinged with a heart-pounding trembling and satisfaction. Chapter 28, 7 Days Boyfriend. Bite. Plot completion judgment. Excellent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 villain points. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Lin Feng trembled violently, as if he had been electrocuted, and tried to bounce away from Bai Xiaoyu. Enough. That's enough. If this goes on, he dare not imagine what will happen. Especially considering the time, Lu Chen, the son of destiny, may appear at the gate of the Bai family at any time just like in the original novel. If Lu Chen were to see this vivid scene, Lin Feng shuddered. Wouldn't Lu Chen tear him apart on the spot? He struggled, trying to push away the soft body in his arms. Lin Feng was horrified to find that Bai Xiaoyu had wrapped her arms tightly around his neck and her long legs were wrapped around his waist like vines. The force was so great that he could not break free for a while. Fuck, Lin Feng wailed in his heart. Is there something wrong with the setting of this pure and innocent girl? Let me go. If we don't let go, we're all going to be doomed. Lin Feng struggled desperately, but Bai Xiaoyu seemed not to notice and instead hugged him even tighter. Lin Feng's succubus aura is like a magic potion. A few minutes seemed like centuries. Lin Feng used all his strength and finally managed to break free from the gentle restraints before he was about to suffocate. He was breathing heavily, still in shock. Bai Xiaoyu stared at him with her watery eyes, her cheeks flushed, with a hint of lingering desire. She stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to pull Lin Feng back. Lin Feng. Her voice had a husky tinge of charm. Don't you want me to be your girlfriend? Lin Feng. Ah. What is going on? The other female protagonists were bribed by their fathers, but what about Bai Xiaoyu? How do you explain this? Lin Feng didn't care about the plot, and spoke without thinking, shouting out the huge confusion in his heart. Shouldn't you like Lu Chen? Lu Chen was a hero who saved you yesterday. Shouldn't you be secretly in love with him and be extremely disgusted with a bad boy like me? He is the destined male protagonist. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoyu tilted her head slightly. A hint of clarity flashed across her blurry eyes, but was then replaced by an even stronger obsession. She licked her rosy lips gently, and murmured lazily, Lu Chen. He is a very nice person and seems to be very righteous. But, she changed the subject and leaned closer to Lin Feng's ear. I feel like I'm too honest, he didn't even notice it. I don't like him to be the hero and save the damsel in distress. I prefer to be teased by you. And, I actually prefer bad boys, like the yellow-haired ones in TV dramas. Lin Feng. Yellow hair. From which dimension did you see the yellow-haired guy in this TV series? The Minotaur TV series. He doesn't dye his hair yellow now. What the hell is going on? The original book also doesn't say that Bai Xiaoyu likes Wang Mao. Is it because I played the role too badly and too yellow-haired? If she really likes yellow-haired people, then Lin Feng would be the right match for her. Lin Feng understood it immediately. It turned out that it was not a problem with the plot, but Bai Xiaoyu's own problem. Bai Xiaoyu looked at Lin Feng's stunned expression and her smile deepened. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently poked Lin Feng's chest. So, Lin Feng, I agree. Lin Feng. Lin Feng completely accepted his fate. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness. System, the plot seems to be off, don't blame me. His only hope now is that Lu Chen can successfully get the damn video USB drive. As long as Lu Chen can bring him to justice, he can retire with honor. As for Bai Xiaoyu in front of him, Lin Feng looked at her incredibly beautiful face and her fiery eyes that almost swallowed him up. My mind is in a mess. Having such an incredibly beautiful national goddess as a girlfriend, even if it's just a name. Doesn't that seem so hard to accept? At least, experience it before shooting off. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he forced it down. No, don't be fooled by beauty. He is a man with great ideals of running away. Lin Feng took a deep breath and tried to calm his confused thoughts. A dazzling light suddenly shone in Bai Xiaoyu's eyes. But, you can only be my girlfriend for 7 days. Lin Feng added stiffly. Bai Xiaoyu's smile froze slightly, and she looked at him in surprise. Why? Only 7 days. Lin Feng's eyes were erratic, he didn't dare to look her in the eye, and he said vaguely, no reason, I just want to ask if you agree or not. He couldn't tell Bai Xiaoyu that in 7 days, he might run away with his father, right? Bai Xiaoyu stared at Lin Feng's face, which was pretending to be serious, but in fact it was full of, hurry up and promise me or I will die in front of you. She was silent for a moment. In the end, he nodded slightly, his voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible grievance and more determination. Good. 7 days is 7 days. Lin Feng suppressed his pounding heart and spoke calmly. Since you've agreed, there's one more thing you have to promise me. His tone was commanding and unquestionable. Bai Xiaoyu looked at him infatuatedly, her voice soft and sticky. What is it? As long as you say it, I will agree to it. Lin Feng felt relieved. This tool man was indeed smart. He lowered his voice, leaned close to her ear, and said mysteriously, "It's that video." "Ah, that video, I have already changed it." She didn't finish her words. Ding dong ding dong. Outside the villa, a shrill doorbell suddenly rang. Both of them were stunned. Then, a male voice came from outside the door, with a hint of urgency and self-righteous calmness. "Excuse me, is anyone here? I'm Lu Chen, I have something urgent to discuss with Miss Bai Xiaoyu." Land sinking. This bastard, he really came on time. Alarm bells rang in Lin Feng's mind. He covered Bai Xiaoyu's mouth to stop her from making any sound. Bai Xiaoyu was startled by his sudden action. Her big watery eyes were full of confusion, but more of it was a kind of submissiveness that allowed him to take advantage of her. Lin Feng leaned close to her ear, his breathing trembling, and spoke in what he thought was the most ferocious tone. In fact, with a hint of imperceptible urgency, he ordered, "Listen. Hand over the USB drive containing the video to Lu Chen later. That's the one I beat him with. Give it to him intact. Did you hear that? He must ensure that this key item can be successfully delivered to the Child of Destiny." Bai Xiaoyu felt the warm breath coming from her ears and Lin Feng's unquestionable order. She blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering like a small fan, and nodded obediently. It looked like a kitten that had been extremely obedient after being reprimanded by its owner. Lin Feng looked at her obedient appearance and felt very proud. Very good. In order to reward her cooperation, and to make her more determined in carrying out her orders. Lin Feng's mind moved, he lowered his head, and quickly kissed her warm and smooth cheek heavily. "Boo. Promise me that you will give him the video. I'll find a place to hide first and see how you perform." After saying that, Lin Feng looked around like a frightened rabbit, then quickly ran to the shadow corner of the stairs leading to the second floor in the living room and hid. You can just hear their conversation here. Bai Xiaoyu stroked the cheek that had been kissed by Lin Feng with her delicate hands, where his domineering warmth and breath still lingered. Deep in her eyes, the obsessive light became more and more intense, and a sweet and strange arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. He actually kissed me. He really cares about me. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang again urgently, interrupting Bai Xiaoyu's reverie. She frowned slightly, and the sweetness was instantly replaced by a hint of impatience and boredom. Tisk, this guy is so annoying. Wait a minute, I need to change my clothes first. Lu Chen was shocked when he heard this. She even changed her clothes just to see me. Lu Chen adjusted his clothes facing the reflection on the door, as if Bai Xiaoyu was already in his pocket. Chapter 29 Battlefield Clothing. In the living room, Lin Feng poked his head out from the shadows at the corner of the stairs and watched nervously. Bai Xiaoyu quickly changed her clothes. When Lin Feng saw what Bai Xiaoyu was wearing, he felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. What is this thing? Squeak. The door opens inward. The moment Lu Chen saw the figure behind the door clearly, his breathing stagnated and his pupils dilated instantly. Bai Xiaoyu has changed from her nightgown to a thin silk lace dress. The fabric hugs your curves and the lace frames your figure. Exquisite lace embellishes the hem of her skirt and her chest, and her skin is delicate and white, as pure as an angel. Lu Chen's face flushed instantly. His mind went blank and his heart was pounding. The previous coldness in the gymnasium and the indifference at the alley entrance were indeed tests. It's a trick of playing hard to get. Bai Xiaoyu, this woman, is definitely interested in him. He would completely conquer her today. Mr. Lu. Bai Xiaoyu's eyes were cold and she placed her hands on her chest to prevent even the slightest possibility of exposure. This person wouldn't misunderstand. I dressed like this specifically for Lin Feng. Thinking about what Bai Xiaoyu wanted to do with Lin Feng after Lu Chen left. Her face turned red with embarrassment. She couldn't wait any longer. After all, she had only seen such things on TV. Just send Lu Chen away quickly. When Lu Chen saw Bai Xiaoyu being shy, he felt more certain. Is it right to play hard to get? The more you cover up, the more excited I am, he. Lu Chen couldn't wait to walk in. The two sat opposite each other on the sofa in the living room. Lu Chen suppressed his inner excitement and tried to put on a calm attitude as if everything is under control. He thought that Bai Xiaoyu rejected him yesterday but agreed to Lin Feng. Bai Xiaoyu might like the bad boy style. Then I will satisfy her. Recalling Lin Feng's arrogant and overbearing appearance yesterday, Lu Chen cleared his throat, imitated Lin Feng's arrogant tone, deliberately lowered his voice, and spoke in a self-proclaimed magnetic voice. Bai Xiaoyu, are you interested in me? Be my woman. After saying that, he smartly stretched out his hand, trying to imitate those overbearing CEOs in novels and frivolously lifted Bai Xiaoyu's chin. However, his hand was only halfway extended. Bai Xiaoyu leaned back suddenly to avoid his touch. Her beautiful eyes revealed deep disgust and contempt without any concealment. Mr. Liu, please respect yourself. Bai Xiaoyu's voice suddenly turned cold, with a chill that seemed to keep people at a distance. I have no interest in you at all. Besides, it seems we've only met once. Are you so direct? The smile on Lu Chen's face froze, and his outstretched hand stopped awkwardly in midair. He felt ashamed and annoyed. That's not right. Isn't Lin Feng also so direct? Didn't Lin Feng only meet you once? Why doesn't it work here? How am I, Lu Chen, inferior to him, Lin Feng? Maybe Bai Xiaoyu wants to slow down. Yes, this girl might be the slow-moving type. So Lu Chen forced himself to suppress the unhappiness in his heart, pretended to calmly withdraw his hand, and sat up straight again. Cough. Lu Chen organized his thoughts and adopted a businesslike tone. Ms. Bai, please introduce yourself again. My name is Lu Chen, and I'm the biggest investor in the movie you're about to star in. In other words, everything you do on the set in the future must follow my rules. As he said this, his eyes unconsciously glanced at Bai Xiaoyu's sexy outfit. Humph, women, you say no with your mouth, but your body is very honest. Bai Xiaoyu sneered in his heart when he heard this. Does my movie need this kind of investment? However, she changed her mind and came up with an idea. His face was filled with just the right amount of surprise and fear. Ah, so Mr. Liu, you are the mysterious investor. Excuse me, so what do you want, Mr. Liu? Bai Xiaoyu's submissive attitude satisfied Lu Chen's vanity. Sure enough, women are realistic. It's very simple, Lu Chen said with a smug smile on his face. I want to be in this movie with you. I personally invested an additional 500 million in this film. He waved his hand with great vigor and ambition. Yes, yes. Bai Xiaoyu immediately brightened up with joy. I will follow Mr. Liu's arrangements. In the shadow of the corner of the stairs, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched as he listened. As expected of the protagonist, so awesome. Lu Chen was surprised to see Bai Xiaoyu become so docile after she knew that he was rich. Feeling even more proud, he struck while the iron was hot and said, so, the USB flash drive from yesterday. Finally, we get to the point. Lin Feng cheered up. Bai Xiaoyu pretended to be hesitant and seemed a little embarrassed, but finally, reluctantly, took out a USB flash drive from the drawer under the coffee table and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen took the USB drive and felt relieved. Looking at Bai Xiaoyu's responsive look, he became more and more certain of his judgment. Money is indeed omnipotent. Miss Bai, Lu Chen leaned closer again, with a hint of self-righteous ambiguity in his tone. I guess you are aware of my strength now. How about it, are you interested in actually being my woman? Coming again. Bai Xiaoyu felt nauseous, but she managed a shy smile on her face. Mr. Liu, this is too sudden. I need to think about it. My family will be back soon, you see. As she spoke, she stood up and made a gesture to see the guest off. But I was complaining in my heart. If Lin Feng hadn't asked me to give you the USB drive, I wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to you. Lu Chen was delighted. If you think about it, there is hope. Okay, he stood up quickly. Then I'll wait for good news from Miss Bai. He left the Bai family villa with great satisfaction, and his mind was already filled with imagination about how to completely win over this stunning beauty the next time they met. This was the smoothest experience he had since coming to Zhongcheng. This is a good start. The doors slammed shut. Lin Feng immediately jumped out from the shadows and asked anxiously, how is it? Did you give him the USB drive? Bai Xiaoyu turned around, and a strange smile appeared on her beautiful little face. Of course. She paused and smiled even sweeter, like a cat that had successfully stolen some fish, and added, but I edited the content a little bit. Boom. Lin Feng only felt as if a bolt of lightning struck from the top of his head straight to his heels. Edited. The next second, he pounced over and grabbed Bai Xiaoyu's shoulders with both hands with such force that he almost crushed her. What did you say? What did you edit? Did you change the core plot where I bullied Lu Chen? His mind was now filled with the terrible consequences of not being able to complete the filming. My old swan, I don't want to act anymore. If Lu Chen knew that I hooked up with his girl. He is determined to grind me to dust. Bai Xiaoyu felt a little dizzy after being shaken by him, but looking at Lin Feng's, extremely anxious, and nervous, look about her, the morbid sweetness and satisfaction in her heart became stronger. She blinked her big innocent eyes, her voice still soft, with a barely perceptible hint of pride. No, Feng, don't worry, I have kept all those wonderful clips of you bullying him. She even threw a coquettish glance at Lin Feng, as if seeking credit. Call. When Lin Feng heard this, he finally felt a little relieved. That's good, that's good. As long as the core, evil, is still there, as long as Lu Chen exposes it, there is still room for remedy. There is still hope for Lin Feng to complete his great project. Chapter 30. Prepare to be exposed. However, Lin Feng didn't have time to breathe a second sigh of relief. The Bai Xiaoyu in front of him seemed to have been completely infected by some invisible force and had become a different person. Her eyes, which had been clear to begin with, were now completely filled with an obsession and madness as thick as ink. The light was dim, but I could clearly see the fire burning in her eyes. The thin silk lace skirt, which was already made of very little fabric, looked even more messy after she tore it unconsciously. The pure and innocent girl's reserve and disguise were torn to pieces by her at this moment. She stared at Lin Feng greedily and passionately. Lin Feng could even feel the unique scent of perfume and sweat emanating from her body, which was stimulating his nerves crazily. Why? How could she? Lin Feng's mind went blank, with only this thought left. The next moment, Bai Xiaoyu moved. She pounced on him like a flash of pink lightning, and wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Feng's neck. 7 days are too short. She whispered incoherently, her voice hoarse, with a sobbing tone and a kind of morbid satisfaction. I want you to be my man forever forever. Lin Feng was completely stunned by this sudden attack. He could clearly feel that Bai Xiaoyu's body was terribly hot, like a burning flame that was about to burn him to ashes. He wanted to push her away. Reason is screaming. Where's the sanity value I just clicked? Can Bai Xiaoyu be more rational? But deep inside the body, the succubus aura, strengthened by the system, seemed to resonate strangely with Bai Xiaoyu's madness at the moment. He smelled the scent of her hair and felt the heat of her skin. Anyway, a desperate thought emerged in his mind. Anyway, he'll run away in 7 days. In 7 days everything will be over. This is the last carnival. Once this thought arose, it was like a wild weed that grew wildly, instantly occupying all his thoughts. The temperature in the living room seemed to be ignited in an instant and continued to rise. The air became thin and ambiguous. The light also seemed to be distorted. Finally, a long suppressed roar that seemed like pain and relief was intertwined with a broken sigh of extreme satisfaction. Everything is completely out of control. Opening square bracket. This time the multiple and long-lasting changes of love are omitted. Lin Feng woke up from the messy big bed. The air still lingered with the ambiguous atmosphere after last night's madness, mixed with Bai Xiaoyu's unique sweetness. When he turned his head, he saw Bai Xiaoyu curled up in his arms like a lazy cat, her sleeping face peaceful and beautiful, with even a hint of contentment in the corner of her mouth. Her black hair was scattered on the snow-white pillow, and a few strands playfully stuck to her slightly flushed cheeks. Lin Feng's brain crashed for more than 10 seconds. The previous scenes flashed back in his mind uncontrollably like fragments of a broken movie. Bai Xiaoyu's thin lace dress, the crazy fire burning in her eyes, her hot skin, her whispering in his ear with tears. Fuck. Lin Feng cursed in his heart and was completely dumbfounded. He really is with Bai Xiaoyu. Besides, what time is it now? He turned his head sharply and looked at the digital clock on the bedside table, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At this point, Bai Xiaoyu's parents and the Bai family's servants may come back at any time. If someone caught him and Bai Xiaoyu lying naked on the same bed. Lin Feng's reputation doesn't matter, it's already evil enough anyway. But Bai Xiaoyu is the national beauty. If this gets out, her career will be completely ruined. He has to go. Right now. Right now. Lin Feng carefully and little by little tried to pull his arm out from under Bai Xiaoyu's neck. She was sleeping soundly, her head resting on his arm. He moved so gently as if he was defusing a time bomb, for fear of waking up the big trouble next to him. Just when he was about to escape successfully, Bai Xiaoyu in his arms suddenly moved and uttered a few unclear mumblings in his sleep. Lin Feng. She smacked her lips as if she was tasting something delicious, the sound was soft and nasal. Don't go. Lin Feng's whole body froze, and he didn't dare to breathe. Mom and Dad, hehe, I have arranged everything. The corners of Bai Xiaoyu's mouth curved upward in a strange arc. They are going abroad to attend a very long medical seminar. The servants at home are all on vacation, there are only 2 of us here. No one will disturb us. Lin Feng, you will always be mine. Lin Feng. As he listened to Bai Xiaoyu's intermittent but extremely clear talking in his sleep, he felt as if struck by lightning and completely froze in place. A chill even more biting than before instantly swept through Lin Feng's limbs and bones. Was this woman all arranged? It's so scary. This isn't even acting anymore. This is blatant yandere behavior. Lin Feng looked at Bai Xiaoyu's sleeping face, which looked particularly pure and innocent in the morning light, but an unprecedented fear surged in his heart. This Bai Xiaoyu is so scary. He always felt that the sanity value he clicked was not to make him rational, but to make others irrational. Lin Feng finally broke free from his restraints. He picked up his clothes and ran away. Lu Chen returned to the familiar VIP ward. The cold USB flash drive was held in his palm and felt hard. He was sure that he would win this time. The anger and humiliation that had been accumulating in my heart for days were swept away at this moment. In his mind, he pictured Lin Feng's hateful face, which had been distorted and deformed under the online condemnation and would be infamous forever. And he, Lu Chen, will be the only and ultimate winner of this farce. A stunning beauty like Bai Xiaoyu will naturally be embraced in his arms, and his career and life will soar. Power and beauty are at your fingertips. Thinking of this, Lu Chen looked at Lin He, who was standing next to the bed. Shadow. His voice was slightly inflected with excitement. Take the contents of the USB drive, now, right now. Use whatever methods you can think of to get me to the top of the internet's hot search list. I want everyone in Zhongcheng to see it. Chapter 31. Escape and go to jail. A fire of revenge burned in Lu Chen's eyes, and the corners of his lips rose cruelly. He planned the future for Bai Xiaoyu. Lin Feng fell and his reputation was ruined. He then acted as a victim and revealed his cooperation with Bai Xiaoyu to the public, and naturally, took over her. When he thought of the vivid and charming scene of the beauty in his arms, Lu Chen felt an inexplicable heat and desire all over his body. Lin Feng returned to the Lin family. Lin Fanyan was sitting leisurely on the sofa sipping tea. In contrast to Lin Feng's fright, Lin Fanyan had a relaxed smile on his face. The wind is back. Lin Fanyan put down the teacup and spoke in a gentle voice. I have good news for you. Your sister Zhixia will be back from abroad the day after tomorrow. Lin Feng paused, his mind went blank for a few seconds before he dug out Lin Zhixia's memory from his chaotic thoughts. In the original book, there is indeed such a sister. Lin Zhixia, a sister who is always rude to her playboy brother, and even treats him with a bit of disgust. Later, she became quite close to Lu Chen, the son of destiny, and became one of Lu Chen's confidants. Lin Feng was so confused at the moment that he had no time to care about his adopted sister who was about to return. He just wanted to get this whole damn thing over with. Oh, come back if you want. Lin Feng said perfunctorily. Okay. Tonight or tomorrow, once the alley video is exposed, Lin Feng's crime of committing crime in the street will be confirmed, and he will be condemned by thousands of people and socially dead. At that time, it was natural for him to run away with his father. As for my sister, when you run away, just ask her to run with you. In this way, he would find a place where no one knew him, away from Zhongcheng, a place of trouble, and away from those heroines who were becoming more and more abnormal. Thinking about the fact that he was about to retire successfully and completely get rid of the plot, Lin Feng's heart, which had been frightened by Bai Xiaoyu, calmed down and even relaxed. Comfortable. At dinner time, Lin He brought the meal and appeared quietly at the door of Lin Feng's room. Today, she seemed to have regained some of her former coldness, but the eyes looking at Lin Feng still carried a heart-pounding heat. He waved his hand casually. Not hungry. Leave me alone. After saying that, he stopped looking at her. He's leaving anyway, so no one should be spoiled by him. Lin He stood silently at the door, his figure lonely under the light. After a moment, he quietly retreated. The atmosphere was gloomy and Lin He's expression could not be seen clearly. Lin Feng threw himself onto the soft big bed. He was swiping the screen of his mobile phone out of boredom, his mind completely focused on the impending judgment storm. Come quickly. He even looked forward to it. Once the video was exposed, everything was over. The night gradually deepened. Lin Feng's eyelids began to twitch and his consciousness became a little hazy. Just as he was about to fall asleep. Buzz. The phone screen suddenly flashed wildly, and the push notification sound from the social software blasted like a death warrant. Lin Feng shuddered and woke up instantly. He sat up suddenly and grabbed the phone. On the screen, a video link was spreading like a virus at a speed visible to the naked eye. The top search lists on major social platforms are all dominated by the same term. Shocking. Late at night in Zhongcheng, innocent youths were beaten up by evil forces in the street. It's finally here. Lin Feng quickly got out of bed. Just as he was about to call his dad, arrange a private plane, take off overnight, and flee to Hawaii. Lin Feng clicked on the video. The video screen was shaking, and it was the dark alley that night. The camera was precisely focused on Lu Chen, who was curled up on the ground, covered in wounds. Lu Chen's bruised and miserable face was magnified several times by the close-up shot, and every painful expression was clearly visible. Then, two figures appeared in the picture. One is Lin Feng, and the other is Zhao Kai. However, in the video, his and Zhao Kai's faces were covered with a layer of mosaic so thick that even their own mothers couldn't recognize them. Not only the face, but even the body outline is blurred. One could only vaguely make out that they were two men, punching and kicking Lu Chen on the ground, with ferocious and extremely arrogant movements. The soundtrack of the video is extremely sentimental and tragic, coupled with Lu Chen's screams at the top of his lungs. As well as the subtitles added later, "Whereas justice, punish the murderer severely," it is so heartbreaking to hear and to see that it makes anyone cry. Lin Feng was confused. I was stunned for more than 10 seconds. I took off my fucking pants and you show me this. Who the hell did this? Why did he still code it? Doesn't Lu Chen, that bastard, hate him to the core? Why are you protecting his privacy? This way he would never be disgraced. Lin Feng's heart, which was about to run away, was poured with a basin of ice water, chilling him from head to toe. He dragged the video repeatedly and confirmed it countless times. That thick mosaic full of justice was still stubbornly welded on his and Zhao Kai's faces. This bastard Lu Chen, is his brain also damaged? You exposed me. You've made me the target of public criticism and rebuke. Lin Feng was so depressed that he almost couldn't breathe. He paced dejectedly around the room like a trapped beast. The escape plan was stranded, the filming was nowhere in sight, and that sickly girl Bai Yuyan. When Lin Feng thought of that woman, he felt a chill on his back. No, I absolutely cannot continue to get entangled with these wrong heroines. We must find a way to solve this problem once and for all. Suddenly, Lin Feng stopped. He stared at the screen of his mobile phone, at the sight of Lu Chen who was beaten beyond recognition. A thought suddenly struck his mind like a bolt of lightning that cut through the darkness. Yes, in the video, the perpetrator's face was blurred. But the victim is in high definition and without any censorship. This video is so popular. The police will definitely find Lu Chen and ask who hit him. Lu Chenyi pointed at him. He admitted it. Isn't that it? Public opinion has revealed the facts and the evidence is solid. After going through this process, it is a foregone conclusion that you will end up in jail and spend a few years picking up scumbags. Wouldn't this mean that he was completely ruined by Lu Chen, the son of destiny? Isn't this the final shot he has always dreamed of? Fuck, I'm a fucking genius. Lin Feng slapped his thigh, and the haze in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a kind of ecstasy of surviving a disaster. This is the real, suicide, style of play. Don't rely on others, rely on yourself. Screw the sunshine, beaches and bikinis, jail time is the romance of men. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's frustration and depression disappeared. He felt relieved. There was even a tragic sense of mission. It's better than being killed by Lu Chen, that cheater, using some unknown means, or being killed by the weird heroine. If you go to jail, at least your personal safety is guaranteed. Good. That's it. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and his eyes became more determined than ever before. I don't want to play the villain anymore. Chapter 32 Bloody Rose. Zhongcheng First Hospital, in the VIP ward. The air was dead silent, as if frozen. Lu Chen stared at the screen of his mobile phone, his chest heaving violently, and blue veins throbbing fiercely on his neck and forehead. In the video that went viral on the internet, his miserable condition of Lu Chen, curled up on the ground with a bruised face and nose, was magnified infinitely. However, the face of the murderer Lin Feng was covered with a layer of mosaic that was so thick that it was ridiculous and insulting. This is a fucking shame. Bang! The phone was smashed against the wall and broke into pieces. Lu Chen's eyes turned red and he suddenly turned to the black shadow standing quietly beside him. Lin He, I asked you to destroy Lin Feng. I didn't ask you to give him the fucking holy light. The color instantly drained from Lin He's pretty face, and her eyes were filled with moisture. I handed the USB drive to the distribution channel intact without any modification. Could it be Miss Bai? Lin He's heart sank to the bottom, with grievance and regret intertwined. Her original intention was to wait until Lin Feng was completely disgraced and abandoned by everyone, then she would take him away from the abyss, and from then on he would belong to her alone. But because of this anxiety, she forgot to check the contents of the USB drive. This ridiculous situation has arisen. Bai Xiaoyu. When Lu Chen heard the name, the fury in his eyes was instantly replaced by a hint of cold calculation. He unclenched his clenched fists and uttered an ambiguous sneer. Bai Xiaoyu. The beauty in the lace dress, with a shy face, considering becoming his woman. Will she harm me? Shadow, you are still too young after all. Lu Chen's eyes turned completely cold, he waved his hand, his tone icy and chilling. You, step back. Yes. Lin He bowed deeply, blended silently into the shadows, and disappeared. The door of the ward was pushed open again, and a capable middle-aged man walked in with a serious expression. Boss, I found it. The man's voice was low and contained a hint of uneasiness. Shadow's movements over the past few days have been suspicious. She spent most of her time at the Lin family manor, and even entered Lin Feng's room alone many times and stayed there for a long time. And she had been in the same room with Lin Feng for a long time before. Lu Chen smiled faintly. It turns out to be this traitor. She had already been bribed by that bastard Lin Feng. No wonder the video turned out like this. The anger of being betrayed by the person he trusted the most burned his internal organs. Very good, very good. Lu Chen murmured in a low voice, but the corner of his mouth curled up in an extremely cruel arc. He looked at the middle-aged man, his eyes as sinister as an eagle. Don't touch her yet. This dog is still useful. In addition, Lu Chen took a deep breath, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Notify the second assassin team to enter Zhongcheng immediately. Also, arrange a press conference for me right now. I will personally push Lin Feng into an irretrievable situation in front of the entire Zhongcheng. By family manor, in the princess's bedroom, there was still a faint sense of domineering aura belonging to a certain man in the air. Bai Xiaoyu lay lazily on her side on the huge velvet bed, her snow-white silk nightgown sliding down to her thighs, outlining a breathtaking curve. She tapped her jade fingers lightly, and the tablet computer in front of her was playing the street fighting video that had set the entire internet on fire in a loop. The light from the screen was reflected on her beautiful face, which was still blushing. Her watery eyes did not show any trace of the pride that people thought she had. It is an almost pious obsession and a morbid satisfaction. She looked at the blurry figure covered with thick mosaics in the video, and her red lips curled up in a strange arc. My man. She stuck out her tongue and gently licked her dry lips, her voice hoarse and sweet. The way you swing your fist, the way you order your men around, the way you bully others. It's so fascinating. You are so perfect, so full of violent aesthetics, you are a treasure that belongs only to me. Her fingertips ran tenderly across the funny mosaic on the screen. How can I bear to let those vulgar women outside see even 1/10,000th of your charming demeanor? They don't deserve it. Only I, Bai Xiaoyu, am qualified to appreciate your truest and wildest side. Thinking of this, she switched the player. A brand new, high-definition, uncensored video begins playing. It was the original video footage from the alley. In the video, Lin Feng's handsome face, filled with arrogance and impatience, was extremely clear. Every scolding and every fierce action he made, Bai Xiaoyu's breathing quickened and her body trembled slightly. This was the real feast she presented to herself. The USB flash drive that she gave to Lu Chen had already been replaced with the edited version. And this original version will be her eternal treasure. Lin Feng woke up in the morning and realized that today might be his last day as a free man. Anyway, there will be no plot for him in the next few days. He opened QQ out of boredom. A cute Lolita avatar with the ID, Bloody Rose, started flashing wildly almost the moment he came online. This avatar is a friend that the original owner met online before he traveled through time. Lolita killer, with a bit of a middle school syndrome. After Lin Feng came here, he would occasionally chat with her, just to kill time. Brother Feng, I'm coming to Zhongcheng soon. Can we meet? I want to see what you look like. Lin Feng looked at the message and smiled. Meet up, sure. He lazily typed a reply. Of course, you're back from the battlefield in the Middle East. Are you still working as a killer? The other party replied almost immediately, with a series of angry emoticons. Humph. It's true. I'm telling you, big brother, I just completed a mission. As he spoke, the other party's message popped up. A picture. The background of the photo is yellow sand and broken walls, full of the bleak atmosphere of war. A cute little girl with twin ponytails, wearing an inappropriate black tight combat uniform, and holding a cold sniper rifle in her arms that was totally inconsistent with her body shape. She smiled brightly and innocently at the camera and made a scissors hand gesture. Hee, I just came back from the battlefield in the Middle East. The mission was successfully completed. Let me commemorate it. Then let me make a deal. Brother Feng, you are not allowed to stand me up. Lin Feng looked at the photo and laughed. This girl is really getting more and more addicted to role-playing. Even the props are made so realistic. He felt inexplicably better, and his fingertips tapped briskly on the screen. No problem. But you have to hurry up. If you delay for a few days, you may never see me again. After Lin Feng sent this last words, full of black humor, he turned the camera of his mobile phone, took a casual selfie of himself, and sent it. At the same time, deep in the desert of the Middle East, in the back seat of an off-road vehicle traveling at high speed, a girl with a delicate face, like a porcelain doll, is staring at the screen of her mobile phone. When she saw that handsome face with a bit of laziness and unruliness, her heart skipped a beat. Two abnormal blushes instantly appeared on her cheeks. This face seemed to carry some kind of fatal magic that made her lose her mind instantly. Layla, what are you looking at? Why is your face so red? At the side, a dashing female companion with blonde hair and blue eyes came over and teased curiously. Ah, nothing. Layla was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She pressed the screen of her phone against her chest in panic, her voice stuttering. Friend. The blonde girl looked at her innocent appearance, and then thought of how she was holding the sniper rifle and calmly killing the enemies one by one, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. A friend who can make your bloody rose blush is no ordinary friend. Layla opened her phone again and carefully stroked the selfie with her fingertips over and over again. I'll be there soon, big brother. However, Lin Feng on the other side, for some reason, stopped replying to him. Chapter 33 Video exposed. New heroine. Lin Feng was originally chatting enthusiastically with Layla. Bang! The door was thrown open violently. Lin Feng rushed in with a cell phone in hand, his face livid, and a solemn and anxious expression that Lin Feng had never seen before. Fenger. Something big happened. Lin Feng leaned over to take a look. On the mobile phone screen was the press conference that Lu Chen had carefully planned. In the video, Lu Chen was wrapped in exaggerated bandages. His face was pale, and he looked like he would die at any moment. Facing the camera, he tearfully denounced the heinous atrocities he had suffered. Although he didn't mention it by name. But the key words, a famous playboy in Zhongcheng, and a young villain surnamed Lin, were like precise hammers, hitting the only suspect hard, Lin Feng. Lu Chen's superb acting skills portrayed himself as an innocent victim who fought against power and would rather die than surrender, instantly triggering the sympathy of the entire network. The barrage and comment sections have long been filled with criticism of the evil young man surnamed Lin. After watching the video, Lin Feng was not angry at all. His eyes widened in an instant. A huge, indescribable ecstasy gushed out from the bottom of my heart like a volcanic eruption, instantly sweeping through my limbs and bones. Here we come. It's finally here. This is the ending he has always dreamed of. Run away. Running away is not as safe as going to jail. Now the evidence is solid and public opinion is boiling. Lin Feng's crime of being a young evil man has been completely confirmed and there is no possibility of a reversal. Social death. Perfect finish. Dad. Lin Feng turned around abruptly, his eyes red with excitement, his voice filled with tears, and he hugged Lin Feng, who hadn't reacted yet. A solid bear hug. Lin Feng was stunned by his son's sudden action. He felt his son trembling slightly in his arms and thought he was afraid and regretful. His heart softened and he was about to speak to comfort him. But he heard Lin Feng say loudly in a tone that was extremely tragic, extremely relieved, and a little relieved. Dad, don't worry about it. Everyone is responsible for their own actions. Yes, I did it. Please don't save me. Lin he was hiding aside, eavesdropping on the movements in the room. After learning the reason of the incident, I was shocked. Disgust and coldness towards Lu Chen flashed in his lowered eyes. Just when she was about to take Lin Feng away and travel far away. The shrill sound of sirens came from far away, tearing the silence above the Lin family manor. Lin Feng and Lin Fanyan heard the huge noise at the same time. Lin Feng's face instantly showed fear and resignation as if the sky was falling. Deep down in his heart, he was beaming with joy. The police are finally here. There is no place like the security agency with free food and lodging in Hawaii. As long as he gets in, not to mention the yandere Bai Xiaoyu, even the son of destiny Lu Chen won't be able to touch him easily. This is the ultimate lying flat. Dad. Lin Feng turned around abruptly, and with a tragic look as if he was about to die, he grabbed Lin Fanyan's arm tightly. Mark my words. His voice was hoarse, with just the right amount of trembling, as if he had used up all his strength. Compared to making more money, staying alive is the most important thing. I'm in, so you can retire and live the rest of your life with your sister. Lin Fanyan's eyes instantly turned red when he saw his son's prodigal son, and repentant, but it was too late. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Lin Feng was laughing wildly in his heart. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. As long as you have a good attitude and let your dad do it secretly, it will only take a year at most. A year later, he will be able to completely get rid of this damn plot, take his father's money, and live a godly life. Bang! The metal door was forced open. A clear, cold, yet unquestionable female voice sounded downstairs. Action. Group 1, block the backyard. Group 2, follow me. Lin Feng heard the sound and slowly walked out of the room. A group of police officers quickly rushed up and surrounded him. Leading the team was a heroic female police officer. She was wearing a neat police uniform that showed off her amazing figure, and her neat short hair made her look even more dashing. Lin Feng looked coldly at the heroic female police officer in front of him. He recognized her, Yi Qing. The eldest daughter of the Yi family, a white family. In the original novel, the heroine has a strong sense of justice, but is repeatedly angered by this evil young man. Very good. Lin Feng's heart was filled with peace, even with a hint of holiness that came from perfect merit. He slowly raised his hands, put his wrists together, and stretched them in front of Yi Qing. The movements were unhurried, even with a kind of aristocratic elegance. The corners of his mouth curved up in just the right way. In that smile, there was the rebelliousness of a dandy boy, the self-mockery of being forced into a desperate situation, and a hint of relief that no one could understand. I did it. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the living room, as if it was the final verdict on this farce. Catch me. Yi Qing's pupils suddenly shrank. Her hand subconsciously reached for the silver handcuffs around her waist, and the touch of the cold metal brought her back to her senses instantly. Something is so wrong. According to past experience, Lin Feng, this scoundrel, should be making excuses in a fierce manner at this moment. Or he would use his father Lin Fanyan as a shield, using the most arrogant tone and saying the most shameless words. But now, why is he so calm? It is a kind of complete acceptance of the outcome after having played everything in the palm of your hand. Yi Qing's gaze was uncontrollably fixed on Lin Feng's face. It's still the same face, but I don't know when it became so charming. The disgusting frivolity and arrogance of the past has now settled into a bottomless mystery and tragedy. An inexplicable aura emanated from Lin Feng, causing her rationality and professional judgment, which she was proud of, to be violently shaken at this moment. Her heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. A strange, tingling and trembling feeling rushed up from the tailbone to the brain. When Lin Feng's deep eyes met hers, Yi Qing felt an unprecedented flustered feeling, and her cheeks couldn't help but get slightly hot. She even subconsciously avoided his sight. Damn it! What am I doing? I'm here to catch him. Yi Qing roared in her heart, forcibly suppressing the inexplicable throbbing and forcing herself to raise her head again. But when she met those eyes again, she felt as if her soul was being sucked in. There was no fear or regret in those eyes. There is only a deep and unresolvable loneliness. It was as if he had directed this arrest himself, just to see it off to a grand finale. What on earth did this man go through? Chapter 34 Yi Qing's strange behavior. In order to divert attention, she looked at Lin Feng, the man behind Lin Feng. Uncle Lin, we are here this time because of the video on the internet and the vicious wounding incident involved. We are taking Lin Feng back to assist in the investigation. Although Lin Feng loves his son very much, he is an upright and incorruptible person. He also cannot tolerate anything that violates the law. I understand. Take him away. Yi Qing was slightly startled. She had anticipated countless possibilities, but she never thought that Lin Feng would let go so easily. She has seen too many cases of wealthy families protecting their own people. But today, no. This forced her to face Lin Feng alone again. To face the man who had shaken her sanity. Yi Qing took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and finally raised her hands holding the handcuffs. However, her hands were shaking violently and uncontrollably in midair. The faint aura emanating from Lin Feng was like an invisible net, enveloping her mind and paralyzing her nerves. So that she couldn't do it. The surrounding police officers noticed something was wrong. Everyone held their breath. They saw their Captain Yi, who was always decisive in killing, stop extending his hand. The hand holding the cold handcuffs felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. It was clearly just a simple arrest, but at this moment it seemed more difficult than dismantling the most sophisticated bomb in the world. What's wrong, boss? Why does the atmosphere feel a bit weird? Whispers arose among the crowd but were quickly suppressed. Lin Feng was almost numb. What is this play about? The carefully prepared, dandy, signature smile of disdain on his face was almost frozen. Cuff me. You better hurry up. If you don't handcuff me, my expression control will be offline. A silent tsunami was unfolding in Yi Qing's heart at this moment. On one side, the iron-blooded police spirit that she had been proud of for more than 20 years was roaring wildly, arrest him. He is a criminal. He is a villain who trampled on the law. On the other side, a strange, female voice whispered in the depths of her soul, don't touch him, you can't hurt him, look at his eyes, they hide the loneliness of the whole world. Reason and instinct were tearing at each other wildly in her mind, almost tearing her spirit apart. She felt her cheeks burning, and she felt an unprecedented sense of shame and panic that almost made her want to run away. She is a police officer. How could I have such a ridiculous feeling towards a suspect? Yi Qing bit her lower lip tightly, trying to use the pain to wake up her sinking sanity. But when her gaze once again uncontrollably met Lin Feng's bottomless eyes, her sanity collapsed. Click. A soft sound. Yi Qing actually put the handcuffs back to her waist. She lowered her head and blushed. Instead, her slightly cold and trembling hand directly grabbed Lin Feng's wrist. Then, holding his hand, she turned and walked out. Lin Feng, the surrounding police officers. Everyone was petrified. An old police officer who had followed Yi Qing for 3 years rubbed his eyes subconsciously, suspecting that he had hallucinations due to working overtime all night. The other young police officer opened his mouth into an "oh" shape and the notebook in his hand fell to the ground with a click, without him noticing. Is this a fucking arrest? This is clearly poetry from a young girl's heart. That's Yi Qing. She is the iron-blooded rose, feared by the entire Zhongcheng police force, and she is the cold-faced devil who even the director dares to slam the table in front of. And now, she actually took the initiative to lead a suspect in a vicious assault case. That action, rather than being an arrest, was more like the girl's awkward and slightly shy guidance. The police officers looked at each other in bewilderment, feeling that their worldview had been challenged as never before. Yi Qing, however, seemed oblivious to everything around her. She just held Lin Feng's hand tightly, as if it was some rare treasure. Even after getting into the police car, she still didn't let go of his hand. The two police officers driving in front clearly saw through the rearview mirror the abnormal blush on Yi Qing's cheeks and her hands that were tightly holding Lin Feng. What kind of magic does this Lin Feng have? Lin Feng was shocked at first, but gradually became calm. That's all. I'm used to it. Anyway, as long as you can end up in jail, it doesn't matter if the process is a bit tortuous. He remembered that his previous incarnation seemed to have met Yi Qing several times. Could it be that just after those few times, this woman fell deeply in love with me? This is too outrageous. The in-car TV in the police car suddenly lit up. In the picture, Lu Chen was still at the press conference, tearfully accusing him of atrocities. Now, he's almost naming names. Quote. I just learned that the heroic Captain Yi Qing has personally gone to the scene and arrested the criminal Lin Feng. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Here, I sincerely thank Captain Yi Qing. Thank you." After saying that, Lu Chen bowed deeply towards the camera. Lin Feng looked at Lu Chen's hard work and almost wanted to applaud him. Yi Qing, who was beside him, held his hand tighter and tighter, and the temperature of her palms became hotter and hotter. There seemed to be some more intense struggle going on in her heart. Chapter 35 Su Qingxue's Weird Behavior. The cold, glaring lights of the police station finally came into view. The short distance of 100 meters from the police car to the interrogation room has become the most bizarre road in the history of the entire Zhongcheng police station. All the police officers who saw this scene had their eyes tremble and their jaws dislocated. What did they see? They saw the Iron Rose of the police force, Captain Yi Qing, who could scold a gangster and make him repent on the spot, holding the hand of a suspect. Not an escort. Yes, holding. That posture was just like that of a young girl who had just fallen in love, holding the hand of her beloved for the first time, shy and nervous, yet with a hint of unquestionable possessiveness. Lin Feng could clearly feel that with every surprised look from a police officer, Yi Qing's grip on his hand would tighten, and the temperature of her palms would grow hotter. This world has gone completely crazy. Lin Feng complained in his heart, but his face still showed that cynical indifference. Finally, the door to the interrogation room arrived. Yi Qing stopped, but did not loosen her tightly clenched hands for a long time. Instead, she revealed a deep reluctance. Cough. An older police officer nearby couldn't bear to watch it any longer and coughed dryly to remind him, "Captain Yi, we're here." Yi Qing's delicate body trembled, as if she had just woken up from a dream, and she let go of his hand as if she had been electrocuted. She didn't dare to look into Lin Feng's eyes. The blush on her cheeks almost spread to her ears. She turned around and said, "You guys interrogate me. I'll go outside and watch." After saying that, he left as if escaping. In the interrogation room, there were only two confused police officers and the calm Lin Feng. "Name: Lin Feng. Do you know why I brought you here?" "I know." Lin Feng leaned back on the cold interrogation chair, crossed his legs, and acted arrogantly as if he was the interrogator. "I beat a dog." The two police officers looked at each other and were both amused by his extremely arrogant attitude. One of them flipped open the file and asked sternly, "In the video, besides you, there is another person, Zhao Kai. Where is he? Did you instruct him?" This was the breakthrough point they had planned. As long as Lin Feng hands Zhao Kai out, it would be considered a gang crime, which would be an even more serious crime. However, Lin Feng smiled. There was a hint of contempt and arrogance in that smile. "Zhao Kai," he sneered, as if he had heard a huge joke. "I don't know him. I haven't heard of him. The two people beating people in the video were both me." The police officer was stunned. "Both of them are you. Do you think we are stupid? Can you clone yourself?" Lin Feng slowly shook his head, stretched out a finger, and slowly corrected, "No, I mean." He paused, and his tone suddenly rose, filled with unquestionable arrogance and responsibility. "I was the only one who beat him. I was the only one who called those little brothers. From the beginning to the end, this was all my idea and my masterpiece. Want to arrest someone? Just arrest me. I, Lin Feng, will take responsibility for my own actions." The resounding declaration echoed in the small interrogation room, making the two police officers' eardrums buzz. They were completely dumbfounded. Having been in this industry for many years, I have seen people who took the blame and people who refused to admit their crimes, but I have never seen anyone like Lin Feng who tried his best to take all the blame on himself. As the saying goes, 3 blows will break up a brotherhood, and all the confessions are in the brothers' names. This guy is not a villain, he is a hero. Lin Feng looked at their expressions as if they had seen a ghost, and his heart was filled with joy. "That's right. That's it. Quick, convict me. I can't wait." Finally, based on Lin Feng's conclusive confession and strong request, the police first put him in a detention center, waiting for subsequent prosecution and sentencing. When the cold iron door locked behind me with a clang, Lin Feng looked at the single detention room in front of him, which only had a hard bed and cold walls. An unprecedented sense of security and happiness instantly enveloped him. There is none left. There is no lingering system. There is no more yandere heroine who is becoming more and more abnormal. There was no longer the child of destiny who could kill him at any time. Here, he is the only one. Only absolute, luxurious, and dreamlike tranquility. Call. Lin Feng let out a long sigh and fell on the hard bed with great relaxation. Escape to Hawaii. There is nothing better than being in jail. This is the best fate for the villain. Perfect finishing. Su Group Headquarters, top floor conference room. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows that overlook half of the city cut the sunlight into cold geometric shapes and project them onto the obsidian long table. In the air, the cold wind from the central air conditioner was mixed with a hint of bitter coffee. Su Qingxue sat in the main seat. The neatly tailored black suit made her skin look whiter than snow and her eyes and eyebrows look like paintings, but it was covered with a layer of frost that kept strangers away. Her slender white fingers gently slid across the virtual light screen. On the light screen, the financial loopholes of a huge multinational group were precisely dissected by her with red lines, like fragile tissue under a scalpel. Lu Chen's mineral supply chain in South America has been cut off from its funding chain. Her voice, like the temperature of the conference room, was level. Within 3 days, I want to see this part of his assets cleared to zero. The executives present subconsciously even breathed lighter. No one dared to question it, let alone ask why they were targeting Lu Chen. Sudden. The heavy door of the conference room was pushed open silently. The chief secretary walked in high heels, but there was an uncontrollable panic in her steps. She walked quickly to Su Qingxue's side and bent down. The warm breath, with a trembling sound, came close to Su Qingxue's ear. President, the eldest son of the Lin family, Lin Feng. Arrested. Su Qingxue stopped moving. The slender hand that was turning the lights on the screen was suspended in midair. The air in the entire conference room seemed to be sucked out at this moment, and it fell into a suffocating silence. All executives felt the sudden, terrifying pressure that was horrifying. Crack. A crisp sound. The valuable pen between Su Qingxue's fingers broke with a sound. The pitch-black ink, like a drop of thick blood, splashed onto the document in front of him, quickly spreading into a hideous ink spot. She slowly raised her head. On that beautiful face that had been frozen for thousands of years, the frost was crumbling away bit by bit. What replaced it was an unprecedented rage that almost burned everything. The meeting is suspended. Without waiting for anyone to react, she stood up suddenly. The expensive seats rubbed against the ground, making a sharp and piercing sound, tearing the silence in the room. Notify the ace lawyer team of the Ministry of Justice. 3 minutes. I want to be downstairs and see all of them. Before she finished her words, she turned around. The high heels stepped on the mirror-like floor, and every step seemed to knock on everyone's heart. She didn't even look at anyone and walked out of the meeting room. The heavy door slowly closed behind her. The dead silence in the meeting room was broken. The executives looked at each other, their faces filled with incomprehensible shock and horror. Lin Feng, did I hear you right? The good-for-nothing young master of the Lin family who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun. President, is this for him? This is crazy. The best lawyers in the entire group are mobilized for a playboy. What kind of charm does this Lin Feng have that makes the president go to such great lengths? Don't you know? The starry sea tear that the president took before was given to Lin Feng. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. No one could imagine that Su Qingxue, the business queen of Zhongcheng, would care so much about a playboy. At this time, Shen Zhaoshui, Bai Xiaoyu and the others all responded in their own ways to protect Lin Feng. Shen Zhaoshui brought a lawyer over immediately. Chapter 36. All parties are dispatched, bail is granted. Bai family manor, Bai Xiaoyu's room. Bang! The antique vase hit the wall and shattered instantly. Bai Xiaoyu's chest heaved violently. That beautiful face was twisted with extreme anger. His eyes were red as he stared at the news headline, Lin Feng was arrested, on the screen. Lu Chen police. She whispered nervously, digging her nails deep into her palms, unaware of the blood oozing out. You all deserve to die. How dare you touch my man? Just then, the door was pushed open. A woman with a cold temperament and an appearance that was 70% similar to Bai Xiaoyu, but with a stronger aura, walked in. It was Bai Xiaoyu's sister, the youngest talented female director in the country, Bai Qian. Xiaoyu, what are you crazy about? Bai Qian frowned slightly as she looked at the mess on the ground, her tone carrying a hint of displeasure. The film is about to start shooting, and this is how you prepare for my new movie. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoyu turned around suddenly. Like a small animal whose territory was invaded, he he vigilantly pressed the phone against his chest, covering the face on the screen. That action was full of a morbid protective attitude. Bai Qian's eyes were so sharp that she instantly noticed that something was wrong with her sister. Hide what? She walked closer step by step, and her powerful aura forced Bai Xiaoyu to retreat step by step. Let me see what could have caused you, the national beauty, to lose your composure like this. No, I won't show it to you, Bai Xiaoyu screamed, her voice hoarse. He's mine. You're not allowed to look at him. The more she did this, the more curious Bai Qian became. She stretched out her hand, seemingly casually, but accurately grasped Bai Xiaoyu's wrist. With a little force, the phone slipped out of her hand. Bai Qian caught the phone. On the screen was the casually taken selfie of Lin Feng. The man in the photo has lazy eyes and a hint of mockery at the corners of his mouth. The background is a messy room, but it exudes a fatal decadence and unruliness that makes people want to sink. Bai Qian's breathing paused for a moment when she saw those eyes. As a director, she has seen countless people, but she has never seen such a pair of eyes. There is no superficiality of ordinary dandies there. But it is heart-wrenchingly tragic. This is a man with a story. A man who was born to live in front of the camera. The male lead. Bai Qian murmured unconsciously, her fingertips uncontrollably sliding across the face on the screen. It's not decided yet. She suddenly looked up, looked at Bai Xiaoyu with burning eyes, and announced in an unquestionable tone. That's him. I want him to play the leading role in this play. Boom. Bai Xiaoyu's mind went blank, and was then filled with overwhelming panic and rage. No. She rushed over like crazy and snatched the phone back as if she was taking back a part of her body. She held the phone tightly and glared at her own sister with resentment as if she were an enemy. Don't even think about it. He's mine. No one can take him away. Not even you. Before he finished speaking, Bai Xiaoyu no longer looked at her, grabbed his coat, called the bodyguards and lawyers on standby at the door, and rushed out of the villa like crazy. She is going to that place. She is going to see Lin Feng. As for Lu Chen, as for this movie, go to hell. Zhongcheng Police Department, Chief's Office. The ashtray is already full of cigarette butts. Director Peng Zhengguo rubbed his aching temple. The office phone in front of him had not stopped ringing since morning. Mr. Wang, I understand your feelings, but Lin Feng has already pleaded guilty, so everything must go according to procedure. Mr. Li, this is not a matter of money. The whole network is watching me now, and I am under a lot of pressure. Peng Zhengguo unplugged the phone line in annoyance. The whole world finally became quiet for a second. What made him feel most strange was that Lin Fanyan, the real tycoon in Zhongcheng, never called him once from beginning to end. This is so abnormal. Bang! The office door was slammed open. Yi Qing rushed in, her pretty face was pale, and her usually neat short hair was now a little messy. Her eyes were filled with panic and anxiety. Peng Zhengguo frowned as he looked at his niece whom he had grown up with. Her distraught look reminded him of the rumors in the police station. Uncle Peng. She rushed to the desk, propped her hands on the table, and said anxiously, there is something fishy about Lin Feng's case. Peng Zhengguo's eyes darkened. Strange. He has confessed his guilt, and there is evidence. How can there be anything strange? It just went so smoothly. Yi Qing's voice suddenly rose, as if she was trying to convince Peng Zhengguo, or as if she was trying to convince herself. His confession is flawless. He took all the blame on himself, which is not normal. There must be a bigger conspiracy behind this. He might be protecting someone. Peng Zhengguo stared at her intently and asked word by word, Yi Qing, look into my eyes. Tell me, are you analyzing the case as a police officer or are you trying to exonerate a suspect? Yi Qing's body trembled violently, her lips trembled, but she couldn't utter a word. Her mind was in a mess. She knew how ridiculous and untenable her reasons were. But she couldn't control it. Whenever she closed her eyes, Lin Feng's bottomless eyes would appear in her mind. The loneliness hidden in those eyes made her so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. She even felt that locking him in that cold interrogation room was a blasphemy to him. Looking at Yi Qing like this, Peng Zhengguo let out a long sigh, his tone softened a little but also became heavier. Xiao Qing, did you know that the Su family's legal team and the agency of the big star from the Bai family called? Now, are you going to break the rules for him too? Boom. Yi Qing's mind went blank. The Su family, the Bai family. Peng Zhengguo looked at her distraught appearance, and the last bit of hope in his heart was completely extinguished. Completion. My niece, who I raised as my son since she was young and is closer to me than my own father, is now trapped. Stuck in the most notorious quagmire in Zhongcheng. He slowly leaned back in his chair, his weather-beaten face showing no emotion. There was only a pair of cloudy but sharp eagle-like eyes, staring at Yi Qing. Shao Qing, you just said that there is something fishy about this case. His voice was calm, as if he was discussing an unrelated case. Tell me, who is Lin Feng protecting? Yi Qing raised her head suddenly, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Yes. Uncle Peng, it must be like this. He. Okay then. Peng Zhengguo interrupted her, his tone still calm, but with unquestionable pressure. Since you, the lead police officer, believe that there are doubts in the case, there may even be a case within a case. Then keeping him here doesn't hinder you from finding out the truth. Yi Qing was stunned and couldn't follow his train of thought. Peng Zhengguo crossed his fingers, placed them on the desk, and leaned forward slightly. The aura of a superior instantly enveloped the entire office. I'll give you a chance. A chance for you to find out the truth for yourself. He stared into Yi Qing's eyes, enunciating each word. Every word was like a hammer, hitting Yi Qing's heart hard. Take him away. Bail will be granted in the name of assisting the investigation. Since you think there's someone behind him, then put him under your nose and let him lead you to catch the big fish behind him. Boom. Yi Qing's brain buzzed. I'll do it. Yi Qing turned around abruptly and rushed out of the office without looking back. Chapter 37. The heroines gather together and make a mess. The detention center was unusually busy at this time. Everything that happened in the police station today has already spread like a virus, spreading wildly in internal communication channels and in private. The entire Zhongcheng police force was discussing the same thing. Lin Feng and Yi Qing, who walked in holding his hand. The impact of that scene was so strong that it was comparable to Mars hitting the earth. It's like she's crushing the hearts of all the single police officers with her high heels. It's crazy. This world is absolutely crazy. At the entrance of the detention center, the two police officers on duty lowered their voices, but they could not hide the horror in their tones. One of the police officers stared at the cell where Lin Feng was imprisoned in the surveillance video, with a complicated look in his eyes, as if he was looking at some prehistoric creature. That's Captain Yi. Our police station is famous for its iron-blooded roses, so cold that they can freeze ice chips in the dog days of summer. Have you ever seen her be nice to any man? Another police officer leaned against the wall and let out a long breath, his tone full of the sour taste of lemon. Who said she wasn't? Not to mention her good face. When she scolds people, even the director has to give her some leeway. What's the result? He punched the wall lightly, with the words, "unfair," written all over his face. You're going to walk in from the front door holding that dandy's hand today. That posture, that expression, I thought it was some fucking couple filming an idol drama. Tell me, with a fellow like Lin Feng, apart from having a few filthy sums of money, being overbearing and playing with women, how can he be worthy of Captain Yi? Upon hearing this, the first police officer was silent for a long time before he spoke quietly. Maybe we've all got it wrong. You didn't see the way Captain Yi looked at him. That wasn't an attempt to arrest him. It was a look I can't describe. It was like heartache, but also like fascination. Although they were jealous, the shock brought by that scene made them start to doubt their lives. How can a wicked young man who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun make the iron-blooded rose melt into something soft and tender? This is worse than a sow climbing a tree. Just at this moment. Da, da, da. There was a crisp sound of high heels coming from far away. That voice was out of tune with the solemn and depressing atmosphere of the police station. He shouldn't be at the end of the corridor leading to the detention center. The two police officers' faces changed and they stood up straight instantly. Who? At the end of the corridor, the person coming was not a police officer. She was wearing a high-end Chanel white suit that wrapped around her exquisite body. She has a cold temperament and is difficult to approach. The two police officers were stunned for a moment and their breathing stopped. Su Qingxue, the business queen of Zhongcheng, the icy CEO who only exists in financial channels and legends. How could she come to a place like this? Su Qingxue stopped and glanced at the two of them. She spoke coldly. I'm looking for Lin Feng. The two police officers looked at each other. They feel that their brains are completely inadequate. Looking for Lin Feng. Is that the dandy boy squatting in there? Police Officer B reacted slightly faster, but his voice was trembling. Miss Su, Lin Feng is suspected of malicious assault and is now in custody. He cannot. Su Qingxue interrupted him directly. She said in an unquestionable tone, I want to bail him out. Boom. The two police officers felt as if the top of their heads were struck by lightning again. Bail. This ice queen who is worth hundreds of billions of dollars went to the detention center in person to bail out the most notorious young villain in Zhongcheng. This is scarier than a horror movie. Police Officer A forced himself to calm his confused thoughts and managed to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. Boss Su, this bail needs to go through procedures. Has your lawyer arrived? On the way. Shen Zhaoshui's answer was still concise and to the point. Then why don't you go to the lounge and wait for a while? The police officer cautiously pointed to the room next door, fearing that if this important person was unhappy, they would have to take off their police uniforms tomorrow. Fuck. Police Officer A wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and changed his voice. Am I working at the police station today, or am I backstage at the Zhongcheng celebrity show? Police Officer B's face was pale and his eyes were empty. His three views were shattered because of Lin Feng. Captain Yi showed his goodwill to Lin Feng first. Now it's that ice queen of the Su group again. Are they all for that bastard Lin Feng? What kind of monster is this Lin Feng? Did he cast a spell on these proud ladies? Police Officer A seemed to have thought of something, with a gleam of wisdom in his eyes. No, it's not right, but I figured it out. Police Officer B was also surprised. What did you figure out? No, Police Officer A lowered his voice and approached mysteriously. Think about it, who is Lin Feng's father? Lin Fanyan, everyone knows that he is a wealthy man in Zhongcheng. That's right, Police Officer A's expression became firm. Who is Lin Fanyan? He is a giant who can shake the entire Zhongcheng business community with just one stomp of his foot. His son is in trouble, but he hasn't called us yet. Is this normal? Police Officer B was stunned and his mind started to race. It's not normal, too calm. So that's it. Police Officer A clapped his hands and a smile of, everything is under control, appeared on his face. He's not calm, he just doesn't bother to show up in person. Just think about it, with his status, if he comes directly to the police station to ask for someone, it won't sound good if it gets out. But who is Su Qingxue? The president of the Su group. She is on the same level as the Lin family. Isn't it normal for people of their level to help each other and say hello? Police Officer B's eyes gradually brightened, as if he saw a lighthouse in the darkness. You mean Lin Fanyan arranged all this behind the scenes? He couldn't come forward, so he asked Su Qingxue to come and protect his son. Almost 100% correct. Police Officer A became more and more confident as he spoke, and even puffed out his chest. What do you call this? This is the power of a wealthy family. We are still small-minded and we're almost intimidated by this scene. In the end, it's still a game of money and power. Police Officer B let out a long sigh, relaxed completely, leaned against the wall, and felt like he was alive again. Fuck, bro, you're really smart. It makes sense. It totally makes sense. So that's how it is. The world has returned to its normal logic. I told you, how could Lin Feng be so worthy of this? Police Officer B was just about to complain a few more times to prove that his worldview had been restored. What, again? Police Officers A and B went to the corridor together. At the end of the corridor, another stunning woman came. Cheongsam. A custom-made cheongsam with ink and color painting perfectly outlines her extremely hot figure, and her snow-white long legs are faintly visible at the slit. She had a perfectly charming smile on her face, and her pair of peach blossom eyes were flowing and bright. The whole person is like a walking peach, exuding a mature, attractive and fatal scent. The two police officers' brains completely shut down. Isn't this the eldest daughter of the Shen family, Shen Zhaoshui? Shen Zhaoshui, who is in charge of the underworld. Why is she here too? Shen Zhaoshui walked up to the two of them with lotus steps, opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was so soft that it could squeeze water out of it. Two police officers. They are here to bail out Lin Feng. Boom. The smiles on the faces of police officers A and B froze in an instant. The two looked at each other, and the worldview that they had just rebuilt shattered into pieces with a crack, again. Police Officer B's lips were trembling as he looked at Police Officer A, his voice beginning to sound like he was crying. Brother, can you analyze this for me again? Chapter 38. Isn't there more? I won't go out. How can police officer A analyze it? He felt like his brain was hit hard. With a trembling wrist, he pointed to the only lounge. You should go over there first and wait for the lawyer. It was difficult to invite Shen Zhaoshui in. The two police officers felt that today's impossible events should have all happened. However, at the end of the corridor, footsteps were heard again. This time, the steps were completely different from the previous 2 times, which were calm and graceful. There was a sound of footsteps that was so rapid that it was almost panic. No way. Police officer B's voice was already tearful, and he looked at his partner. His eyes were filled with a plea for help, as if he was asking, is there really a bug in this world? Does it need to be restarted? Police officer A's Adam's apple rolled and he swallowed hard. The power theory of wealthy families that he had just established seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. Absolutely impossible. The two people just now, whether it was the Ice Queen Su Qingxue or the underworld witch Shen Zhaoshui, were already the brightest pearls on the top of the Zhongcheng pyramid. They were beauties that ordinary people would never have the chance to see in their entire lives. It was an honor for Lin Feng that one of them could come. If 2 of them can come, it would mean that all our ancestral graves are filled with smoke. A third one of the same level. This does not conform to the law of conservation of energy. This is even lower than the probability of seeing Halley's Comet hit the Earth with your own eyes. The two comforted themselves that the person who came this time would probably be an ordinary lawyer. Then, a pure white figure, carrying a cloud of light dust, crashed into their vision just as they were on the verge of collapse. A pure white dress, not stained with a speck of dust. That face was as pure as an angel descending to the earth, perfectly replicating the appearance of countless men's first love in their dreams. It is the big star of National Jade Girl, Bai Yuyan. There were still traces of tears in the corners of her eyes that she hadn't had time to wipe away, but her voice was unquestionably firm. Hello, are you two? Is Lin Feng imprisoned here? I want to bail him out. Boom. In the minds of police officers A and B, the last string called reason suddenly broke. There was no expression on their faces anymore. No shock, no horror. All that remains is the numbness and emptiness that comes with enlightenment. Turn out to be not 1, nor are there 2, there are 3. 3. Ice Queen, Gangster Lady, National Jade Girl. The most outstanding girls in Zhongcheng gathered in this small detention center on the same afternoon. Just for the most notorious good-for-nothing dude in Zhongcheng who was locked up in a single room. Police officer A slowly raised his hand. Bang! He gave himself a loud slap. It doesn't hurt. I was dreaming after all. Police officer B held onto the wall and slowly slid down to sit on the ground. He looked up at the ceiling, with a smile uglier than crying on his lips. After police officer A invited the National Jade Girl into the lounge as if she were sleepwalking, he felt his soul was completely hollowed out. He and police officer B leaned against the wall with their backs, like 2 eggplants wilted by frost, having lost all vitality. The whole world was eerily quiet. They have become numb. Even if the sky falls now, they would probably just think, oh, it collapsed. Da, da, da. The familiar sound of footsteps sounded again from deep in the corridor. The 2 of them no longer cared. All 3 are here. There won't be a 4th one, will there? Then, a figure that they were very familiar with appeared in front of them. Yi Qing. She was wearing a neat police uniform and looked very dashing. At this moment, there was a barely noticeable blush on her cheeks. She walked with a resolute posture, but her clenched fists revealed her inner unrest. When the 2 police officers saw that it was their immediate superior, they stood up instinctively. Captain Yi, why are you here to inspect so late? Captain Yi, I have something to report to you. Just now. However, before police officer B could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yi Qing. Her voice was cold, but her words were full of tenderness. Help me with the formalities. Bail out Lin Feng. After hearing this verdict, police officers A and B even let out strange, ho-ho, laughs towards the sky. Next second, police officer A's eyes went dark and his body shook violently. He did not faint on the spot only because his companions subconsciously supported him. Police officer B supported him, but his own legs were as soft as noodles. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Captain Yi in front of him and the 3 stunning beauties in the lounge overlapped strangely at this moment. 4 people. There are 4 of them. Then, with a tone of enlightenment, disillusionment with the world, and imminent ascension, he spoke softly into his intercom with his last bit of strength. Console, calling the main station. I think we need to call the Heavenly Master of Mount Longhu, or the Pope of the Vatican. Here a demon has descended upon the world. Lin Feng was sleeping soundly. This was the most peaceful sleep he had ever had since he traveled through time. This small single cell is his promised land, his paradise. The cold, hard bed is softer than the velvet Simmons mattress. The dull air is sweeter than the Hawaiian ocean breeze. He even had a good dream. In his dream, he was released from prison and bought an isolated island with hundreds of millions of severance pay from his father. There is no plot or protagonist on the island, only sunshine, beach, and a group of bikini-clad girls accompanying him as they watch the stars and the moon in the sea breeze. Perfect. Just when Lin Feng's saliva was about to soak the pillow. Bang! The iron gate was opened. Lin Feng, get up. Police Officer A's voice was complex. It was a mixture of awe, sympathy, envy, jealousy, and numbness after all three views were shattered. What? Lin Feng turned over, faced him with the back of his head, and waved his hands impatiently. Don't bother me until dinner time. It's not about dinner time. Police Officer A's voice was trembling. You can go now. Someone bailed you out. Lin Feng's body froze instantly. He suddenly sat up from the bed, all sleepiness gone. That handsome face, which still had a hint of confusion, was now filled with fear and disbelief. Bail. I don't want bail. Tell him to go. He rushed to the iron gate, grasped the cold railings tightly with both hands, and was very emotional. I won't leave. I won't leave even if I die. You are granting illegal bail. I will sue you. I have human rights. I have the right to go to jail. Police Officer A retreated repeatedly after being yelled at by him. Looking at Lin Feng's fearless look, he felt that his brain was not enough. No, Lin Feng, calm down. Isn't it good to be able to go out? What a fart. It's so dangerous outside, there are people everywhere who want to harm me. Only here is the safest. This is my home. He was in tears and his acting was superb. I'm telling you, no one can kick me out of my house today. Police Officer A was completely helpless. Looking at this hero, who was holding on to the cell door and refusing to let go, he could only turn around and run to report with a crying voice. Chapter 39, The Gods Fight, and the Mortals Suffer. In the only lounge of the detention center, 4 stunning women were sitting in 4 different places. They have very different styles, but are equally stunning. The 4 of them all knew the real purpose of their coming here. But no one was willing to speak first. Sister Su is very busy. How do you find time to come to the police station? Shen Jiaoshui was the first to break the silence. Her voice was sweet but stinging. Isn't it the same for Miss Shen? Your business should not be under the jurisdiction of the police. Su Qingxue didn't even raise her eyelids, and her voice was colder than the Siberian cold wave. Bai Xiaoyu raised her head timidly and whispered, I'm here to report a case. My fans have been harassed. Where's Captain Yi? Shen Jiaoshui turned to Yi Qing. I have a friend who asked me to bail someone out. Oh, is that so? Shen Jiaoshui smiled, but Yi Qing felt a chill. Just when we were about to give up during this tense period of the Three Kingdoms period. Bang! The door of the lounge was pushed open. Police Officer A rushed in, tumbling and crawling, his face uglier than crying, his voice tearing up. Everyone, big sisters. That Lin Feng refuses to come out. He said he would rather die in there than not, and he also said he would sue whoever got him out for illegal detention. In an instant, the fragile disguise of the 4 women was torn to pieces. They all stood up. What? 4 voices, 4 emotions, but with the same doubts. Lin Feng refuses to accept bail. He won't come out. Yes, he said that it was his home and no one could drive him out of it. As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 girls showed wonderful expressions on their faces. Su Qingxue was the first to react, and a hint of understanding flashed across her face, which had been frozen for thousands of years. Interesting. Is this the person I like? It always surprises me. Shen Jiaoshui next to him looked anxious. How can this be possible? She felt uncomfortable whenever she thought of Lin Feng still suffering in there. I want to rescue him. There was determination in Shen Jiaoshui's eyes. Bai Xiaoyu, on the other hand, had a delighted look on her face. Brother Lin Feng must be waiting for me and wants me to go there in person. Wait for me, Brother Lin Feng. She stared at the phone screen blankly, as if she could see Lin Feng's heart through it. Yi Qing also looked confused. Why doesn't he come out? Then the four of them looked at each other and walked towards Lin Feng's cell. The solitary cell in the detention center was not as lively as the lounge outside at this moment. A group of rich second generations who were also temporarily detained were whispering about Lin Feng. See, that guy surnamed Lin looked like his parents had died when he came in. The police asked him to leave, but he refused to leave. A young man with dyed yellow hair curled his lips with disdain on his face. Why are you pretending to be so noble? Do you think this is a hotel and you want a monthly subscription? Who said it wasn't true? My dad's lawyer will be here soon, and I don't want to stay any longer. But he is clinging to the door railings and won't let go. He must be mentally ill. Everyone was talking and looking at Lin Feng with contempt. Lin Feng turned a deaf ear to all this, he just wanted to be quiet. His heart, which longed for freedom, shattered like dumpling filling after he was told that he could be released on bail. His eyes were dull and he felt like he had lost direction in life. Just then, there was a commotion outside the corridor. The two police officers on duty, who were already in a trance, were unable to stop the four women with their full aura. The door of the lounge was pushed open, and Su Qingxue, Shen Zhaoshui, Bai Yuyan, and Yi Qing, each with their own aura, walked out together. When these four proud daughters of heaven, who are usually elusive, appeared in this prison area where ordinary people are imprisoned, like four goddesses descended to the mortal world. The whole world was quiet. The rich second generation who were laughing at Lin Feng just now opened their mouths wide and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Oh my God, Su Qingxue, the yellow-haired young man stuttered, his voice trembling. Is that the eldest daughter of the Shen family? My God, she is even more charming in person than in the magazines. National Jade Girl Bai Yuyan. Why is she here too? And in the iron-blooded rose Captain Yi Qing. Some young masters with similar backgrounds to Lin Feng recognized the people in front of them. They looked at the four women, their legs went weak and they almost knelt down on the spot. The unfamiliar prisoners in the prison area looked confused. They just thought that these four women were incredibly beautiful, but when they saw their companions' frightened expressions as if they had seen a ghost, they were immediately filled with doubts. Hey, Wang Mao, why are you shaking? A prisoner with a face full of flesh pushed the yellow-haired young man beside him who had turned pale. Aren't they just a few pretty girls? Are you so scared? He glanced greedily at the four girls and said with a grin, looking at the attitude, are they here to pick up some rich guy? Maybe we can even get some benefits from them. Shut up. Wang Mao screamed like a cat whose tail was stepped on, his voice was shrill and full of fear. If you want to die, don't take me with you. The fat prisoner was stunned by his shouting, what? Are these people famous? Famous. Wang Mao laughed, and his laugh was uglier than crying. He pointed at the four beautiful figures, and his voice trembled like sieve chaff. The one in the black suit is the president of the Su Group, Su Qingxue. The business queen who can shake the Zhongcheng economy with just one sentence. The one wearing the cheongsam is the eldest daughter of the Shen family, Shen Zhaoshui. The uncrowned king of the entire Zhongcheng underground world. The one in the white dress is the national beauty Bai Yuyan. She has fans all over the country and is a big star who can paralyze the entertainment industry with just one sentence. And the one in police uniform. That's the iron-blooded rose of the police force, Yi Qing. Her father is. Every time Wang Mao said a name, the prison area became more silent. As the identities of the four people were revealed one by one, even the sound of breathing disappeared from the entire space. All the prisoners were petrified. The four most talented girls in Zhongcheng. A queen with overwhelming power. A cruel and merciless witch. A star that everyone is paying attention to. An incorruptible police officer. These four women have nothing in common, but they are all standing at the top of the pyramid. They all appeared here. What are they doing here? Chapter 40 Master, please accept me as your disciple. Prison break. In the prison area, a group of rich second generations looked at the end of the corridor. Four absolutely beautiful figures appeared, their auras were like invisible waves, hitting the single cell in the corner. Then the rich second generation saw their gazes all fell on the single cell in the corner where Lin Feng was imprisoned. Lin Feng curled up in the corner with his eyes closed. He acted as a corpse, silently saying in his heart, can't see me, demons and ghosts please go away, demons and ghosts please go away. However, the sound of approaching footsteps hit him hard in the heart. After an unknown amount of time, the footsteps stopped. The world fell into silence. Lin Feng was delighted, thinking that they had finally left. He quietly opened his eyelids a little. The next second, all the blood in his body solidified instantly. They didn't leave. They were standing right in front of his cell door. A pair of cold and sharp black high heels that seemed to be able to freeze a person's soul belonged to Su Qingxue. A pair of silk high heels embroidered with blood-red peonies, so enchanting that they could captivate people, belonged to Shen Zhaoshui. A pair of pure white, holy and dust-free flat leather shoes belonged to Bai Yuyan. There is also a pair of heroic black combat boots that represent order and rules, which belong to Yi Qing. The four beauties, like four mountains, blocked Lin Feng's way to the prison of happiness. Lin Feng's pupils contracted and blood flowed backwards, rushing to the top of his head. The only things left in his world were the four deadly figures standing in front of the prison door. Lin Feng moved his stiff body inch by inch and slowly raised his head. Four faces that were enough to captivate everyone just stared at him quietly. Su Qingxue was cold. Shen Zhaoshui is charming. Bai Yuyan is obsessed. Yi Qing struggled with the heat. Lin Feng was stunned. Shouldn't he be enjoying the prison life he's always dreamed of? Hasn't he finished filming perfectly and is ready to lie down? Why are they here? They are the heroines. This scene is not in their script. The son of destiny, Lu Chen, is still outside, waiting for them to save, love, and support. What kind of team building is this in the cell of a villain like him? An idea, like the last straw in the darkness, absurdly popped up in Lin Feng's mind. It must be Dad again. Apart from him, who else can invite these four gods? That's right, this must be a big fuss he made to get himself out. This absurd and ridiculous idea not only failed to comfort Lin Feng, but instead made him feel a chill and despair from the depths of his soul. He looked at the four beauties and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. In that smile was the emptiness of a plan that had been completely shattered. It is the sadness of paradise being forcibly demolished. It is the most helpless surrender to this fucked up plot. System, is this your plan? My tears behind bars, my peaceful sleep, my bikini on the sunny beach. All gone. In the cell next to him, the group of rich second generations had gone completely crazy. The yellow-haired young man stared at Lin Feng, and then looked at the four goddesses outside the prison door. Are they all here to look for Lin Feng? How could he deserve the favor of four top masters? Wang Mao couldn't imagine that all beautiful girls liked people like Lin Feng. There were constant wailing sounds in the cell at this moment. If Lin Feng can do it, so can they. Why not look for them? At this moment, the four women looked at Lin Feng's cell. Narrow and cold. The walls are mottled and peeling. The only furnishing was a bare hard bed. There wasn't even a thin blanket. Is this where he lives? Is this the treatment that the man in their hearts received? The hearts of the four favored daughters of heaven were grasped by invisible giant hands. The frost on Su Qingxue's face, which had been frozen for thousands of years, began to crack, and was replaced by pain and anger. The charm in Shen Zhaoshui's eyes disappeared, leaving only overflowing heartache. Bai Yuyan's tears burst out and fell silently. Yi Qing clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. As a police officer, this was the first time she wavered in her belief in justice. Is this the place he would rather give up everything to stay? Lin Feng, come out. Su Qingxue spoke, her voice cold and with a hint of toughness. Come with me. My legal team can make Lu Chen withdraw his false accusation within an hour and ruin his reputation. Xiao Fengfeng, Shen Zhaoshui followed closely behind, her voice soft but filled with murderous intent. As long as you come out, I promise that by tomorrow morning, Zhongcheng will never see Lu Chen again, whether he is alive or dead. Brother Lin Feng, Bai Yuyan cried with tears in her eyes, looking pitiful. If I had known earlier, I would not have given the USB drive to Lu Chen. Yi Qing was torn between inner thoughts, and spoke with difficulty. Lin Feng, you have been released on bail, you can go out now. However, faced with these four temptations that are enough to drive any man crazy, Lin Feng's reaction surprised everyone. He clung to the cold iron railing like a frightened octopus. He screamed with all his strength, no. I won't leave. This is my home. You robbers can't drive me out of my home. The heart-wrenching despair and the determination to face death plunged the prison into deathly silence. The rich second-generation people nearby were completely confused. Pretending. This acting skill deserves an Oscar. He even gave up his life to stay in prison. At this moment, the yellow-haired young man stared at the crazy Lin Feng, then looked at the four anxious goddesses outside the prison door. It seemed as if billions of thunders exploded in his mind at the same time. What is the god-level technique to pick up girls? It's not that you are chasing women, but that you are rotting in the mud, but they are willing to start a war for you, and even dig you out of the mud at all costs, even if you yourself are 100% unwilling. This is not playing hard to get. This is the supreme mentality of discarding something like a worn-out shoe to attract a phoenix to come to you. Plop. Wang Mao's knees softened and he knelt down in the direction of Lin Feng's cell. He used all his strength to let out a deafening cry, his voice filled with tears and endless worship. Master. Master. Please accept my disciple's greeting. Please teach me this magical skill that can reach the sky and penetrate the earth. Lin Feng was holding onto the railing and performing enthusiastically, but he was almost interrupted by the shout of, Master. He turned his head and looked at the yellow-haired man who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowed like crazy, with a look on his face that said, Are you fucking sick? What magic skill? I think you've been practicing it too much and have gone astray. Get lost. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao was not angry at all, but became even more excited. Master, even when he scolds people, he is so charming. Don't worry, from today on, you are my half-father and half-mother's biological father. Looking at the extremely absurd scene before them and the stubborn Lin Feng, the four women's patience was exhausted. Su Qingxue swept her cold gaze over the other three people, and they reached a silent consensus. It won't work if we talk about reason. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Qing took a step forward, took out the key, and in front of everyone's shocked gazes, she opened Lin Feng's cell door with her own hands. You have been released on bail by the four of us. Yi Qing announced expressionlessly, but her slightly red ears betrayed her inner unrest. Now, we're going to take you away. The moment the prison door opened with a click, Lin Feng's doomsday arrived. Before he could react, Su Qingxue and Shen Zhaoshui grabbed his arms on the left and right like two elegant and swift female leopards. That force didn't allow him to resist at all. No, you are kidnapping. Police. Where are the police? Lin Feng roared in despair. I am a policeman. Yi Qing had a cold face and walked in front to lead the way. Her posture looked more like a guard than an escort. Bai Xiaoyu, like a koala, hugged Lin Feng's waist tightly from behind, crying and saying, Brother Lin Feng, don't be afraid, we are here to save you. Thus, the most bizarre, funny, and shocking scene in the history of the entire Zhongcheng police station took place. The most notorious young dandy in Zhongcheng was rescued from prison by four powerful and privileged daughters of heaven in a way that was almost kidnapping. Chapter 41 Shen Zhaoshui's strong statement. All the prisoners and police officers in the detention center were petrified. They watched Lin Feng being dragged away with his hands and feet dancing, and his heart-wrenching screams echoed in the corridor. Let me go. I want to go to jail. I have human rights. I have the right to be tried. Help. Is there anyone who can help? Where is justice? Where is the law? Wang Mao and a group of new disciples leaned on the railing with tears in their eyes, watching their master being forcibly taken away, their eyes full of admiration. See, this is the highest realm. I can't help myself, I am forcibly enveloped by happiness. Master, don't worry. We will definitely carry forward your spirit. Lin Feng was forced by the four women into an extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Lin Feng was trapped between Bai Xiaoyu and Shen Zhaoshui, unable to move. He has completely given up resistance. The most painful thing in life is not failing to jailbreak. It's that you didn't want to escape from prison at all, but were kidnapped and released by four fairy sisters, who called it rescue. He felt like he was not being released on bail, but entering a new prison. Lin Feng's heart was colder than the air conditioner in this car. He can already foresee his future. Lu Chen was furious and stabbed me through the heart with his sword. If I had known this earlier, I would have followed the plot carefully and collected villain points. I won't run away anymore. Just when Lin Feng was completely desperate, he caught a glimpse of a news push pop up on Bai Xiaoyu's mobile phone screen out of the corner of his eye. Shocking reversal. The uncensored version of the video of the evil Xiao Lin Feng's violence has been leaked, and the victim is actually. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. Go to code. He snatched Bai Xiaoyu's phone, and ignoring her astonished look, he clicked on the video with trembling fingers. The video is still the same video. But this time, Lin Feng's face and Zhao Kai's face were clearly exposed under the camera. HD and uncensored. Below the video, the comment section and barrage have exploded. Fuck, it's really that beast Lin Feng. Technology is awesome. It is outrageous to both humans and gods. Why can such a scum be released on bail? Is there any law in Zhongcheng? He beat him so hard, almost to death. Lu Chen is so pitiful. Boycott Lin Feng. Boycott the Lin Group. Make him socially dead. Find him. Make his entire family get out of Zhongcheng. A barrage of curses came. When Lin Feng saw these curses, his dead heart began to beat violently again at this moment. Ha 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 ha. God will not abandon me. Lu Chen, you are truly my second parent. This time, public opinion exploded completely, the evidence was conclusive, and public outrage was overwhelming. This is already a major public opinion event that is enough to shock higher levels. Not to mention that 4 women jointly signed for bail. Even if the King of Heaven came, he would be arrested again and punished severely. My plan, it can still be saved. Lin Fengqing couldn't help but laugh. However, Lin Feng's smile, in the eyes of the 4 proud ladies in the car, took on there was an unprecedented determination and resolve on their faces. Don't mess around, Lin Feng panicked, public opinion is very favorable to me now. Don't add unnecessary details. The more he said this, the faster the 4 women moved. He's thinking about us. He's afraid of getting us into trouble. No, we can't let him bear it alone. Lin Feng's smile froze on his face. He watched Shen Zhaoshui complete the operation, and then she gave him a charming smile that said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." The next second, a bombshell was dropped at the center of the entire online public opinion storm. Shen Zhaoshui, the queen of Zhongcheng's underground world, published a long article using her verified account which has tens of millions of fans and usually only posts romantic content. The title is, "Regarding the fight in the alley, I was the instigator, and Lin Feng was just my executor." The long article is full of emotion and the logic is perfect. Hello everyone, I'm Shen Zhaoshui. I'm sure you've all seen that video. First of all, I would like to express my sincere apologies to Mr. Lu who was beaten, and to all the netizens who were frightened. But things happen for a reason. That night, my people found out that Mr. Lu should have been detained by the police for allegedly disrupting the order of the auction. But he strangely appeared in an alley near Zhongcheng University that night. What I hate most are people who break the rules. A person who should be in the police station is outside. This gives me reason to suspect that he is a dangerous fugitive. Out of a sense of responsibility to maintain the public order in Zhongcheng and also out of concern for potential danger, I urgently ordered the most trusted person around me, Lin Feng, to subdue this man and wait for the police to come and deal with him. Lin Feng is just following my orders. His methods may be a little extreme, but his starting point is to protect more innocent people from potential harm. If you think I'm wrong, I, Shen Zhaoshui, will bear all the responsibility. If you want to scold someone, please scold me. Please don't attack a man who obeyed orders and stood up bravely. Chapter 42. The National Jade Girl's Protection, the Queen's Judgment, and the Policewoman's Finishing Move. As soon as this long article came out, the entire internet was silent. The netizens who were cursing Lin Feng madly the previous second were all dumbfounded. What the hell? What's going on? Is the eldest daughter of the Shen family personally here? This reversal my waist is going to break. So Lin Feng is not a bad boy, but a good citizen who bravely stood up for justice. Fugitive. Lu Chen escaped from the police station. This is too much information. If it's true, then it doesn't seem so unfair for Lu Chen to be beaten. The wind direction of the fishing reel changed strangely in just a few minutes. Although many people still have doubts, the seeds of truth have been planted. Inside the car, Lin Feng was looking at the confusing essay on his phone, and he felt numb all over. He turned his head and looked at Shen Zhaoshui as if she were an alien, his lips trembling. You. Xiao Fengfeng, no need to thank me. Shen Zhaoshui winked at him with a charming look. How can my sister bear to let you suffer alone? Lin Feng had a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat and he almost died on the spot. Wronged. I don't feel wronged at all. I am very happy. Are you saving me? You are ruining my life. He rushed over and tried to snatch Shen Zhaoshui's phone to delete the post. Just delete it now. I don't want you to be responsible. I can do it myself. However, before his hand touched the phone, a fair and delicate little hand firmly blocked him. It's Bai Yuyan. She raised her head, looked at Lin Feng with tears in her eyes, and said in a tone of great heartache, Brother Lin Feng, Sister Shen is right, we can't let you carry it alone. After saying that, she also pressed the send button on her phone. If the truth about Shen Zhaoshui is a depth bomb. Bai Xiaoyu's updates were an idle storm that covered the entire internet. As the national beauty, Bai Xiaoyu's fan base is phenomenal. Her social media exploded instantly. Different from Shen Zhaoshui's rational analysis, Bai Xiaoyu takes a purely emotional approach. She didn't post a long article, just a photo and a sentence. The photo was a blurry side shot of an alley entrance. In it, one could see Lin Feng's tall back as he protected a petite figure behind him, while opposite him were a dozen ferocious-looking thugs. That photo, carefully composed and toned, is full of storytelling and the beauty of tragic heroism. The caption is, "I was there that night. I just know that if he wasn't there, I don't know what would have happened. I believe in him, he's not a bad person." Boom. Bai Xiaoyu's fans are going crazy. Ah, I knew it. Our baby Xiaoyu must have been wronged. Is that Lin Feng from behind? Oh my god, is he protecting our Xiaoyu? I feel so safe. A hero saves a beautiful girl. This is the truth. Lu Chen, that green tea boy, must have had evil intentions towards our Xiaoyu, which is why he was taught a lesson by Lin Feng. Brother is so handsome. I don't care. From today on, I am a fan of Lin Feng. I will get angry with anyone who scolds him. Sisters. Comment control team, anti-black team, all of you, get moving. Protect our Lin Feng, charge. The power of fan clubs is terrifying. In an instant, the fishing boat square that was originally cursing Lin Feng was drowned out by countless comments such as, "Brother Lin Feng is so handsome, I feel sorry for Lin Feng," and, "Support Lin Feng." The search index for the name, Lin Feng, even surpassed that of Bai Xiaoyu himself at one point. The wind direction has completely reversed. Inside the car, Lin Feng was completely petrified. He looked at Bai Xiaoyu's pure and flawless face, which was filled with the expression, "I have given everything for you," and felt his soul trembling. "No, how did you get this photo? This is what you photoshopped yourself. I don't remember protecting you at that time." He pointed at Bai Xiaoyu, and said angrily. "Brother Lin Feng, don't be afraid." Bai Xiaoyu bravely met his gaze and said firmly, "I will protect your innocence." "Protect your uncle." Lin Feng roared wildly in his heart. He felt like a game player who was about to complete a level, but was pulled back from the finish line by 4 stupid teammates, and his save file was deleted. He couldn't bear it any longer and tried to snatch their cell phones like a madman. "Give them all to me. Give me your phones. Don't send them anymore." However, a cold hand grabbed his wrist precisely. It's Su Qingxue. She still didn't look at him, but just glanced at his hand that she was holding, and there was no emotion in her voice. "Stop it." The voice was very soft, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Lin Feng's body froze instantly. He could feel the terrifying power contained in Su Qingxue's seemingly slender wrist. He was desperate. He looked at these 3 women who had completely gone, obsessed, and felt that his life had turned into an absurd farce that he had no control over. However, he didn't know that the real decisive battle had just begun. Su Qingxue did not make up a story like Shen Zhaoshui and Bai Xiaoyu. The queen never bothered to explain. She simply used the official account of the Su group to release a brief statement that was enough to shake the entire Zhongcheng business community. Su group announcement. Regarding the recent malicious slander against Mr. Lin Feng on the internet, our group hereby declares that Mr. Lin Feng is the most distinguished guest and partner of Su group. I, Su Qingxue, personally guarantee his personal conduct. From now on, the ace lawyer team of the Su group's legal department will take full control of this matter. We will pursue legal responsibility for any individual or organization that continues to spread false statements and damage Mr. Lin Feng's reputation, and will not tolerate it. No story, no sensationalism. This announcement is for all the netizens who are still questioning Lin Feng. Su Group, Su Qingxue. What kind of existence is that? She personally stepped in and used the reputation of the entire group to endorse a spoiled young villain. This is no longer a question of belief or not, it is a question of taking sides. In an instant, all the media and big verses who had previously followed suit to slander Lin Feng were so scared that they deleted all related content overnight. Just kidding, if you offend Lu Chen, at most you will be scolded by his fans for a few days. If you offend Su Qingxue, you will really go bankrupt. All the negative comments about Lin Feng on the internet were cleared away within a few minutes. Instead, there are countless comments like, "The boss is the boss, Mr. Su is so domineering," and, "It's going to be a good show to watch." Inside the car, Lin Feng had given up thinking. He slumped in the seat like a salted fish with its spine removed, staring at the roof with empty eyes. This is fate's torture to him. However, fate seemed to feel that the torture it had inflicted on him was not enough. Yi Qing, who had been silent all this time, finally took action. She did not use her own account, but posted a message through a small account with few followers but with an identity verified as an insider in the Zhongcheng police force. The information was very simple, with only a screenshot of the internal system and one sentence. The screenshot shows Lu Chen's case record. It clearly shows that his status is pending, and the release time column is blank. The accompanying text is, as to why Lu was able to leave the police station. After investigation, it was found that there was an unexplained anomaly in the program. The specific situation is under investigation. This finishing blow was accurate and deadly. If the statements of the first three women were just a fishing reel war where the husband has his own reasons and the wife has her own reasons. Yi Qing's official confirmation completely determined Lu Chen's identity. Program abnormality. Unexplainable. Isn't this just a euphemism for illegal operation or escape without permission? The entire network was in an uproar. Shocking news, so Lu Chen is really a fugitive. It's really scary when you think about it. He held a press conference and played the victim to gain sympathy, but in the end he was the one with the biggest problem. I understand. Lin Feng's beating him was justified self-defense, or even a heroic act. I feel bad for Lin Feng being wrong for so long. Lu Chen, come out and apologize. The fishing reel completed a stunning 180-degree reversal. Lu Chen, from a perfect victim of bullying, instantly turned into a sinister villain who deceived the public and played with fishing reels. Lin Feng, on the other hand, went from being a bully hated by everyone to a tragic hero who endured humiliation and was wronged. The number of his Weibo followers began to skyrocket at a terrifying rate. Even a super topic called Lin Feng Global Fan Club was quickly set up by Bai Yuyan's fans, and in just half an hour, it reached the top of the hot search list. Chapter 43: The Collapse of the Destiny Child. In Lu Chen's ward. He leaned against the soft headboard of the bed, his face pale and sickly due to his injuries. But in those eyes, there was a flicker of the fiery heat of a winner. The tablet in his hand was playing the video silently in a loop. Lin Feng was beaten with fists and feet, and every roar of Zhao Kai seemed like a beautiful piece of music composed for him. He felt relaxed all over as he watched, and even the pain from his wounds turned into pleasure. Lin Feng, he whispered softly, a cruel smile on his face. A dog that can only bark dares to snatch things from me. He seemed to have seen Lin Feng being drowned by the spit of the entire network, being sent to that cold prison, rotting and stinking in endless despair. Completely different meaning. What did they see? What a profound sense of tragedy and determination. Is he laughing? No, he was using the last light in his life to cover up the endless darkness. He had obviously been pushed to the brink of despair, being pointed at and cursed by thousands of people, but he still used a smile to tell them, "I'm fine." How much has this man shouldered? At this moment, the four girls' hearts were melted by Lin Feng's smile. They vowed to protect Lin Feng from harm. Lin Feng, the instigator of all this, was immersed in the joy of returning to his home, and was completely unaware of how weird the atmosphere in the car had become. Haha, that's great, it's completely over now, he couldn't help but cheering softly. His words were automatically translated into another version in the ears of the four girls. You see, that's great, now you don't have to worry about me anymore, I can be alone, I'm completely finished. Boom. The four girls' brains were simultaneously blown blank by this declaration of self-sacrifice. They couldn't stand it anymore. They took out their cell phones almost at the same time. When Lin Feng saw their actions, his heart skipped a beat and he had a bad feeling. Hey, what are you going to do? Lin Feng asked tentatively. The four girls did not answer, but just lowered their heads and tapped their fingers quickly on the screen. And he, Lu Chen, will be the embodiment of justice, stepping on Lin Feng's corpse and gaining endless sympathy and admiration from the world. The Lin Group's huge industries and those stunning women who should have been crawling at his feet will naturally be embraced by him one by one. Just as he was immersed in this perfect blueprint for the future, the door of the ward was slammed open. His subordinate, a middle-aged man, rushed in crawling. There was a flash of displeasure at being disturbed in Lu Chen's eyes. "What are you panicking about?" His voice was cold and arrogant. "Is the sky falling? Or is it the good news that Lin Feng has been sentenced to death?" The middle-aged man's lips trembled violently, his voice was shaking, and he could hardly speak incoherently. "Boss, the sky is falling. Lin Feng, he was released on bail." "What?" The smile on Lu Chen's face froze instantly, and he grabbed the middle-aged man by the collar. "Bail? Who would dare to bail him out in this kind of vicious case with overwhelming public opinion and irrefutable evidence? Who has the guts to do that?" The middle-aged man was frightened out of his wits, and stammered out a few names while shaking violently. "It's Su Qingxue, Shen Jiaoshui, Bai Xiaoyu, and Captain Yi Qing from the police station. The four of them jointly released on bail." Boom. Lu Chen's brain went completely blank at this moment. Then came a volcanic eruption of anger and jealousy that burned his internal organs so badly. Su Qingxue and Shen Jiaoshui were fine, but how could Yi Qing, that stubborn woman? But the person who he could not accept the most and who made him feel the most heartbrokenly betrayed was Bai Xiaoyu. "Bai Xiaoyu? Impossible," he roared. "She should be in love with me. Why would she bail out Lin Feng?" "Boss," the middle-aged man felt the boss's murderous gaze and added cautiously. "Our intelligence shows that Lin Feng went to the Bai family manor a few days ago, and he went there before you. He's been there too." Lu Chen always thought that Bai Xiaoyu would become his plaything and the first flower in his back garden. But now, his back garden has been taken over by that stupid and fat pig Lin Feng. Lu Chen was very angry. But soon, the innate and boundless arrogance of being the son of destiny forcibly suppressed the anger. "It doesn't matter," he gasped and comforted himself. "She'll still be mine, and as long as I make a movie with her, I'll get her." He still stubbornly believed that everything was under control. Seeing his boss's self-deceiving look, the middle-aged man's face looked uglier than crying. He trembled as he handed over the tablet computer in his hand. "Boss, you should take a look at this yourself." Lu Chen grabbed the tablet in confusion. On the screen was the statement released by Shen Jiaoshui, Bai Xiaoyu, Su Qingxue and Yi Qing, which had completely set off the entire internet. He looked at the manifesto written by Shen Jiaoshui accusing him of being a fugitive. Look at the beautifully composed photo of "Hero Saving Beauty," released by Bai Xiaoyu. Looking at the extremely overbearing announcement from the Su group, which guaranteed Lin Feng with the reputation of the entire group. Finally, he saw the fatal finishing blow called "Program Abnormality," sent by Yi Qing's small account from a screenshot of the police station's internal system. Lu Chen almost vomited blood. He pointed at the screen, shaking violently. "Fugitive. Hero. False accusation. Bitch. These bitches. How dare they?" However, this is not the end. The middle-aged man looked at his boss, who seemed to be about to collapse, but he still closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and reported the last straw that broke the camel's back in a mosquito-like voice. "Boss Lu, Su Qingxue has begun to attack our mining business in South America, and our funding chain has been cut off. The Bai family has also sent someone to collect the money, asking us to immediately transfer the 500 million yuan that we promised to invest, otherwise they will sue us for commercial fraud. We have no money in our account." Lin Feng. Lu Chen let out a shrill scream that was not like a human voice. The wound on his chest burst instantly, and the blood instantly soaked the thick gauze. His eyes went dark and his body fell straight backwards. Before he completely lost consciousness, he used up his last bit of strength to utter a few words to the doctor who rushed in and the panicked middle-aged man. "Hold on, wait for me to wake up." Then Lu Chen fainted on the bed with a bang. Lin Feng was escorted back to the Lin family manor. He still hasn't recovered. What happened to these heroines? When he entered the hallway, his father, Lin Feng, was still sitting on the stool reading the newspaper. "Dad, I was wrong." Lin Feng calmly put down the newspaper. "Wrong. Next time you beat this kind of fugitive, beat him hard. If anything goes wrong, the entire Lin family will take care of you." Lin Feng was speechless. "No, Dad, you believe it too. That thing was a short composition that Shen Jiaoshui wrote on the spot in order to rescue me. Dad, it's not what you think. I really just what?" Lin Feng laughed. "I just feel that the beating was too light and not satisfying enough." He slowly walked to Lin Feng. "You did a great job. Not only did you catch the fugitive, but you were also able to get 4 daughters of the family to jointly bail you out. You are worthy of being my son, Lin Feng. Lin Feng forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Forget it, let's leave it at that. Good. After saying that, Lin Feng wanted to go back to his room. By the way, your sister's flight has been rescheduled. Oh. He responded perfunctorily, just wanting to escape quickly. In the original novel, his non-blood-related sister Lin Jixia is one of the most loyal followers of Lu Chen, the Son of Destiny. In the later period, for Lu Chen's sake, he did a lot of things to trip up his villain brother. He has been a professional swindler for 20 years. If she comes back later, I can have a few more days of peace. That's right, Lin Feng continued. She watched the news today and was so excited. Her brother is becoming more and more attractive. She can't wait to return to Zhongcheng. Lin Feng's expression changed and his steps paused. No, the heroine has also changed. Chapter 44, Loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyal. Lin Feng walked to the door of his room with difficulty. He felt that his sister might have changed as well. I feel like the subsequent plot will become more and more confusing. I didn't know what to do for a moment. He is now exhausted both physically and mentally and just wants to have a good sleep. He pushed open the door. However, when he looked at his bed, he was stunned for a moment. There is someone on the bed. A woman. The woman was wearing the black maid skirt that he was very familiar with. Her petite body was curled up and she seemed to be sleeping soundly. His breathing was steady, and his face was delicate and cool. Even in his sleep, he exuded a sense of coldness that kept strangers away. It's Lin He. Lin Feng's brain crashed for 3 full seconds. What is going on? This ace female killer, halfway through her undercover mission, actually ran to the target's bed and took a nap. What about professional ethics? Just as he was about to leave quietly and pretend that he saw nothing, the person on the bed's eyelashes trembled slightly and suddenly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes are those? As sharp as an eagle, as cold as a knife, carrying a murderous aura tempered in blood and fire. The moment his eyes met Lin Feng's, the murderous aura seemed to be tangible, causing the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. There's something wrong with that look. Are we going to take action? Did he see the video of me beating Lu Chen, so he wanted to help his master and let me go on the journey early? However, the next second, the murderous aura that could freeze the soul quickly dissipated at an incredible speed. A look of panic appeared on the woman's face. Then, a suspicious blush quickly spread from her fair cheeks to her ears. She jumped up from the bed as if she had been electrocuted, her movements so fast that they left a trail of afterimage, but because she was too flustered, she almost twisted her ankle when she landed. I went into the wrong room. She left behind this excuse which she herself did not even believe, and did not even dare to look at Lin Feng again. She flashed and flipped out of the open window, disappearing into the night. The whole process was smooth and extremely fast. Only Lin Feng, who looked confused, and the bedding which was still warm on the bed were left. Lin Feng walked to the window and looked at the empty lawn outside. He felt like his worldview was being repeatedly crushed by a steamroller. A top female killer sneaked into his room and slept on his bed, but after being discovered, she ran away with a red face. Are there still normal people in this world? And isn't Lin He still lurking? Why is she walking through the window? Even so, I'll still pretend I don't know. Lin Feng fell weakly on the bed, feeling like he was going crazy. At this moment, Lin Feng changed his mind. Could it be that the weirdness of the heroines is the system's punishment for him messing up the plot? Right, there's something increasingly wrong with that group of women, and this is the root cause. It was for the sake of the original plot that the system let the group of women take the initiative to bail him out. I see. Lin Feng understood. It would be safer for me to follow the plot honestly, accumulate villain points, and then look for an opportunity to kill Lu Chen. You can't mess around anymore. Lin Feng took a deep breath and opened the system store. This was his last hope, hoping to exchange it for something for self-defense, so that at least when facing Lu Chen, he would not be completely defenseless. However, in the store interface, all the dazzling array of product icons are gray. There was only one icon, flickering faintly. Dance Skills Mastery Elementary. Introduction. Let you instantly become the most handsome guy on the dance floor, and conquer everyone's attention with your coquettish dance moves. Price, 300 Villain value. Lin Feng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Proficient in dancing. What use do I have for this thing? Do you want to compete with Lu Chen in dancing? Whoever shakes his flower hands more coolly will be the final winner. System, do you have any huge misunderstanding about me as a villain? And I only get 300 villain points for completing the task, and your dancing skills are also worth 300 villain points. Really dark. Even though there were 1,000 alpacas running through his heart, looking at the only option left, Lin Feng still gritted his teeth and chose to exchange. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, and it is better than nothing. Ding. Consuming 300 villain points, congratulations to the host for obtaining Dancing Skills Mastery Elementary. A huge stream of information instantly flooded into my mind. The movements, rhythms and techniques of countless dances are deeply imprinted in his body memory like innate instincts. Lin Feng sighed and began to sort out the next plot. Tomorrow, a newly wealthy family in the city will hold a grand ball and invite many celebrities. According to the original novel, this evil young man will also go. At the dance, he will receive a little brother. This little brother is named Chen Hao. On the surface, she was obedient and loyal to him, but in reality, she was a chess piece planted by Lu Chen beside him. Later, when he went to disrupt Lu Chen and Bai Xiaoyu's filming, it was this Chen Hao who fanned the flames and deliberately escalated the situation. This eventually led to a fire on the entire set, which further exacerbated his crime and completely ruined his reputation. Prom. Lin Feng muttered to himself, his expression becoming complicated. It seems that dancing skills are used at this time. Do you want me to conquer you with my dancing skills? Lin Feng thought about this and slowly fell asleep. Some people have just woken up at this moment. Lu Chen woke up in severe pain. Everything he had carefully planned, his perfect public opinion killing scheme, all came to naught because of Lin Feng. The pain in my chest is far less than the pain of my heart being torn apart. The second assassin team. His voice was hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other. Haven't you arrived yet? The middle-aged man next to him trembled all over and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Boss, it's almost there. Lu Chen's gaze was as cold as a poisonous snake. He stared at his confidant intently, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Where's Shadow? I asked her several times about the progress of the investigation, but she said she didn't know. Oh. Lu Chen sneered with an ambiguous tone, and that laugh made the middle-aged man feel like he was falling into an icy cave. Loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyal. There was murderous intent in his eyes. I can't let a dog who can't tell his master from his master live in this world. Wait for the second assassin team to arrive. Do you get me? The middle-aged man nodded frantically, his back soaked with sweat. I understand, boss, I understand. Lu Chen stopped looking at him and turned his gaze to the dark night outside the window. It was as if he had penetrated the space and saw Lin Feng, the person he hated so much. Assign me someone new. That Chen Hao. Let him lurk beside Lin Feng. I'll be able to use him at the critical moment. His thoughts turned to the women who had betrayed him. Bai family. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth curled up in a sickly hideous expression. Since we can't handle Bai Xiaoyu, let's handle her sister who is a director. As long as I can act in that movie, it doesn't make any difference to me whether I play the role of the younger sister or the older sister. As for Su Qingxue, there was a flash of innate arrogance in Lu Chen's eyes, which was the last barrier of the Son of Destiny. A woman also wants to destroy my foundation abroad. Not a big deal. He slowly closed his eyes, as if gathering strength. Hold steady. Wait until I get some rest. Wait till I tear them apart with my own hands. Chapter 45. Zhang Yun, the most ridiculous person in the world. On the next day, the night deepens. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng had just walked out of the manor villa when a purple McLaren slid silently in front of him. The car window rolled down, revealing Zhao Kai's defiant face. Oh, isn't this Mr. Lin? Get in the car quickly. Lin Feng turned around and was stunned when he saw the person coming. Zhao Kai. Didn't he trick himself into going to Iceland to see the northern lights? Why are you back? Lin Feng exclaimed. If I don't come back, I'll just be praising you in the headlines. Zhao Kai punched the steering wheel, his tone full of fear. I'm in Iceland right now, and my phone almost blew up because of your video. Do you know how scared I was? He stared at Lin Feng intently, his eyes turning red. Next time something like this happens, I will never listen to you and run away first. We two brothers, we must die together. Hearing these words, Lin Feng felt a warm feeling in his heart, but then it was followed by deeper sadness and despair. Brother, I am doing this because I am afraid that you will die with me. The world line was corrected after all. Zhao Kaidu has returned from Iceland. Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat and waved his hand in a relaxed manner. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. We've solved it. The McLaren's engine roared in the night, carrying him to the dance. The ball was held at a brightly lit private estate on the outskirts of the city. Rather than calling it a dance party, it would be more appropriate to call it a social gathering for the young and powerful people in Zhongcheng. Rich young ladies and wealthy young masters gather here. The air is filled with the sweet smell of money, hormones and hypocrisy. There are sports cars all around. Zhao Kai's McLaren is inconspicuous here. Feng Si, did you see that? Zhao Kai lowered his voice, but his tone could not hide his excitement. Tonight, this is our world. Lin Feng was not interested in this. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes casually sweeping over the elegantly dressed figures, his heart calm. In his memory, Lin Feng, in the original novel, was a famous playboy in Zhongcheng. So it is almost impossible to find female companions here. I've even been forcibly kicked out before. How can I display my newly acquired dancing skills without a female partner? As soon as the two of them sat down on the sofa in the corner, an excited voice came from the side. Master. Lin Feng raised his eyelids and saw a familiar face. It was the yellow-haired young man in the detention center, Wang Ming. At this moment, Wang Ming was surrounded by a group of rich young masters with equally fanatical eyes, looking like Dharma guardian disciples. Master, you are our faith, our beacon. Wang Ming's face flushed, and he was about to kowtow to Lin Feng on the spot. You can make the four goddesses start a war for you and force you to be taken out of prison. This level is beyond the reach of us. Zhao Kai was stunned when he heard this, then he nudged Lin Feng with his elbow and winked. Okay, Feng Si, tie it up. What about the details? Tell me in detail so that I can learn from you too. Lin Feng's face turned dark. What the hell, is that something you can learn? That's kidnapping. At this moment, a sarcastic voice sounded from behind Wang Ming. Master Wang, the god you've been praising for so long, is this him? A young man wearing a well-tailored suit, with a look of shrewdness and ambition, walked out. He looked Lin Feng up and down, with an undisguised contempt on his lips. Lin Feng, young Master Lin. You call a loser who can't even find a dance partner your master. Isn't this an insult to your own intelligence? The young man's voice was not loud, but it was accurately heard by everyone around him. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Lin Feng. He is Zhang Yun, the young master of the Zhang family. The Zhang family was also the first family to be conquered by Lu Chen. Zhang Yun is Lu Chen's younger brother. Zhang Yun looked at Lin Feng, whose expression changed slightly, and his smile became even more intense. Dare you go against my elder brother Lu Chen? Let me give you a taste of how powerful I am. In Lu Chen's ward, a middle-aged man was walking in a hurry. Boss, here comes the opportunity. The female director of the Bai family, Bai Yuyan, is going to the dance tonight. Lu Chen raised his head suddenly, and a sick and crazy light suddenly burst out from his gray eyes. Hurry, help me up. Lu Chen's voice was hoarse, but it carried an unquestionable command. He tore off the infusion needle on the back of his hand and held onto his body. Boss, your injury. The middle-aged man was frightened out of his wits. I can't die. Notify Chen Hao and have him keep a close eye on Bai Yuyan. Don't let any man get close to her. Tell him his master will be here soon. He staggered out of bed, each step causing severe pain in his chest. But the fire in those eyes burned brighter and brighter. This is an opportunity. An opportunity to capture Bai Yuyan. He wants to go to the dance in person. As long as he can win over Bai Yuyan, acting in a movie will be a piece of cake. You drive and take me there. Lu Chen said. Yes, boss. Lu Chen adjusted his tie calmly, as if he was not going to a ball but a coronation ceremony of his own. In the corner of the dance party, Lin Feng looked coldly at Zhang Yun, the clown in front of him. The contempt on Zhang Yun's face almost overflowed, and he deliberately raised his voice to make sure that the men and women around him could hear it. I still remember that last year, it was also at this dance that young Master Lin wanted to invite the daughter of the Li family to dance with him. He paused deliberately, enjoying the curious looks from everyone, and then let out an exaggerated sigh. Ah, that scene was so heartbreaking that anyone who heard about it would cry. Being dragged out by someone's bodyguards like a dead dog, the embarrassment is still fresh in my memory. As soon as the words fell, there was a burst of suppressed laughter all around. Many people looked at Lin Feng with mockery and contempt. Zhang Yun's words evoked their stereotype of Lin Feng as a good-for-nothing dandy, and also satisfied their sense of superiority from stepping on the former top young master. Zhang Yun, you know nothing. Wang Ming suddenly stood up and protected Lin Feng. How can a mortal like you possibly can peek into my master's realm? You only saw the surface, but you don't understand my master's tactics of playing hard to get and attracting the phoenix to come to the court. His eyes were fanatical and his voice was passionate, as if he was proclaiming the supreme truth. Why are the four goddesses gathered at the police station? Is that a rescue? No, that's a pilgrimage. My master was not kidnapped. He was forcibly enveloped by happiness and admiration, and had to temporarily leave his place of meditation. These fanatical and almost insane remarks made the people around them laugh even louder. Zhang Yun laughed so hard that he almost cried. He pointed at Wang Ming as if he was an idiot. Wang Ming, have you been in jail for too long and become stupid? Zhang Yun laughed continuously. Use your brain and think about it. Who in Zhongcheng doesn't know what kind of person Lin Feng is? Su Qingxue, Shen Zhaoshui, Bai Xiaoyu, would they be interested in such a piece of trash? Zhang Yun's voice was filled with unquestionable certainty, as if he was revealing a huge secret. This is not Lin Feng's ability at all. Behind this is Lin Fanyan. It's the giant crocodile of the Lin family who is pulling the strings. It's nothing more than an exchange of interests and favors between the wealthy families. He, Lin Feng, has been just a puppet who relied on his father to bully others from beginning to end. You actually call a puppet master? Zhang Yun's eyes swept over Wang Ming and the disciples behind him, full of pity and mockery. It's the most ridiculous thing in the world. Chapter 46, Vicious Bet, Lin Feng accepted it. Zhang Yun's theory of the power of the rich was logically clear and well-reasoned, and instantly convinced most of the people present. After all, this is much more in line with realistic logic than the magical plot of four goddesses collectively fall in love with a loser. Seeing the people around him suddenly realize and then look at him with even more contempt, Zhang Yun's face was filled with pride. He took a step forward and looked down at Lin Feng with provocation. Mr. Lin, am I correct in my analysis? Or are you going to put on a show right now and call your dad in public to prove my theory? Lin Feng didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. All he wanted now was to find the traitor named Chen Hao, complete the system task, and then go home to sleep. There's no point in wasting your breath on this clown. You're annoying. Lin Feng squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth, his tone full of undisguised disgust. In the eyes of disciples, like Wang Ming, this look of not wanting to care was the master's demeanor of a master who disdained to argue with ants. But in Zhang Yun's opinion, this was just the anger and shame caused by being hit in a sore spot. He smiled even more happily. What? I hit the nail on the head, so you have nothing to say. Zhang Yun smiled and continued. Didn't Wang Ming brag about your skills in picking up girls? Why don't you show everyone some of your skills? Let's see who is more skilled, you or your father. Lin Feng finally frowned. Why is this fly never ending? Not interested. He just wanted to end this farce quickly. Not interested. Zhang Yun seemed to have heard a huge joke. I think you have no courage. He pressed forward step by step, almost getting close to Lin Feng's face. Well, if you don't dare, don't say I'm bullying you. Just like last year, get out of here and don't dirty everyone's eyes, how about that? Did you hear that? Master Lin. There was laughter all around. Zhao Kai's face had turned red as liver, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. If Lin Feng hadn't held him down, he would have rushed forward long ago. Lin Feng finally raised his head slowly, and a hint of cold annoyance flashed in his deep eyes. He just wants to be a villain quietly. Why are there always idiots bothering him? How do you want to compete? Lin Feng's voice was calm, but it silenced the noise in the entire venue. Everyone looked over, their eyes full of anticipation. There was a gleam of success in Zhang Yun's eyes. This is exactly the effect he wants. He wanted to trample on Lin Feng's last bit of dignity in front of everyone. Simple. Zhang Yun raised his hand and pointed to the edge of the dance floor, where a lonely and cold figure appeared. She was a woman wearing a silver fishtail skirt, tall and with a cool temperament. She sat there alone, out of tune with the hustle and bustle around her, in a world of her own. Did you see her? The female director of the Bai family, Bai Yuyan. She is a well-known high-class lady in the circle. She is too arrogant and never dances with any man. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and instantly gasped. It's her. A cruel smile appeared on Zhang Yun's lips. My request is simple. You ask her to dance. If she agrees, I, Zhang Yun, will kneel down and kowtow to you in front of everyone here, and call you grandpa 3 times. But if she refuses, Zhang Yun's eyes became extremely vicious. Just bark like a dog 3 times in public and get out of here. This bet is extremely vicious. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng. There was sympathy, some gloating, but more of them were looking forward to a good show. The smile on Zhang Yun's face already had a hint of a cruel winner. He wanted to use this most direct and humiliating way to trample Lin Feng into the mud so that he would never be able to get up again. This was not only a way for him to vent his anger, but also a token of his allegiance to his new master Lu Chen. Zhao Kai was so angry that he was shaking all over and was about to explode. Lin Feng still held him down, without even a trace of emotion on his face. He just raised his eyelids lightly, looked at Zhang Yun who was jumping up and down like a clown, and asked, "What about you?" Zhang Yun sneered as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He straightened his chest deliberately and adjusted his expensive tie with an elegant posture. Of course I will invite you too. After saying this, he turned around and proudly showed off his winning secret in a voice that only his followers could hear. Just watch. His voice was full of a sense of superiority that came from being in control of the situation. I'm different from that loser Lin Feng. I never do anything that I'm not sure of. Why do you think I dare to bet so big? There was a shrewd gleam in his eyes, as if he had everything under control. My eldest brother Lu Chen is about to cooperate with the Bai family to produce an S-level movie with an investment of hundreds of millions. I, Zhang Yun, am going to invite Bai Qian now. Who am I representing? Am I representing myself? No, I represent Lu Chen. He is the largest investor in this movie. The corner of his mouth curved up in an arc of extreme certainty. No matter how noble and aloof Bai Qian is, would she dare to slap the investor in the face in front of everyone? Does she dare to affect her sister and the entire Bai family's project for such a small matter? Businesses have their own rules, and people have their own ways of dealing with people. She doesn't dare. So, from the moment that idiot Lin Feng agreed to this bet, he had already lost. There was a flash of bloodthirsty excitement in Zhang Yun's eyes. He seemed to have seen Lin Feng kneeling on the ground, barking like a dog, and being laughed at by everyone in such an embarrassing state. And he will be the brightest star tonight. Zhang Yun did what he said and walked straight towards where Bai Qian was. Chapter 47 Red Wine Spilled. Villain's Plan. Master, I've been fooled. Wang Ming was so anxious that he was sweating profusely and leaned close to Lin Feng's ear. Zhang Yun is such a mean guy. He won't do anything he's not sure of. This bet is definitely a trap. This guy did it on purpose. Wang Ming understands this, and Lin Feng understands it even better. Lin Feng leaned lazily on the sofa, his eyes crossing the dance floor and falling on the cold silver figure. White Shallow. In the crappy original book, this beautiful lady would soon be taken in by Lu Chen, the son of destiny, and easily incorporated into his harem. And now, since Zhang Yun dared to use her as a bet, it meant that the plot had reached that point. Bai Qian, I'm afraid she has hooked up with Lu Chen. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's eyes became even more hopeless. This is not a gambling game at all. This is the fucking last meal that Lu Chen carefully prepared for him. When Zhang Yun left, the eyes of all the rich young men at the party were fixed on his back. Everyone knew that Lin Feng was doomed to lose this bet from the very beginning. A losing game. They are not curious about the ending, they are just curious about the process. I'm curious about what clever means Zhang Yun will use to make the iceberg snow lotus that never blooms for mortals make an exception for him. I wonder how miserable the most dissolute playboy in Zhongcheng will be when he is nailed to the pillar of shame. On the other side, Zhang Yun had already started communicating with Bai Qian with confidence. Good evening, beautiful director Bai Qian. What's up? Zhang Yun's smile froze slightly, but soon returned to normal. He regarded this as the modesty of a high-class lady. My name is Zhang Yun. He paused deliberately, emphasized his tone, and said the name that he thought no one could refuse. On behalf of Mr. Lu Chen and the film project we are about to collaborate on, I sincerely invite you to dance with me. He believed that when the words, Lu Chen, and film project, were spoken, any smart woman would know how to choose. However, Bai Yuyan finally raised her head. It was a face that was breathtakingly beautiful, yet also so cold that it made one's heart tremble. There was no fluctuation in her eyes, as if she was looking at a lifeless object. Lu Chen. She opened her red lips and uttered 2 words. Who? The smile on Zhang Yun's face completely froze. He thought he had heard wrongly. Director Bai, didn't you hear clearly? It's Lu Chen, Mr. Lu, your role. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone's eyes widened. What did you say? He asked subconsciously. Bai Yuyan looked at his face that was full of disbelief, and a trace of undisguised disgust flashed in her eyes. It seems that looking at him for even a second longer is a kind of pollution. Crash. A crisp sound. The scarlet liquid in the cup was all splashed onto Zhang Yun's face. Zhang Yun was in a state of disgrace. Now, do you hear me? Bai Yuyan put down the empty wine glass, not even bothering to look at him again, and turned her gaze back to the dance floor, as if she had just casually shooed away a buzzing fly. She didn't even want to look at him. She was still thinking about the man in Bai Xiaoyu's phone. He made her heart palpitate. That's why Bai Yuyan decided to attend the dance to have some fun. Wanting to soothe her beating heart. But only now did she feel that coming here was a mistake. So boring. Every man had a smug smile on his face. It made her feel sick. Especially this kind. Come up and say someone else's name first. Land sinking. An upstart trying to get in on my movie. I haven't even seen his face. Do you want me to give in because of him? That's ridiculous. Bai Yuyan calmed down. I thought if it's still boring, I'll go back. At this moment, Zhang Yun stood there in a daze. The scarlet wine slowly slid down his tall nose. He thought that as long as he could maintain Lu Chen's reputation, Bai Yuyan will definitely appreciate your presence. Doesn't Bai Yuyan even give Lu Chen face? Am I seeing things? Zhang Yun was splashed. I thought Zhang Yun was really amazing for being so confident. Is that it? This slap on the face, tisk, tisk, it's too loud. The rich young men who had previously agreed with Zhang Yun's analysis now looked at him with eyes full of mockery. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that? An inappropriate burst of laughter broke the awkward silence. It's Wang Ming. He put his hands on his hips, pointed at the distraught Zhang Yun, and laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. Is this what you call social skills? Is this the method you are proud of? Aunt. You don't understand at all. A true master would never bother to use such despicable means. Wang Ming turned around abruptly and looked at Lin Feng, who was sitting calmly on the sofa, with an almost pilgrim-like fanatical gaze. My master hasn't even made a move yet, and you've already been defeated. You don't even deserve to be looked at by my master. These words were like a loud slap in the face of Zhang Yun. He suddenly came to his senses and transferred all his humiliation and anger to Lin Feng. Why are you laughing? Zhang Yun's facial features were distorted and his voice was sharp and piercing. You see clearly. Even I was rejected. Even I was splashed with wine. He stretched out his trembling hand, pointed at Lin Feng, and issued his final and most vicious provocation. You piece of trash. Do you dare to come up? Do you dare to experience being humiliated in public? Or are you ready to learn to bark like a dog? Zhao Kai was so angry that veins popped on his forehead and he was about to rush up to argue. However, Lin Feng smiled. At this moment, huge waves surged in his dead heart. Here we come. This is the script that a villain should have. Even Zhang Yun failed. Then Bai Yuyan is even less likely to give me face. Being splashed with wine, being insulted, and then be kicked out like a dead dog. Perfect. This is the villain getting slapped in the face package. Lin Feng's first priority now is to gain more villain value. Only in this way will there be a chance to kill Lu Chen. Then these humiliations are bearable. Thinking of this, Lin Feng even became a little impatient. Under the gaze of everyone in the audience, Lin Feng slowly stood up. He even adjusted his collar, his movements so calm and without a trace of worldly airs. Why not? His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Is he crazy? Didn't you see what happened to Zhang Yun? He is seeking death on his own initiative. Feng Si, don't be impulsive. Zhao Kai was anxious and grabbed him. Master, are you going to personally enlighten that mortal woman? Wang Ming and his disciples' eyes were shining and they were trembling with excitement. Lin Feng ignored everyone. He pushed Zhao Kai's hand away, facing the foolish gazes of the audience, and walked towards the lonely and cold silver figure at the edge of the dance floor step by step. His pace was not fast, but every step seemed to step on everyone's heartbeat. Everyone held their breath. They seemed to have foreseen that in the next second, another glass of red wine would be spilled, and that Lin Feng would suffer a miserable end, which was 100 times more miserable than Zhang Yun's. This will be the most exciting and cruelest show tonight. Chapter 48. Everyone's eyes came to the center of the dance floor. At this moment, Bai Qian was extremely annoyed. She regretted it. She shouldn't have come to such a boring dance. The air was filled with hypocritical laughter and the smell of cheap perfume, making her want to escape immediately. Just as she made up her mind and was about to get up and leave, a voice sounded behind her. "Hello, beautiful lady, may I invite you to dance with me?" It's the same opening line again. Exactly the same as that idiot named Zhang Yun just now. The disgust in Bai Qian's eyes instantly turned into ice. The glass of scarlet wine she had just picked up swayed slightly in the crystal glass, reflecting her cold and beautiful profile. Is there anyone who still refuses to give up? Do you really think that my rejection by Bai Qian is a trick of playing hard to get? She turned around slowly, ready to pour the glass of wine, along with all her contempt, into the visitor's face. However, when her eyes clearly saw the man standing behind her, all of Bai Qian's movements came to an abrupt halt. The whole world seemed to have been paused. It's him. The man who left only a blurry figure in my sister's phone. The man who fought 10 people alone in the alley and was portrayed as a tragic hero by the media. The man who made his sister Bai Xiaoyu mobilize the entire fan circle to protect him. Lin Feng. How come he is here? At this moment, Lin Feng was feeling ecstatic. He had even imagined what would happen next in his mind. The first step was to be humiliated by this high-class beauty using the harshest language. The second step was that she poured a glass of red wine on him from head to toe, making him look miserable. The third step was to leave in embarrassment amid the laughter of the audience. With this set of villains getting slapped in the face, won't the villain's value increase dramatically? Bring it on. Use your arrogance and disdain to accomplish my mission as a villain. Lin Feng had a calm expression as if he was ready to die, but he was screaming wildly in his heart. However, the humiliation and cold wine he expected never came. He saw that the frost on the face of the woman opposite him, which was cold enough to freeze the air, was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. A hint of incredible shock first flashed across those cold eyes. Then, the shock turned into a complex curiosity. Finally, a faint trace of embarrassment, which even she herself was not aware of, quietly crept up to her snow-white ears. Bai Qian looked at Lin Feng. A cold voice with a barely perceptible tremor was clearly heard by everyone. Can. The smile on Lin Feng's face froze instantly. The carefully written, repeatedly rehearsed, and perfect script in his mind was torn to pieces by an invisible hand the moment the word, "yes," came out of his mouth. The expression on his face instantly switched from the expectation of facing death with indifference to the ultimate confusion of who am I? Where am I? What did I just hear? What about the system prompt sound? What about the villain value? Where is the humiliation you promised me? Where's the red wine bath? That's not how the script works. Everyone at the party was stunned. The rich young men who were waiting to see Lin Feng bark like a dog a second ago now opened their mouths wide enough to fit an egg in, and the expressions on their faces were all petrified and dull. What did they hear? Bai Qian, the beautiful girl who didn't even bother to give face to Zhang Yun and directly washed her face with red wine, actually agreed. Promised to Lin Feng, the useless playboy known throughout Zhongcheng. This is unscientific. This is even more absurd than Mars hitting the Earth. Zhang Yun, who was standing not far away, had all the blood on his face faded away in an instant, leaving only the messy red marks stained by the red wine, intertwined with the deathly paleness. This is absolutely impossible. He stared at Bai Qian, then at Lin Feng, his brain completely shut down. And after Bai Qian agreed, the man in front of him stood there in a daze. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, almost unnoticeably. She thought he was surprised and even a little overwhelmed by being accepted by her. This man seems to be more interesting than expected. Next second, amid the shocked gazes of the entire audience, Bai Qian stretched out her right hand, which was as white as jade and slender as boneless. A simple action was like dropping an atomic bomb on a calm lake. She is actively inviting. Wang Ming and Zhao Kai's brains exploded instantly. Master is awesome. Wang Ming could no longer hold back and was shaking with excitement. He tightly grasped the shoulders of his junior brother beside him, and his voice was distorted with ecstasy. See, what is realm? What is pattern? My master doesn't even need to speak. He just needs to stand there. Icebergs will melt for him. Fairies will descend to earth for him. This is the real way to attract the phoenix to the court. Zhao Kai also had a fanatical look on his face. He made an international friendly gesture to Zhang Yun, who looked as pale as death, with an arrogant look on his face as if to say, "Who do you think you are?" Lin Feng finally came back to his senses from being petrified. It's all over. Not only did this woman agree, she also took the initiative to extend her hand. Don't do that. If Lu Chen, the son of destiny, knew about this, he would die in a very rhythmic way. Big brother, big sister, great immortal. Wait until I have enough villain value, then I can use a big move to kill Lu Chen in 1 second. Can you still play like this? It's really terrible now. Lin Feng's heart was bleeding. However, Bai Qian was already a little impatient at this moment. But this impatience is not boredom, but a kind of initiative with a bit of arrogance and shame. Next second, amidst the shocked, almost frozen gazes of the entire audience, Bai Qian actually took the initiative to step forward. She withdrew her hand from the air. Then, he grabbed Lin Feng's wrist before he could react. It feels cool to the touch, as delicate as the finest warm jade, yet with unquestionable strength. Lin Feng shuddered all over and woke up completely. He lowered his head and looked at the delicate hand that was holding his, then raised his head and looked at the beautiful face that was so close to him. My mind went blank. He was just about to say something. Bai Qian didn't even give him a chance to speak. She pulled him and turned to walk towards the center of the dance floor. That gesture didn't seem like an invitation. It's more like declaring ownership. Everyone's mouth dropped to the ground. Bai Qian led Lin Feng, who looked miserable, to the center of the dance floor. The dance is about to begin. Chapter 49 Bai Qian's confusion. Chen Hao's entanglement. When the melodious waltz music sounded, the spotlight in the center of the dance floor completely locked onto Lin Feng and Bai Qian. Lin Feng's heart sank to the bottom. There was only one thought left in his mind. Make a fool of yourself. You must make a fool of yourself immediately and in the most embarrassing way possible. He wants to tear up this absurd script with his own hands and return to his role as a villain. The plan is simple. The first step, when starting, was to step hard on Bai Qian's expensive high heels. Let her push herself away in public. Bring it on. Lin Feng roared silently in his heart, controlled his right foot, and stepped hard towards the target that was so close. However, his body betrayed him. The foot that was supposed to fall clumsily was about to touch the silver upper. At an extremely strange yet elegant angle, he slid past, brushing against the edge of the shoe. Instead of stepping on her, she took advantage of the situation to move his body along, rotating on a perfect axis and bringing Bai Qian into the dance effortlessly. Lin Feng's mind went blank. What's going on? Didn't I just want to step on her? Why does it turn into a rotation? He tried to stop, tried to make his body stiff, uncoordinated. But he found that he couldn't do it. His body has its own consciousness. Every raised hand, every turn, every glance was precise, elegant, and full of unparalleled sense of power and rhythm. He wanted to scream, wanted to break free, wanted to tell the woman opposite him that this was all a mistake. But his body was leading Bai Qian to dance a gorgeous and complicated waltz that had never existed in his mind. Bai Qian was completely shocked. She could clearly feel how sophisticated and domineering the guidance coming from the man was. That is not a beginner at all, but a dance king. He may seem clumsy, but he is actually a master dancer. Each of his seemingly random movements was precisely timed to the beat of the music, taking her into one incredible yet exhilarating spin after another. The coldness and toughness in her eyes were rapidly disintegrating. Instead, there was a growing shock and a hint of obsession that she herself was not even aware of. This experience is unprecedented. She was no longer the one in control, but was willing to be led by him, wandering freely in the ocean of music. Outside the dance floor, everyone had stopped breathing. Their eyes were fixed on the couple in the middle of the dance floor. That's not dancing. That's art. The man's movements were domineering and elegant, The woman's figure was light and beautiful, the two cooperated perfectly, and every spin and every eye contact sparked sparks that accelerated the heartbeat of the whole audience. All the guests were stunned. Wang Ming excitedly grabbed the arm of the person next to him and explained with saliva flying. "Did you see that? What does it mean to be clumsy yet appear skillful? My master's dance steps may seem random, but they actually conform to the principles of nature. This is called following the laws of nature." Zhao Kai proudly puffed out his chest, his chin raised almost to the ceiling, and enjoyed the awe-inspiring looks from those around him. Zhang Yun's face had turned from pale to ashen. He stared at the center of the dance floor, picked up his cell phone, and operated something with trembling fingers. At this moment, the dance reached its climax. In an incredibly difficult lifting and rotating move, Lin Feng's body automatically completed a performance that could be regarded as professional. Bai Qian's body was easily lifted up by him, drawing a perfect arc in the air, and her silver skirt bloomed like a flower. The whole audience burst into thunderous applause and cheers. Lin Feng's heart was bleeding. Completion. Now his character has completely changed from a good-for-nothing dude to a peerless master who pretends to be a pig but actually eats the tiger. My path to becoming a villain has gone astray again. The music dropped its last note. Lin Feng suddenly let go, wanting to escape from this dangerous place as soon as possible. He found that Bai Qian's cold little hand, on the other hand, was holding him tightly, refusing to let go. Her eyes were rolling and her cheeks were flushed. It was obvious that she was still not satisfied and wanted to do it again. Lin Feng was stunned and tried to break free by force. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the crowd. It's Chen Hao. He kept hiding in the corner, his heart riding a roller coaster 10,000 times following the scene on the dance floor. When he saw Zhang Yun being humiliated by being splashed with wine, he was overjoyed. But when he saw Lin Feng actually dancing with Bai Qian, and dancing so well, he was completely numb. Boss Lu Chen's order had become a knot in his mind. Keep a close eye on Bai Qian and don't allow any man to get close to her. Find an opportunity to lurk beside Lin Feng and become his most loyal brother. These two tasks have now become a life-threatening problem. If I stop Lin Feng, I will offend him. How can I still be his younger brother? If he didn't stop Lin Feng and just watched him take Bai Qian away, how would he explain to Boss Lu Chen? Chen Hao was in a dilemma and was so anxious that he almost committed suicide on the spot. Just when he was so worried that his hair was about to be pulled out bald, he saw it. He saw Lin Feng finish the dance and try to break free from Bai Qian's hand with a look of resistance. Chance. An unprecedented light burst out from Chen Hao's eyes. He seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and rushed forward like a cheetah. Let go of my brother Lin Feng. With a loud shout, Chen Hao forced his way in between the two of them and pulled Bai Qian's hand away from Lin Feng's wrist. He opened his arms, stood in front of Lin Feng like a hen protecting her chicks, and glared at Bai Qian. You are not allowed to touch him. The blush on Bai Qian's face faded away instantly, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. She smiled, and her smile was extremely cold. What kind of person dares to act so presumptuously in front of me? Before she finished speaking, she didn't even bother to do it herself, but just glanced coldly at the shadow not far away. Drag him out. Two bodyguards in black appeared like ghosts, holding Chen Hao's arms on the left and right. Chen Hao was confused by this sudden change, but he did not forget his mission. He was forcibly dragged outside, his feet leaving two embarrassing marks on the smooth floor, but he was still screaming at the top of his lungs. Brother Lin Feng, I just want to be your dog. My name is Chen Hao. Brother, you must remember me. I am yours in life and yours in death. Lin Feng stood there, looking at this extremely absurd scene, and was completely shocked. He stared blankly at Chen Hao's back as he was dragged out of the door, listening to his tearful declaration of loyalty, with only one thought left in his mind. It's great to have such a dedicated undercover agent like you. Why should Lu Chen worry about not accomplishing great things? Chapter 50 Princess Isabella and Powerful Skills. As Lin Feng was thinking this, he turned around and saw Bai Qian's obsessed eyes that almost melted him. His scalp tingled. If you don't leave now, you might not be able to leave tonight. He almost ran away. All that was left to the crowd at the party was a resolute and graceful back view. Bai Qian stood in the middle of the dance floor, staring blankly at the figure's back, her eyes flickering with a mysterious and meaningful look. The silver skirt still maintained the perfect curve as it spun in the last dance. When dancing, he was clearly an emperor in control of everything, domineering, powerful, and his skills reached perfection. But when he was escaping, he looked so panic-stricken and like an extremely innocent young boy. This extreme contrast made her heart, which had been silent for more than 20 years, beat faster than ever before. What an interesting man. Bai Qian slightly parted her red lips, a playful smile quietly blooming. It seems that the days ahead will not be boring. On the other side, Zhao Kai and Wang Ming were still standing there in a daze, with the same fanaticism and admiration on their faces. Fuck, did you see that? Is this Fengxi's realm? Zhao Kai slapped his thigh hard, his face flushed with excitement. First, use a dance to make the Ice Queen fall in love with you, and then when she is most confused and infatuated, turn around and leave in style. This is playing hard to get, it's like an art. Wang Ming was so excited that he was shaking all over, his eyes were shining as if he was proclaiming a miracle. Master, this move is brilliant. It's really brilliant. First, conquer her body with your extraordinary dancing skills, then crush her heart with your coldness and aloofness. Believe it or not, Director Bai's mind is full of my master now. This is called dimensionality reduction attack. This is the highest level of PUA. This is the legendary flirting and running away is so exciting. The two of them talked back and forth, and the more they talked, the more they felt that Lin Feng's image was mysterious and profound, like a god. And at this moment, a black Rolls-Royce, like a ghost in the dark night, madly tore through the streets and rushed towards the Ball Manor. Inside the car, the air pressure was terrifyingly low. Lu Chen's face turned pale, and the brutality in his eyes almost solidified into substance. Drive faster. Boss, we've reached the bottom. The middle-aged man in the front row had cold sweat on his palms and his voice was trembling. It will fly soon. Lu Chen didn't listen at all. There was only one thought in his mind. Bai Qian. As long as we can get Bai Qian in that movie, what does a mere 500 million investment matter? He can act for free. Just then, his phone screen lit up. It was a message from Zhang Yun. Why is this idiot sending me a message? Zhang Yun was his first younger brother since he came to Zhongcheng. If he hadn't sent her a message, Lu Chen would have almost forgotten him. He clicked it casually. A video. On the cover, Chen Hao was grabbing Bai Qian's wrist. You bastard. Lu Chen's anger exploded instantly. Didn't I tell him not to touch my woman? How dare he? Lu Chen gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Chen Hao into pieces immediately. His eyes were bloodshot and he clicked the play button. Next second, he felt as if struck by lightning and was completely petrified. The person in the video is not Chen Hao at all. It's Lin Feng. The loser he despised the most was dancing with the woman of his dreams in the middle of the dance floor. The dance is elegant and the coordination is perfect. What made him even more furious was Bai Qian's expression. The intoxicating blush on her cheeks, the infatuation in her eyes, and the reluctance to let go of Lin Feng when the dance ended. Seeing this scene, my blood boils. Lin Feng. A beastly roar that sounded like no human voice exploded in the closed compartment. Puff. The wound on Lu Chen's chest burst instantly, and a mouthful of hot blood sprayed all over the expensive leather seat. Boss. The middle-aged man was so frightened that he turned the steering wheel sharply and was about to turn around. Hurry. I'll take you to the hospital. No. Lu Chen's eyes were bloodshot, he gripped the seat tightly, and his voice was hoarse like a devil from hell. Give me the dance. I'm going to tear Lin Feng apart with my own hands. Before he finished speaking, the phone screen lit up again. It's a message from Chen Hao. Boss, mission accomplished. I have successfully lurked beside Lin Feng and expressed my loyalty to him in public. Lu Chen stared at the line of words, his mind going blank. The next second, there was a rage that was enough to burn the sky. You're just lurking like this. Is this how you show your loyalty? Watch Lin Feng touch my woman. Loyalty. Be loyal to your mother's heart. Puff. Lu Chen's blood rushed to his heart and he spurted out another large mouthful of blood. His vision suddenly went black and his body fell straight backwards, completely losing consciousness. Boss, wake up. The middle-aged man was completely panicked. He slammed on the brakes and pulled the car to the side of the road. With trembling hands, he dialed 120. Lin Feng on the other side, the scene just now, and Bai Qian's eyes. It still made him feel confused. He ran back to the manor in a hurry. Want to hide? His father, Lin Fanyan, called him. Lin Fanyan was holding a mobile phone in his hand. Come over. Lin Feng's heart was in his throat, and he walked over with gritted teeth. What's wrong? Could it be that Lu Chen got the news? Starting to fight back. Dad, Lin Fanyan didn't say anything, but just turned the phone screen towards him. On the screen was a video of him and Bai Yuyan dancing in the middle of the dance floor. High definition, close-ups, every rotation, every eye contact, all captured clearly. The title at the top of the video, written in bold black letters, reads, "The former dandy amazed the audience and conquered the cold female director." Lin Fanyan's eyes were full of inquiry and shock. "I didn't know you had this skill." Lin Feng was stunned. Who on earth posted it on social media? Not coding yet. Isn't this going to kill him? Wouldn't it be all over if Lu Chen saw it? He took the phone with trembling hands and swiped it downwards. The comments section has gone completely crazy. Oh my god, is this really Lin Feng? This dancing posture and this aura are simply at the level of a professional dancing king. I declare that from today on, Lin Feng is my new husband. He's handsome, good at fighting, and can dance. What a godly man. Everyone in front, get out of the way. This is my brother Feng. Brother, fly bravely. If anything goes wrong, we will bear the consequences ourselves. The guy upstairs, can you bear it? Didn't you see the look in director Bai Yuyan's eyes? She was almost tearing my hair out. There must be something wrong with these two. Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded when he saw the rows of comments praising him. No, he doesn't want to. He laughed it off and wanted to return the phone. Dad, this is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Okay. Lin Fanyan put away his phone, picked up an exquisitely made gold-stamped invitation from the table next to him, and handed it to Lin Feng. The Eagle Country Royal Family Visiting Group has arrived in Zhongcheng. As an outstanding enterprise in Zhongcheng, our Lin family has been invited to attend tomorrow's dinner. Lin Fanyan looked at him, his tone unquestionable. I don't have time to go tomorrow, so you go for me. Lin Feng was dumbfounded again. His brain buzzed and he instantly remembered the damn plot. At the dinner party, Lu Chen, the son of destiny, will use his damn protagonist halo to hook up with the noble Princess Isabella. Moreover, he would use extremely sinister means to make Princess Isabella develop a great hatred towards the Lin family. This was also one of the key reasons why the Lin family gradually declined. Lin Feng originally thought of just following the plot and being a background figure, letting Lu Chen show off. Then he gained villain value and looked for an opportunity to get rid of Lu Chen. Enjoy the perfect life of a rich young man. But when he thought about the outrageous situation at the dance today, he always felt that tomorrow would be even more wrong. Just when he was feeling extremely frustrated, a mechanical reminder sounded in his mind. Ding! Successfully subdued Chen Hao and gained 500 villain points. Lin Feng instantly became alert. 500 villain value. So much. It seems the system is aware of my predicament. Give me powerful skills. Lin Feng looked excited. Open the system store. Ding! Heavenly piano sound basic has been explained. Price: 500 villain value. Everything is ready. Chapter 51 Princess Isabella's Obsession. Lin Feng felt that his passion, which had just been ignited, was instantly poured over from head to toe with a basin of ice water, and his heart was chilled to the core. Heavenly piano music. What is going on? Will there be another cooking proficiency next time, so that I can compete with Lu Chen in flipping the wok? System, do you have any huge misunderstanding about me as a villain? Can you give me, a little villain, the respect I deserve? On the other side, Lu Chen opened his eyes again in the ward. He woke up from his coma. The pain in my chest was nothing compared to the trembling in my soul. He felt that there was an invisible giant hand that was strangling his fate and playing with him at will. And Lin Feng is the master of that hand. He is unwilling to accept it. Why? He is the king destined by heaven. But now, how can he turn the tables? Lin Feng seemed to be ahead of him every step of the way. Just as endless despair was rising in his heart, the door of the ward was gently pushed open. The middle-aged man bent over and walked in cautiously. Boss, I have some news. Lu Chen didn't look at him, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. Explain. The middle-aged man felt the oppressive deathly aura, swallowed his saliva, lowered his voice, and there was a hint of irrepressible excitement in his tone. Tomorrow, the Eagle Country Royal Family Delegation will hold a welcome dinner in Zhongcheng. I have obtained an invitation for you through special channels. The man's voice became even lower, carrying with it a bewitching power. It is said that Princess Isabella, who is of noble descent, is also coming with the group. Lu Chen's empty eyes suddenly burst into a terrifying light. He sat up suddenly from the bed, and the movement was so violent that the wound on his chest began to bleed again. But he didn't care. Princess Isabella. This is the stage that belongs to him, Lu Chen. Moreover, his overseas forces have some connection with the Eagle Country royal family. Wouldn't it be easy to win the favor of Princess Isabella? The four beauties of Zhongcheng are nothing but frogs in a well. As long as he can gain the favor of the princess and take advantage of the supreme power of the Eagle Kingdom royal family, what does a mere Lin Feng matter? He wants to make those women who betrayed him kneel at his feet and regret it forever. A sick and crazy smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. Very good. His voice was hoarse, but it carried unquestionable authority. Tomorrow, I will show my true strength at the banquet. I want to make a little Lin Feng understand that a firefly can compete with the bright moon. I will trample him and the Lin family behind him into the abyss. The middle-aged man looked at his boss. He was really afraid that Lu Chen would get excited and spit out blood and die on the spot. Then he, as a subordinate, would be completely finished. He quickly took a step forward, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Boss, don't get excited, take care of yourself. We don't need to rush into a head-on confrontation. The middle-aged man swallowed and spoke carefully. I just got the news that the Earl William whom we paid a huge price to feed in Eagle Country. He also came to Zhongcheng with the visiting delegation. Lu Chen's crazy eyes finally focused on the middle-aged man's face. Earl William, that greedy old dog. The middle-aged man saw that something was going to happen, so he continued speaking quickly. Boss, think about it, if we approach Princess Isabella directly, it would be too big a target and too abrupt. But if we go through Earl William and ask him to help introduce me, isn't that a natural and legitimate thing? The madness in Lu Chen's eyes was slowly replaced by a calculating coldness. Yes, how could he have forgotten the old dog? With this familiar dog around, wouldn't it be easy to get close to Isabella? A twisted smile finally broke out on his face, which had turned pale due to blood loss. He reached out and patted the middle-aged man's shoulder heavily. Very good. You are very good. The middle-aged man shuddered when he was slapped by him, but he still forced a flattering smile. It's all your fault, boss. Lu Chen withdrew his hand, and the arrogance and confidence in his eyes rekindled. He felt like he was okay again. After all, destiny is on his side. That's it. Contact William immediately and ask him to help speak well of me to the princess tonight. Let the princess have a good impression of me, and ask her to introduce me to you tomorrow. The middle-aged man looked delighted that his opinion was finally adopted. Yes, boss. In the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Zhongcheng, Princess Isabella finished her day's trip and threw herself into the soft leather sofa out of boredom. She had a waterfall of bright golden hair, eyes that were bluer than the sky, skin as white as the finest milk, and a person as delicate as a fragile porcelain doll. As the princess of Eagle Country, she should be the epitome of elegance and nobility. But at this moment, she just kicked off her high heels, revealing her bare white feet, curled up on the sofa like a lazy cat, browsing her phone. This time, accompanying her mother to Zhongcheng for a business inspection was more like a boring trip for her to kill time. The red tape of the Eagle Kingdom royal family made her feel suffocated. She just wanted to have some fun. Then she discovered that Zhongcheng's social media was much more interesting than she had imagined. She enjoyed reading all kinds of novel jokes and local hot news. The princess would lie on the bed and brush her teeth and would smile every once in a while. She didn't expect that Chinese culture and people could be so interesting. She continued to scroll through the videos, and as she was scrolling, a different video came into her sight. It was a candid shot of a dance party. The picture quality was a bit blurry, but it did not affect the charm of the man in the center of the video at all. In the video, the man is seen dancing with a woman in a silver dress. His dance steps are full of power. Every rotation and every lift carries with it a natural artistic beauty. As a princess of the Eagle Kingdom royal family, Isabella received the top court dance education since childhood. World-class dance masters are nothing more than precise and elegant performers in front of her. She had seen more geniuses than most people had seen in their lifetime. She had long been numb to those formulaic, soulless dance steps. But the man in the video completely overturned her perception. That's not a skill. One could even say that his actions were full of mistakes, according to court standards. But it is these mistakes that, when combined together, are full of masculine aggressive power. It was a ruling declaration that came from the deepest part of life. Every movement he made was not to please the audience, nor to cooperate with his dance partner. Instead, he was using his body to declare his absolute possession of the dance floor and the music. This was completely contrary to all the court dances she had learned, which emphasized humility and cooperation. Yet it exudes a fatal, heart-stirring attraction. For the first time, a flame called interest ignited in Isabella's blue eyes. Her slender fingers unconsciously clenched the phone, and her breathing became rapid without her noticing. Isabella played the video over and over again uncontrollably. Chapter 52 Earl William's Fury. She clicked on the comments section. The situation down there has been an uproar. Fuck, is this Lin Feng? That dandy young master. When did he choose this skill point? With this dancing posture and this aura, I declare that he is my new husband. Sisters, don't just look at his face. Didn't you see the way director Bai Yuyan looked at him? It was almost silky. He is really handsome, but you don't think that this is all his strength, right? What does the above mean? Guide to the next hot search Heroes Save Beauty. After reading it you will know what a real man is. It turns out his name is Lin Feng. Is he the young master of the Lin group that we visited today? Then she saw the comments promoting Lin Feng's heroic act of saving the beauty. A real man. Isabella's blue eyes were full of inquiry. She immediately followed the instructions in the comment section and searched for the so-called Hero Saves the Beauty video. The screen changes. It was no longer a brightly lit dance party, but a dark and dilapidated alley. Lin Feng in the video still has the same face, but his temperament is completely different. He was alone, protecting the woman behind him, facing a dozen thugs armed with weapons. Those eyes were cold, sharp, and filled with bloody murderous aura. He is completely different from the elegant emperor on the dance floor. Isabella's heart suddenly tightened. She watched Lin Feng charging through the crowd, punching hard, fiercely and directly. That's not a performance. That was a real, life and death battle. Isabella was completely shocked. She grew up in an impregnable castle, always surrounded by polite gentlemen and respectful servants. She had never seen a man so primitive, so full of wildness and power. An elegant emperor who can turn the waltz into an art. A cold-blooded warrior who can also transform into a Shira in street fighting. This extreme contrast and contradiction had a fatal attraction to her. She went crazy and started searching the name, Lin Feng, on the internet. She kept clicking on news pieces and videos one after another. Watching his silence when he was insulted by the whole network. Watching him turn the tide with the joint guarantee of the four goddesses, he was shocked. Isabella's heart, which had been silent for 19 years, began to beat violently for the first time. On the sofa, Her Royal Highness the Princess's exquisite and beautiful face had flushed with excessive excitement. There was no longer any trace of boredom in her eyes. All that remains is endless curiosity and obsession with that Oriental man. I don't know how much time passed. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. The knock on the door was restrained, following standard aristocratic etiquette. But Isabella didn't hear anything. She was still curled up on the sofa, her pair of snow-white feet shaking unconsciously, and her blue eyes were filled with light reflected from the phone screen. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The knocking on the door became more rapid and impatient. Isabella then frowned and looked up from the world of her phone. Who is it? So annoying. She reluctantly got up from the sofa, still clutching her phone tightly in her hand, and ran barefoot to open the door. Outside the door stood a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing a well-tailored tuxedo and a count's badge on his chest, symbolizing his status. He is Earl William, the old dog that Lu Chen spent a lot of money to feed. Your Highness, the Princess. Earl William had a flattering smile on his face and performed a standard chest-touching gesture. His mission tonight was to get close to the princess and pave the way for his generous Oriental friend Lu Chen. In his mind, he thought Lu Chen approached him in order to be friends with him. So he regarded Lu Chen as his friend. However, Isabella just said, casually. She didn't even look at him, she just turned around and walked back to the sofa, burying herself in it again, her eyes never leaving the phone screen for a second. The smile on Earl William's face froze. He was left at the door like this, not knowing whether to leave or stay, feeling extremely embarrassed. He is a count. In the Eagle country, even members of the royal family have to give him some face. How dare this little princess ignore him like this? A fire of anger burned from the bottom of my heart. He suppressed his anger, walked into the room and cleared his throat. Your Highness, regarding tomorrow's dinner. Isabella still didn't react. She looked at her phone, and the corners of her mouth even curled up with a hint of excitement. Earl William was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. What on earth could be more attractive than a personal visit from an earl? He couldn't bear it any longer and moved closer to see what was on the princess's phone. What was playing on the phone screen was a video. In the video, a young man is being pinned to the ground by another person and being beaten with punch after punch. The young man who was beaten black and blue and in a miserable state was actually his good friend, Lu Chen. And Her Royal Highness the Princess was watching with great interest, a look of fascination on her face. Boom! Earl William's brain exploded. All the blood in his body rushed to his head in an instant. What are you looking at? His voice was sharp, even a little broken due to extreme anger. Isabella was finally annoyed by his noise. She raised her head, her blue eyes filled with displeasure. A man named Lin Feng is beating up another idiot named Lu Chen. She answered as a matter of course and even made a comment. That was a great fight, wasn't it? Earl William's face instantly turned purple. Idiot. She actually called Lu Chen an idiot. And you still say you fought well. This was like slapping him hard in the face right in front of him. He stared at the screen intently, at the figure riding on Lu Chen, with his fists raining down like raindrops. Lin Feng, dare you hit my good buddy? A surge of hatred swept through his body. No wonder the princess turned a blind eye to his visit. It turns out that the root of the problem lies with this man named Lin Feng. Earl William's chest heaved violently, but he finally suppressed the urge to explode on the spot. He adjusted his bow tie and forced a smile towards Isabella that was uglier than crying. Your Highness, please have a good rest. I will take my leave now. The moment he walked out of the room, all the disguise on his face shattered. All that's left is ferocity and resentment. Lin Feng. Just wait for me. At tomorrow's dinner, I will let you know what will happen if you offend me and Lu Chen. I will make you die miserably. Chapter 53 Lin Feng's Secret Action. Lu Chen laughed wildly. Lin Feng looked at the new skills that had just appeared on the system panel. Heavenly music of the piano. He felt that his whole world was gray. It's another of those fancy, useless things. He worked so hard to complete the mission to earn 500 villain points, and this is what he got in return. He felt that the system was targeting him, deliberately not giving him any combat skills to confront Lu Chen head-on. And if he doesn't change this one, he won't be able to unlock the next one. This crappy task will take a long time to complete before I can get powerful skills to pin Lu Chen to the ground. He was running the risk of angering Lu Chen at any time and then being killed instantly by Lu Chen. Lin Feng walked upstairs to his room in frustration. Downstairs, Lin Feng looked at his son's departing back, and the dignity on his face quietly faded away. Instead, there was an unfathomable smile, like that of an old fox. He picked up his phone and typed quickly on the screen. And he clicked the forward button on the right side of Lin Feng's dancing video. Edit the video link and text together and send it out. Under the dim light, the curve of his mouth became more playful. After a moment, he looked at the screen and said to himself with a hint of expectation in a voice that only he could hear. My dear son, your father is worried about your lifelong event. As the head of the Lin family, he controls a wide range of resources. If Lin Feng saw what his father was doing at this moment, Lin Feng will definitely be very grateful to his father. And told his father, thank you, because of you, the 4 seasons are warm. T. Sus Manor, Master Bedroom. The air is filled with the elegant fragrance after bathing. Su Qingxue had just changed into an ice blue silk nightgown and was preparing to deal with several transnational documents that required urgent approval. Her expression was as cold as ever, as if nothing in the world could stir up a ripple in her heart. For her, work is her only thing. But since when, the man named Lin Feng would always intrude into her thoughts without warning. This caused her to become uncontrollably distracted from the focus she had been holding for more than 20 years. She tried to concentrate but couldn't. This situation would never have happened before. At this moment, the cell phone screen suddenly lit up, breaking the silence in the room. A text message came from an unknown mobile number. A video link and a line of text. Su Qingxue frowned slightly and instinctively wanted to delete it. But the words attached to the text message made her stop moving her fingertips. Lin Feng will attend the royal dinner tomorrow. Lin Feng. A barely perceptible ripple flashed across Su Qingxue's calm eyes. When Lin Feng was mentioned, she clicked on the link, risking her phone being hacked. Link jump. The video appears. The next second, her beautiful face, as cold as an iceberg, changed. In the video, under the dazzling lights, Lin Feng, wearing a well-tailored suit, is dancing with a dazzling silver figure. Su Qingxue's breathing quietly stopped at this moment. And when she saw the woman's face clearly. Bai Yuyan. That female director from the Bai family who has always been so arrogant and looked down upon all men in the world. She wants to snatch it from me too. This thought exploded in her mind like a thunderbolt. A flame called jealousy, that she had never experienced before, mixed with a strong possessive desire, exploded in her chest. The man who distracted her countless times. The man who could not be shaken off her mind. Why can other women get so close to him? Su Qingxue stood up suddenly, not caring about the nightgown slipping off her shoulders. She picked up the intercom phone and her voice was cold enough to frost the air. Auntie Wang, I will personally attend the Eagle Kingdom royal family's dinner tomorrow night. The butler on the other end of the phone was stunned. According to custom, dinners of this level are always attended by family elders as a sign of respect. But Su Qingxue is already the real person in charge of the Su family. No one dared to stop her from going anywhere, and no one could stop her. At the same time, Shen family. Shen Zhaoshui tossed and turned on the silky sheets. She just turned over casually. The thin silk nightgown on her body outlined her breathtaking figure in the moonlight. The waist is the waist, and the hips are the hips. Every inch of extreme ups and downs seems to be silently telling the temptation of maturity. Even the air became sweet and warm because of this vivid scene. She also received the same text message. Shen Zhaoshui watched the video on her phone with envy on her face. She also decided to attend the royal dinner. In the Bai family villa, Bai Xiao rushed into her sister's room in an angry tone, but she only saw Bai Qian replaying the video over and over again, with a determined smile on her lips that she had never seen before. A storm surrounding Lin Feng is quietly gathering. The eye of the storm points directly to the royal dinner tonight. The protagonist at the center of the storm was lying on the bed at this moment, sighing and tossing and turning in sleep as he had exchanged for another useless, heavenly piano sound. Lu Chen opened his eyes again in the ward. He can't sleep. As soon as I close my eyes, images of the future appear uncontrollably in my mind. He successfully conquered Princess Isabella and used the supreme royal power to crush the Su, Shen and Bai families into dust. He wanted to make those women who had embarrassed him in the past, kneel at his feet like the lowest bitches and lick the tips of his shoes. He wants to dominate Zhongcheng and make sure Lin Feng is killed without a burial place. Thinking of this, Lu Chen became extremely excited. He suddenly propped himself up from the bed and opened his arms as if to embrace the whole world. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. The crazy laughter echoed in the empty ward. Just at this moment, bang, the door of the ward was violently slammed open from the outside. The middle-aged man rushed in with a look of ecstasy on his face, and was about to report the great news. The next second, all the joy on his face froze. He saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. His boss, at this moment, was standing on the hospital bed with disheveled hair, arms outstretched, and laughing wildly. Is this the boss? This guy just escaped from a mental hospital. The flattering smile on the middle-aged man's face froze in an instant. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He knew that he had seen something he shouldn't have seen. At this time, any unnecessary expression or any hesitant look may bring you fatal disaster. His brain was working rapidly, and he made the most correct decision in almost 0.01 second. What just happened? No, nothing happened just now. He saw nothing. His eyes were born to study the cracks in the floor. The middle-aged man suddenly lowered his head, his eyes fixed on the tips of his shiny leather shoes, as if there were peerless martial arts secrets engraved there. He wanted to cover up what he saw. But these are just attempts to cover up the truth. Chapter 54, Are Powerful Skills Really Coming? Lu Chen's laughter stopped abruptly. His hand froze in midair. The echo passed through the door and into the empty corridor. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Lu Chen's face instantly turned the color of liver. Time stops at this moment. Lu Chen stared at the middle-aged man. Boss. The middle-aged man's Adam's apple rolled and he felt his tongue was tied. He pretended that he didn't hear anything. Want to break this awkward situation. But his panicked words gave him away. He didn't dare to look at Lu Chen's murderous eyes. It's all done. What's done? Lu Chen saw how the middle-aged man was doing. He returned to his serious expression when treating his subordinates. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief when his boss returned to normal. I've already contacted Earl William. He said everything was ready. And I don't know how it happened. He also knew Lin Feng, and Lin Feng seemed to have offended him. He was very angry and said he would teach him a lesson tomorrow. Hearing this, Lu Chen became excited. With his help, wouldn't it be easy to defeat Lin Feng? Seeing that his boss was happy, the middle-aged man immediately struck while the iron was hot and threw out the trump card he had prepared. Besides, I also got a top-secret piece of information. He leaned close to Lu Chen's ear and lowered his voice very low. That Princess Isabella, she's an avid piano lover. It is said that her obsession with the piano has reached a pathological level. Similarly, she also extremely hates any blasphemy against piano music. In her eyes, playing the instrument poorly is a crime against art. Lu Chen looked up suddenly. Piano. He smiled. He has received the highest level of classical music education since he was young, and he already has a level 10 piano certificate. This is a stage tailor-made for him. It's destiny. It is destiny that is helping him. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Lin Feng, a loser who can only shake his butt on the dance floor. A reckless man who only knows how to solve problems with his fists. Does he understand what art is? Lu Chen was extremely arrogant. What can he use to fight me? Tomorrow, I will let everyone see clearly who the real protagonist is. I will use the most elegant art to crush his little tricks into the mud and smash them to pieces. I want Princess Isabella to see with her own eyes that Lin Feng is nothing but a clown in front of me. Thinking of this, Lu Chen started laughing wildly again. The boss laughed, and the middle-aged man dared not to laugh. The middle-aged man laughed wildly at his boss. In front of such a boss, not smiling is a form of disobedience. He knew better than anyone the consequences of disobedience. He forced his facial muscles, which were stiff and sore, to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. A dry laugh like a broken bellows came from his throat, ho ho, echoing Lu Chen's madness. For a moment, two completely different, yet equally twisted laughter intertwined in the ward. One, crazy about the upcoming victory. One, shuddering at the horror before him. The next evening, Lin Feng changed into a well-tailored black dress and prepared to go out. As soon as I reached the corner of the spiral staircase, my sight fell on the living room downstairs. His father, Lin Feng, was sitting upright on the sofa, holding a cup of tea in his hand, looking at him with a smile. That smile, no matter how you look at it, seems wrong. Rather than being a loving father's satisfaction, it was more like an old fox admiring his prey that was about to fall into his trap. Dad. Lin Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat and his scalp went numb, but he had no choice but to keep going. Well, are you ready? Lin Feng stood up, and his eyes, which were full of insight, were now looking his son up and down with great interest, and he nodded with satisfaction. He walked forward and patted Lin Feng's shoulder heavily with his big hand like a palm leaf fan. The smile on his face became brighter and brighter. Behave yourself tonight, son. Bring glory to our Lin family. He emphasized the last two words, win glory, so much that Lin Feng shuddered. This doesn't feel like attending some shitty dinner party. This is clearly heading to the execution ground. And his father was the executioner who personally handed him the last meal. Got it, Dad. Lin Feng said perfunctorily, just wanting to quickly escape from this suffocating and weird atmosphere. Sitting in the familiar black Ferrari, the roar of the engine finally relaxed his tense nerves a little. Fuck it. When the enemy comes, we will fight them. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Anyway, the goal tonight is to be a ruthless background board, allowing the son of destiny Lu Chen to shine to his heart's content, while I can lie back and collect villain value. As long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. Just at this moment, a cold and dead mechanical sound suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! Trigger the key plot mission, Royal Dinner. Mission objective: reduce Princess Isabella's favorability towards the host to negative, and assist the son of destiny Lu Chen to successfully gain the princess's favor. Mission reward: 1000 villain points. After the host completes this task, he will be eligible to unlock powerful skills of super high value. Lin Feng slammed on the brakes. Squeak. The Ferrari left a harsh tire mark on the empty asphalt road, and the front of the car almost hit the guardrail. He froze completely, staring blankly at the cold golden words on the virtual panel. Next second, an indescribable ecstasy, like a volcanic eruption, instantly overwhelmed all his rationality. Here we come. It's finally here. This is what a villain system should look like. Lower favorability. Assist Liu Chen to show off. Isn't this exactly what my major is about? As for the heavenly piano music that he had complained about all night. Lin Feng's mouth uncontrollably stretched into an extremely brilliant, even somewhat ferocious smile. I wronged you before, system. As long as you can get powerful skills, you are the best in the system. Lin Feng felt that every cell in his body was trembling with excitement, and he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Boom! The Ferrari was like a black lightning that had broken free from its shackles, tearing through the night sky and speeding madly towards the venue of the dinner. Tonight, Lin Feng. It must be done in front of all the upper-class people in Zhongcheng. Give Liu Chen, the son of destiny, an amazing gift that will go down in history. Your Highness, are you ready? It's my turn to perform. Chapter 55 Zhang Yun's Show of Goodwill. Liu Chen's Conspiracy. Lin Feng soon arrived at Zhongcheng International Convention and Exhibition Center. Tonight, he was wearing a black suit, which made his already tall figure look even more slender. He ignored the respectful instructions of the waiter at the door and walked straight into the banquet hall. The luxury of the hall's interior was far beyond his imagination. A huge crystal chandelier hangs down from the dome, casting a diamond-like halo of light. Melodious classical music flows in the air, soothing and elegant. The guests were dressed in fancy clothes, gathered in groups of 2 or 3, holding champagne and chatting in low voices. Cold snacks are displayed on the long table and you can take them at will. Everything is so comfortable, full of the refinement and calmness unique to the upper class. Lin Feng felt more relaxed than ever before. He looked around. Very good. Very good. The banquet hall was filled with elderly business celebrities and politicians, each holding a glass of wine and maintaining a decent fake smile. There is not a single young person. More importantly, none of the women who gave him a headache showed up. Su Qingxue, Shen Zhaoshui, Bai Xiaoyu, Bai Qian. She could finally have some peace and quiet for once. Lin Feng let out a long sigh, feeling that the air tonight was particularly sweet. This is simply the perfect stage tailor-made for him. A paradise where he can make a fool of himself, commit suicide as he pleases, and then safely get 1,000 villain points. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's stomach growled at an inopportune time. He is hungry. Anyway, the mission hasn't started yet, so let's fill our stomach first. He walked straight to the long table filled with exquisite food, picked up a plate, skipped the caviar and small cakes that looked like they would never fill him up, and set his sights on the golden and shiny roasted chicken legs. 1, 2, 3. He unceremoniously piled the plates into a small mountain, then picked up a few pieces of steak at random, found a seat in a corner, and started to eat as if no one was around. His rude eating habits, which were out of tune with the elegant atmosphere around him, quickly attracted a lot of attention. Isn't that the kid from the Lin family, Lin Feng? That's him. The dancing video from yesterday went viral on my WeChat moments. Is it really him? Look at the way he eats, he's so rude, like a starving ghost. How can he look like the master in the video? The whispers spread among the crowd like ripples. Yesterday, they were stunned by the domineering and graceful dancer in the video. Today, what I saw with my own eyes was a glutton who had no aristocratic manners at all and was only concerned with eating. The huge contrast changed everyone's eyes. Doubt, contempt, and a sense of sudden enlightenment, as expected. I told you, that video must have used a body double. Or maybe the Bai family deliberately made special effects to promote him. That's right. With his appearance, how could a girl like Bai Qian look at him differently? A loser who is only fit to eat chicken legs in the corner wants to climb up the Bai family's high branch. He is really like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. These undisguised discussions floated into Lin Feng's ears word for word. He paused for a moment while gnawing on the chicken leg. He chuckled. Right. That's the taste. Continue. Don't stop. He even deliberately spat the bones into the white plate, making a slight sound, which perfectly demonstrated his vulgarity. He could feel that the false halo of the peerless master around him was being ruthlessly torn apart by these rumors. And his true, good-for-nothing dude persona is making a comeback. Just then, Someone patted him on the shoulder. Lin Feng shuddered in his heart. Could it be some heroine? Lin Feng turned back with the chicken leg in his mouth, feeling nervous. Zhang Yun. His face, which was in a state of extreme embarrassment from being splashed with red wine yesterday, was now filled with a fake and warm smile. Hey, Brother Feng, I didn't expect to see you here. Did your father ask you to come? Lin Feng was too lazy to reply. He turned his head again and tore off a big piece of chicken. He knew with his toes that the reason Zhang Yun's grandson could appear here was definitely because Lu Chen was supporting him. He must be holding back something bad. Seeing that he ignored him, Zhang Yun didn't get angry. Instead, he moved closer and was very humble. Brother Feng, are you still blaming what happened yesterday? Yesterday, I was blind and rude. Please be magnanimous and don't bear grudge against me. I apologize to you and I won't do it again, okay? These words were spoken with such sincerity and heart. If Lin Feng didn't know the script, he might have been fooled by him. In order to act more realistically, Lin Feng raised his head from the plate, glanced at him with a look that said, "You're smart," and said, vaguely. Zhang Yun's eyes flashed with pride that his plan had succeeded. He smiled and patted Lin Feng's shoulder again. Then take your time, Brother Feng. I'll go over and say hello first. After saying that, he turned and left. Lin Feng's gaze seemed to still be on the stake in front of him, but his peripheral vision was fixed on the direction in which Zhang Yun left. He looked at Zhang Yun, walked through the crowd, and went to the most inconspicuous corner of the banquet hall. There, Lu Chen was talking in a low voice with a blonde-haired and blue-eyed foreigner. It was Earl William. When Lu Chen saw Zhang Yun approaching, he gave him a look without saying a word. In a flash, Lin Feng caught a glimpse of an extremely fast movement out of the corner of his eye. Earl William took out a tiny paper bag from his pocket and stuffed it into Zhang Yun's suit pocket in a flash. The whole process was so smooth and fast that it was almost imperceptible. Then, Earl William leaned close to Zhang Yun's ear, moved his lips slightly, and whispered something solemnly. Lu Chen, who was standing aside, had an icy smile on his lips. There was no sinisterness in his eyes, only a kind of indifference that looked down on his prey. He even glanced vaguely in the direction where Lin Feng was. This look made Lin Feng's hair stand on end instantly. His heart skipped a beat and he immediately lowered his head, pretending that all his attention was on the last piece of chicken leg. But my mind had already started roaring wildly. Brother, can you be more professional? The look in your eyes shows you're afraid that others don't know you're going to mess with me, right? Can you learn the professional ethics of our villains, be low-key and restrained? Lin Feng felt his back was tingling and he just wanted to shout to Lu Chen from a distance. Brother, I will cooperate with you. Can you please stop looking at me? Now he just wanted to shout in the direction of Lu Chen. Chapter 56 Zhao Kai's Vigilance and the Disappearing Brooch. Just then, someone patted me on the back again. Coming again. Lin Feng's heart was in his throat. He looked back stiffly. Zhao Kai. Lin Feng's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. Zhao Kai's nonchalant face looked better than an angel at this moment. Casey, why are you here? Lin Feng was a little surprised. For an occasion like this, your old man won't come in person. Zhao Kai sighed, and his usual carefree attitude became much less serious. Oh, Brother Feng, you know that my old man's health is getting worse day by day. From now on, I will have to handle situations like this. Lin Feng understood. The inertia of the plot is indeed powerful. In the original novel, it was during this period that Zhao Kai began to gradually take over the family business, but in the end he ended up in a miserable situation because of his desire to avenge Lin Feng. Lin Feng was about to say something when he saw Zhao Kai's gaze pass over him and lock onto Zhang Yun not far away. Zhang Yun was holding a wine glass at the moment, and gave Zhao Kai what he thought was a very friendly smile from a distance. But Zhao Kai didn't even bother to glance at him and just started shouting at the top of his lungs. Hey, Zhang Yun, you haven't even settled the fucking bet you lost yet. 3 barks and get out, when will that happen? The smile on Zhang Yun's face froze in an instant, and all the color faded away. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. My brother, are you so brave? This is a royal dinner. In front of so many people, you don't even intend to give any face. He quickly grabbed Zhao Kai who was about to rush forward. Hey, Casey, don't. Lin Feng pulled him behind him and explained with a smile, Zhang Yun has already apologized to me. It was a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. He is my good brother now. As he spoke, he forced a sincere smile towards Zhang Yun, indicating that, we are best friends. Zhang Yun felt as if he had been pardoned. He smiled awkwardly and walked down the stairs. However, Zhao Kai pulled Lin Feng aside, lowered his voice, and his face was full of disappointment. Brother Feng, you are just too soft-hearted. You trust everyone. People like this will hurt you sooner or later. Didn't you see? He was walking with that kid Lu Chen. Lu Chen is not a good guy either. Lin Feng's face changed, and without thinking, he reached out and covered Zhao Kai's mouth. Keep your voice down. You're risking your life. He lowered his voice and leaned close to Zhao Kai's ear. Lu Chen is also my good brother. What a joke. According to the plot, Lu Chen's assassin team is about to arrive in Zhongcheng. If you provoke him now, isn't that like lighting a light in the toilet, courting death? Zhao Kai looked at Lin Feng's nervous expression and couldn't persuade him no matter what he did, so he had to push his hand away in annoyance. Okay. Everyone in the world is your good brother. Although he compromised in words, a barely perceptible vigilance flashed in the depths of his eyes. He knew that once Lin Feng made a decision, no one could change it. Zhao Kai then put on that nonchalant smile again, poked Lin Feng with his elbow, and made faces. Okay, let's not talk about those two spoilers. Hey, brother Feng, have you heard? The highlight of tonight. Seeing that he had returned to normal, Lin Feng felt relieved and followed up on his words, jokingly saying, what's the highlight? Are you going to perform a chest-breaking rock-breaking show on stage? Go to hell, Zhao Kai cursed with a smile, lowered his voice and said mysteriously. It's the princess of the Eagle Country. Let me tell you, I got this top-secret information from a friend of my second uncle's third aunt's son. Zhao Kai spoke with saliva flying, his face full of longing. It is said that Princess Isabella is extremely beautiful. She has blonde hair, blue eyes, and skin as white as milk. She is a real-life Barbie. He paused, and added, this time she came quietly with the visiting delegation, and the news was kept secret. Only the top families in Zhongcheng knew about it. Otherwise, the threshold of this banquet hall would have been trampled flat by those flies. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he saw Zhao Kai's naive look. He finally diverted this guy's attention away from Lu Chen. What's wrong? Are you feeling romantic? Lin Feng teased. Ready to rush up and show your talent to Her Royal Highness the Princess, to see if you can become a transnational prince consort. Zhao Kai was choked by him and laughed. I am just worried about you, brother Feng. Look at you, Su Qingxue, Shen Zhaoshui, plus that Bai Qian from yesterday and now there's another princess. If you use your skills in picking up girls, you can win the princess. That would be an epic achievement. It's not enough to collect stamps from the four beauties of Zhongcheng, we are making a transnational limited edition. Brother Feng, by then you will be the true emperor of Zhongcheng. Lin Feng cursed and laughed and punched him. Get lost and stop making fun of your brother Feng. The two of them were arguing with each other, as if they had returned to the heartless days of the past. Little did they know that the undercurrent in the banquet hall had already been surging. And they are at the center of the storm. The other side of the lens. Princess Isabella was standing in front of a huge floor-length mirror, looking at herself in the mirror. She was wearing a moon-white strapless evening gown, which made her fair skin look like the finest white jade. The diamonds dotted on the hem of her skirt sparkled with her breathing. The bright golden hair was carefully tied up, revealing the fair and smooth shoulders. She is as beautiful as a work of art that is not stained by dust. Your Highness, you look absolutely stunning tonight. Anna, the personal maid beside her, was carefully adjusting the last wrinkles of her skirt, with undisguised amazement in her eyes. On the dressing table, Isabella's cell phone screen was still on. The picture froze on Lin Feng's domineering lifting action. Anna was sharp-eyed and saw the sweet smile on the princess's lips. She couldn't help but joked. It seems that this mysterious gentleman from the east is more charming than all the knights of our Eagle Country combined. Isabella's cheeks turned red and she glared at the maid in embarrassment. You're the only one who talks too much. Your Highness, Anna continued. Your heart seems to be no longer in front of the mirror. Isabella's cheeks flushed even more. Anna's smile deepened, and she took a step closer, lowering her voice even more. Are you wondering whether this mysterious oriental gentleman will appear at the banquet tonight? Isabella smiled widely. She neither explained nor objected. Just then, Anna's expression changed. She walked over to the dressing table and opened a velvet jewelry box, ready to put the finishing touches on the princess's dress. Her hands suddenly froze. Then, an uncontrollable panic seized her. Anna's hands began to tremble as she frantically searched for something in the small box, her movements becoming more and more vigorous and desperate. But inside, it was empty. Isabella sensed something was wrong. She snatched the jewelry box and looked down. There was nothing in the groove reserved for the brooch in the box. The brooch was handed to her personally by Her Majesty the Queen before she left. It is one of the tokens inherited by the royal family and is extremely precious. Pa! Made Anna's legs went limp and she collapsed onto the cold floor, her face ashen. But the banquet is about to begin. Such occasions concern the external reputation of the royal family, so she must not let down her guard. Look carefully here. Send someone in to look for it. We must find it. We can't lose this brooch. Chapter 57 Zhang Yun's Little Trick, Is the Princess Coming? At the other end of the banquet hall, a maid, looking pale, ran eagerly towards Earl William. He was reporting something hurriedly in Eagle Mandarin with a crying tone. She reported in a low voice, her voice trembling. Earl William's face was instantly filled with shock and heartache. He even exaggeratedly put his hand on his chest, looking as grief-stricken as if the sky was falling. But when the maid turned away in despair, the sadness on his face disappeared instantly. Instead, there was a sinister smile that was in tacit agreement with Lu Chen. The plan was flawless. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth slightly raised, showing his confidence in victory. He had already spent a large sum of money to find out Princess Isabella's greatest weakness. The princess has an almost paranoid obsession with an extremely obscure and difficult piano piece. Later, he will completely conquer the princess's ears with this song. Then, it was natural to expose Lin Feng's crime of stealing the brooch. A series of combos, using both kindness and force. Wouldn't the princess's favorability towards him explode? Thinking of this, he looked at Zhang Yun beside him and gave him a cold look, as if he was looking at a tool. It's your turn. Zhang Yun trembled all over, as if he had been pardoned. He took a deep breath and picked up the 2 glasses of champagne on the waiter's tray. Zhang Yun had a flattering smile on his face as he walked towards Lin Feng and Zhao Kai. He was very humble. Brother Feng, Brother Kai, I came here specially to apologize to you two again. Zhao Kai frowned, and vigilance and disgust instantly filled his eyes. He simply waved his hand to refuse, and shouted coldly, "Get lost. The weasel is paying New Year's greetings to the chicken, it has no good intentions." He pulled Lin Feng behind him and warned him in a low voice. "Feng Si, stay away from this grandson. He is hanging out with Lu Chen and will definitely get you." Lin Feng was cheering wildly in his heart. Here he comes with the mission-critical props. This is the execution ability of a professional villain team. Look at Zhang Yun's expression, his posture, and his micro-expression management. Even the Oscars owe him a little golden man. Lin Feng was complaining madly in his mind, but his face showed an expression that said, "My brother is the best in the world." He said carelessly, "Hey, Casey, what are you talking about? Zhang Yun is my brother now. We have known each other for a long time, and we can forget our grudges with a smile." After saying that, he took the initiative to stretch out his hand and was about to take the glass of wine that Zhang Yun handed to him. The time is now. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhang Yun's eyes. He deliberately staggered and lunged forward. Crash! The ice-cold champagne was splashed all over Lin Feng's expensive black dress without a drop leaking out. The wine slid down the straight fabric, looking very embarrassing. "Oops, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Zhang Yun's face was instantly filled with panic. He quickly took out a handkerchief from his pocket and hurriedly wiped Lin Feng's chest with it. "I didn't mean to do that. Damn it! Damn it!" Zhao Kai was furious, pointing at Zhang Yun's nose and yelling, "Zhang Yun, are you looking for death?" Zhang Yun just kept bowing his head and apologizing, but his hands did not stop moving at all. Just as he was wiping the wine stains on Lin Feng's chest with a handkerchief. Amid the chaos, an extremely slight touch flashed from the inside pocket of his suit. Almost too fast to be noticed. If Lin Feng had not already turned on the god's perspective and waited for this moment with full concentration, he would not even have felt this touch of 0.1 second. Frame up, done. Next, he just had to wait quietly for Lu Chen to make his move, and then he would be searched in public and caught red-handed. Perfect. Fireworks have already started going off in Lin Feng's heart. The task progress bar is finally about to be filled up. This damn villain script is finally on the right track. Just at this moment, a hand tightly grasped Zhang Yun's wrist, which was still wiping Lin Feng's chest. It's Zhao Kai. His eyes were red as he stared at Zhang Yun, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Wipe. Zhao Kai's voice came out from between his teeth, carrying a cold murderous intent. You fucking think you can just wipe it and be done with it? Zhang Yun was stunned. Lin Feng was also stunned. The next second, Zhao Kai's Tyrannosaurus-like roar resounded throughout the entire corner. Take off this dog's skin you're wearing. Change it for Brother Feng. Come on, brother. I have mission props hidden in my clothes. What if I change the clothes and props? What should I do with my 1000 villain points? What about my powerful skills? Zhang Yun was so frightened that his soul left his body. The blood drained away from his face and he was so panicked that he almost knelt down on the spot. His eyes drifted uncontrollably in the direction of Lu Chen, and his panic-stricken look had already exposed 90% of his true colors. Completion. This idiot is going to cause trouble. Lin Feng's heart was filled with alarm and he no longer cared to play dumb, so he rushed out to smooth things over. Forget it. Casey. Forget it. He grabbed the furious Zhao Kai and forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. It's just a piece of clothing, no need to worry about that. No need to worry about that. But Zhao Kai didn't want to let it go. He grasped Zhang Yun's wrist tightly, and his knuckles crackled. But Lin Feng kept insisting, and he finally let go of his hand unwillingly, and just spat viciously. You're lucky, kid. In this tense atmosphere, the lights in the banquet hall suddenly dimmed. A spotlight hit the expensive Steinway piano in the center of the hall. Earl William walked onto the stage with a smile on his face. He picked up the microphone and announced to the audience in a tone that was so exaggerated that it was almost like an aria. Dear distinguished guests, to welcome the royal delegation coming from afar, tonight, a mysterious guest will present a feast for your ears. He paused deliberately, enjoying the curiosity and attention of the audience, then waved his hand suddenly and pointed to the side of the stage. Now, let us welcome this piano genius from the East, Mr. Lu Chen, with the warmest applause. Under the spotlight, Lu Chen was dressed in a white tuxedo and looked elegant. He walked onto the stage gracefully and bowed to the audience with impeccable gentlemanly manners. Then he sat down at the piano. The slender fingers gently rested on the black and white piano keys. Next second, notes pour out like flowing water. The melody is elegant, gorgeous and full of classical charm. One has to admit that Lu Chen's piano skills are indeed at a master's level. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but look up at Lu Chen. Well dressed, worthy of being the protagonist. The sound of the piano reached its first climax and everyone was immersed in it. Squeak. The heavy carved wooden door of the banquet hall was slowly pushed open by the waiter. Hundreds of eyes in the audience were all directed towards the door. Is the princess coming? Chapter 58. The four girls gathered at the Shira field, and Lin Feng was suffocated by the pressure. Lu Chen's fingertips danced and the piano music was passionate. He imagined the noble princess being conquered by the sound of the piano and walking into the hall in fascination. The fingertips work harder, the notes come like waves, and they are determined to win. The door was pushed open. What appeared at the door was not the golden figure he was expecting, but four stunning beauties. Su Qingxue, wearing an ice blue dress, was as cold as frost. Shen Zhaoshui, wearing a burgundy high-slit dress, is naturally charming. Bai Yuyan, with a silver fishtail skirt outlining her curves, looks noble and cool. Bai Xiaoyu, wearing a white short skirt, her eyes full of vigilance. Four people stood side by side. They met at the door, neither of them wanted to fall behind, and neither of them wanted to take the lead. After a silent game, four people walked in together. In an instant, all the guests, both men and women, were stunned. Breathing stops, conversation stops. Am I seeing things? Are the people from the Su, Shen, and Bai families all young people? How did they get together? These four people don't see each other normally. Oh my god, the four beauties of Zhongcheng are all together, something big is going to happen. Even Earl William was shocked. The pair of blue eyes that boasted of having seen Europe's top socialites were now as big as copper bells. Each of these four people has the appearance and aura that can subvert a country. The shock on Earl William's face was quickly replaced by greed and arrogance. He is the Earl of Eagle Country. Only by conquering Oriental women, especially top-quality ones, can he demonstrate his noble bloodline. He adjusted his bow tie, put on what he thought was the most elegant and charming aristocratic posture, took a confident step, and took the initiative to greet him. He wants to be the first man in the audience to pick these 4 peerless flowers. However, he had just taken 2 steps when he realized something was wrong. The 4 women didn't even look at him. He didn't even look at any of the guests. Their eyes, like 4 radars, were scanning the entire hall inch by inch with an oppressive attitude. That's searching. They are looking for someone. This thought made Earl William feel a little unhappy, but he quickly suppressed it. Whoever they are looking for. Now, he, Earl William, stands here. Any man will pale in comparison to his noble status. If they want to find someone, they can only find me. 4 beautiful ladies, your presence makes the stars tonight lose their color. Earl William stood in front of the 4 people, with a perfect smile on his face that he had practiced thousands of times, and his voice was full of magnetism. However, no response. Deathly silence. The 4 stunning beauties just paused slightly. Then, 4 cold gazes fell on him in an instant. It was as if he was looking at a bug blocking the road. Earl William froze in place, maintaining that posture that he thought was charming. Next second, the 4 of them took steps almost at the same time and walked right past him. The whole place was dead silent. Then, there was the sound of suppressed laughter. Humiliation. This was a blatant and merciless humiliation of him, the Earl of Eagle Country, in front of the entire upper class of Zhongcheng. At this moment, the 4 beautiful figures had passed him and continued their search. And the center of the stage is the focus of everyone's attention. Land sinking. His fingertips suddenly stiffened and slammed heavily on the piano keys. Buzz. A harsh noise tore apart the originally harmonious melody. His face twisted instantly. He felt like a clown preparing a hilarious one-man show. The stage was set, the lights were on, and the audience was full. But just when he was most proud and ready to receive flowers and applause, these 4 women appeared. All the lights, all the eyes, all the discussions were ruthlessly taken away in an instant. He became a background figure. A ridiculous background playing a funny out-of-tune tune. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. No one cared about Lu Chen's piano music anymore. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the 4 peerless figures at the door. Fuck. What's going on? Why are the 4 beauties from Zhongcheng here together? And they're always looking for something. Who are they looking for? Everyone was confused. What kind of god could make these 4 favored ladies condescend to look for him at the same time? Next second, time stands still. Su Qingxue's cold gaze, Shen Zhaoshui's alluring eyes, Bai Qian's arrogant scrutiny, Bai Xiaoyu's wary gaze. 4 completely different gazes, at the same time, penetrated the noisy crowd. Accurately locked on the most inconspicuous corner of the banquet hall. There, Lin Feng was burying his head. Lin Feng has been wondering why the music stopped. But he doesn't care, as long as he has food to eat. He was holding a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, struggling with the half-cooked steak on the plate. Damn, this steak is too tough, why is there so much tendon? He muttered to himself, completely unaware that he had become the center of the storm. Brother Feng. Brother Feng. Zhao Kai, who was standing next to him, was almost going crazy with anxiety. He desperately poked Lin Feng with his elbow. Don't poke me. Can't you see I'm busy? Zhao Kai looked at the 4 women who had already taken a step and were walking straight towards him, and his voice changed in tone due to fear. Brother. My dear brother. Look up. What's going on? Lin Feng finally raised his head from the steak. He looked up impatiently. Then, he saw it. 4 women were walking towards him with firm and graceful steps, through the crowd that automatically parted for them. It didn't feel like I was attending a banquet. It was more like 4 combined fleets coming to encircle and destroy his small dinghy. The knife and fork in Lin Feng's hand fell onto the plate with a clang. All the guests were so excited that their eyes almost popped out of their heads. At this moment, everyone's brain completely shut down. Holy crap, Lin Fengren felt numb instantly. He didn't feel like he was sitting in the corner of a banquet hall. Instead, he was tied to the judgment seat. They were like 4 judges, approaching step by step. The body is out of control and the neck is rusty and cannot be turned. His eyes were still staring stupidly at the steak in front of him. Steak. My steak. Now you are my only good friend. Zhao Kai next to him was particularly excited. He is indeed an expert at picking up girls. Wherever you go, you automatically attract beautiful girls. Brother Feng, you are worthy of being me. Zhao Kai consciously moved away and made room for the 4 girls. Lin Feng watched helplessly as his last friendly troop defected and became an observer behind enemy lines. 10,000 alpaca horses were galloping through his mind. And the 4 women had already come in front of him. The whole place was dead silent. All the guests' jaws almost dropped to the ground. They watched helplessly. Su Qingxue, who was as cool and pure as an immortal, pulled out the chair to Lin Feng's left and sat down expressionlessly. Shen Zhaoshui, who was naturally charming, twisted her snake-like waist and unceremoniously occupied Lin Feng's right side, deliberately touching his arm with her shoulder. Chapter 59, 4 Girls Tease, the princess enters the room. The noble and cold Bai Yuyan pulled out the chair opposite Lin Feng and sat down leisurely. She folded her hands and placed them elegantly on the table. She stared at Lin Feng with a sharp gaze, and a playful curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. It seems that you are having a wonderful time without me as a dance partner. Her voice was not loud, but it was like a blockbuster bomb, exploding in the dead silent air. Dance partner. She is the heroine in the silver dress in yesterday's video. Bai Xiaoyu was like a loyal little guard, with her arms folded across her chest, looking at her sister angrily, and then looking back and forth at Su Qingxue and Shen Zhaoshui on both sides of Lin Feng with a vigilant look. That look clearly said, "You vixens, don't steal my man." All the guests were shocked. The sound of jaws dropping to the ground could be heard one after another. All the guests' brains were completely short-circuited by this surreal scene. This is no longer a Shura field. This is a fight between gods. As for Lin Feng, he felt like he was about to suffocate. On the left is the extremely cold aura emitted by Su Qingxue, which is enough to freeze the soul. The one on the right is the bone-melting charm released by Shen Zhaoshui, which can turn even the toughest steel into something as soft as silk. Bai Yuyan was looking at him from the opposite side, with a gaze that was full of aggression and possessiveness. Behind him, there is Bai Xiaoyu who may pounce and bite him at any time. It's totally screwed. Shen Zhaoshui was the first to break this strange deadlock. She laughed so hard that her body shook. Her body moved softly closer to Lin Feng, and her warm breath almost sprayed on his ear. "Brother Lin Feng, why do you only eat meat?" Her voice was sweet and greasy, with a hook that could make a person's bones melt. "Come, sister will feed you some fruit to relieve your greasy feeling." As she spoke, she stretched out her slender jade fingers, picked up a bright red strawberry, and was about to put it into Lin Feng's mouth. "No need to bother." A cold voice interrupted her actions. Su Qingxue didn't even look at her, but just pushed the glass of lemonade in front of her to Lin Feng's hand. Her movements were light and her tone was even colder. "Drink some water, don't choke." There was no provocation, no fighting, but she declared her presence with an unquestionable attitude. Bai Yuyan was laughing as she watched from the opposite side. She held her chin with one hand and watched the scene with interest. "Lin Feng, you really are a constant source of surprises." Bai Xiaoyu hugged Lin Feng from behind, declaring her sovereignty to the other 3. Sparks flew in the air. At this moment, Earl William felt as if his face had been whipped hundreds of times with a whip dipped in pepper water. It hurts so much. He froze in place, listening to the suppressed giggles of the guests around him. Every laugh was like a steel needle piercing his heart. Shame. As the Earl of Eagle Country, he had never suffered such a great humiliation. His resentful gaze pierced through the crowd and shot towards the corner surrounded by 4 stunning beauties. Lin Feng. It's this Lin Feng again. The 4 women who made him look bad in public are now jealous of each other for the loser who is only fit to chew chicken legs in the corner. Why? What right does he have? Earl William's chest heaved violently, and his face, which had turned purple, was distorted with extreme anger. "Lin Feng, I want to see how you die next. Let's make some noise. The higher you are praised now, the harder you will fall in a moment. The good show has just begun. I want to let those 4 stupid women see with their own eyes that the so-called treasure they are fighting for is nothing but a despicable and shameless thief." And on the stage, Lu Chen, who was forgotten by everyone, still had his hands frozen on the piano keys. His face had gone from distorted to blue, and finally to a horrifying paleness. His mind was blank, with only the image of the 4 women surrounding Lin Feng with sweet smiles on their faces, playing on a mad loop. Why? He is the protagonist. He is the son of destiny that everyone is looking forward to. These women should all be his. This stage should also be his. Ah! Lu Chen could no longer suppress the rage and humiliation in his heart. He suddenly stood up from the piano stool and slammed his hands on the piano. Bang! A loud bang that was extremely piercing resounded throughout the venue. At this moment, Zhang Yun ran to Lu Chen, his flattering face full of anxiety. He supported the shaky Lu Chen, lowered his voice, and roared in a breathy voice, "Boss, Princess Isabella is coming." Lu Chen's bloodshot eyes suddenly regained some clarity. Isabella. The other women don't matter. As long as Princess Isabella belongs to me, that's all. He took a deep breath, forced down the fishy sweetness rising in his throat, and his face instantly changed to an artist's expression of compassion. He sat down again, put his hands on the keys, and began to play again. However, outside the open carved wooden door of the hall, Isabella was about to step in, but she happened to see the scene of Lu Chen smashing the piano. Her blue eyes suddenly turned cold. In her mind, Lu Chen had been directly put on the blacklist and sentenced to death. No matter how well you play the piano, if you have bad character, it is the greatest blasphemy to art. This kind of man, it's obvious that he's just pretending to please her, it's really disgusting. Her Royal Highness the Princess took a step forward and walked into the hall. Lu Chen's piano playing became more passionate. He locked his eyes on the moonwhite figure, expecting her to stop and marvel at him. However, no. Isabella didn't even look at him, not even a hint of unnecessary expression. She seemed not to hear the master-level piano music and walked past the stage without looking around. Lu Chen's piano playing suddenly stopped. He couldn't pretend any longer, so he stood up abruptly and greeted them in what he thought was the most gentlemanly tone. "Your Highness, the Princess." Isabella stopped but didn't even turn her head. She just asked Anna, the maid beside her, in a bored tone. "Who is this person?" The maid replied respectfully, "Your Highness, I am not sure." When Earl William saw that Her Royal Highness the Princess was so dismissive of Lu Chen, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. If he messes up, his Eastern financial backer will skin him alive. He hurriedly took a step closer and lowered his voice to a level where only the two of them could hear it, with a hint of self-righteous mystery and threat in his tone. "Your Highness, you don't know. Mr. Lu Chen's influence abroad is very astonishing, and can even affect the stability of some regions." He thought that this meaningful hint would at least earn the princess a sidelong glance. However, there wasn't even a ripple in Isabella's blue eyes. She didn't even respond to William's words. But that look was like looking through him at a dirty, dusty decoration. "Oh." A single syllable gently flowed out from between her cherry-red lips, as light as a wisp of wind. Isabella's heart was already filled with huge waves, but those waves were pure disgust. "Foreign forces. Amazing. That's ridiculous. How dare you show off something so unpresentable in front of her? This is simply the ultimate insult to the dignity of the Eagle Kingdom royal family." It seems that not only this idiot named Lu Chen, but also all the cooperation behind him, have no need to continue to exist. Isabella had already made her decision in her heart. But Lu Chen knew nothing about this. Chapter 60 The Princess's Contempt and Lin Feng's Sudden Inspiration. Lu Chen thought that Her Royal Highness the Princess was doing her best to maintain the dignity and reserve of a royal family. She is worthy of being the woman he wants to pursue. Noble indeed. The more reserved Her Royal Highness the Princess was, the more excited Lu Chen became. "Let me see how long you can hold on." Lu Chen lowered his posture even lower, lowered his head slightly, and continued his performance. "My piano skills are crude, and it is an honor for me to perform for Her Royal Highness the Princess. I am extremely sorry for disturbing your peace." He remained bowed, waiting for Her Royal Highness the Princess's forgiveness. However, his servile appearance left Isabella with only 2 words. Nausea. First he smashed the piano in a frenzy, then he threatened with inferior power, and now he pretends to be humble and pitiful. This man simply embodied all the qualities that she hated the most in her life. No bones, no dignity, no soul. Compared to the masculine and dominant Lin Feng in the phone, the Lu Chen in front of him was simply a disgusting, slimy worm. The princess was already very depressed because she lost her brooch, and when she came in, she saw such a person. It made her feel extremely sad. But as a royal princess, she still has to observe the most basic etiquette. Especially in such a public place. Isabella's blue eyes swept over the decorative vase next to her, which contained a bunch of beautiful red roses. With her slender fingers, she casually pulled a flower out of the vase. Then, she walked forward and handed the rose to Lu Chen. There was no emotion in her voice, it was as calm as if she was giving orders to a servant. Thank you for your hard work and your performance. This is your reward. Lu Chen's brain was blown into a brilliant firework by this sudden happiness. Reward. He took the rose with trembling hands. In his eyes, the dew on the petals was more dazzling than the brightest diamonds in the world. Done. My own plan was a perfect success. First, demonstrate your talent with piano skills, then imply your strength with influence, and finally win favor with a humble attitude. After this series of punches, wasn't the noble princess easily controlled by me? Earl William behind him also breathed a long sigh of relief. A flattering smile appeared on his face again, and his eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Lu Chen. As expected of his Eastern financial sponsor, his methods are so clever. The guests around who saw this scene started talking about it. Oh my god, Her Royal Highness the Princess actually gave flowers personally. Who is this Lu Chen? It seems that we have all underestimated him. To be able to win the favor of the princess, this man has a bright future. Lu Chen listened to the discussions around him and felt his vanity satisfied as never before. He straightened his back, holding the rose in his hand, and felt that he was at the pinnacle of his life. Isabella's gaze finally shifted away from Lu Chen's smug face. She didn't even bother to look at Lu Chen's silly look of ecstasy after receiving the flowers. Slowly she walked up to her main seat. As Princess Isabella took her seat, the atmosphere in the entire banquet hall suddenly changed. She just sat there quietly, exuding an invisible majesty that silenced the noise in the entire hall. All the guests' eyes involuntarily shifted from the Shira field in the corner to the real protagonist of the banquet. She is so dazzling. The moon-white dress made her skin look whiter than snow, her shiny golden hair glowed with a sacred radiance under the light, and her azure eyes were extremely lively. People began to talk in low voices, and the topic all revolved around the princess who had come from afar. The extremely low pressure around Lin Feng finally dissipated. Feeling the focus shift, the four women who were originally on the verge of a fight also restrained their auras. Sat in a position closer to Lin Feng. Lin Feng could finally take a breath. He felt as if he had just been pulled out of the deep sea, with his lungs filled with fresh air. Saved. Your Highness Princess, you are my second parent. He let out a long breath and his whole body relaxed. Although he was still surrounded by four women, at least the four forces that could tear him apart had temporarily reached a delicate balance. Finally, he no longer had to worry about being dismembered on the spot the next second. The banquet officially begins. Members of the royal delegation took to the stage to deliver speeches. Lin Feng yawned. It's nothing more than those high-sounding big words. Only the princess gave Lin Feng a refreshing feeling. The princess did not talk about the development of Zhongcheng and the subsequent investment. On the contrary, I am particularly interested in Zhongcheng's food. Although the princess spoke very well. Very novel. But Lin Feng still noticed something strange. The princess seemed unhappy. Why? Lin Feng subconsciously touched his pocket, feeling for the object that Zhang Yun had just stuffed into his pocket. Lin Feng touched it carefully. It was discovered to be a brooch. Is it because of this? Lin Feng understood everything as soon as he thought about it. It was obvious that Lu Chen stole the princess's brooch and planned to frame him. This is the most classic plot. The novel, Dragon Overlord, is truly a classic in every way. The dog author is really good at writing. Only, Lin Feng's thoughts were racing in his mind. There are two key points in the system mission. 1. Make the princess hate herself. 2. Make the princess feel good about Lu Chen. The first one is not difficult. As long as the princess finds out that he has stolen the brooch, his goal will be easily achieved. But the second one is the real difficulty. Let Lu Chen report himself. So stupid. A man who had just been courteous to the princess turned around and accused someone else of being a thief. This would only make the princess think that Lu Chen was scheming and his methods were despicable. Awe may increase a little, but it will never be favorable impression. Lu Chen couldn't even explain how he knew the brooch was on him. No matter what you say, you can't get rid of suspicion. Does this child of destiny have only muscles in his head? This method of framing and putting the blame on others is so crude that it seems like a script from the last century. Lin Feng felt that his professional qualities as a villain were insulted. No. To complete the task, you have to do it yourself. His crimes must be exposed to the princess in a more natural, shocking and irrefutable way. It would be best if you reveal your true colors, inadvertently. But that alone is not enough. This would only make the princess hate herself, but would not make her feel good about Lu Chen. True affection is never built on suppressing another person. That requires resonance. It is the resonance deep in the soul. And what does the princess's soul love? Piano. Yes, the piano. But the problem is that Lu Chen had already performed it once, and although he played well, he obviously failed to really impress the princess. We can't let him be so shameless as to go up and play it again, can we? That's too cheap. Chapter 61. The plan begins. Taunting Lu Chen. Lin Feng's thoughts came to a brief halt. Got it. A plan so bold as to be almost crazy suddenly took shape in his mind. Since Lu Chen can no longer play, then let him play it. No, not a bullet. It's blasphemy. He had to play the piano in the most clumsy and unbearable way possible under the watchful eyes of everyone. Go and trample on the most sacred art palace in the princess's heart. By then, Lu Chen, the piano genius, could no longer tolerate such blasphemy. He will stand up and stop himself in indignation. He will confront herself face to face in order to defend the dignity of art and to protect the princess's beliefs. This is the real hero saving the beauty. This is the resonance that can touch the depths of the soul. Thinking of this, Lin Feng let out a long breath. Well, in order to make it possible for you, the son of destiny, to act so cool, I, as the villain, have been really worried about it. And I just happened to let the brooch, accidentally, slip out of my pocket while playing. This will complete the task. I am such a genius. I have thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. Lu Chen would definitely thank me if he knew. Wrong. Alarm bells were ringing in Lin Feng's mind. He suddenly recalled yesterday's dance. The damn dance mastery didn't go the way he wanted at all. Then will this heavenly piano sound be the same? What if someone gives him automatic custody and turns him into Lang Lang or Beethoven resurrected? What the hell is that? Wouldn't the princess's favorability skyrocket on the spot? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. No, this matter must be clarified. In his mind, he frantically called the system. System, please come out quickly. Ding. Dear host, this system is online 24 hours a day and is dedicated to serving you. The cold mechanical sound, this time, sounded indescribably sinister to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was too lazy to waste time talking to it and went straight to the point. Let me ask you, can the skill heavenly piano sound allow me to play the piano to pieces? It's so bad that even dogs would avoid it and cows would plow 3 acres of land overnight. He asked through gritted teeth. However, the next sentence from the system made him stunned. Of course you can, my dearest host. The originally cold and silent mechanical voice suddenly became slick, full of flattery and fawning, just like a lackey. The only purpose of this system is to assist you, the host, in overcoming all obstacles on the road of villains and being invincible. Your will is the highest command of this system. If you want to play well, this system will let you amaze everyone and let the music linger in your ears. You want to play badly. This system guarantees that you can play magic music that will fill your ears and make gods and ghosts cry. As long as you want, this system can switch to the car accident scene mode at any time, ensuring that every note you play is the ultimate insult to art. Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. He felt like his CPU was about to burn out. Is this possible? So what happened with the last dance? Lin Feng held it in for a long time before asking the biggest question in his mind. Alas, my most respected host, it was all a small, beautiful misunderstanding. The system's voice was flattering to the extreme. You did not give a clear instruction at that time, so this system can only execute according to the default, peak mode. Don't worry, it won't happen this time. As long as you give the order, this system is ready to present you with an epic disaster performance. So that's how it is. It turns out that I didn't communicate clearly. A huge surge of ecstasy instantly washed away all of Lin Feng's doubts and anxieties. His face, which was tense due to nervousness, finally relaxed completely. The corners of his mouth uncontrollably stretched into an extremely bright smile. He felt like he was okay again. I was wrong about you before, system. From now on, you are my half-brother. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, his whole body exuding the calmness of someone who was in control of everything. The last shortcoming of his plan was perfectly filled. Tonight, I, Lin Feng, am the best assistant to the protagonist. Leave everything to me. The speeches were long and boring. When the last person put down his speech, the depressing atmosphere in the banquet hall was finally dispelled by the melodious music that sounded again. The guests stood up one after another, holding their wine glasses, and began to walk freely in the venue, and the atmosphere became relaxed and comfortable. Lin Feng knew that his chance had come. He stood up suddenly, and in the astonished gazes of the four women and Zhao Kai, he walked straight through the crowd and went to the main seat of the banquet. Princess Isabella was tapping the plate in front of her with her fingers out of boredom, feeling extremely annoyed. Just then, a figure blocked the bright lights in front of her. She looked up impatiently. The next second, those blue eyes suddenly lit up. It's him, the Oriental man that made her dream about him. He is always here. How come I didn't see it? How could she see that? Lin Feng stayed in the corner of the banquet hall. The boredom and gloom in Her Royal Highness's heart were instantly washed away by great joy. Your Highness, the princess. Lin Feng bowed slightly, and his voice clearly spread throughout the quiet corner. I want to play a song for you. The whole audience was shocked. Zhao Kai almost couldn't hold the wine glass steadily. Fuck, my brother can also play the piano. Do you have to play it specifically for the princess? He and Lin Feng have been playing together since they were young, and he doesn't even know when Lin Feng learned the musical notation. The four beauties had different expressions, but without exception, they were all filled with surprise. Can he also play the piano? How many surprises does he have that they don't know about? He is indeed the man they like. For a moment the princess was stunned. Is he playing it just for me? Just then, a sharp voice appeared. Earl William suddenly jumped out, his face full of contempt and arrogance. Your Highness, please think twice. He pointed at Lin Feng, not hiding his disgust. This man is the son of the Lin family, and he is a well-known playboy in Zhongcheng. Allowing someone like him to play the piano is the ultimate desecration of high art. Earl William turned towards Lu Chen and bowed flatteringly. If you want to hear it, I have someone more suitable. Lin Feng was almost laughing out loud. Idiot, I'm helping you. How can you show off without a villain like me to step on your feet? How do you impress the princess? It's true that it's the eunuchs who are anxious, not the emperor. He was complaining madly in his mind, but his face showed an extremely arrogant and frivolous look. He didn't even bother to look at Earl William, but just stared at Lu Chen with an almost provocative look. Then, he spoke to Princess Isabella, his voice not loud but loud enough for everyone in the audience to hear clearly. That thing just now, is it worthy of being called playing the piano? Lin Feng sneered contemptuously. That's not art, that's noise. I'll play the really nice ones for you. Chapter 62 Brotherhood, Four Beauties Stand Up. The words fell. The entire banquet hall fell into deathly silence. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone's movements were frozen, with the same expression on their faces. Sluggish. Then, the dead silence was suddenly detonated. Fuck, is he crazy? He actually said that Lu Chen played noise. Who does he think he is? Beethoven. How could the Lin family raise such an ignorant fool? He has brought shame upon us. How shameless! How shameless! The whispers came like a surging tide, finally converging into undisguised ridicule and contempt. Everyone looked at Lin Feng as if he were an idiot. And Lu Chen, who was sitting in his seat, smiled. Lu Chen smiled. He was stunned at first, and then his face slowly broke into an incomparably brilliant and contemptuous smile. He even laughed out loud. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. There was no longer any trace of the previous madness and unwillingness in this laughter. All that is left is the extreme contempt and ridicule of a jumping clown. Does this loser think he is not dying fast enough? He actually took the initiative to challenge himself in the area he is least good at. God is helping him. The guests' chatter became louder, and the public opinion suddenly turned to one side. Comparing piano with Lu Chen. This Lin Feng must have got his brain stuck in the door. That's right. Mr. Lu played so well just now. Can Lin Feng compare to him? Now there's going to be something interesting to watch. I want to see how he ends up. Countless admiration and praise lifted Lu Chen high. And Lin Feng was trampled into the mud amid these sounds. Amidst the overwhelming ridicule, a Tyrannosaurus-like roar suddenly exploded. Shut the fuck up. My brother says he can play, and he can play. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you bark like a dog here? He rushed to Lin Feng like an angry bull and used his body to block those unfriendly gazes for him. Lin Feng was numb. Elder brother. My dear brother. Don't get involved. I'm worried that the hatred value is not enough. Aren't you just causing trouble for me? However, this is just the beginning. A voice cold enough to make the air frost came from Lin Feng's left. Earl William. Su Qingxue stood up slowly. Her cold eyes did not look at anyone else, but only fell lightly on Earl William. Since when did the nobles of Eagle Country start to spew shit? The smile on Earl William's face froze instantly. This is more than just questioning. This is a warning. It was the Su family, the Eastern giant, that issued a warning to him. Then, a bone-numbing and charming laugh was heard. Shen Jiaoshui stretched lazily, her plump body pressed tightly against Lin Feng's arm, her warm breath blowing on his earlobe. A bunch of ignorant people. She parted her red lips slightly and her eyes swept across the entire room. Our brother Lin Feng is very capable. If you're jealous, just keep it to yourself and don't embarrass yourself by shouting it out. These words were soft and charming, yet sharper than a knife. The hearts of all the male guests were broken. Bai Yuyan crossed her arms across her chest and raised her chin proudly. She looked at Lin Feng with unquestionable trust in her eyes. I believe him. Just 4 simple words, but they carry more weight than any other words. Who is she? She is the great director of the Bai family, and she is Bai Qian who regards all men in the world as nothing. Her words are the golden rule. That's right. Lin Feng is the best. Bai Xiaoyu also stood up and glared at everyone angrily like a little animal protecting its food. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone's brain completely shut down because of this magical scene. The laughter stopped abruptly. The 4 beauties of Zhongcheng. The prince of the Zhao family. At this moment, these 5 people all stood clearly behind the dandy Lin Feng. What the fuck is going on? Is it the end of the world? Lin Feng felt like he was about to cry. Don't. Please. Sit down quickly. How can I complete the task if you guys are like this? How can I be a qualified villain who is despised by everyone? He froze in place, the expression on his face was extremely interesting. It was a complex mixture of shock, despair, and the desire to die. But this expression, in the eyes of others, has a different meaning. That's touching. I feel deeply moved to have the unconditional trust of my brothers and confidants. On the stage, Lu Chen's arrogant smile completely froze, and then shattered into pieces. And there is incomprehensible jealousy. Why do these 4 women protect him? How exactly is he better than me? And the main seat. In Princess Isabella's blue eyes, the favor she had for Lin Feng, which had arisen from the video, was now skyrocketing at an incredible speed. She looked at the man who was firmly protected by 4 stunning women and his best friend. Although he was being criticized by thousands of people, he still stood tall as a pine tree. He had a unique charm that fascinated her. How could a man who can make so many outstanding women fall in love with him be a simple playboy? The corners of Isabella's mouth curled up with a hint of strong interest uncontrollably. She spoke to Lin Feng with a hint of expectation in her tone. Bomb. I want to hear it. Earl William looked grim. He looked at Lu Chen. The muscles on Lu Chen's face, which had been twisted due to jealousy, had now completely relaxed. He gave Earl William a deadly smile. Your Excellency, let him play. Lu Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried the arrogance of someone who was in control of the overall situation. Since young Master Lin has such a refined taste, how can we not help him? I also want to see what kind of earth-shattering talent the person who can tell that what I play is noise has. Yes. Earl William immediately understood, and the flattering smile on his face reappeared. He made an exaggerated, please, gesture to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, please. The stage is yours. Please don't let us down. The 2 of them sang in unison, no longer bothering to conceal the mockery and contempt in their eyes. In their eyes, Lin Feng was already a dead man. A fool who jumped onto the guillotine and complained that the knife was not fast enough. Chapter 63 Heavenly Canon. Is this music that a mortal can play? Amid the mocking gazes of the audience, Lin Feng calmly walked towards the priceless Steinway piano. He took every step steadily and kept his back straight. In Lu Chen's opinion, that calmness was just a show of stubbornness even when facing death. But in the eyes of Isabella and Sime, it was a confident look. Lin Feng sat down, his slender fingers hovering over the black and white piano keys. His heart was already burning with passion. Brother system, it's up to you. Start the car accident scene mode for me. The worse the better. The worse, the worse. The worse, the worse. Next second, his fingers smashed down heavily. Bang. In Lin Feng's ears, a sharp, completely discordant note suddenly exploded, like scrap metal scraping across glass. Done. Lin Feng was ecstatic. Hey, Lu Chen, what do you think of my operation? This is called performance art. However, to the ears of everyone else in the banquet hall, this first note sounded like a thunder that tore through the night sky. It broke all the established melodies and harmonies in the world, and with a madness of breaking free from shackles and tearing up rules, it slammed into the depths of everyone's soul. Unheard of. But it hits straight to the heart. This is not a note at all, it is the clarion call of rebellion, the cry from the soul. Lin Feng continued what he thought was random playing. His left hand clumsily struck a few bass keys, creating what he thought was chaos. His right hand danced randomly on the keys, playing what he thought was noise. In his heart, he was still giving thumbs up to the system's powerful execution ability. But he didn't know. Every wrong stroke of his, every chaotic combination, was woven by the heavenly piano sounds in real time into a canon variation with a sad melody, complex structure, but breathtaking beauty. In the banquet hall, the laughter had long since died down. Everyone's expression changed from sneer to astonishment, and then from astonishment to incredible fascination. The repetitive, swirling bass melody, like an inescapable shackle of fate, dragged everyone into bottomless sorrow. And the notes in the high register that struggle madly, sometimes wail, sometimes become angry, are the souls bound by fate, making the most desperate struggle. This music bypassed their reason and went straight into their souls. Princess Isabella was the one most affected. This heavenly canon was written for her. What flows in the notes is the loneliness that is innate and deep in her bones as a member of the royal family. It is the shackles that will never see the light of day brought by that heavy crown. It is her deepest, yet most hopeless desire for freedom. At this moment, she was no longer the princess who was high above everyone else. She's just a girl trapped in a gorgeous cage. Tears welled up uncontrollably in the blue eyes, and the vision gradually blurred. She seemed to have gone back to a long time ago. On that afternoon filled with golden sunshine, her mother had not left yet. Her warm palm was holding her hand tightly, and they were running freely in the boundless rose garden. The wind is free. Laughter is free. At that time, she was not yet a princess, not even Isabella. She is just the unique, never-fading, little rose, in her mother's mouth. However, the warm sunshine of memories was eventually swallowed up by the shadow of reality. My mother was preoccupied with state affairs. The garden was also demolished. What replaced it was a cold palace, cumbersome etiquette, endless political homework, and eyes full of calculation and scrutiny when every minister looked at her. She is a work of art, a national symbol, and a perfect political symbol. The only thing is that she is no longer herself. She never told anyone about this pain. No one can understand it. But now, that man, the man who was laughed at by everyone, used his fingers to compose a song for all the secrets and struggles that she had buried deep in her heart. One note at a time, it was played for the whole world to hear. No, it was played for her alone. The princess slowly closed her eyes, her long golden eyelashes trembling slightly, and allowed the flowing melody to completely submerge her. She even hoped that this music would never stop. Finally, a drop of hot tear could no longer be held back and quietly slid down her jade-like cheek. Silent, but thrilling, Su Qingxue, Shen Zhaoshui, Bai Qian and Bai Xiaoyu also heard their own voices in the music. They looked at Lin Feng's back, and the possessiveness and obsession in their eyes instantly reached its peak. This man, his soul, is so deep. Zhao Kai was completely dumbfounded. His mouth opened wide, his whole body petrified on the spot, with only 2 words left roaring wildly in his heart. Fuck, my brother is a god. He is proficient in all 18 martial arts. At this moment, Lu Chen's expression was no longer just ugly. It is pale. As a genius who had been immersed in classical music since childhood, he understood it better than anyone else present. No, he doesn't understand. This is not a melody that a human could compose. This is not a skill that ordinary people can master. His proud 10th grade piano certificate was worthless compared to this piece of music. His so-called talent was as humble as a speck of dust in the face of this true miracle. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Chen's pupils contracted violently as he stared at Lin Feng's hands that were, randomly, dancing on the piano keys. He tried desperately to find the slightest flaw in the melody, a tiny wrong note. But he couldn't find it. The connection between each note is perfect to the extreme, as if it was woven by gods themselves with stars and light. That melody is chains, lamentations, struggles, and destiny. It's a judgment. It was the most ruthless and cruel public execution of this clown. Puff. Lu Chen could no longer hold it back, his blood surged and his throat felt fishy and sweet. The red rose in his hand, which was rewarded by the princess herself, seemed extremely ironic at this moment. The petals were crushed by him unconsciously, and the juice stained his knuckles red. He lost. But he was unwilling to give up. Why is he always the one who takes the lead? The same was true of Earl William, who was standing next to him. He doesn't understand music, but he understands human nature. He could see the shock mixed with obsession and tears on Princess Isabella's face. He could understand the intoxication and daze of all the guests, as if they had seen a ghost. He could also understand better the completely collapsed face of Lu Chen, the ace he had bet heavily on. All were crushed to pieces by this damn, devilish piano sound. This Lin Feng, he is not waste. Lu Chen and Earl William realized at the same time that they could not let Lin Feng bounce down any longer, and their plan had to be carried out in advance. From now on, this banquet became Lin Feng's one-man show. And also aware of this. Not just the two of them. Another person also realized this. Chapter 64. Zhang Yun went up, and Lin Feng also went up. It was Lin Feng who was playing at the right position. He was expecting some angry guest to rush up and curse at him. I expected that the noble princess would be frightened by the shrill noise and order him, the bastard who blasphemed art, to be expelled on the spot. Hurry up. Why hasn't anyone come to stop me? Lin Feng screamed wildly in his heart, and his fingers pounded harder on the keys. He even secretly raised his eyelids and glanced in the direction of the main seat. Then he was stunned. Why is the princess crying? Tears were flowing from those blue eyes. Done. Lin Feng felt ecstatic. I knew that no one could stand this devilish sound filling their ears. Look how upset the princess was. She even cried after hearing it. The mission completion rate is stable. The smile on Lin Feng's lips suddenly froze before it could fully bloom. Wrong. Something seems to be wrong. Why was there no disgust or pain on Her Royal Highness the Princess's face, but instead a look of infatuation? Why were the eyes of those four ladies looking at him getting hotter and hotter, as if they wanted to eat him alive? Why was Lu Chen, who was not far away, so pale as paper, as if he had seen a ghost? Lin Feng's mind buzzed and went blank. He felt like he realized something. What the hell is going on? System. You bastard, you're tricking me again. Lin Feng realized that he couldn't play anymore. He jerked his hand back. The piano music suddenly stopped. The melody was abruptly cut off at its climax. Buzz. The lingering sound of the piano still echoed in the hall. All the guests looked as if they were roughly pulled out of a grand and illusory dream, and they had the same expression on their faces. Bewildered and lost. Why did it stop? Why don't you play it anymore? I feel like my soul is about to ascend. Don't stop. Countless people pleaded subconsciously. They longed for the melody to continue, longed for them to sink again. And the moment Lu Chen saw Lin Feng stop, a last glimmer of madness suddenly burst out in his eyes. Chance. He cast a look as ferocious as that of a devil towards Zhang Yun in the corner. Superior. Get on now. Zhang Yun trembled all over, as if he had received a death call from hell. He knew that if he didn't take action, Lu Chen would definitely make him disappear from the world after the banquet. Fear overwhelms everything. Zhang Yun rolled out of the crowd, his trembling fingers pointing at Lin Feng who had just stood up from the piano. His voice became sharp and piercing because of extreme fear and resentment, like a blunt knife, fiercely scratching everyone's eardrums. Your Highness. This roar made Isabella, who had just broken away from the melody, tremble violently, and a trace of displeasure at being disturbed flashed in her blue eyes. Zhang Yun no longer cared about so many things. He used up all his courage and shouted out those words that could change the fate of the world. Brooch. The brooch you lost. He stared at Lin Feng intently, with a madness in his eyes that showed the desire to die together with his enemy. I know who stole it. It's him. Lin Feng. Boom. If the piano music just now was the gospel of heaven, then Zhang Yun's accusation at this moment was a thunderbolt that blew the entire banquet hall to pieces. Hundreds of eyes in the audience froze in an instant. Immediately following, it was like pouring a bucket of cold water into boiling oil. The whole hall instantly exploded. What? Her Royal Highness's brooch was stolen. Oh my god. Who has the guts to do this? This is an international scandal. And he said the thief was Lin Feng. All eyes suddenly focused on Lin Feng. That look was filled with shock, suspicion, disbelief, and a hint of gloating anticipation. The obsession and intoxication on the faces of the four stunning beauties around Lin Feng instantly faded away. What replaced it was the coldness and murderous intent that was enough to freeze the soul. Zhao Kai was like an angry lion, his eyes were red, his teeth were clenched, and the joints all over his body were creaking. But the happiest people in the audience were Lu Chen and Earl William. That's Lin Feng. The turmoil in his heart had not yet subsided. It seemed that he was about to soar all the way to becoming a peerless master, and a master of picking up girls, with no way back. Zhang Yun's accusation, which could be considered a life-saving straw, came. You came at the perfect time. He almost gave Zhang Yun, the Wolong, a thumbs up on the spot. My good brother, you've done something humane. That's right. Report me, quick, expose my true identity as a despicable thief, in front of everyone. You smashed the glorious image that I had just erected with the sound of the piano to pieces with your own hands using the accusation that I was stealing. This is the climax of tonight's script. But Lin Feng still maintained the struggle that a villain should have. He had to pretend to resist. He took a step forward, his face filled with rage at being wrongly accused. Zhang Yun, are you a mad dog? Whomever you catch will be bitten. He pointed at his nose, loud enough for the entire ballroom to hear. You said I stole something. Think carefully with your donkey-kicked brain. You haven't moved from your seat since I came in. Where do you steal? How do you steal? His frustrated look, as he tried desperately to distance himself from the matter, made everyone look like a guilty thief. Lin Feng was almost laughing like crazy. Yes, that's the effect. Keep going, don't stop. Zhang Yun trembled all over when he was yelled at, but when he thought of Lu Chen's cold eyes, the instinct for survival instantly overwhelmed his fear. He risked his life. Evidence. Zhang Yun's voice became sharp and piercing because of excitement. The evidence is on you. He suddenly turned to Princess Isabella, who was sitting in the main seat. His knees went weak and he fell to his knees with a plop, sobbing and crying. Your Highness, I guarantee it with the reputation of my Zhang family. That brooch is now in Lin Feng's suit pocket. He stretched out his trembling hand and pointed it at Lin Feng. Just search him. The truth will be revealed. Lin Feng's pupils dilated slightly because of shock, and a guilty expression appeared on his handsome face. He even subconsciously put his hands on the pockets of his suit in a protective gesture. This appearance was undoubtedly ironclad evidence in the eyes of everyone. Look, he's panicking. His hand, he felt in his pocket. The brooch must be there. Oh my god, did he really steal it? He just played such a beautiful song. You can only know a person's face but not his heart. No matter how well he plays the piano, if he has bad character, he is still trash. The crowd's discussions changed from whispers to undisguised accusations in an instant. On the stage, Lu Chen and Earl William looked at each other and saw the ecstasy and cruelty of their plan succeeding in each other's eyes. Done. Earl William seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and suddenly stood out from the crowd, his face showing indignation in defense of the royal dignity. He walked to the center of the hall and pointed at Lin Feng from a distance with a judgmental gesture. To maintain the dignity of the Eagle Kingdom's royal family. To clear the injustice done to our distinguished guest. His voice was loud and solemn, echoing throughout the banquet hall, filled with an oppressive force that brooked no room for questioning. I propose. Search Mr. Lin Feng's body in front of everyone. To prove my innocence. Chapter 65. Search him. Who dares? Earl William's words echoed in the hall. With a cruel smile of victory on his face, he waved his hand arrogantly. What are you still standing there for? Come on. Search for the things he's hiding. Several servants in the hall received the order, with a fierce light flashing in their eyes, and strode towards Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart was so excited that it almost jumped out of his throat. Here we come. Yes, that's it. Quick, come search me. I see my powerful skills waving at me. Lin Feng was screaming wildly in his heart, but on his face he tried hard to maintain an expression of grief, anger and panic as if he was forced into a desperate situation. He had even thought about the shocked yet innocent expression he would put on when the brooch was found. However, just as the servant's hand was about to touch the corner of Lin Feng's clothes, an extremely cold voice without any emotion suddenly sounded. Who dares to touch him? Su Qingxue stood up slowly. She didn't even look at the servants, but her cold eyes fell indifferently on Earl William. The temperature in the entire hall suddenly dropped to freezing point because of her simple 4 words. The servant's steps suddenly froze. The expression on Lin Feng's face also froze. No, sister, are you here again? Can you please stop making trouble? However, another burst of enchanting laughter came from behind him. Shen Zhaoshui stood up lazily, twisted her soft waist, and stood directly in front of Lin Feng. With her pair of charming fox eyes, she looked at the servants who were in a dilemma with a smile. Oops, you guys are so rude, it will scare our brother. Her red lips slightly parted, and her voice was soft and charming. Besides, Earl William is so eager to take action against our brother Lin Feng, does he have his own little thoughts? As soon as these words came out, Earl William's expression changed instantly. Without waiting for his rebuttal, another proud and clear voice, with an unquestionable force, came from the opposite side of him. Search. Bai Yuyan folded her arms across her chest, slowly stood up, raised her chin proudly, and glanced at Earl William with contempt. A count from Eagle Country is qualified to touch my people in my Zhongcheng territory. She spoke the last 3 words very softly, but they were like 3 heavy hammers, hitting everyone's heart hard. Don't touch him. Bai Xiaoyu rushed to Lin Feng like an enraged little lion, opened his arms, protected him tightly, and glared at everyone angrily. The 4 Zhongcheng beauties finished their words. The whole audience was stunned. You should know that these 4 beauties represent the Su family, the Bai family, and the Shen family. These are all huge monsters in Zhongcheng. At this moment, they all stood clearly behind the dandy Lin Feng. What is going on? Is it the end of the world? Someone in the crowd thought of something even more terrifying, and his lips began to tremble uncontrollably. And there is also Zhao Kai from the Zhao family. And Lin Feng and his own Lin family. Su, Shen, Bai, Zhao, and Lin. The 5 top wealthy families in Zhongcheng. This united force is enough to crush any opponent in Zhongcheng who dares to challenge. No, this is no longer energy. This is authority. It is an absolute authority in the land of Zhongcheng that is almost like that of a god. And Lin Feng stood at the center of power. He is the king of this world. The air in the entire banquet hall suddenly became sticky and heavy, making it hard to breathe. Everyone was shocked. Lin Feng had such power. When exactly did he conquer the 4 beauties of Zhongcheng? Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng himself felt the shock of the crowd. I'm about to cry. It's unfair, it's not like that. I didn't attack them. I have no idea what's going on. Lin Feng could already foresee the scene where after the banquet, Lu Chen would order the 2nd assassin team to kill him in seconds. If he dies unjustly on the street, who will take care of him? The expression on Lin Feng's face was extremely wonderful at this moment. It was a complex expression that was a mixture of shock, despair, and the desire to die. But this expression, in the eyes of others, has a different meaning. That's touching. It is a huge feeling to have the unconditional trust of my close female friend. But Earl William didn't care about all this, he was the Earl of the Eagle Country. He ordered his servants to search by force. Lin Feng even walked forward a little. I want them to search faster. But at this moment, Zhao Kai spoke. Hold. He took a step forward, and his tall body was like a wall. Together with the 4 women, he protected Lin Feng tightly. William, right. Zhao Kai pointed at Earl William's nose and cursed. Who the hell are you? You dare to touch my brother in my Zhongcheng territory. I'm making this clear today. If anyone dares to touch my brother Feng, I'll make him crawl out of Zhongcheng sideways. I was wondering why you were acting weird just now, Zhang Yun, it turns out it's because of this. After Zhao Kai finished yelling, he suddenly turned to Zhang Yun who was kneeling on the ground. He grabbed Zhang Yun by the collar and pulled him up from the ground. Zhang Yun. Every word in Zhao Kai's voice was filled with cold murderous intent. Look me in the eyes. Say it again. Who told you to do this? Is it that bastard Lu Chen? Zhang Yun's body was shaking like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. Zhao Kai's ferocious face was infinitely magnified in his pupils, and the ruthless determination to eat him alive made him terrified. I didn't. Zhang Yun's teeth were chattering wildly and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Brother Kai, you please listen to my explanation. His eyes drifted uncontrollably in the direction of Lu Chen, filled with pleading and fear. He can't hold on any longer. He really can't hold on any longer. Under this level of pressure, He is a coward who could collapse at any time. Lin Feng's heart instantly sank. Come on, brother. You must hold on. Now that you've confessed, how can I carry out my mission as the villain? Won't my powerful skills be wasted? Lin Feng screamed wildly in his heart, and was so anxious that he almost rushed up to cover Zhang Yun's mouth on the spot. Just when Zhang Yun's psychological defenses were about to collapse completely, a calm yet arrogant voice broke the tense atmosphere. Stop. Lu Chen slowly walked out of the crowd. He didn't even look at Zhao Kai, but only fixed his gaze on the princess who was sitting in the main seat and remained silent. Zhao Kai, do you want to use lynching here, in front of Her Royal Highness the Princess? He bowed slightly, his posture humble, but his words were full of unquestionable strength. Your Highness, please forgive me for being blunt. Lu Chen's voice was clearly heard throughout the venue. This matter not only concerns your stolen keepsake, but also the dignity of the Eagle Kingdom's royal family and the belief in justice of all the guests present. He paused, changed the subject, and a cold light called, threat, flashed in his eyes. I believe that with your wisdom and fairness, you will never let the real thief go unpunished, and you will not let innocent people suffer unjust accusations because of the protection of some powerful people. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth curled up in a meaningful arc. I am Lu Chen, I am not talented. There are also some insignificant connections and energy outside the country. Perhaps, I can assist your highness and find out the truth of the matter. Let certain families who try to use their power to bully others no longer dare to be so arrogant. He raised his head and stared at Isabella with burning eyes. Please, princess, order a search. A keen eye for detail. Chapter 66 The brooch appears. The princess smiles. The atmosphere in the banquet hall was tense. Everyone's eyes were directed to the blonde princess sitting on the main seat. Lu Chen had a confident smile on his face, and he portrayed the threat packaged with foreign forces just right. Earl William followed behind him, like a dog taking advantage of the power of another, with his head held high and his nose looking down at people. Zhang Yun also thought that Lu Chen's words calmed his mind. What they want is a result. An outcome that would completely sink Lin Feng into the mud, preventing him from ever getting up again. There was undisguised murderous intent on Zhao Kai and Simei's faces. What they want is also a result. Anyone who dares to touch Lin Feng will be crushed to pieces. The two wills collided violently in midair, sparks flying. The atmosphere at the scene was so oppressive that all the guests had to breathe cautiously. This is no longer a simple case of theft. These are the 5 largest families in Zhongcheng, confronting foreign forces and the Eagle country's royal family head-on. No matter what the outcome is today, the sky of Zhongcheng is likely to change. Everyone was waiting for the princess's words, as her words could decide Lin Feng's life or death. Princess Isabella's blue eyes blinked slowly. She seemed to have just struggled to break free from the boundless ocean of melody. She didn't even look at Lu Chen, let alone pay attention to the unpresentable threat in his words. Her gaze passed through the layers of people, through the tense and frozen air, and still fell on Lin Feng. There was no scrutiny or doubt in those eyes that had just shed tears. There is only an obsession that has not yet dissipated and is so strong that it cannot be dissolved, and a deep resonance with finding similar people. She opened her red lips slightly, as if she was about to speak. Lin Feng's heart sank to the bottom at this moment. Completion. Look at her expression and eyes. She must protect me too. What the hell is today? The whole world is against me, right? No. Never let her speak. Seeing that the princess was about to say something that would make all his efforts go to waste, Lin Feng became anxious. He took a sudden step back, his face showing panic and anger of being forced into a desperate situation. He waved his hands around wildly and his voice changed tone. I said I didn't steal. You are framing me. This is a frame-up. He acted with all his might and his movements were extremely dramatic. Just as he raised his right hand and stroked it across his chest. Bite. An extremely crisp metallic collision sound suddenly rang out in the silent banquet hall. The sound was not loud. But it was like a needle, piercing the eardrums of everyone present. Everyone's gaze suddenly shifted from Isabella's face to her lower face. All I saw was the marble floor that was as smooth as a mirror. A brooch with a simple shape and inlaid with sparkling sapphires was lying there quietly, reflecting the brilliance of the crystal chandelier. Time, at this moment, completely stopped. Hundreds of eyes in the audience were staring at the brooch. Shock. Sluggish. Unbelievable. Did he really steal it? Caught the criminal red-handed. These 4 words instantly entered everyone's mind. The guests were just wondering, how could someone who can play such beautiful music steal things? And now their expressions are extremely wonderful. Oh my god, is it really him? You can't judge a person by his appearance. He plays the piano so well, but his character is so bad. I knew it. How could a dandy boy be an artistic master? Turns out he's a thief at heart. The Lin family's reputation has been completely disgraced by him tonight. The discussions changed from suppressed whispers to undisguised accusations and contempt in an instant. The wind direction completely reversed in just 1 second. On the stage, Lu Chen's face, which had been twisted by jealousy, finally relaxed completely. He smiled, laughed heartily and feel proud. He looked at Lin Feng, who was being criticized by thousands of people, with his eyes filled with the pity and cruelty of a victor. Fight with me. What do you have to fight me? Talent, power. In the face of an absolute conspiracy, you are nothing but a piece of trash that I can manipulate at will. Earl William did not even conceal the pride on his face. He felt that all the face he had lost before was regained doubly at this moment. He stepped forward and announced loudly in the tone of a judge. The evidence is irrefutable. Lin Feng, you shameless thief, what else do you have to say? Someone come. He waved his hand suddenly and pointed at Lin Feng. Catch him and drive him out. I am waiting for your highness the princess's decision. The attendants approached again, but this time, there was no more anger on Zhao Kai and Simei's faces. It was deathly cold. Zhao Kai's red eyes were fixed on Lu Chen and Zhang Yun on the ground. There was no more rage in it, only a kind of calmness that wanted to grind the other party to ashes. In Su Qingxue's cold eyes, murderous intent solidified into reality. The charming smile on Shen Zhaoshui's lips disappeared completely, and her fox eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a dangerous light. Bai Qian looked at the brooch on the ground, then looked at Lu Chen, and a sarcastic sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Bai Xiaoyu was just worried about Lin Feng. What a good trick. None of them believed that Lin Feng would steal anything. This clumsy frame-up is an insult to their intelligence. And Lin Feng himself. He looked at the brooch on the ground, the contemptuous looks of the people around him, and the servants approaching him step by step. His body was trembling slightly. His face was as pale as paper. His eyes were filled with despair and helplessness of being betrayed by the whole world. But deep down in his heart, he was already beaming with joy. Right. It's this expression. That's the atmosphere. Lu Chen, my good brother, you are truly my second parent. Quick, curse harder. Let the princess's disgust towards me skyrocket. Lin Feng has already started thinking about how to celebrate when he gets the villain value. The servant's hand was about to grab his arm. Everyone thought that this farce would end in disgrace with Lin Feng being arrested. Just at this moment, sitting in the main seat, Her Royal Highness the Princess was like an outsider from beginning to end. Moved, Isabella stood up slowly. Her moon-white skirt slid across the ground without making a sound. She ignored everyone and the tense atmosphere. She walked in front of Lin Feng step by step, gracefully and calmly. Then, under the gaze of hundreds of astonished eyes in the audience, she bent her noble waist. The slender fingers, like a work of art, gently picked up the brooch on the ground. She held the brooch in her palm and examined it carefully, with no emotion to be seen in her blue eyes. Lu Chen's heart was in his throat. He was looking forward to and waiting for Her Royal Highness the Princess to say the words sentencing Lin Feng to death. However, Isabella looked up. Her gaze passed over everyone and fell directly on Lin Feng's face, which was full of panic. Immediately following, she smiled. Chapter 67. Isabella put it on Lin Feng personally. Isabella's smile is as clear and pure as the first melted snow on the top of the Alps. But there is also a hint of cunning and gentleness that others cannot understand. Lin Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. I have a bad feeling about what's going on. This isn't this right. Shouldn't you look at me with disgust and pronounce me guilty? I am the thief who stole your royal inheritance brooch. I, Lin Feng, am a thief. Why are you laughing? Please translate for me, what are you laughing at? Just when Lin Feng's brain crashed, Princess Isabella made a move that made everyone's eyes almost pop out. She took a small step forward. That step brought her closer to Lin Feng. It was so close that Lin Feng could even smell the faint fragrance of her golden hair, like a rose after the rain. Then, under the gaze of hundreds of dull eyes in the audience, the noble princess stretched out her slender white hands. She held the brooch in her hand. He personally pinned it on the left collar of Lin Feng's suit. Her movements were gentle and focused. There was even a kind of piety in those blue eyes. It's like putting a medal of supreme glory on your hero, which belongs only to him. Everyone watched this scene quietly, their brains unable to react. Lin Feng widened his eyes. My hair. Gift crab. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. I think I'd better run. Lin Feng still wants the dance to be the same as yesterday. Just run away. It's all over. However, he just moved. A warm and soft hand, yet with irresistible strength, gently pressed down on his arm. Isabella didn't even look up. He just spoke softly in a lazy voice that only the two of them could hear, with a hint of anger. Don't move. Lin Feng's body froze. He now felt as if he were being pinned with a brooch. Instead, he was put on the stake. Public execution. Finally, the brooch was securely fastened. Isabella took a half step back and looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction, as if she were appreciating a work of art. Then, she slowly raised her eyes, and her blue eyes swept across the entire audience calmly. Finally, it fell on Lu Chen, whose face was so smug just now. She parted her red lips. The sound was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap in the sky, exploding deep in everyone's soul. This brooch. I asked Mr. Lin Feng to keep it for me. She paused, the curve of her mouth deepened, and the mockery in her eyes was undisguised. I hope he can wear it when he plays piano music for me. Now let me help Mr. Lin Feng put it on. It's you guys. Does your guest who keeps forcing me have any objection? At this moment, the brains of all the guests stopped working. Thinking, logic, common sense. Everything was completely overturned. In the banquet hall, hundreds of guests, one by one, were turned into wooden sculptures under a spell. This scene was so bizarre that it burned out the guest CPUs. What's going on? What did the princess say? Did she ask Lin Feng to keep it for her? So, this wasn't a theft case from the beginning to the end. Was it the princess who gave it to Lin Feng from the beginning to the end? Oh my god. When did Lin Feng get in touch with the princess again? Does he want to dominate the market? Hiss. I don't know who it was, but someone gasped. Immediately following, the entire banquet hall exploded. Fuck, 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 what a shocking twist. This is even more exciting than the movie. So, Lin Feng is not a thief at all. He was wrongly accused from the beginning to the end. More than being wronged, he is a distinguished guest invited by Her Royal Highness the Princess to play the piano. The brooch was specially given to him by the princess. My god, Lu Chen and Earl William, they looked so confident just now they look like clowns, don't they? All the negative emotions that had been directed at Lin Feng before were now turned against him. With a power 100 times, 1,000 times greater, it blasted fiercely towards Lu Chen and Earl William. The smile on Lu Chen's face had long since disappeared. No, his face was shattered together with it. That face first changed from ecstasy to astonishment. Then from astonishment, it turned into despair. He suddenly stumbled back a step. My mind went blank. In my ears, there was a buzzing roar and the undisguised laughter of the guests around me. Those voices penetrated into his ears, gnawing at his last bit of sanity and dignity. How so? Why is this happening? Why did the princess want to help Lin Feng? It was obviously the first time they met. But in the eyes of Zhao Kai and Sime, this scene seemed like a script that had been rehearsed countless times. Unexpected. No. This is understandable. This kind of shocking reversal that is unimaginable for mortals, this kind of calmness in playing with the enemy in the palm of one's hand, happening to him, Lin Feng, is the most normal thing in the world. I knew it. Zhao Kai slapped his thigh excitedly, his whole face flushed red with extreme admiration. My brother Feng, it's all about being awesome. The reactions of the four stunning beauties around him were even more exciting. Su Qingxue, who was as cold and ethereal as an immortal, had a pair of eyes that had been frozen for thousands of years, but at this moment, a very rare, warm smile suddenly appeared in her eyes. It turns out that he has this side. Shen Zhaoshui was laughing unabashedly. She looked at Lu Chen's completely petrified face, and her eyes were filled with undisguised mockery and ridicule. Are you playing tricks on our brother Lin Feng? It's so pathetic and ridiculous. Bai Qian just raised her chin proudly, with a smile of, as expected, at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes never left Lin Feng from beginning to end. This is the man that Bai Qian likes. Can always create miracles. Humph, a bunch of idiots. Bai Xiaoyu was like a little lioness who had won a battle, proudly puffing out her chest and waving her little fists, as if announcing to the world. Did you see it? This is my man. Chapter 68 William who won't cry until he sees the coffin. Earl William felt like a stripped clown, tied in the center of the stage, accepting the most vicious ridicule and judgment from the audience. The looks from those guests constantly attacked his proud heart as a count. They carefully designed a perfect trap that would send Lin Feng into hell. At this moment, it has become a noose around their own necks. No one expected that even the princess would protect Lin Feng. Who exactly is this Lin Feng? He couldn't just give in like that. He is the noble Earl of Eagle Country, how could he be defeated by a dandy young man from the east? The extreme anger burned out his sanity. He is going to make a final stand. No, Your Highness. He rushed forward 2 steps, pointed at Lin Feng with trembling fingers, his eyes full of bloodshot. You can't be fooled by him. He is a thief. A vile and shameless thief. Earl William's voice was sharp and piercing. Everyone in Zhongcheng knows that Lin Feng is a playboy who eats, drinks, gambles and has no problem doing anything evil. Allowing someone like him to stay by your side is the ultimate insult to you and the entire Eagle Kingdom royal family. He turned to Isabella with an expression of almost insane loyalty on his face. To maintain the dignity of the royal family. In order to prevent the majesty of the royal family from being tarnished. I, William, will never tolerate you shielding a lowly thief even if it means sacrificing my title of Earl today. He yelled every word at the top of his lungs. The ridicule on all the guests' faces froze in an instant, and was replaced by unprecedented horror and fear. This Earl William is completely crazy. What is he doing? He was openly accusing a princess of favoritism and corruption and shielding criminals in front of everyone. Deep down in Lin Feng's heart, there were already loud noises of gongs and drums and blasts of firecrackers. He looked at the mad Earl William, and his eyes even became moist. My good brother, Lu Chen, look at his professionalism. This is the real light of the supporting role. Even Lu Chen, the son of destiny, gave up and completely admitted defeat. You are a supporting role but still in C. What kind of spirit is this? This is the spirit of internationalism that is selfless and only benefits others. Lu Chen, did you hear that? Having such loyal and brave teammates is a blessing you have earned in 8 lifetimes. Princess Isabella, who was standing next to Lin Feng, suddenly sneered when she heard the Earl's mad dog-like biting. Snort. Isabella slowly turned her head, and there was no warmth in her blue eyes anymore, only the indifference of looking down on an ant. I wanted to save you some face and deal with it later. I see you won't cry until you see the coffin. She didn't even bother to look at Earl William again, and just gave orders to the heir in a flat tone. Anna, come in. As soon as the words fell, the side door of the banquet hall was pushed open, and the personal maid Anna walked in quickly in high heels. There was no expression on her face, but she was holding a latest model tablet in her hand. Anna walked up to the princess, bowed respectfully, then held up the tablet, with the screen facing the guests. Everyone. Anna's voice, clear and calm, formed a sharp contrast with Count William's madness. The surveillance camera in the corridor outside Her Royal Highness's room deleted all the footage after the incident. She paused here and glanced at Earl William, whose expression had begun to change. But we still used technical means to successfully restore 1 frame from the destroyed data. Anna tapped her finger on the screen. A picture processed with ultra-high-definition technology instantly filled the entire screen. In the picture, a furtive figure, with his back to the surveillance camera, cautiously approached the princess's door. Although there is only a back view. But that specially tailored, extremely flashy tuxedo and that sleek, greasy hair. Everyone present recognized him. This person is Earl William. During that time period, he was the only one who could approach Her Royal Highness the Princess's room in the name of reporting work. A moment. The whole audience was in an uproar. Fuck. It's really him. The thief is crying thief, is this? He stole something and now he's biting Lin Feng. This is so fucking disgusting. Is this a noble from Eagle Country? I think he's even worse than a street thug. The crowd's chatter was no longer just whispers. It was an undisguised curse filled with contempt and disgust. The color on Earl William's face disappeared completely the moment he saw the photo. He had clearly deleted it. How could there be any more? No, this is not me. He screamed hysterically and pointed at the screen like a madman. This is fake. It's a photoshopped picture. What can a back figure tell? There are so many people in tuxedos in the audience. He was still doing his last futile effort. Your Excellency. Maid Anna's voice was still calm without a trace of emotion. Don't be so quick to deny it. Her slender fingers tapped the tablet again. The picture on the screen instantly enlarged. The focus was precisely locked on the cuff of the left wrist of the figure from behind, which flashed by. Anna's voice echoed clearly in the silent hall. Although the security system of our Eagle Kingdom's royal family was destroyed by you, the images captured by the camera are in 4K ultra high definition quality. Magnified 100 times, it is still clearly visible. On the screen, a complex and unique gold cufflink engraved with an eagle and a sword was magnified dozens of times. Anna slowly raised her head, her calm gaze falling on Earl William's left wrist. The family crest cufflink on your left hand, as far as I know, was passed down from your great-grandfather. It is the only one of its kind in the world. I don't know you, how can I explain it? Hundreds of eyes in the audience suddenly shifted from the screen to Earl William's wrist. There, an identical pair of gold cufflinks, under the light, reflected a dazzling and ironic light. The evidence is irrefutable. Earl William followed everyone's gaze and looked down at his wrist. The moment I saw the cufflinks, all his excuses were of no use. Ah! A desperate wail that was not human came from his throat. My legs went limp. The whole person collapsed to the ground with a plop. The face that had turned red like liver suddenly turned as pale as paper. He was completely finished. Lu Chen, who was standing behind him, subconsciously took a half step back the moment he saw the cufflink. It was an extremely small action, but one full of cowardice and exculpation. He looked at Earl William lying on the ground, his eyes full of resentment and fear. Idiot. A fool who is incapable of accomplishing anything but always causes trouble. We must immediately and thoroughly cut ties with this idiot William. As the guests around watched this dramatic scene, the expressions on their faces changed from contempt to pure disgust. They looked at Earl William who was lying on the ground, and Lu Chen who was stepping back subconsciously. That look was like looking at two pieces of dog shit stuck on a high-end carpet that people wanted to avoid. Princess Isabella spoke again. However, this time, Lin Feng was not sentenced. But it belongs to Earl William. Chapter 69. The princess asked Lin Feng to leave. Isabella's blue eyes were as cold as polar glaciers. She looked down at William, who was limp on the ground, with a look as if she was looking at a piece of garbage that was about to be disposed of. William. Her voice was plain, but it carried the royal majesty that was innate and could not be questioned. According to the law, stealing royal keepsakes should be punished by hanging. Earl William's body twitched violently. The whole person was shaking like a sieve. To frame a distinguished guest from Zhongcheng and insult the reputation of the royal family is an even greater crime. Every word Isabella said was like a cold hammer, hitting William's nerves hard. Openly contradicting and intending to threaten members of the royal family is a capital crime. She paused, a cruel arc appearing at the corner of her mouth. But, I am merciful. I won't kill you. A glimmer of hope for survival just ignited in Earl William's eyes. Isabella's next words plunged him into an abyss from which there was no escape. From this moment on, I declare this in the name of the heir to the Eagle Kingdom's royal family. Deprive the William family of all hereditary earldoms of their titles. Seize all of his assets in Eagle Country to compensate for the damage to the royal family's reputation this time. Put William himself on the permanent blacklist of Eagle Country and all its allies. At last, her gaze slowly turned to the royal guards at the entrance of the banquet hall, and her voice was extremely cold. Hand him over to the Zhongcheng police. The crime he committed in Zhongcheng should be judged by the laws of Zhongcheng. Drag him away. The words fell. The whole place was dead silent. The backs of all the guests were instantly soaked with cold sweat. Ruthless. It's so fucking cruel. This is no longer a simple punishment. This is collective punishment. It is to completely uproot a noble family that has been passed down for hundreds of years from this world, from body to spirit, from reputation to wealth. William, who was lying on the ground, could no longer make any sound. His eyes rolled back, white foam came out of the corners of his mouth, and his crotch was wet, emitting an unpleasant odor. He was so frightened that he fainted. Two expressionless royal guards walked forward, picked up the limp William like a dead dog, and dragged him directly out of the gate. The pair of shiny leather shoes left two long, shameful marks on the smooth marble floor. Lu Chen, who was standing behind William, had lost all the color from his face. He felt like all the blood in his body had frozen. He looked at William being dragged away, as if he saw himself tomorrow. Fear, unprecedented fear, like countless cold hands, strangled his heart and made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He subconsciously wanted to retreat and escape from this Shura field. But his legs seemed to be filled with lead and did not obey him at all. At this moment, Zhao Kai and the four beauties' eyes were all on Lu Chen. There was no longer the previous anger in his eyes. All that was left was the coldness and mockery of looking at a dead person. And Lin Feng, he looked at this perfect villain standard ending. But my heart is bleeding. Completion. It's all over. Now, a man of destiny and two powerful foreign players were defeated by one wave of their own team. How can I play the villain mission? The princess's dislike for me is probably negative now, right? A favorable impression of Lu Chen. It was considered merciful of her not to order Lu Chen to be dragged out to be fed to the dogs on the spot. Lin Feng felt like he was about to cry. He raised his head and looked towards the main seat in despair. It just happened that Princess Isabella's gaze met his. All the coldness and majesty in those blue eyes had faded away. What replaced it was an appreciation so strong that it could not be dissolved and the joy of having found a confidant. Besides, there was a hint of undisguised possessiveness that made his scalp tingle. Oh my God, this is completely over. Alarm bells were ringing wildly in Lin Feng's brain, and this was the only thought left in his mind. He forced a smile that was uglier than crying, and took 2 steps towards Isabella while laughing. Princess. Lin Feng cleared his throat and tried to make his voice sound normal. Thank you so much for tonight. If you hadn't been so observant, I would never be able to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. He said it sincerely, but in his heart he was shouting, let me go quickly. But I have a problem. I can't stand being praised. I suddenly remembered that the gas at home seems to be on. I have to go back and check it out. As he spoke, he quietly moved back, ready to grease his feet at any time. So, look, can I just go ahead? Princess Isabella just looked at him quietly, watching his funny look as he was eager to get away. There was a kind of playfulness in those blue eyes, like a cat and mouse. Just at the moment when Lin Feng's heels were ready to exert force and sprint 100 meters. She finally spoke. Of course you can go. Her voice was as soft as a feather, gently falling on Lin Feng's tense heartstrings. Lin Feng felt ecstatic. Saved. God will not abandon me. The smile on his face instantly became extremely sincere, and he gave a standard 90-degree bow to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Thank you for your understanding, Princess. Then I. But. Isabella uttered 2 words slowly, like 2 huge mountains, instantly pressing down Lin Feng's soul which had just taken off. Lin Feng's body froze in midair. He raised his head slowly, 1 step at a time. There was no trace of the dignity and coldness on Isabella's face anymore. She looked at Lin Feng, her blue eyes seemed to be filled with the entire starry sky, so bright that it was astonishingly bright. Her thoughts seemed to drift back to the unfinished song. There was even a touching blush on that flawless face. It was an expression of extreme intoxication, even a little obsessed. She looked at Lin Feng, her voice so soft that it sounded like a dream talk. Finish the song you played for me. I want to hear it. Chapter 70, Playing for You. Playing for you, damn it. The light words, I want to listen, at this moment were like an invisible mountain, pressing down on Lin Feng's head. The smile on Lin Feng's face completely froze. A song played for you. I'll play a hammer for you. His head was buzzing and his CPU was almost burned out. When did I play for you? I was just playing it blindly. It's noise. It is to insult art and to fill your ears with evil music that will make you angry and leave. How did you hear the emotion? Is your reading comprehension ability a bit beyond the syllabus? Lin Feng's heart was roaring wildly, but he could only force a stiff smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Your Highness, you misunderstood. He laughed dryly and waved his hands desperately. That's not really a song. I just played it randomly. I played it randomly. It's not worthy of your hearing again. Lin Feng spoke very humbly, but his heart was bleeding. Trust me now. I'm really a music idiot. However, Isabelle's pair of blue eyes were looking at him brightly at this moment, filled with unquestionable certainty. Are you playing it blindly? She tilted her head slightly, and a touching curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Mr. Lin, do you know that every note you just played hit my heart accurately? She took another step forward, and the fragrance of roses after the rain became even stronger, almost enveloping Lin Feng completely. That's not a tune. Isabella's voice was as soft as a dream talk, but it had a power that struck the soul directly. It is loneliness, it is shackles, it is struggle, it is longing. That's my story. Lin Feng was stunned. He stared blankly at the princess's beautiful face, which was filled with the words, found a confidant, and felt that his outlook on life was being reshaped repeatedly and then shattered. No, I don't. Don't talk nonsense. Just then, a rough voice broke the weird atmosphere. That's right, Brother Feng. Stop being so modest. Zhao Kai was jumping up and down like a monkey with chicken blood, his face full of enthusiasm and pride. One more. One more. When he shouted like that, the atmosphere in the entire banquet hall was instantly ignited. Yes, Mr. Lin, play it again. I didn't hear enough just now. That melody is simply amazing. I'd pay $1 million to hear it again. The guests' cheers came from all directions like a tide. The way they looked at Lin Feng was full of fanatical admiration. And in Lin Feng's view, this worship is a death spell. He didn't have time to come up with a new excuse. 4 fatal gazes shot towards him from the side again. There was a rare encouragement in Su Qingxue's cold eyes. Shen Zhaoshui leaned against him lazily, breathing sweetly, "Brother, just satisfy everyone and satisfy your sister." Bai Qian crossed her arms across her chest, raised her chin high, and her eyes showed absolute trust that said, "I knew you could do it." Bai Xiaoyu clenched her fists, her face full of anticipation. "Lin Feng, you play the piano the best." Lin Feng felt like he was about to suffocate. "Are you guys the devil? You want to burn me at the stake, don't you?" He looked at Isabella desperately, trying to make a final struggle. "Your Highness, my hand is cramped and I really can't play it anymore." The smile on Isabella's face slowly faded. In those blue eyes, the obsession and admiration gradually faded away, and was replaced by an irresistible calmness. She didn't speak. He simply turned around and slightly raised his chin towards the royal guards standing solemnly beside him. The guards understood instantly. The 2 of them moved silently to the door of the banquet hall. The other 2 stood behind Lin Feng, one on the left and one on the right. The movement was silent, but it carried an oppressive feeling like a mountain pressing down on one's head. Isabella then turned her head again and looked at Lin Feng, whose face had turned completely pale, and opened her red lips slightly. The voice is still gentle. "Mr. Lin, the piano is waiting for you. I am waiting for you too." Now, Lin Feng was completely helpless. "Run. There are 2 door gods standing at the gate. Don't play. There are 2 door gods standing behind him. This is fucking a dragnet. Bomb. If the woman Lu Chen wanted to seduce was seduced by him again. What if Lu Chen gets angry and doesn't care?" Lin Feng felt like a lamb forced into a desperate situation. Fine beads of cold sweat began to seep out of his forehead. His brain was racing, frantically searching for any chance to escape. What to do? What should we do? Pretending to be faint. No, that's too fake. With the princess's attitude, I'm afraid she will call the royal medical team to perform a craniotomy on him on the spot. In despair, Lin Feng's eyes subconsciously scanned the crowd wildly. Then, his sight was precisely locked on the figure in the corner that was almost swallowed by the shadow. Land sinking. Lin Feng's eyes were complicated. There are calls for help, anger, and silent cries of, "Why the hell do you want to do something? This is your home turf, bro. Your woman is about to run away with someone else. You should stand up straight." At this moment, Lu Chen's face had lost all color. All that is left is endless resentment and coldness. He was like a poisonous snake lurking in the darkness, staring at Lin Feng intently. In his eyes, there was an undisguised murderous intent to eat him alive. Why? Why does this loser win the favor of the princess? How could he play such miraculous music? Why did all my plans get turned upside down by him? He hates. I wish I could rush up right now and tear Lin Feng into pieces. But he still had to find out the truth about the Lu family massacre and couldn't act impulsively. The 2 people's eyes collided fiercely in midair. One is asking for help. One is asking for life. All of this was clearly seen by Princess Isabella. She keenly caught the direction of Lin Feng's gaze. Then, she followed his gaze and saw Lu Chen in the corner. I saw Lu Chen's face, which was completely distorted by jealousy and hatred. I saw the murderous intent towards Lin Feng in his eyes that was almost tangible. Isabella's brows furrowed slightly. Those blue eyes that were just filled with stars were instantly covered with a cold frost. That's it. It kept buzzing around like an annoying fly. Not only frame up, but also slander. Now, he still dares to look at the person he has chosen with this kind of eyes. He was influencing Lin Feng's mood to play the piano for him. Unforgivable. Isabella slowly raised her hand, and lightly pointed her slender white index finger in the direction of Lu Chen. Her voice was still calm, but it carried an absolute authority to decide life and death. That man. Throw him out. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into dead silence again. The resentment on Lu Chen's face froze in an instant, and then was replaced by a huge, unbelievable horror. He didn't have time to react. Two tall royal guards were already striding towards him with expressionless faces, like two moving iron towers. One on the left and one on the right, they directly held his arms. The force was as strong as two iron clamps, making it impossible for him to struggle. No, Your Highness, you can't. Lu Chen finally reacted and screamed in horror. However, the guards didn't give him any chance to speak and dragged him out. The pair of expensive custom-made leather shoes rubbed against the smooth marble floor, making two harsh and humiliating sounds. Let me go. Do you know who I am? Lin Feng. Fuck your mother. I will never let you go. Chapter 71 The Princess's Two Decisions. Lu Chen's roar continued from the center of the hall to the door. Finally, it came to an abrupt end as the heavy wooden door slammed shut. The whole world is quiet. In the banquet hall, hundreds of guests, one by one, were all frightened like quails. They looked at the tightly closed door and then at the princess with a cold face sitting on the main seat. My back was already completely soaked with cold sweat. And Lin Feng. He stared at all this in a daze, feeling as if struck by lightning. He felt like the top of his head was about to be blown off by this wave of outrageous operations. I just glanced at him. You threw him out now. This is fucking. Are you still being reasonable? How can we play this? I didn't get any villain value, but my hatred value was maxed out. The child of destiny was thrown out in front of everyone like garbage. Lin Feng felt that he was one step closer to being hacked to death in the street by Lu Chen's team of assassins. After Isabella dealt with all this, she turned her gaze gently towards Lin Feng again. Those blue eyes were filled with anticipation. She made a, please, gesture to him. Now, no one disturbs us. Mr. Lin, please. Lin Feng felt that his throat was so dry that it was about to smoke. He pulled the corners of his mouth stiffly, trying to laugh, but it looked uglier than crying. He looked around. Zhao Kai was making crazy eyes at him, silently mouthing the word, awesome, and the admiration on his face was almost engraved on his forehead. The four stunning beauties locked onto him with four different, yet equally scorching looks. There was deep obsession and encouragement in those eyes, and Lin Feng could even read the meaning of possession in them. The other guests in the hall also held their breath, stretched their necks, and waited for his performance with eyes as if they were watching a miracle. And behind him, two royal guards, each over 1.9 meters tall, stood like two iron towers, one on the left and one on the right, blocking all his escape routes. That cold gaze was like two loaded guns, pressed firmly against his lower back. Run. Can't run away. No bounce. No matter what I press on you, you have to play. Lin Feng was desperate. He didn't feel like he was going to play the piano. He was about to be taken to the execution ground and publicly executed. He knew he only had to play it once more. As long as the system tricks him again. The damnable, complicated and inseparable fate between him, the princess and the four beauties was completely confirmed. By then, don't even think about the villain mission. It is unknown whether he can walk out of Zhongcheng alive. No, absolutely not. Amid the scorching gazes in the audience that were enough to melt anyone, Lin Feng took his first step. Every step he took was extremely heavy. In his opinion, the high-quality marble tiles under his feet were the road to hell. It's really over now. His face was ashen, his mind was blank, and he had only the last and only life-saving straw left. He could only use all his life's strength in his heart to make the most desperate and pious cry. System, fuck you. Save me. This time, please. It has to be a car accident scene. A car accident that's even more horrible than a fucking nuclear explosion. I want noise. I want magic sound. I want the kind of music that can send people away on the spot. Please don't do those weird things to me again. Just when his heart was roaring to the point of almost suffocating, a cold mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Bite. Host, rest assured. As we all know, our system is the most trustworthy. Just now, there was a system failure. Host, please rest assured. Lin Feng could only try his luck. Now he has no choice but to trust this dog system that may backstab him at any time. Princess Isabella, who was sitting in the main seat, saw Lin Feng standing there for a long time without moving, with an expression of grief, anger and despair on her face. She thought he was building up emotions. Far from showing any impatience, the princess's blue eyes were filled with an even stronger look of obsession and anticipation. To give him the most perfect stage, she made 2 decisions. These 2 decisions instantly increased the pressure on Lin Feng to the extreme. Isabella slowly raised her white jade-like hand and made a gentle downward gesture. She spoke softly to the audience. Please turn off the lights. Leave only 1 beam of light for Mr. Lin Feng. As soon as the words fell, the entire magnificent banquet hall was instantly plunged into deep darkness. There was only a bright spotlight, accurately cast from the ceiling. It just happened to cover Lin Feng and the priceless Steinway piano. The sense of ritual is fulfilled in an instant. And the feeling of oppression that followed, being the center of attention, was like a real mountain, pressing down heavily on Lin Feng. This is no longer some improvisation. This was a solo concert held just for him. Lin Feng's legs began to go weak. However, this is not the end. Princess Isabella turned her head and whispered to the maid Anna, who was standing beside her with a bow, in a tone that was filled with infinite care. Get the royal video equipment ready. Anna bowed slightly. Yes, Your Highness. Isabella's gaze returned to Lin Feng under the spotlight, and the tenderness in her eyes almost overflowed. I want to treasure this song that was written for me forever. She paused, her voice filled with the excitement and anticipation of a little girl. I have to take it back and let my mother listen to it. Boom. These few words were more like a bolt of lightning than the previous beam of light. It hit Lin Feng directly on the top of his head. Record it. A permanent collection. Do you want to take it back and tell your mother to listen to it? This will be recorded in the history of the Eagle Kingdom royal family. Under the gazes of hundreds of people, some of them admiring, some of them obsessed, and some of them jealous. Lin Feng could only leave his fate to that unreliable system. Chapter 72. Powerful skills appear, another story between him and the princess. Under the only spotlight, Lin Feng became the focus of the whole audience. He walked slowly towards the piano, and every step felt like stepping on the tip of a red-hot knife. The cold red indicator light of the video equipment was like a devil's eye, staring at him in the darkness. Lin Feng sat down in front of the piano. There was no trace of blood left on that handsome face, only a dead grayness. Can't run away. There's no way to hide. That being the case, then let us perish together. The last trace of madness ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. He slowly closed his eyes. To everyone, that look was like the final communication with his soul, brewing an earth-shaking musical storm. But only Lin Feng himself knows. He was saying his final goodbye to this fucking world. Next second, he opened his eyes suddenly. His body was slightly lifted from the piano stool, and his long arms were raised high above his head. The posture doesn't look like he's playing the piano. It was more like raising 2 heavy hammers to sentence people to death. Bring it on. Destroy them all. He used up all his strength and smashed down the black and white piano keys with a determination to die together. However, the expected piercing noise that was enough to tear the eardrums did not appear. Instead, it was a note that was purer and more melodious than before, like the first ray of morning light from heaven, gently filling the entire dark hall. The familiar, sad, lingering canon melody sounded again. It was more complicated, more affectionate, and more heartbreaking than the first time. In the banquet hall, everyone closed their eyes. They were intoxicated in this sad yet beautiful ocean woven with musical notes, and drowned willingly. Lin Feng listened to the damn heavenly sound flowing from his fingertips. He didn't struggle anymore. I no longer cursed the system in my heart. He just smiled. That smile, appearing on his paper-pale face, looked extremely strange. It was a numb smile that was a mixture of desperate self-mockery and complete resignation. It is true. I knew it. A line of hot tears could no longer be held back and quietly slid down his stiff cheeks. Then, the second drop, the third drop. Under the bright spotlight, the crystal tears were like pearls that had broken off the string, silent but thrilling. In the dark, Princess Isabella, Su Qingxue and the other two girls opened their eyes almost at the same time. Their gazes penetrated the darkness and fell accurately on Lin Feng's face. It fell on his face, which had a weird smile but was covered in tears. That moment, their hearts were hit hard. This man. How deep must the pain and loneliness be for him to compose such a sad melody? How gentle and strong is he to choose to bear all the pain silently by himself? He even had to force himself to smile while playing this sad song of his soul. He is not playing the piano. He was crying with his soul for this world that did not understand him. At this moment, the obsession and possessiveness in Isabella and Sime's eyes were instantly replaced by an unprecedented, strong and inextricable heartache and love. They were completely fascinated by Lin Feng. The last note fell, and the lingering sound lingered in the hall for a long time. The entire banquet hall fell into an eerie silence. In the darkness, all that could be heard was the sound of suppressed sobs. Lin Feng's hands fell weakly from the piano keys. He didn't move. Like a sculpture with all its soul taken away, it sits quietly under the spotlight. There are still traces of tears on my face. Those empty eyes were fixed on the black and white piano keys in front of them, with nothing reflected in the pupils. Time seemed to be stretched to eternity at this moment. I don't know how much time passed. In the darkness, someone was the first to applaud. Immediately following, thunderous applause instantly flooded the entire banquet hall. Everyone stood up spontaneously, using all their strength to offer their most enthusiastic and sincere respect to the man under the spotlight. Their previous views of Lin Feng were completely refreshed. Lin Feng is actually a great artist. But Lin Feng turned a deaf ear to all this. He just slowly raised his head, and there was no joy on his tear-stained face. There is only one kind of numbness, the complete and dead silence after being betrayed by the whole world. He finally understood. What system failure? It's all bullshit. This system, from beginning to end, is intentional. The system wants him to die. He could already imagine being chopped into meat paste by Lu Chen's team of killers. However, at this moment, bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission perfectly. Leaving behind a famous song, the Heavenly Canon. System reward, 2000 villain value, powerful skills unlocked. Lin Feng's body suddenly stiffened. What the hell? Hidden mission. It turns out that all of this was a script arranged by you, the system. It's not to trick me, but to let me complete the hidden task. The stormy waves in Lin Feng's brain calmed down instantly. The expression on his face changed dramatically in just 0.01 second, from despair and numbness to flattering ecstasy. He quickly put on a completely new look. System Dad. I knew it. You are a man of foresight and strategy. How could you possibly betray a loyal employee like me who only cares about his career? It's me. I judged others by my own standards. System Dad, I was wrong. I will complete my tasks well in the future and will never doubt your wisdom and bravery again. Lin Feng's inner drama was even more dramatic than the canon he had just played. He immediately opened the system store. Looking at the brand new 2000 villain value in his account, Lin Feng was almost drooling. Sent. This time it really came out. He couldn't wait to look at the skill that had just been unlocked, marked with the word, powerful. Then, he was stunned. God-level rope skills close black lens bracket, 1000 villain value. Introduction. The host will master all rope binding techniques from ancient times to the present. Whether it is tortoise shell binding or diamond rope binding, it can be completed within 3 seconds. The knots tied are both firm and have the ultimate artistic beauty. God-level driving skills close black lens bracket, 1000 villain value. Introduction. The host will master the driving skills of all types of cars, whether it is an F1 car or a heavy truck, and can drive like an airplane, racing in the city, and easily get rid of any pursuit. There is one more. It's not a skill, it's an item. The absolutely hidden Zhongcheng Villa, 1000 villain value. Introduction. Located in the suburbs of Zhongcheng, it has the highest level of security system. No surveillance, satellite, or network can detect its existence. It contains enough food and fresh water for 10 people to use for 1 year. Lin Feng looked at these 3 powerful options and was stunned. What is going on? God-level rope skills, kidnapping someone, and the tying up was done in a really nice way. God-level driving skills. Do I want to be an F1 driver? And there is this absolutely hidden Dabi system. What are you doing? Sudden. A plot from the original novel that he had forgotten deep in his mind suddenly surged up from the deep sea of memory. He remembered. In the original book, he and the princess have another plot. Thinking of this, Lin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. Because the next plot is Lin Feng imprisoned the princess. Chapter 73 The princess kidnapping plan starts. Lin Feng recalled the plot of the original novel. In the original script, he, Lin Feng, the most dissolute playboy in Zhongcheng, did something extremely stupid that shocked the world. He imprisoned Princess Isabella. And the reason is ridiculous. Not for ransom, and certainly not for politics. It's just because of that playboy-like paranoid possessiveness that will destroy it if he can't get it. In the original novel, after seeing that the princess had a crush on Lu Chen, Lin Feng, who originally wanted to pursue the princess, became distorted in his mentality. So he planned this crazy imprisonment, trying to force this proud girl to surrender in this despicable way. Of course, he failed. Lu Chen, the son of destiny, found the place where he hid the princess at the most critical moment. After an earth-shattering duel, Lu Chen stepped on the body of his, Lin Feng, and rescued the physically and mentally injured princess. From then on, Isabella was completely devoted to Lu Chen and became the most dazzling exotic pearl in his harem. And he, Lin Feng, is the most perfect stepping stone. The memories end. In reality, the thunderous applause gradually subsided. Princess Isabel waved her hand, signaling everyone to leave. The dazzling spotlight went out and the recording equipment was quietly removed. The dazzling and gorgeous crystal chandelier lit up the entire banquet hall again. She walked through the silent crowd, and every step seemed to be stepping on everyone's heart. She walked in front of Lin Feng. Mr. Lin. The princess's voice was so gentle that it seemed like water could drip out of it, yet it also carried an irresistible magic that was innate to the royal family. Thank you for bringing me the most beautiful starlight tonight. Her blue eyes were filled with undisguised admiration and joy, as if she was appreciating a rare treasure that belonged only to her. Lin Feng had just recovered from the double impact of the system's hidden mission and that horrific memory. The muscles on his face still maintained the stiff arc from despair to ecstasy. Hearing this, she could only force out a smile that was uglier than crying. Your Highness, you are too kind. It's been a pleasure to serve you. Isabella responded to his modesty with an even more charming smile. Then, she made a request that made the air in the room freeze again. I will stay in Zhongcheng for a few days. I wonder if I would be lucky enough to invite Mr. Lin to be my guide for the next few days. As soon as these words were spoken, the sound of countless people gasping in shock could be clearly heard. This is no longer a favor. This is a unique favor bestowed upon the princess. In the corner, Zhao Kai's face flushed with excitement. He clenched his fists and silently mouthed to Lin Feng, awesome. The eyes of the four stunning beauties beside Lin Feng became extremely complicated at this moment. It contains a very strong sense of vigilance and possessiveness. Lin Feng heard the princess's question. Be a guide. Doesn't this give me the opportunity to imprison you? However, Lin Feng hasn't spoken yet. Four murderous auras with different temperatures but equally deadly suddenly erupted from beside him. He's not available. Su Qingxue took a step forward and stood directly between Lin Feng and Isabella. There was no expression on her cold and beautiful face, and her voice was as cold as ice. Oh, Your Highness. Shen Zhaoshui also came closer with a smile, her soft body almost hanging on Lin Feng, and her fox eyes looked at Isabella without any courtesy. Our brother is very busy. I'm afraid I don't have time to travel with you. Bai Qian was even more direct. She crossed her arms over her chest, raised her chin proudly, and looked disdainful. The Zhongcheng officials will arrange the best guide for you. You don't have to come and invite my people in person. Yes, Lin Feng is not going. Bai Xiaoyu opened her arms like a hen protecting her food, protecting Lin Feng behind her tightly, and glared at Isabella angrily. 4 women. 4 big mountains. In an instant, an impenetrable wall was built in front of Lin Feng. The strong and insoluble possessive desire made the air in the entire banquet hall sticky and dangerous. Zhao Kai stood in the corner, stunned, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Fuck, what kind of Shira field is this? Brother Feng, can you bear it? Isabella looked at the 4 oriental women in front of her, each with their own unique style but all equally stunning, and the smile on her face did not waver at all. She didn't even look at them. Those blue eyes still peered through the gap in the human wall, staring intently at Lin Feng. That look seemed to say, I just want your answer. Lin Feng knew that he had no choice. He must agree. This is the smooth road paved for him by the system, leading to the ultimate suicidal mission of imprisoning the princess. He took a deep breath. A gentle yet somewhat apologetic smile slowly spread across his face. He gently pushed away the four soft but determined bodies in front of him and walked out of the wall of people. Certainly. Lin Feng bowed slightly to Isabella. His posture was elegant and his voice was full of magnetism. I am at your service, princess. It's my pleasure. A sentence. The smile on Isabella's lips deepened instantly, and the stars in her eyes became brighter. It also made the four gazes behind Lin Feng instantly turn 8 degrees colder. Lin Feng could clearly feel the four gazes that were almost piercing through his back. But he didn't care anymore. He just looked at the princess in front of him, who was genuinely happy because of the positive answer. Looking at her innocent, defenseless, flawless face. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Poor princess. You don't know yet what kind of demon you have invited. How happy you are smiling now. In a few days, how desperate you will cry. He. Chapter 74. I want to see who dares to touch him. The banquet finally ended. The guests left the venue in 2s and 3s, with excitement and shock still on their faces. Everything that happened tonight is enough for them to brag about for half a year. Lin Feng's name, like a blockbuster bomb, was completely detonated in the upper-class circles of Zhongcheng. Lin Feng, accompanying Princess Isabella and her entourage, had just stepped out of the heavy carved door of the banquet hall. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Zhao Kai's tall figure not far away. He was like a wall, blocking a guy who was about to slip away in the chaos. It was Zhang Yun, who looked as pale as death. Run! Zhao Kai grabbed Zhang Yun's collar with such force that it was like lifting a chicken, and lifted him off the ground. His eyes were as fierce as a hungry wolf, staring at the trembling Zhang Yun. Did I let you run away? Kai brother Kai, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Zhang Yun was so frightened that his trouser legs were shaking violently and uncontrollably, and he almost peed himself. Wrong. Zhao Kai sneered with murderous intent. One wrong sentence and it's over. My brother Feng was almost killed by you bastards. If I don't break your legs today, I will write the word Zhao backwards. His fist, as big as a casserole, brought up a gust of evil wind and smashed down on Zhang Yun's face mercilessly. Just at this moment, a cold and gloomy voice, as if it came from the netherworld, rang out from the shadows nearby. I want to see who dares to touch him. Lu Chen slowly walked out from behind a huge Roman column. He had been invited out by the guards, but he did not leave. He has been waiting. The awkward suit he was wearing had been replaced with a well-tailored black windbreaker. On that handsome face, there was no longer any trace of the previous collapse and despair, only resentment and coldness as deep as the abyss. Although he was humiliated in public, his aura as the son of destiny did not diminish but increased at this moment. He stared at Zhao Kai, and the coldness in his eyes made the air around them seem to freeze. Zhao Kai, you touched my people in front of me. Are you too disrespectful to me, Lu Chen? When Zhao Kai saw Lu Chen, the anger in his eyes burned even more fiercely. Lu Chen, you still have the nerve to come out here. You framed my brother, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Today I'm going to punish you too. The two men confronted each other in front of all the guests who had not yet left. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and the smell of gunpowder was so strong that it almost exploded. The guests around stopped one after another, their eyes gleaming with excitement, ready to watch an even bigger show. Lu Chen snorted disdainfully. His momentum is not weak at all. Take care of me. Just you. He took a step forward. An invisible and powerful sense of oppression instantly pressed down on Zhao Kai. This is the pressure from the Son of Destiny. He wanted to get back all the face he had just lost, with interest. Zhao Kai's heart stagnated due to Lu Chen's cold aura. But who is he, Zhao Kai? Little bully of Zhongcheng, when has he ever been cowardly? He gritted his teeth and continued to exert force on his hands, turning Zhang Yun's face the color of liver. A bet. Zhao Kai squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. If he loses, he should bark like a dog 3 times and get out of the banquet hall. Today, no one can stop me. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth curled up in a cruel arc, and his eyes were filled with indifference as if he was looking at a dead person. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Zhao Kai anymore. A mere Zhao Kai was not worthy of his further words. He wants to take action directly. He wanted to kick this ignorant guy away in front of everyone and let everyone in Zhongcheng know. Lu Chen, is not the small character who was bullied by others in the previous video. Just as his right leg muscles tensed and were about to exert force. A clear and pleasant voice, yet cold and without any emotion, sounded slowly. I dare you. Just 2 words. But it brought with it a tremendous force, instantly destroying all the aura that Lu Chen had just condensed. Lu Chen's movements suddenly froze. Everyone's eyes turned to the source of the sound. Princess Isabella was seen walking towards them, accompanied by Lin Feng. There was no longer any trace of the gentle smile on her face that she had when facing Lin Feng. Those blue eyes, like a god looking down on ants, fell coldly on Lu Chen. The arrogance on Lu Chen's face froze instantly. He bowed quickly, being extremely humble. Your Highness, you are not going to take care of this, are you? This person is bullying my men. The princess looked at him coldly, her words full of sarcasm. Your men? Is your subordinate the thief who, together with Earl William, framed my guest? This sentence was like a loud slap in the face, hitting Lu Chen hard. The blood color on Lu Chen's face faded instantly. But soon, he forced himself to calm down, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. He raised his eyebrows in mock surprise. Is there? How come I don't know? Oh, Isabella chuckled meaningfully, her blue eyes full of mockery as if she was watching a clown show. Still pretending, huh? She slowly turned her head and glanced at Anna, the maid beside her. Anna understood what he meant, stepped forward, and said in a tone without any emotion, just now, Earl William confessed everything. Lu Chen's heart sank suddenly. What? William, that idiot, recruited so quickly. I spent so much money to bribe him, and he has so little backbone. Just when Lu Chen's brain was working rapidly, thinking about how to escape. Anna's next words, however, made his tense nerves suddenly relax. He has confessed. He and Zhang Yun conspired to frame Mr. Lin Feng. Lu Chen's expression instantly changed from gloomy to happy. I see. That useless William was at least of some use, as he was not betrayed. In this case, a fierce murderous intent flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He turned around suddenly, and his handsome face looked as ferocious as a devil. He didn't even look at Zhao Kai, but stared at Zhang Yun who was held in Zhao Kai's hand, and roared angrily in a heartbroken tone. Okay. Zhang Yun, I am so blind. I didn't expect that my subordinates, Lu Chen, would be such despicable and shameless people who framed others. You deserve to die. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his leg. That kick, with the force of thunder and lightning, was originally intended to be used against Zhao Kai, but at this moment it mercilessly kicked Zhang Yun in the chest. Ah! Zhang Yun let out a shrill scream and was kicked out like a broken sack, rolling on the ground for several times before stopping. Lu Chen's kick seemed to be clearing the house, but in fact he was warning Zhang Yun in the cruelest way. If you dare to say one more word, the consequences will not be as simple as breaking your legs. Zhang Yun curled up on the ground, feeling a heart-wrenching pain in his chest. He felt like several of his ribs were broken. He raised his head, his eyes full of bloodshot, staring at Lu Chen. For a moment, he really wanted to say everything. But he didn't dare. He knew that Lu Chen had plenty of ways to make him and the family behind him disappear completely from Zhongcheng. Princess Isabella watched the dog-eat-dog farce in front of her with indifference. Of course she knew that the mastermind behind all this was Lu Chen. She just wanted to tease him on purpose and watch him perform like a clown. It's so pathetic and ridiculous. Lin Feng saw Lu Chen's kick. I can't believe what happened to him after he was found imprisoning the princess. He swore to himself. Imprisoning a princess is imprisoning a princess. As long as the princess cooperates, he will not do anything to her. Chapter 75 Lu Chen kicks again. Stops Lin Feng from leaving. Zhang Yun curled up on the ground. The pain made him let out a roar that was not like a human voice. This scene made Zhao Kai, who was usually fearless, feel a chill in his heart. This Lu Chen can be so cruel even to his own people. He is simply not a human being. Lu Chen adjusted his windbreaker and looked down at Zhao Kai with a cold smile on his face. Are you satisfied with this? Zhao Kai clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles crackled. But he still didn't let her. Not satisfied. He lost the bet and now he must bark 3 times and get out. That's the rule. The smile on Lu Chen's face grew wider, but there was no warmth in that smile. Good. He nodded. To deal with such a despicable person who betrays his master and frames others, we should humiliate him in the most despicable way. Lu Chen turned around and kicked Zhang Yun hard on the back again. Puff! Zhang Yun spat out a mouthful of blood foam and his whole body went limp. Did you hear that? Lu Chen's voice was like the whisper of a devil from hell. Call. Zhang Yun's whole body was shaking violently, and his face was covered with tears of despair mixed with blood and dirt. He had no other options and didn't dare to have any other ideas. He opened his mouth and used up his last bit of strength to make a sound that was more unpleasant than crying. Woof, woof, woof. After doing all this, Lu Chen's ferocious face instantly changed into a humble and flattering smile. He walked quickly to Princess Isabella, bowed slightly, and spoke in an extremely respectful tone. Your Highness, are you satisfied with my handling of this matter? Princess Isabella looked at him and suddenly sneered. Certainly. After she finished speaking, she no longer looked at Lu Chen and turned around. Walked towards the special car at the door. Seeing this, Zhao Kai felt that there was no point in staying any longer, so he spat and followed Lin Feng. The group just left like that. Only Lu Chen was left standing there. The humility and flattery on his face. The moment the princess and her group turned around, they disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was rage and resentment like a volcanic eruption. He stared at Lin Feng's back. The look in his eyes seemed to want to grind him into ashes on the spot. Lin Feng, who was walking in front, did not look back, but he could clearly feel the gaze that almost burned through his back. A fine layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Lu Chen is even more cruel than described in the book. He could be so deadly to his own people and didn't even blink an eye in order to distance himself from the matter. This kind of person is the real hero. In other words, a real madman. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel scared. The group walked to the parking lot in front of the hotel. The atmosphere became weird again. Princess Isabella's royal car, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom, was parked quietly in the most conspicuous position. On the other side, Su Qingxue's white Bentley, Shen Zhaoshui's red Ferrari, Bai Qian's silver Maybach, and Bai Xiaoyu's pink Porsche, four top luxury cars, formed a circle. Lin Feng and the princess's special car were surrounded in the middle. None of the four stunning beauties spoke a word. But the look in their eyes said it all. You're not going anywhere tonight. If you want to go, follow me. Zhao Kai stood aside, watching this scene that was like a fight between gods. He didn't dare to breathe and could only cheer Lin Feng on with his eyes. Brother Feng, hold on. Lin Feng felt his scalp starting to tingle. He cleared his throat and forced a tired but impeccably polite smile. He first bowed slightly to the four women. Thank you all for today. I'm a little tired, I want to go home and rest first. After saying this, he turned to Isabella again, lowering his posture and speaking in a more respectful tone. Your Highness, I will be your guide so that I can be in a better mental state tomorrow. I have to go back and rest early, too. I will pick you up at your hotel on time tomorrow morning. His words were flawless. They not only gave the four girls a way out, but also showed his loyalty to the princess. Princess Isabella looked at his handsome face that said, I'm so tired, and a hint of heartache flashed in her blue eyes. She nodded, her voice gentle. Good. You should have a good rest. I'll wait for you tomorrow. After she finished speaking, she turned around gracefully and got into the Rolls-Royce under the escort of her maid Anna. The royal convoy drove away silently. Simei's expression looked a little better. But the four gazes that were fixed on him did not relax at all. Lin Feng, I'll take you there. Su Qingxue's voice was still cold. Brother, take my car. My car smells good. Shen Zhaoshui's eyes were charming. Although Bai Qian and Bai Xiaoyu didn't say anything, their meaning was self-evident. Lin Feng felt that if he stayed any longer, he would be torn to pieces by these four women on the spot. He waved his hands quickly, with a hint of embarrassment in his smile. No, I can just go with Zhao Kai. He put his arm around the shoulders of Zhao Kai, who was still watching the show, and used him as a shield. We two brothers have something to say. Right, Casey. Zhao Kai was stunned for a moment, then nodded frantically. Yes, we have something important to say. The four girls reluctantly got into their own cars. Four luxury cars, with four unwilling gazes, sped away from different directions. Lin Feng breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling like he had just returned from the gates of hell. He patted Zhao Kai's shoulder and let go of his hand. Okay, you go back too. Brother Feng, then you. I'm tired. I want to go home. I have experienced too many thrilling things today. Lin Feng just felt his scalp tingling. The thought of completing the task of imprisoning the princess. And in the original novel, Lu Chen almost beat Lin Feng to death. Or it was because Lin Fanyan spent a lot of money and hired many famous doctors. Only then can they be saved. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Zhao Kai and started his Ferrari. The car started and merged into the dazzling traffic flow of Zhongcheng at night. Chapter 76 Bloody Rose sent a message again. The Ferrari drove into the Lin family estate. Lin Feng parked the car casually next to the fountain and dragged his tired body into the brightly lit hall. All he wanted now was to throw himself into the soft big bed. However, as soon as he entered the door, he saw his father, Lin Fanyan, sitting on the sofa in the living room. No newspapers to read, no documents to process. She just held a cup of tea and looked at him with a smile. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. I always feel that there is something hidden behind this smile. You're back. Lin Fanyan took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. How was your day? Good. Lin Feng responded vaguely, and wanted to go upstairs directly without stopping. Stop. Lin Fanyan's voice was not loud, but it carried unquestionable majesty. Lin Feng paused and turned around reluctantly. Dad, I'm tired. Can't we talk about it tomorrow? Hee hee. Lin Fanyan suddenly put down his teacup and burst into a hearty laugh. He stood up, walked to Lin Feng and patted his shoulder heavily. The force was so strong that Lin Feng staggered. You still say it's okay. Lin Fanyan's face was filled with undisguised ecstasy and pride. You kid, is that okay to call it that? He came closer, lowered his voice, and his eyes were frighteningly bright. Just now, someone from the princess's mansion called me personally. Lin Fanyan stretched out a finger and waved it in front of Lin Feng. Her Royal Highness has decided to make an additional investment in our Lin Group. 100 billion. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. Lin Fanyan looked at his son's shocked expression and laughed even more happily. His voice returned to its normal decibel level and his proud announcement could be heard throughout the hall. Ha ha ha. You are worthy of being Lin Fanyan's son. I heard everything from Lao Jiao. Lin Fanyan held Lin Feng's shoulders tightly, his face full of exploration and curiosity. When did you learn piano secretly? I heard that Her Royal Highness the Princess was completely stunned. Lin Feng's facial muscles were a little stiff. He pulled the corners of his mouth and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Ha ha ha, it's okay, it's okay. That's good. Lin Feng thought to himself. If the old man knew that his son, whom he was so proud of, would have his limbs broken in a few days and lie in the hospital like a dead dog. I'm afraid I won't be able to laugh anymore. However, looking at Lin Fanyan's face which was flushed with extreme pride and joy. Look at the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes caused by laughing. A warm current surged uncontrollably from Lin Feng's heart. He inherited this body and also inherited the admiration for his father that was deeply buried in his memory. This man is really happy for him and proud of him. Lin Feng sincerely hoped that he could keep laughing like this. However, this wish may be a bit difficult to realize at the moment. I don't know. When Lin Fanyan saw on the news that his son kidnapped the princess of Eagle Country. What kind of expression would that be? Lin Feng finally managed to extricate himself from his father's fanatical flattery. He waved his hand perfunctorily and walked upstairs. Just walked to the corridor on the second floor. A graceful figure had been waiting there respectfully. It's Lin He. Master, you are back. Her voice is very coquettish. There was a tremor in his tone. Lin Feng subconsciously said, and raised his head. Then, his footsteps suddenly stopped. The whole person was petrified on the spot. Lin He today. On her head, she wore a pair of furry black lace bunny ears. Around the neck is an exquisite white bow tie. She was wearing a tight black leather tube top that perfectly outlined her perfect figure. That thrilling arc is about to emerge. Below, there are fishnet stockings and a pair of red high heels that can captivate anyone. There is even a round, furry white tail behind the butt. Lin Feng's breathing suddenly stagnated. He felt a hot current rushing towards his nasal cavity uncontrollably. Fuck. Lin Feng suddenly raised his hand and covered his nose tightly, forcing back the impulse that was about to burst out. He turned his head away quickly, not daring to look at her a second time. Big sister. Which side are you from? You were sent by Lu Chen, that bee, to lurk around, not to sleep with him. What do you mean by walking around in front of me dressed like this? Is this the latest spy tactic? Seducing me, a villain? Lin Feng's heart was roaring wildly, but he had to force himself to remain calm on his face. He took a deep breath and threw away all the messy images in his mind. Never mind, I'm used to it. He looked straight ahead, took a step forward, walked quickly past Lin He, and pushed open the door of his bedroom. With a bang, the door was closed, blocking out the fiery gaze. Outside the door, the hot figure couldn't hold on any longer. Collapsed to the ground, Lin Feng let out a long breath. Try your best to calm yourself down. However, he didn't have time to catch his breath. A very strange fragrance entered his nose. That's not perfume. It doesn't smell like air freshener either. It was a very personal smell with a hint of sweetness and a hint of female body fragrance. Lin Feng frowned. He looked around. The room was spotlessly clean and everything was neatly arranged. But the faint fragrance was like a pervasive mist, filling the air in the entire room. Especially his bed. Lin Feng walked over slowly. The bed was made very flat, without any wrinkles. However, that strange fragrance was strongest on the pillow. Strangeness. How strange. I feel like the room is getting more and more humid. Lin Feng was puzzled, but soon his attention was attracted by the notification sound of his mobile phone. The screen lights up. It was the Lolita avatar with the ID, Blood Rose, that was flashing wildly. Brother Feng, I'm in Zhongcheng, can we meet tomorrow? The message was followed by a series of emoticons expressing flowers and expectation. Lin Feng looked at the screen, with a hint of amusement in the corners of his mouth. He leaned lazily against the head of the bed, typing with one hand. So soon? Have you finished your mission? You haven't been chased around the world by the anti-terrorist forces this time. The other party's message was replied almost instantly, with an angry emoticon. Humph, what I said is true. I'm so awesome. Stop talking about that. Tomorrow. How about tomorrow? Lin Feng looked at the ceiling, tapping his fingers slowly on the screen. Tomorrow, maybe tomorrow won't be a good time. As soon as the message was sent, the other party's questions came like a machine gun, and the tone became obviously anxious. Why? What about the day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow is fine. You have to be free sometime. A series of messages made Lin Feng's phone buzz. Maybe not. The Bloody Rose seemed to be anxious, and a voice bar with a crying tone popped up directly. What's wrong, big brother? Don't you want to see me? Lin Feng listened to the crying voice, and the curve of his mouth became even bigger. He could even imagine the cute middle school girl with a second-year syndrome on the other end of the phone, stamping her feet in anger and with tears in her eyes. He slowly raised the phone to his lips, recorded a voice message, and replied slowly in a lazy and somewhat teasing tone. Silly girl, why are you crying? It's not like my brother doesn't want to see you. After sending this sentence, he paused for a moment, tapped lightly on the screen with his fingertips, and typed a line of words. It's just that my brother has a very important mission to perform recently. A mission that could cost you your life. Chapter 77 Lu Chen's Plan. The other party was silent. A long time passed. The cute Lolita avatar named Blood Rose flashed. Then, it became completely dark. Offline. You're scared away just like that. Lin Feng looked at the grayed-out profile picture, shrugged indifferently, and threw the phone aside. To be honest, he really wanted to meet this middle school girl who was always talking nonsense. What a pity. So far there is no skill that makes him stronger. He didn't even know how long he would have to stay in the hospital after the operation. It would be nice if you could give me a quick reply skill, system. Thinking of this, Lin Feng moved his mind and called up the system interface. A blue light curtain slowly unfolded before his eyes. Bite. The royal dinner mission has ended. Task evaluation. Perfect. Perfect. When Lin Feng saw these two words, he almost vomited blood. You call this perfect? Do you have any misunderstanding about the word, perfect? I had Destiny's Child carried out of the banquet hall like a dog. The princess's favorability towards him should be negative now. You tell me this is perfect. Host, please do not question the authority of the system. The system makes this judgment, and there is naturally a system basis. The cold mechanical sound echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng is simply a good guy. You're too lazy to even explain, right? Okay. You are awesome. He was too lazy to argue with this shitty system anymore. He should have gotten used to it by now. Just then, a new reminder sound rang again. Bite. Main quest released. Imprison the princess. Mission requirements. Successfully imprison Princess Isabella of Eagle Country for 30 days. Task reward. Depends on the degree of task completion. Lin Feng looked at the line of words and fell silent. Okay. Bring it on. I just don't believe that I won't be given powerful skills later. Lin Feng's mind moved, and he opened the system store again. Looking at the 3,000 villain points in his account, he didn't hesitate at all. Exchange. God-level rope skills. God-level driving skills. Absolutely hidden Zhongcheng Villa. Exchange all. Byte. Exchange successful, 3,000 villain points consumed in total. A moment. 3 golden lights instantly shot out from the virtual panel and directly flowed into his mind. There is a lot of knowledge about ropes, from the ancient whaling knot to the modern climbing knot, to a certain complex tying method that is only circulated in niche cultural circles and combines both restraint and aesthetics. All of it was engraved in his mind like instinct. Immediately following, there are countless driving skills. The friction of the tires when drifting through corners, the push-back feeling when launching a car, and the muscle memory of shuttling through traffic at the limit. He now feels that he can drive a Wuling Hongguang with his eyes closed and achieve F1 results in Akina Mountain. At last, a string of addresses, an electronic key, and a complete 3-dimensional structural diagram of a villa appeared clearly in his mind. He could even clearly see every blind spot of surveillance and every secret passage in the villa. Lin Feng felt the frantic flow of information. At the same time, Zhongcheng First Hospital. The middle-aged man stood at the door of Lu Chen's ward, his palms full of sweat. He didn't dare push the door. He had just heard from his subordinates what happened to his boss at the royal dinner. And he also knows what happened to Zhang Yun. He knew that his boss at this moment was a completely enraged beast that was ready to eat anyone it could. Any wrong words could lead to his death. He took a deep breath and used all his strength to control his trembling hands. Then he carefully pushed the door open a crack. No sound was made. In the room, Lu Chen was sitting on the hospital bed with his eyes closed, his head slightly tilted back, facing the pale ceiling. He didn't make any sound, but that was even more terrifying than making any sound. The middle-aged man didn't even dare to breathe hard. He stood silently by the wall like a shadow, with his head down, waiting for the verdict. I don't know how much time passed. Lu Chen suddenly spoke, his voice was calm without a trace of ripples. Has the second assassin team arrived? The middle-aged man's body trembled violently and he quickly answered. Here it comes. Here it comes. I have arranged for them to stay at Zhongcheng Hotel and they are on standby at any time. He hesitated for a moment, but still asked tentatively. Boss, do you want to let them deal with Shadow directly? Shadow. Lu Chen chuckled, full of teasing. Kill her. It's too cheap for her. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. There was no longer the previous rage, only the abyss-like coldness and calculation. I want her to know that the consequences of betraying me are 10,000 times more painful than death. I want to torture her, imprison her, and crush her ridiculous self-esteem bit by bit. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth curled up into a morbid arc. I want her heart to cry and beg and crawl back to me. The middle-aged man's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He could even feel the cold sweat running down his spine and into the waistband of his pants. Lu Chen changed the subject. But now is not the time to touch her. The most important thing right now is the princess. The middle-aged man blurted out subconsciously. But boss, isn't there no hope for the princess? As soon as he said this, he wanted to slap himself hard. Lu Chen's gaze slowly fell on him. What? 2 words. But it brought with it a terrifying pressure like a mountain pressing down on one's head. The middle-aged man's legs went limp with a thump sound. He knelt directly on the cold floor and hit his forehead heavily. Boss, I was wrong. I said the wrong thing. Lu Chen looked at the man kneeling on the ground, shaking like a sieve, and the murderous intent in his eyes slowly faded away. He closed his eyes again and said calmly. Of course I do. That's why I want to personally direct a good drama of a hero saving a beautiful girl. Let the noble princess see with her own eyes who is the hero who can save her. Chapter 78 5 Stunning Beauties at Zhongcheng Hotel. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground, his body shaking like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. He didn't dare to look up, or even breathe. I could only press my forehead against the cold floor tiles. Boss, you're talking about a hero saving a beautiful girl. What's the plan? Lu Chen didn't look at him. He slowly stood up from the hospital bed and walked barefoot, step by step, to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window is the dazzling night view of the river city. The city is bustling with traffic and colorful. Lu Chen watched all this, and on his handsome face emerged a kind of morbid calmness that was incompatible with this bustling scene. A plan that will kill that loser Lin Feng without a burial place. A plan that will allow Her Royal Highness the Princess to realize who is truly powerful. Lu Chen turned around slowly, and his cold eyes finally fell on the man kneeling on the ground. The second assassin team is not used to deal with shadows. They are a great gift for Lin Feng and that noble princess. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth curled up in a cruel arc. Isn't the princess going to travel around Zhongcheng with that loser Lin Feng? Then let them play. Have some fun. His voice got lower and lower, becoming more and more excited. On the last day that the princess is leaving Zhongcheng, I want a second assassination team to stage an assassination. An assassination that is realistic enough to make her pale and desperate. He took a step forward and stared down at the man, the madness in his eyes no longer concealed. Just when she was most desperate and helpless. When all the royal guards have fallen. The killer will crush Lin Feng's head like a watermelon right in front of her. Then, the expression on Lu Chen's face instantly became gentle, affectionate, and even had the radiance of a savior. I'll show up again. Save her. He reached out and gently patted the middle-aged man's shoulder, which was shaking so much that it was about to fall apart. What do you think of this script? How about it? The middle-aged man froze. Assassinate the princess. Stomping on Lin Feng's head in front of the princess. And then the boss comes to the rescue. This is fucking. Is this a plan that a human could come up with? A drop of cold sweat slid down his temple and dripped onto the cold floor tiles, shattering them. Lu Chen slowly lowered his head. Those eyes without any emotion looked at him quietly. How? Do you think my plan is bad? No, no. The middle-aged man shuddered suddenly and was almost scared to death. He did not bother to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, and shouted loudly in an almost crazy worshipful tone. Good. Great. Boss, you are truly a genius. His voice trembled violently due to extreme fear, but he forced out a flattering tone, which seemed extremely funny. This plan is simply a stroke of genius. Let Her Royal Highness see you as the only light in the abyss of despair. When the time comes, not to mention Lin Feng, even the King of Heaven cannot compare to your position in her heart. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. As he shouted, he moved on his knees on the ground, trying to hug Lu Chen's thighs. The humble and lackey-like appearance made the curve of Lu Chen's mouth even more joyful. He was very satisfied. He liked to see others completely lose their dignity because of fear in front of him. This made him feel that he was in control of everything again. Go ahead. Lu Chen's tone returned to that superior and calm tone. Tell the second assassin team my plan in detail. Let them get ready. Yes. The middle-aged man stood up as if he had been pardoned, and with his body bent, he carefully left the ward step by step. Until the door was gently closed. Only then did he dare to lean against the cold wall, gasping for breath. The entire shirt was completely soaked with cold sweat. Zhongcheng Hotel, top floor presidential suite. 5 stunning beauties with different styles were scattered around the living room in a lazy manner. The air was filled with a dangerous yet alluring scent mixed with high-end perfume and cold gun oil. A hot short-haired woman was carefully wiping the 2 silver desert eagles in her hands with a piece of snow-white velvet cloth. Another classical beauty wearing a cheongsam and with waist-length hair was assembling golden sniper bullets, her movements as graceful as if she was arranging flowers. And on the sofa in the corner, Layla, with twin ponytails, was holding her beloved sniper rifle, but her eyes were a little dazed. She was wearing headphones, which were playing the voice message sent by Lin Feng on repeat. It's just that my brother has a very important mission to perform recently. A mission that could cost you your life. On the screen of the other phone, Lin Feng's casually taken selfie was still showing. She looked at the handsome face in the photo, which looked a bit lazy and unruly, and felt sour and bitter in her heart. Brother Feng must have lied to me. Zhongcheng is so peaceful, there won't be any missions that will cost you your life. Yes, he must have lied to me. But if he was lying to me, then why didn't he want to see me? Layla's heart felt as if it was being grabbed by an invisible hand, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. She was in deep trouble. Never mind. Layla made up her mind secretly. After the task assigned by her boss Lu Chen is completed, she will ask for leave and must find Brother Feng to get to the bottom of it. Just at this moment, An excited scream broke the silence in the room. Lila, come and see. The blonde, blue-eyed girl named Aisha was holding a tablet computer, her face full of excitement as if she had discovered a new world. Is this your brother Feng? Layla's face suddenly turned red. She jumped up from the sofa like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and let out a strange cry. Hey, Aisha, stop talking nonsense. Although Layla is an adult, she is a blank slate when it comes to emotions and has never even been in a relationship. After being teased by her companions, the killer's ruthlessness disappeared completely, leaving only the innocence and shyness of a little girl. The other 3 women in the room were also attracted by Aisha's scream, and they all had smiles on their faces as if they were watching a good show. I didn't say that. Aisha looked proud and held the tablet in front of Layla. Look for yourself. A video was playing on the tablet screen. It is a scene of Lin Feng and Bai Yuyan dancing together at a ball. Layla's gaze was instantly drawn there. She stared at the man on the screen. Watch his every domineering and elegant turn, look at his eyes that are in control of everything. The other 3 women who had just come to watch the fun were also attracted by the man in the video. The short-haired woman wiping the desert eagle stopped. The beautiful lady in Cheongsam who was assembling bullets also put down her work. 5 women who were supposed to be the most dangerous in the world. At this moment, they just sat together motionlessly, watching Lin Feng's dance video. Layla looked at Lin Feng in the video and was completely attracted by it. The video ended and the screen went dark. There was dead silence in the room. Aisha felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere. Forget it, don't watch it. She reached out to turn off the tablet. I want to see it again. A cold voice sounded. She was the classical beauty named Lilith wearing Cheongsam. There was a strange light flashing in her almond-shaped eyes. Yes, watch it again. I want to see it too. The other 2 women immediately agreed. So Aisha had to click the play button again. Once. Again. No one spoke in the room anymore. 5 women, 5 top killers who should have been cold-blooded and ruthless. At this moment, everyone was staring at the small screen, completely immersed in it. There was only a knock on the door. Chapter 79. The middle-aged man brought a task and a photo. Boom, boom, boom. The dull knock on the door shattered the strange obsession in the room. The 5 women woke up as if from a dream and shuddered almost at the same time. Blonde Aisha frantically tried to turn off the tablet. But because of panic, his finger slipped and he clicked on full-screen playback. Lin Feng's enlarged handsome face instantly occupied the entire screen, his eyes were lazy and domineering. Who? A woman with short hair, the captain codenamed Ghost. The voice instantly returned to its former coldness, and the 2 desert eagles were already in his hands again without him noticing. A humble but anxious voice came from outside the door. My lords, it's me. The boss has new instructions. It's that middle-aged man. The Ghost and the Cheongsam beauty Lilith looked at each other, and they both saw a hint of embarrassment and panic in each other's eyes. Lilith stood up quickly, and before opening the door, she casually adjusted the slit of her Cheongsam and used her body to block the view in the direction of the sofa. The Ghost took a deep breath, suppressed the confusion that had just arisen in his heart, and put on the frosty expression that kept strangers away from him again. The door opened. The middle-aged man walked in with a flattering smile. But as soon as he entered the door, he felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. It's too quiet. And why do these ladies who are as cold as ice on weekdays have a suspicious blush on their cheeks? Especially the twin-tailed loli, Layla, holding a sniper rifle in the corner, who was now burying her head low, like a little quail who had made a mistake. What were they doing just now? The middle-aged man had some doubts in his heart, but he didn't dare to ask more questions because the mission was more important. Ahem. He cleared his throat to hide his confusion. My lords, the boss's plans have changed. Here is the latest mission briefing. The Ghost took the document expressionlessly and glanced at it coldly. Assassination. Her brows furrowed slightly. Pretend to assassinate the princess, and then in the chaos, kill another person. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly with a flattering smile on his face. That's right. The boss said that nothing can happen to the princess, but the other person must die. This should be a piece of cake for you gentlemen, right? Upon hearing this, the Cheongsam beauty Lilith raised a scornful arc at the corner of her mouth and spoke in a lazy voice. Killing a man in the chaos. It's really simple. The middle-aged man felt relieved when he saw that they agreed so readily. Very good. He took out a photo from his arms with great solemnity. The boss gave me a special instruction. This person is our main target. Make sure he dies cleanly and efficiently. The ghost took the photo and looked down. The other 4 heads also came over curiously. Then, next second, the air in the entire presidential suite became frozen. Time seemed to stand still. In the photo, the man was wearing a well-fitting suit and had a cynical smile on his face. Those deep eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the photo paper and look directly into people's hearts. It was the face they had just seen more than a dozen times and even had it engraved in their minds. Layla has been thinking about Brother Feng these days. Bang! It was the sniper rifle in Layla's hand. Due to loss of power, the butt of the gun fell heavily to the ground. 5 women who were supposed to be the most cold-blooded and heartless in the world. At this moment, everyone was staring at the thin photo. The middle-aged man's eyes turned doubtful. He looked at Layla, whose sniper rifle dropped to the ground, then looked at the other 4 people's instantly stiff expressions, and frowned tightly. How? There was a barely perceptible scrutiny in his voice. What's wrong with this goal? The short-haired Captain Ghost was the first to react. She slowly raised her eyes, those eyes that should have been calm. At this moment, there are turbulent waves that outsiders cannot understand. She did not answer the man's question. Instead, he stretched out 2 slender fingers, picked up the photo, held it in front of his eyes, and looked at it carefully again. Then, a cold and seductive smile bloomed on her lips. No problem. Her voice was slightly hoarse with amusement, as if she was admiring an interesting prey. I just didn't expect that the goal this time. She looks so good to me. The middle-aged man was stunned by her sudden words. He looked at the ghost's face with a bloodthirsty smile. I felt a chill running from the soles of my feet to the top of my head, and subconsciously took half a step back. They are worthy of being the second killer team. They are indeed a bunch of lunatics. He forced himself to suppress the throbbing in his heart, cleared his throat, and spoke in a deep voice with an unquestionable commanding tone. That's good. Remember, this man is called Lin Feng. The boss's order is to do it at any cost. Must kill. After the middle-aged man left, the atmosphere in the room began to turn cold. Layla looked stupidly at the photo the middle-aged man sent her. I was stunned. What should we do? Aisha spoke first. Her face turned into an indifferent look. Just kill him. Aisha spoke. Everyone looked towards Layla. Layla stood there in a daze. He kept saying, Brother Feng. After the middle-aged man left, the atmosphere in the room turned silent. Pa. Lin Feng's photo slipped from Layla's trembling fingertips. It floated slowly and landed on the cold floor. In the photo, the man's smiling eyes were staring quietly at the ceiling. Layla also collapsed and sat on the ground. Her eyes, which were usually smart and cunning, became empty and broken. She really couldn't believe that her boss wanted to kill her brother Feng. These days, she has been thinking about meeting Brother Feng. I was so excited that I could only fall asleep at night by looking at Brother Feng's photo. She looked at the photo, her lips moving silently. Feng brother. The whisper is as soft as a mosquito's, but it carries a despair that is enough to tear the heart apart. Oh, a meaningless chuckle broke the atmosphere. It was blonde Aisha. It's really, so interesting. We are actually going to kill this man with our own hands. This question instantly stirred up a huge wave in the hearts of the other people. Shut up. The short-haired Captain Ghost growled, with a hint of suppressed annoyance in his voice. The veins on her hands holding the Desert Eagle were exposed, showing the owner's inner unrest. Lilith, the Cheongsam beauty, slowly squatted down. She picked up the photo gracefully with 2 jade-white fingers. Her fingertips gently brushed Lin Feng's cheek in the photo, her eyes blurred. Such a perfect prey. Her breath was as sweet as orchid, and her voice was filled with deadly temptation. Killing him would be such a pity. A mission is a mission. In the corner, another woman who had been silent spoke coldly. She was wiping a military dagger that was shining with a cold light. Her code name is Kasha. Don't let your face affect your professionalism. As soon as the words fell, the Cheongsam beauty Lilith chuckled. That laughter, like a feather, gently scratched the nerves of everyone in the room. Professionalism. Lilith held the photo in front of her eyes, her red lips almost touching Lin Feng's smiling face. She blew a breath of fragrance towards the photo. Kasha. If I remember correctly, just now, who asked Aisha to play the video 7 times in a loop. As soon as these words came out, Kasha paused while wiping the dagger. The air in the room seemed to be frozen by the coldness of the dagger in her hand. She didn't speak. Lilith saw it all. You have a hard mouth. Unfortunately, your eyes are more honest than anyone else's. Chapter 80. The five girls made up their minds, and Lin Feng used Lin He. All right. Captain Ghost spoke. She slowly stood up, her face always expressionless. At this moment, there was a hint of suppressed irritability. Stop arguing. The ghost's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable sense of command. She took a deep breath, trying to get rid of the strange throbbing in her heart. Since this is the person Mr. Lu specifically asked to be killed. The ghost's eyes slowly swept over everyone present. Finally, it fell on the photo that fell to the ground. Her voice was spoken word by word, as if squeezed out from between her teeth. Then he must die. As soon as these words were spoken, the playful smile in the eyes of the Cheongsam beauty Lilith froze instantly. The charm on her face faded, replaced by a rare hesitation and struggle. But Ghost is the captain. Her orders are iron laws. Aisha's heart was also filled with complex emotions at this moment. She looked at Layla's distraught appearance. Layla is her best friend, and she knows very well how obsessed she is with Brother Feng. Aisha felt a little reluctant to kill the person Layla loved with her own hands. What's more, she herself seems to have some. That domineering yet lazy temperament is really fascinating. But as a killer, she knew the weight of the order. Emotion is the biggest obstacle to executing tasks. She took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the slight ripple in her heart. The mission comes above all else. This is the iron rule that has been instilled in them since childhood. She raised her head and her eyes became cold and firm again. Layla's pain can only be borne by herself. And Lin Feng must die. I agree. Kaisa also put away her dagger. He nodded coldly, which was considered as agreement. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to the girl with twin ponytails who was still slumped on the ground. Layla. She became the final variable. Under everyone's gaze. Layla trembled, supported herself on the cold floor, and stood up with difficulty. She didn't go see anyone. Her eyes were always fixed on the photo. Layla. There was a hint of warning in the ghost's voice. Layla's body trembled violently. 2 lines of clear tears silently slid down from her empty eyes. She opened her mouth, and the sound that came out of her throat was as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing against her. I agree. The last 2 words almost exhausted all her strength. The stone that had been hanging in everyone's heart seemed to have finally fallen to the ground. But no one noticed. No one dared to investigate further. The moment she said, "Agree," Layla's eyes were soaked with tears and broken. An unprecedented, almost crazy determination is quietly gathering. Brother Feng, sorry, but I will never let you die. The next day, early morning. A ray of sunlight penetrated the gap in the thick curtains and fell accurately on Lin Feng's face. He yawned and sat up sleepily. Everything that happened last night seemed like an absurd dream. He doesn't know. In the presidential suite of a top hotel in Zhongcheng. 5 women who were supposed to be cold-blooded and ruthless. Because of a photo, I experienced unprecedented struggle and hesitation in my heart. He doesn't even know. The son of destiny, Lu Chen, who was humiliated by him in public. A deadly trap has been set up, waiting for him to walk in on his own like an idiot. He only knew one thing. Kidnap the princess. Complete the task. Acquire skills. Kill Lu Chen. In his mind, the 3-dimensional structural diagram of the absolutely hidden Zhongcheng villa automatically emerged. In his mind, the god-level driving skills that he had just mastered were being frantically deduced. There are at least hundreds of routes from the city center to that suburban villa. In an instant, the system planned 3 fastest and most hidden escape routes for him. Each route avoids most surveillance cameras and takes into account possible traffic jams. He could even clearly feel that his muscle memory was already filled with the instincts of how much angle to turn the steering wheel and how deeply to press the accelerator when drifting through a corner. Immediately following, it is god-level rope skills. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips gesturing unconsciously in the air. Various ways of tying knots flashed through his mind like flowing water. Those seemingly complicated ropes had turned into the simplest geometric shapes in his eyes. Whether it is to bind people tightly or to be in artistic bondage with beauty. He can now do it in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Each of these skills seemed to be tailor-made for the task of imprisoning the princess. The system did it on purpose. It gave him these abilities, not for him to rebel. But it was to allow him to complete this suicidal task, perfectly. Since the system has paved the way for him. Then he went on. He walked to the closet and casually picked up a set of casual clothes. It's time to go to the hotel. Today, he will start his guide work. He changed his clothes, picked up his car keys, and strode out of the bedroom. Just came downstairs. Lin's slender figure was already waiting respectfully in the living room. She changed into a pure white dress today. The hem of the skirt only reached mid-thigh, making her long, straight legs look even more eye-catching. Her hair fell softly on her shoulders. The delicate light makeup on her face made her already stunning appearance even more pure and seductive. She just stood there quietly, like a blooming white magnolia. Yet, there was also a faint, dangerous aura. Lin Feng's gaze stayed on her for less than a second. Then move away. He was in no mood to appreciate beauty now. Master, do you need me to prepare breakfast? Lin's voice had just the right amount of gentleness. Lin Feng wanted to say no. But suddenly Lin Feng thought of something. Can I use her to pass a message to Lu Chen? Chapter 81 Anna and the Princess's Struggle, the Four Beauties follow-up. Lin Feng's thought made him stop abruptly as he was about to step out of the door. He turned and went upstairs. After a moment, he walked down quickly again. In my hand, there is a beautifully wrapped gift box. When Lin saw the gift box, his heart was instantly enveloped by a huge warm current and almost jumped out of his chest. Could it be that? Is it for me? Oh my god. My master is so good to me. From now on, Lin Feng is my only master. Who the hell is Lu Chen? Just when Lin's heart was pounding and he almost fainted from happiness. Lin Feng walked in front of her. He had a smile on his face and deliberately lowered his voice to create an air of mystery. You will open this gift box in a month. Inside, there are things I prepared for you. When Lin heard this, his brain exploded with a boom. Oh my god, is the master so attentive? A surprise in a month. What is this mysterious thing? An extremely hot flame instantly ignited in Lin's eyes, a flame mixed with admiration, desire and crazy possessiveness. She looked at Lin Feng, and her whole body seemed to be burning. Lin Feng felt a little strange when he saw Lin's excitement. What's going on? He had the answer immediately. It must be that loser Lu Chen. He couldn't even complete a mission properly, so he must have scolded this poor undercover agent again. That's why she acts so desperate for approval. Lin Feng cursed Lu Chen in his heart. Only bullies women. But this is just fine. Just wait for the news of his kidnapping to get out. Lin will definitely open the gift box. Then she would tell Lu Chen. Lu Chen would naturally be able to find him. Otherwise, he would be worried that Lu Chen wouldn't be able to find him. This villa is located in a remote and faraway place. It can't be found by satellites or anything like that. Lin Feng felt that his plan was perfect. After explaining this, Lin Feng no longer paid attention to Lin's strange look. He didn't have time to delve into the inner thoughts of an undercover agent. The engine roars. The blood-red Ferrari was like a sharp arrow shot from a bow, tearing through the morning mist and speeding towards the hotel. Lin Feng didn't notice. There were several pairs of strange eyes looking at him from behind. More than one pair. Outside the Lin family manor, under a huge camphor tree. A nondescript black car slid silently out of the shadows and followed the Ferrari not too far away. Four stunning beauties occupied four corners of the car, clearly separated from each other. Follow closely. Shen Zhaoshui leaned lazily in the back seat, his fox eyes fixed on the front through the car window, but his words were directed to the person in the driver's seat. I can drive, I don't need you to teach me. Su Qingxue held the steering wheel. Stop arguing. Bai Yuyan sat on the other side, with her arms folded across her chest, her chin slightly raised in pride, her eyes full of disdain. Our enemies are not each other. Her cold gaze seemed to penetrate time and space and fell on the princess. That woman is the real trouble. Our goal this time is to protect Lin Feng. Don't let the princess tarnish Lin Feng's innocence. Bai Xiaoyu was also sitting nearby. She said nothing. Those clear big eyes were fixed on the blood-red car's shadow without blinking. When Bai Qian's words, tarnished Lin Feng's innocence, reached her ears. Her little face turned red in an instant. She secretly delighted. Brother Lin Feng's innocence. It seems that already. Lin Feng's Ferrari slowly stopped in front of the hotel entrance. He saw the princess at a glance. And there was the maid, Anna, who stood beside her like a sculpture. The atmosphere is not right. Princess Isabella's face was filled with undisguised anger. Anna lowered her head and said nothing, like an impenetrable wall. Lin Feng slowed down the car. He rolled down the car window, and with his hearing far superior to that of an ordinary person, he clearly caught the princess's voice full of suppressed anger. I said, don't follow me. Anna's body didn't move. Lin Feng's car finally stopped in front of them. Seeing the blood-red car's shadow, the frost on Isabella's face melted instantly. Instead, there was a smile as bright as the sun. Mr. Lin, you are here. Her voice was sweet and joyful. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, princess. Isabella's gaze fell on the passenger seat of the Ferrari, her blue eyes filled with anticipation and desire. She couldn't wait to open the car door. Just at this moment, Anna's figure moved forward half a step without making any sound. It was right between the princess and the car door. Mr. Lin. Anna bowed slightly, her tone respectful but with an unquestionable firmness. We can't take your car. Please get on our special car. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Isabella's face froze instantly. The flames of anger once again ignited in those beautiful blue eyes. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Fuck. Did this old woman do this on purpose? The princess came to my door herself, and you stopped her. But he didn't dare show any expression on his face. He is now a kidnapper ready to make a big move. A guilty conscience. He could only give an impeccable, even apologetic smile. Certainly. I didn't think it through. Isabella saw Lin Feng said this. The anger that was about to explode could only be held back. She glared at Anna fiercely, turned around, and walked towards the black Rolls-Royce angrily. Lin Feng had no choice but to get on the car. The huge royal convoy started slowly. Several black cars led the way in front and behind, protecting their car in the middle. In some sections of the road, traffic control was even implemented directly. Only their convoys were allowed to pass. The entire Zhongcheng made way for Her Royal Highness the Princess's travel. Lin Feng sat in the soft back seat, watching the street scene rapidly receding outside the window. There was only one thought in my mind. How to tie this? This is harder than robbing a bank. What made him even more desperate was. The rest of the trip was arranged in complete detail by the maid named Anna. There are dedicated personnel to clear the area at every tourist attraction. Every stop is measured to the second. Lin Feng couldn't find any opportunity at all. Not a single chance. And Princess Isabella's smile became less and less. She was like a canary trapped in a golden cage, her eyes growing dimmer by the day. Chapter 82 The Princess's Outburst. A few more days passed like this. Lin Feng is the same as always. He drove his extremely flashy red Ferrari to the hotel entrance. Today's princess is very different. She was wearing an exquisitely tailored light blue dress, her long hair was tied up, revealing her graceful swan-like neck, and her face was made up more solemnly than usual. The whole person is as beautiful as a work of art ready to attend a grand ball. It was also as cold as a volcano about to erupt. I'll say this one last time. Today, I must ride in his car. Princess Isabella's voice was no longer filled with the suppressed anger of the past few days, but a complete and undisguised outburst. The volume was so loud that even passers-by looked at it curiously. You know, the princess's whereabouts in Zhongcheng is absolutely confidential. Although I have been traveling these days. But every time he travels, the security and itinerary are arranged tightly and will never be exposed to the public. But now, the fierce quarrel that broke out at the hotel entrance has attracted the attention of more and more passers-by. Who is that foreign woman? She's so beautiful. Is that some big star? His aura is incredible. The guy next to him in a black suit looks great too, is he a bodyguard? The discussions were buzzing like mosquitoes. Anna noticed that more and more eyes were on her. Her expression became extremely ugly, but her attitude became even tougher. Your Highness, please get in the car immediately. Your safety comes first. At this moment, Lin Feng's car slowly stopped in front of the hotel. He was no longer surprised by the tense scene before him. He pushed open the car door and was about to get out like he did a few days ago. Then changed to the princess's special car. No. Isabella suddenly spoke up. Without waiting for anyone to react, she walked straight to the Ferrari in her high heels. Click. She opened the passenger door herself and got in. The action was resolute, without any hesitation. Anna looked embarrassed. But in the end, he softened his heart. Let the princess go. Lin Feng was delighted. Here it comes. Isn't this opportunity here? I didn't find the opportunity in the past few days. Today is a perfect opportunity. He suppressed the smile on his face and gave Anna a look that showed he could do nothing but help. Then he sat back in the driver's seat and stepped on the accelerator. The blood-red Ferrari let out a deafening roar and rushed out in an instant. Immediately following, the huge royal convoy, consisting of more than a dozen black cars, started immediately and followed closely. This strange yet spectacular scene caused the crowd watching on the roadside to burst into exclamations. In just a few hundred meters after the convoy drove away from the hotel, an inconspicuous car also slid out from the corner of the street and slowly hung at the end of the convoy. This vixen, Shen Zhaoshui's face, which always had a charming smile on it, was now frighteningly cold. She stared at the red Ferrari in front of her, with undisguised murderous intent in her fox eyes. She really dared to get into Lin Feng's car. What does she want to do? Who does she think she is? Bai Yuyan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, crossed her arms, raised her chin high, and her eyes were full of contempt. Just a shameless woman. Do you think you can seduce my people with such low-level means? Ridiculous. Bai Xiaoyu, who was sitting in the back seat, gripped the seat belt tightly with both hands, her face tense. Her big eyes were filled with grievance and tension. Brother Lin Feng, is he okay? That woman looks so fierce. Su Qingxue, who was driving, didn't say anything. But the knuckles of her hands gripping the steering wheel had turned white from excessive force. The temperature inside the car dropped by several degrees because of the cold air emanating from her body. Su Qingxue's gaze, like the most accurate radar, was firmly locked on Lin Feng's Ferrari. Rest assured, she finally spoke, her voice cold but filled with unquestionable determination. If she dares to touch Lin Feng even a finger, I'll let her know. Death, how is it written? At the same time, a winding mountain road on the outskirts of Zhongcheng. In a cliff villa with a great view, Lu Chen was holding a glass of scarlet wine, standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window with a sick smile on his lips. At his feet was a winding mountain road that looked like a giant dragon. On the huge electronic screen in front of him, more than a dozen split screens were monitoring every corner of the road in real time. A dazzling red dot was moving slowly along the preset route on the map on the screen. That is Lin Feng's Ferrari. Boss, they're coming in. The middle-aged man stood behind Lu Chen, not even daring to breathe, with beads of sweat on his forehead. He looked at Lu Chen's eerily calm profile, his heart beating like a drum. Madman. The boss is a complete lunatic. To get to the princess this afternoon, take this short 3-hour itinerary. He actually spent a full 100 million. Bought this top-secret information from an insider in the Eagle country's royal family. Just for this, the director staged a so-called hero saves the beauty. What's the hurry? Lu Chen gently shook the wine glass in his hand, his eyes full of playfulness, like a cat playing with mouse. The good show has just begun. Let them come closer. Is the second assassination team ready? When the middle-aged man heard the question, he shuddered with fear and nodded quickly. Ready, boss. Everything is ready. He pointed to several key nodes of the road on the screen, his voice trembling slightly with excitement and fear. The second assassin team is in place. The sniper occupies the highest sniper point to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Others are already lying in ambush at the sharpest S-curve ahead. As soon as your convoy passes, they will immediately block the front and rear ends with roadblocks. Turn Lin Feng's Ferrari into a tin can. Listening to the middle-aged man's words, Lu Chen became more and more excited. He seemed to have already seen Lin Feng's blood splattering on the spot and him trying to save the damsel in distress. Very good. Lu Chen turned around and handed the wine glass to the middle-aged man. Go. Tell them. His voice was gentle, but it carried an irresistible command. Your Highness, you are my most distinguished audience in this grand drama. So, the performance must be wonderful, but you must not hurt her. As for Lin Feng, the corner of Lu Chen's mouth curled up in a cruel arc. I want him to die in front of the princess. Ming, I understand. The middle-aged man's lips trembled, and he used all his strength to squeeze out these 3 words. I totally understand, boss. Very good. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. He liked this look. The look that completely understood him and shuddered at his art. The middle-aged man crawled out. Tell the second killer team about Lu Chen's request. Chapter 83 The Final Madness, The Princess's Confession. The blood-red Ferrari is like a roaring beast. A gust of wind rips through the winding mountain road. The destination of this trip is the century-old ancient manor on the top of the mountain. Lin Feng held the steering wheel with a focused look in his eyes, but his mind was rapidly calculating the timing of his action. Just at this moment, a softness with a unique body temperature and rich fragrance came up without warning. It's Isabella. Her movements were very light, as if she was just leaning on him casually because the vehicle was turning. But Lin Feng knew it was not the case. From the moment she got on the car, the princess started to act more and more strange. Now, she almost put half of her body weight on his arms. Mr. Lin. Her voice was very soft, with a barely perceptible tremor, and her warm breath sprayed on his earlobe, making it itchy. Can you open the roof? I want some fresh air. Lin Feng didn't say anything, just pressed the button. With the sound of mechanical operation, the roof slowly retracted. The crisp mountain wind instantly filled the entire carriage, making the princess's soft golden hair dance wildly. In the sunlight, her graceful swan neck, delicate collarbone, and flawless beautiful profile formed a picture that could make any man's heart flutter. But Lin Feng's heart was cold. He knew very well that the dozen or so black royal guard vehicles behind him were chasing him relentlessly like leeches. Mr. Lin, do you know? The princess's voice was a little vague due to the wind, but it was filled with a determination to risk everything. Today is my last day in Zhongcheng. After today, I may never come back. Lin Feng's heart sank suddenly. What's the meaning? Is today the deadline? After today, my mission will fail. How can this be? Isabella accurately caught the flash of surprise and anxiety in his pupils. Mr. Lin, are you reluctant to part with me? Does he really like me? A huge amount of courage instantly filled her chest. She turned her head, her blue eyes, burning with scorching flames, staring at Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, if I wasn't a princess, would you take me away? The whole world was muted at this moment. Or maybe it was the princess's own heartbeat, beating like a drum. Her eardrums were buzzing and she could hear nothing else. The mountain wind was still blowing wildly, ruffling her carefully groomed blonde hair, but she didn't feel it. The sun still shone warmly on her skin, but a shudder from the depths of her soul seized her. She said it. She actually kept that sentence in her heart, and asked it out loud. Her eyes were fixed on the profile of the man beside her. That jawline that was as sharp as a knife, and those thin lips that could be raised into a cynical arc at any time. She longed for his answer. And afraid of his answer. But she needed this answer more than she needed to breathe for the next second. The past few days together were a grand and splendid dream from which she knew she had to wake up. In this dream, the man played for her was a rhapsody that crushed all rules. In this dream, his innate sense of control made her feel for the first time what true, royal power was. That is not the vanity that comes from blood or title. It is a kind of absolute freedom and power that comes from the depths of the soul. He is the freedom she has been seeking all her life. Please. Her soul was crying out silently, humbled to the dust. Give me an answer. Give me the answer I want. Let her know that this desperate fall, this madness that is enough to shatter one's bones. It's not just her one-man show. Certainly. Isabella's mind was thinking when she heard this answer. It was like a brilliant firework that exploded across the entire universe in an instant. Her body trembled violently. Those blue eyes that were burning with flames were instantly filled with hot tears. She couldn't believe it. She stared at Lin Feng intently. Her face, which was flushed with excitement, was filled with almost insane ecstasy. Of course, her voice was trembling, like a child who had just learned to speak, repeating a word that she could not understand but was extremely sacred. She got the answer she wanted. She won the bet. Lin Feng's gaze has returned to the winding mountain road ahead. That handsome profile looked extremely firm in the flowing light and shadow. He spoke again. The voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable and decisive power. Certainly. If I want to take you away. If I don't take you away, my mission will have failed. I don't care whether you are a princess of this country or that country. It doesn't matter if you are a princess or not. Today. I'll take them all away. When Lin Feng thought of this, there was no more hesitation in his eyes. The time is now. If we wait any longer, when we reach that so-called manor, everything will be over. His right foot suddenly moved away from the brake pedal. Then he stepped hard on the accelerator with unquestionable force. Boom! Ferrari's violent heart suddenly erupted into a deafening roar. The powerful push on her back pressed Princess Isabella firmly against the seat. The ecstasy on her face had not yet faded, and at this moment it was aroused even more violently by the sudden, almost brutal acceleration. Far from being frightened, she let out a scream of delight. Is he going to take me away? In those blue eyes, there was an unprecedented excitement and brilliance. Mr. Lin, slow down immediately. Anna's angry roar was heard from the car communicator. Lin Feng didn't listen at all. The corner of his mouth curled up in a crazy arc. The god-level driving skills completely took over his body at this moment. The steering wheel is in his hands, like the most obedient pet. Every time the wheels rubbed against the ground, it was like an extension of his nerves. Princess Isabella looked at the man beside her, looking at his profile, which remained calm and focused in the strong wind. She felt like she was suffocating. This is what she wants. This is what she has always dreamed of, the freedom to break free from all constraints. She opened her arms and let the strong wind blow her long golden hair like a fluttering flag. She laughed out loud. I laughed so hard that tears came out. The blood-red Ferrari turned into a shadow on the winding mountain road. Facing the bright sun above your head. A grand escape for just two people. Officially begins. Chapter 84. A car falls from the sky, furious and ferocious. Chase. Catch up with him. Anna's scream came from the car communicator. Because of the extreme anger and fear, it became sharp and piercing, almost tearing everyone's eardrums. Her Royal Highness is in danger. Quick, quick, quick. More than a dozen black Royal Guard vehicles, like enraged beasts, instantly burst into dull roars. The tires rubbed against the ground violently, making a teeth-grinding scream. The entire convoy, regardless of everything, madly chased after the disappearing red afterimage. And inside the Ferrari, Princess Isabella was like a child who had finally broken free from all restraints. She opened her arms and let the strong wind blow her long golden hair like a fluttering flag. Her face was blooming with a dazzling glow that she had never had before. Her eyes, obsessed, fell on the man beside her. There was no expression on Lin Feng's face. His eyes, like the calmest falcon, were fixed on the winding road ahead. Those hands held the steering wheel firmly, and every turn was as precise as a scalpel. Extreme focus. Isabella looked at his stern profile and her heart beat wildly. She knows. He was fighting against the whole world for her. At the same time, inside the mountaintop villa, bang! A goblet filled with scarlet wine was smashed hard onto the huge electronic screen. The wine splashed everywhere. On the screen, the red light dot representing Lin Feng was rushing forward at a completely out-of-control speed. About to cross the preset ambush point. Waste. Lu Chen's handsome face was completely distorted due to extreme anger and panic. He stared at the light that was about to escape his control, his eyeballs filled with hideous bloodshot. What is he doing? He's going to run away. Lu Chen suddenly grabbed the communicator and roared hysterically into it with all his strength. Take action now. What are you idiots waiting for? His voice became sharp and hoarse because he was out of control. Stop him. I don't care what method you use. We must not let him get away. I'll be there soon. I want to watch Lin Feng die in front of me. Ambush point, deathly silent. The short-haired Captain Ghost, his hands holding the dual Uzi pistols, were so strong that the joints were bulging and looked a terrifying pale blue. In her eyes, which should have been calm, the last bit of hesitation was completely swept away by this crazy order. She hardened her heart. In his eyes, there was only the coldness of a killer. The blood-red Ferrari has appeared at the end of the field of vision. Rushing at full speed towards the death trap they had carefully set up. Top of the mountain, Layla's body lay on the cold rock. Those smart and cunning eyes were now fixed on the cold sniper scope. The center of the crosshairs. It was Lin Feng's focused and stern profile. It's really him. It's really Brother Feng. The wind blew the strands of hair on his forehead. The sunlight outlined his perfect jawline. He is even more handsome than in the photos and videos. He was so handsome that her heart stopped beating. Her finger was on the trigger. Just a light click. The head of this man whom she had been thinking about for countless days and nights would explode in front of her eyes like a watermelon. Layla's mind was completely confused. She couldn't believe it. She bit her lips hard and tasted the salty smell of blood. Just at this moment, the ghost's emotionless command sounded in Layla's channel. Lila, the plan has started. The voice was calm, as if stating a fact that was extremely ordinary. If Lin Feng doesn't die later, you are responsible for the re-shooting. Shoot them all, don't hesitate. Do you understand? In the cold sniper scope, Lin Feng's handsome profile is still clear. Layla's look was determined. She knows what she is doing. Clear. Very good, Layla. That's how it should be. Ghost praised. Then plan your action. The ghost's words fell. A heavy truck disguised as an engineering vehicle suddenly slid down the mountain, trying to completely block Lin Feng's way. The Ferrari turned into a blood-red lightning on the winding mountain road. Princess Isabella was immersed in an unprecedented ecstasy, freed from the constraints of the whole world. To her, this was a grand, crazy elopement staged just for her. She stared at the profile of the man beside her obsessively, her heart beating wildly. But Lin Feng's heart was absolutely calm. He even had the leisure to give a score to the system's so-called God-level driving skills, in his mind. Full marks. Every turn, every acceleration, the feeling of the tires rubbing against the ground was like an extension of his nerves, perfect to the extreme. He is not on the run. He was just executing the first step of his, kidnapping the princess, planned perfectly, shaking off all the tails. But he was very strange. Is it that easy? The princess doesn't even want to resist. Did she still think this was just a simple car race? So cute. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm going to kidnap the princess. Even Jesus couldn't keep him. I said, chase. Catch up with him at all costs. In the back, inside a dozen Royal Guard vehicles, the communicators were filled with the sharp, distorted roar of the maid Anna due to extreme anger. Further back, inside a black business car, the atmosphere was as frozen as ice. He doesn't want to die. Shen Zhaoshui clutched the handrail tightly, her face, which usually had a charming smile on it, now turned pale with fear. We can't keep up. Su Qingxue, who was driving, had cold sweat on her palms, but she still kept her foot on the accelerator. Her cold voice was trembling in an uncontrollable way. Bai Qian and Bai Xiaoyu stared at the red light in front of them that was getting smaller, and they even forgot to breathe. Just at this moment, something strange happened suddenly. At a sharp turn ahead on the road, a heavy truck suddenly slid sideways from the hillside without any warning. It was like an out-of-control steel beast, crashing into the path of the Ferrari with the momentum to crush everything. Time seemed to have slowed down countless times at this moment. Anna screamed desperately into the communicator. The pupils of the four stunning beauties in the back car suddenly contracted to the extreme, and the blood color drained from their faces. Completion. These two words were the only ones left in everyone's mind. At this speed and angle, Lin Feng's car has no chance of dodging at all. The only outcome is a car crash and death. Obviously. This was a long-planned, deadly plot. The ecstasy of breaking free from the constraints of the whole world has not yet completely faded from Princess Isabella's blue eyes. The scream of love was still stuck in her beautiful throat. Then she saw it. A giant steel beast rushed down the hillside out of control. Time, at this moment, seems to be infinitely stretched. The sound of the mountain wind disappeared. The heart that was beating wildly for love beside my ear suddenly stopped. The only thing left in the world was the shadow of death that was getting closer and closer, filling her entire field of vision. The color instantly drained from Isabella's face, turning paler than snow. Is this the price? What is the price of life that must be paid for that moment of freedom and madness? Her blue eyes, which were filled with tears of ecstasy, were now completely swallowed up by extreme fear and despair. She subconsciously, using all her strength, turned her head. Looked at the man next to him. The man who brought her into this grand escape and was about to fall into the abyss of death with her. Then, she saw the most incredible scene in her life. There was no trace of fear on Lin Feng's face. Even the corners of his mouth were still curled up in a cynical manner, as if he was in control of everything. Chapter 85. A heavy truck is about to hit, but Lin Feng saves the day. Chase after him. Anna's roar was filled with endless despair. Why did you stop? In the driver's seat, the ace racing driver who was hired from Eagle Country at a high price looked as pale as death. He stared at the tragic scene that was bound to happen in front of him, and his voice was as dry as sandpaper. It's too late. It's too late for everything. His years of experience told him that the princess was doomed to die. Further ahead, there was just another pile of burning scrap metal. Anna looked at his distraught look. The remaining rationality in his eyes shattered. It was her fault. She shouldn't use the so-called royal rules to imprison a heart that yearns for freedom. She shouldn't let the princess live in a golden cage every day. Anna slowly closed her eyes, tears falling silently. God, if you really exist, Please, give her just 1 second of miracle. The 4 beauties following behind them also closed their eyes at this moment. Pray for Lin Feng silently. Even if the situation is already a foregone conclusion. At this moment, everyone was in despair. Completely different from the sound of death collision, the violent roar of a top supercar's engine tore everyone's eardrums. That moment, whether it was Anna who closed her eyes in despair, or the 4 beauties who were heartbroken, they all suddenly opened their eyes. They saw it. They saw a scene that they would never forget in their lifetime, a scene that was enough to overturn their worldview. In the driver's seat, Lin Feng's profile was as cold as the ice on the top of the mountain that had not melted for thousands of years. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. All he had was absolute control over his prey and endless contempt for the dead end in front of him. That's the trick. Want to stop me too? Sorry, princess. Sorry to scare you. Now let me show you how I do it. God-level driving skills merged with Lin Feng's soul at this moment. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed and his arm muscles tensed instantly. He jerked the steering wheel. At the same time, the movements of his feet were so fast that afterimages appeared. Between the accelerator and the brake, a rhythm was created that mortals could not understand. Squeak! A sharp sound of tire friction echoed throughout the valley. At the last moment before the blood-red Ferrari hit the heavy truck, its body suddenly swung sideways at a terrifying angle that completely violated the common sense of physics. Breathtakingly perfect, extreme drift. Swish! The rear end of the car was almost touching the rocks on the cliff, creating a long string of dazzling sparks and flying gravel. On the other side, the streamlined front of the car was only 1 millimeter away from the twisted steel front of the car. 1 millimeter. We passed each other so narrowly. Boom! The out-of-control heavy truck slammed heavily onto the hard road. The entire body of the truck was completely twisted and deformed with a loud noise, turning into a pile of scrap metal emitting black smoke. And the blood-red phantom did not pause or hesitate at all after completing this miraculous operation. Lin Feng didn't even look back at the pile of scrap metal. He straightened the car smoothly. Once again, I stepped on the accelerator to the floor. Boom! Ferrari's violent heart erupted with a roar that was even more brutal and unbridled than before. It turned into a streak of red lightning and disappeared at the end of the next bend. Just stay. Deathly silence. And a group of people whose worldviews were completely shattered and who were stunned. Anna's desperate roar is still ringing in my ears. Next to her was the ace racing driver who was hired from Eagle Country at a high price and was known as the King of the Road. Everyone was stunned by Lin Feng's operation. Frozen in his seat. Those eyes that once saw everything on any track. At this moment, there is only a blank void. What did he see? No, that's not something a human can do. That's not driving skill. That is something only God can do. It is a signature of God that is forcibly engraved on top of the laws of physics. His belief in racing was shattered the moment he saw the rear end of the Ferrari scrape against the cliff and create sparks. It was shattered into pieces without leaving any residue. Oh my God! Anna slowly closed her eyes, then suddenly opened them, hot tears silently sliding down her cheeks. She had just been praying to God, hoping for a miracle. But she didn't expect it. A miracle really happened. But it is not some shadowy god that performs miracles. But that man, Lin Feng. Further back, the black business car braked sharply and barely stopped on the side of the road. Su Qingxue, who was driving, had her hands trembling slightly at this moment. Cold sweat had soaked her back. Just now, she saw Lin Feng was in danger. I thought I had lost the whole world. But that man. The man she swore to protect. And personally took over her world and her soul. Pulled back from the abyss of hell. Shen Zhaoshui, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had her bewitching fox eyes wide open. She usually has a charming demeanor that captivates everyone. At this moment, she disappeared without a trace, leaving only a pretty face that looked a little dazed due to the extreme shock. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. This is the kind of man that Shen Zhaoshui would like. Back seat. Bai Yuyan, who had always been as proud as a queen, unconsciously covered her mouth with her hands. There was only blankness in those eyes at this moment. The impression of Lin Feng in her mind was refreshed again. Only a man like this is worthy of her recognition. Bai Xiaoyu, who was standing beside her, had her big, clear eyes already filled with tears. But this time, it wasn't because of fear and tension. But because of worship. A most primitive and fanatical worship of God that comes from the depths of the soul. Brother Lin Feng. He is not an ordinary person. He is God. Chapter 86 Octopus Princess, The Mystery of Layla's Brother's Death. Top of the mountain. Layla lay on the cold rock, her body shaking slightly uncontrollably. The sniper rifle that she regarded as her life was now thrown aside by her. The cold metal body of the gun no longer attracted her attention. Her mind went blank. The scene just now, the out-of-control heavy truck, and the red car shadow that was about to be crushed, replayed crazily in her mind over and over again. Her heart, at that moment, stopped beating. Brother Feng. Going to die. She bit her lips hard until a strong smell of blood filled her mouth, waking her from the suffocating fear. He is not dead. He is still alive. A huge sense of ecstasy at surviving a disaster instantly overwhelmed her. Call. Layla let out a long breath and collapsed. There were beads of cold sweat on his forehead. At the same time, the S-curve on the road. Ghost, Lilith and others stared blankly at the pile of heavy truck scrap that had been completely deformed. Their plan was to block the road with heavy trucks. Turn Lin Feng's Ferrari into a tin can that can't move forward or backward. But they miscalculated one thing. Lin Feng's speed. The speed of his car was totally out of character for a Ferrari. It even slightly exceeded the Ferrari's maximum speed. The time difference they had carefully calculated turned into a fatal joke. Interception becomes a sure kill. Almost. Just that little bit. They were going to send their target, along with Her Royal Highness the Princess, to hell with their own hands. Team leader. Aisha's voice was filled with obvious fear and trembling. It was almost there. They almost became the culprits who triggered an international dispute. There was more than just Lin Feng in that car. And there is the Princess of Eagle Country. A princess died in a carefully planned accident, in a foreign country. They cannot afford the consequences. The organization can't afford it either. That would mean war. Fortunately, Lin Feng is here. I didn't expect that. There was a slight ripple in the ghost's voice. Lin Feng made her look at him with new eyes. She has investigated Lin Feng's information. I thought he was just like other playboys. I didn't expect it to be so amazing. Stay calm in life and death situations. He has the makings of a killer. As expected, Layla likes it. Thinking of this, a blush appeared on the ghost's face. She forced herself to suppress the turmoil in her heart and tried to make her voice sound normal. But Captain, should we still kill Lin Feng? Lilith beside her asked weakly. Several people looked at each other, and saw confusion and bewilderment in each other's eyes. Yes. How can I kill this? The people have already run away. They couldn't even catch up. The other side. The middle-aged man watched the car speeding on the road at a crazy speed. Ha 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 ha. Lu Chen sat in the back seat with that handsome face. It turned red due to extreme excitement and looked a little distorted and scary. He clearly heard the loud crash. Success. After so long, I finally got something done. Lin Feng, you are finally dead. You must have died a miserable death. He was shot to death by a group of people with guns. There are holes all over the body. When he thought of that scene, Lu Chen trembled with excitement, and every pore was clamoring with joy. Hurry up. Drive faster. He urged the middle-aged man frantically, his voice sharp and piercing with excitement. My princess must be terrified. Her hero is about to rescue her. Lu Chen adjusted the collar of his expensive suit and raised the corner of his mouth into what he thought was the most charming smile. He has thought it through. Wait, he'll fall from the sky. Like a true knight, he gently carried out the frightened princess who was shivering in the car. Then he would walk over to the pile of Ferrari scrap metal in front of her. With one foot, he stepped on Lin Feng's bloody head. Don't be afraid, princess. I've already cleaned up the garbage for you. Perfect script. Lu Chen closed his eyes and immersed himself in his own fantasy. The smile on his lips became more and more morbid and crazy. He only had a few minutes left before the S-curve. The car went around a bend at high speed. The place where the story takes place is right in front of us. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, with an eager enthusiasm in his eyes. Then, he saw it. A blood-red afterimage rushed towards them from the opposite lane. Those lines are so smooth. That extremely arrogant engine sound. It's Ferrari. It's Lin Feng's car. It's intact. The smile on Lu Chen's face froze instantly. The fanaticism in his eyes was instantly replaced by endless confusion and shock. What's going on? Shouldn't he be dead? Where is the second killer team? Before he could figure it out, two cars passed each other. He could see it clearly through the car window. Lin Feng, that damn Lin Feng, was driving with an arrogant look on his face. And he was thinking about Her Royal Highness the Princess, who should be trembling in crisis and waiting for him to save her. At this moment, it's like an octopus. Her whole body was hanging limply on Lin Feng's body, with her face buried in the crook of his neck. On that beautiful face, there was a blush of satisfaction that was almost obsessive. Lin Feng also saw Lu Chen. His heart skipped a beat. Hold, why is this stupid protagonist here? Did he arrange for people to do all these? He quickly reached out and pushed. Princess Isabella was frightened. Don't do this, Lu Chen will misunderstand. Damn it, Lu Chen, don't misunderstand me. There's really nothing between her and me. Lin Feng was really anxious. He just wanted to kidnap someone and complete the mission. But I don't want to provoke the protagonist again. He knew that Lu Chen dared to set up this trap. Then the members of the second killer team are nearby. Maybe a sniper rifle has already locked onto him. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel even more scared. Lu Chen, please don't misunderstand me. That's not the case. However, Princess Isabella was pushed by him, but she did not let go. Instead, he hugged me tighter. She used all her strength to press her soft body tightly against Lin Feng. She greedily and vigorously inhaled the scent of male hormones from him that made her soul tremble. Lin Feng's cool move just now. That extreme madness of walking on the edge of death. She has completely fallen and is beyond redemption. This man is God. It is her God. She didn't want to leave for a second. Lu Chen saw this absurd scene clearly. He saw Lin Feng's disdain for the princess. I saw the princess's obsession again. Seeing Lin Feng trying to push him away, he couldn't get rid of the princess's entanglement. Lu Chen's brain went crazy with a buzz. The face that had turned red because of fantasy became even redder at this moment. As red as a pig's head. Then, due to extreme humiliation and anger, his face turned liver-colored. He was completely crazy. No, Lin Feng, why aren't you dead yet? I want you to die. Lu Chen suddenly grabbed the communicator and roared hysterically into it with all his strength. Lila, did you see that? Kill him. Now. Immediately. Right now. Sniper him. The sound was completely distorted. Full of madness and determination to kill someone. Top of the mountain. Layla lay on the cold rocks, her petite body trembling uncontrollably in the mountain breeze. The sniper rifle, which she regarded as her life, lay quietly beside her. She didn't touch, didn't even look at it again. Her mind was in a mess. All of them were images of the red Ferrari drifting at the edge of death. They were all Lin Feng's profile, which was still calm and heart-pounding even at high speed. She threw the communicator aside. Just ignore it. Inside the car, Lu Chen's roar received no response. He watched the red afterimage disappear completely from his sight. The bloodshot on the eyeball spread wildly, almost bursting. Lin Feng must die in front of him today. He took a deep breath, and his twisted and hideous face forced a smile that was uglier than crying. He spoke into the communicator with extreme repression. Yet it was extremely clear, and the voice was as seductive as a devil, as it spoke every word. Lila, don't you want to know how your brother died? Layla, who was lying limp on the ground, suddenly stiffened. His face changed. Extremely nervous. End of book.